What's happening, everyone? Welcome to North America Show. Look at this pair of scissors in it. What? Host Rob Noerr. Got a debate for you tonight. No prep debate. Gotta be honest. Not looking forward to it, if I'm honest. I actually am. And once it starts, I'll have fun. But I kind of wanted to see what Trump was going to say in his speech tonight. I'm kind of a junkie for like the election interference type stuff. I've been talking about the Russiagate stuff since I started streaming, all of that good stuff. So I'd kind of like to see if my predictions are accurate. That I've been predicting since Monday. This is going to have to do with like the FBI covering up Chinese interference in the 2020 election. But hey, what can you do? Debate was pre-scheduled. Yeah. It's unfortunate you were muted for all of that, but I believe so. Unless let me check my yeah. I believe you were muted, my friend.
It switched me out for some reason. I said I'm going to write the cliff notes for you in the private chat. How's that? And every time Trump says it's going to be an amazing wall, I'll highlight it in quotes.
Yeah. I will watch it. I think tomorrow, hopefully, and maybe I'll cover it tomorrow. Now, originally, I was supposed to get on an airplane tomorrow, but I think it's going to be Saturday, so I should be able to do another stream tomorrow night. So maybe we'll do our chat of the month stream tomorrow night, depending on what time my flight is Saturday. We'll work that out. Apologies for it's been a weird streaming week. We did I wasn't feeling good, so we did an impromptu debate the one night. A guy called in and talked about UBI. Last night it was a short stream because I had a project I was working on, which I think I did pretty good. I think the project is going to go well. My part of it seemed to be all right. So I got that finished last night. And then, tonight we're jumping right into this debate stuff. But I have been over on the Rumble, the Crucible's Rumble channel, the extravaganza. I've been streaming every day there. And, today I still feel a little queasy in the stomach, but you know what it is? Apparently there's some wildfires going on in Canada. Has anyone heard of this? So I'm out of shape. I'm a fat guy, right? I'm trying to do better, but I'm not like lethargic. I do shit around the house. We're doing yard work today, and I'm just dying. I can't stop coughing. I can't catch my breath. And I'm like, what's going on? And my wife's like, it's because the air quality sucks. And as an asthmatic, I'm out there huffing and wheezing. I was like, damn, I knew I was out of shape, but it was not good. So that's what I was thinking. Now Canada is messing with our air quality. When are we going to take that shithole over, right? We're tired of it. We're tired of these damn Canadians. Let's just go in there, wreck shit, tell them it's illegal to fuck with our air, and then, be done with them. But I got the Taco Bell lab leak colon virus. Air quality's not real. Maybe not. Well, anyways, it was definitely smoky here in Northwest PA. Yeah, so I don't give a shit about air quality metrics. I know when there's smoke, it's hard to breathe. Anyways, good job, dystomyopia. That's good. So, no prep debate tonight. I came on a little early. Supposed to start in 20 minutes. We'll see how that goes. So, I don't know. I feel tired, but I feel like once the debate starts, I'll be all right. I got my energy rush. Bam. It's been a very busy day, though. I don't know if you guys like that. Like if you got to leave for an extended period of time, it's always like, for me, it's always the same thing. Like you feel like you're rushed because it's like there's normal house obligations, right? Like mowing the yard and, taking the garbage out and stuff. And it's like when your week's shortened because you're leaving, it's like, oh, all that, okay, got to get that done. And then on top of that, if you have a lot of other stuff that you need to take care of, it really feels like it piles up. Yeah, I know the Crucible's covering the speech. The best. You're not supposed to say what the competition's up to. Well, no, it's perfectly fine. if people would rather watch Trump's speech than me beat around some moron in a debate, that's perfectly reasonable. I don't know. I don't know what the topic's going to be. I've been told it's spicy and it's a topic I'll like, which is good. So, I don't know. I'm trying to think of what I want my tone tonight to be. Do I just want to be an epic asshole? Like last week, I thought the debate was pretty cordial. Maybe this time I just want to be just a dick the whole time. Like, shut the fuck up. Fuck you. You know, just shit like that. Hopefully not. Yeah, that's right. No. Trust me. Look, from the bottom of my heart, there's so many people that stream that I like. I never feel bad. If people outcompete me, if the Crucible's taking all my viewers or Speakeasy or Cool Vic, that's okay. I'm still doing quite well for myself. And if I am not doing well, I'm capable of getting a job. I could do it. So it never bothers me. I wish all those other people well. I think it's great that, I mean, obviously the Crucible's leagues ahead of me as far as viewers, but a lot of the other people too, I think it's great. If they surpass me, if they equal me. I thought it was cool the other day. It was the first time we did Law and Order, and I think Ryan had more people watching on his channel than mine. My audience is still the best. They donated more. They had better input. But nonetheless, pretty cool.
Rob, you can say that all you want, but I need you to be successful here. I don't think I can handle a snap cut, all right? Where will I go? Where will I go, Rob?
Cool Vic's channel. He'll take you. GG. Yeah, don't worry about donating to me, but I'm glad to hear that about the job, man. It's great news. I'm trying to think what else I have to talk about. There was something else I wanted to tell you all. Oh, okay, yeah. This is just more. So my mower's on the fritz, so I got to get it looked at. I'm afraid there's more problems with it than I initially thought. So the yard's getting high, and some dude stops in the other day. He's like a local handyman slash, I don't know, lawn care guy. And he was like, hey, I'd mow your yard, sure. And we negotiated a price. And so he shows up today, and it's like, I thought it would just be him, I don't have that big of a yard, but he had like 2 guys with him, and they did a very good job. I ended up paying them more than double what we negotiated because I thought they did so well. But one of the things they did, so I have a shared driveway with my neighbor, and then off the driveway, I got some cement steps that go to a sidewalk that go right to my front porch. And when did we buy this house? 2019, maybe? So I've been here like 7 years, and the entire time I've been here, we've done a reasonable job. We don't have an excellent lawn or anything, but we do average taking care of the lawn. And we have like a little sidewalk that's like this big. It gets in between your sidewalk, that gets grass growing up and shit. So you have this little walkway that goes up. And these dudes, they had like an edger or whatever and some shovels. And it turns out I have a huge, like regular size sidewalk. And it was just grown over. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, I thought it was amazing. I just figured the guys would just weed eat. And no, they dug out the sidewalk and edged it very nice. And I couldn't have been happier. I was like, you guys, this is amazing. Thank you guys so much. Hey, it looks good. Now I need to get a pressure washer out there on the sidewalk because you could tell I was going to take a picture of it for y'all because you could tell where it's like where the sidewalk was showing versus what was covered up. And it's like literally only half of it was showing. So I was very pleased. And they were super nice guys, very nice, young. And the only thing I felt bad for was I didn't have any soda or anything. All I had was water, and it was kind of hot and smoky. But they were like, "That's okay. We don't want soda anyways." But there we go. I got a sidewalk. I was like, "Damn, how about that?" So yeah, really nice. I thought the guys were cool. So I don't know if they watch my show or not. They look like the kind of dudes that maybe would watch my show. So Hey, dudes, if you're watching, thank you. I will heavily recommend you to people. I thought you did a great job. Also, they're like handyman type guys, and I always have stupid shit that I don't know what to do. Like, because I don't have a truck, I hate asking people for shit. I'd rather pay someone for shit than ask. So, like, I got an old washer and dryer and an old broken down fridge. And I mean, 20 miles up the road's a scrap place, but I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to borrow someone's truck and take this shit up and scrap it. But I'd call these guys. They'll probably haul that shit out. You know, so, no, not a candy man, a handyman. That's exactly what it was like. I've seen that guy. The YouTube guy, it's like, he'll just knock on the door and be like, hey, I'll clean up your yard for free. I was that guy. It was like, okay. And he's like, yeah, you actually have a beautiful sidewalk here. I was like, oh, shit. All right. We'll take it. So, I think it's cool, too, man. Like, seeing some young guy. I mean, I'm 25. That's young to me. I'm fucking 42. I'm guessing this dude is about 25. But, yeah, man. Fucking so easy to do nothing today. So, just to have the, you know, maybe you got laid off at your job or something, or you're having trouble getting a job, just knocking on people's doors. Hey, so your grass is a little high. You know, we'll help you with that. Good for them, man. I think that's cool. That's the kind of shit I like, you know? So, yeah, Home Depot does have trucks you can rent, but the problem with that is I have to drive an hour to Home Depot to get a truck to drive an hour back to then take this thing 20 miles up the road to then drive an hour back to Home Depot, you know? So it'd probably cost me a reasonable amount of money just to fucking... I know. I wanted to get a truck, a pickup as my second vehicle. We got like the sort of mom car is our first primary vehicle, which I actually like. It's a Subaru Ascent. But I thought about getting a truck for my just beating around vehicle, but I ended up getting a little rice-burning Suzuki that's four-wheel drive for the winter. You got to have something four-wheel drive around here. So, it's not bad. It's a little car, but it's very good in gas. It gets me around. Yeah, when I was a kid, I used to do that. So me and a couple, like, there's probably 5 or 6 of us. Like, maybe we're 13. And we would knock on all the neighbors' yards, especially with mowing. We did it with snow shoveling, though not much. But mowing, we would do it. And what we would do, we didn't have a riding mower. So we'd have a push mower. And there'd be like 6 of us. And people would be like paying like 20, 30 bucks. But we figured collectively, if we did 5 yards, that's 100 bucks. Which was good for us. We were like, hell yeah, back in like 90, it would have been 96. And so we would fucking literally, like, we would just line up at different ends of the yard. Like 3 of us on this end, 3 in this. And one would just like speed walk, hand the mower off to the next, hand the mower off to the next. And we would just do that. We had it down to a science, man. We were doing like acre yards as fast as people could do it with a riding mower. Just like, you know, the old fire brigade system with just a bunch of us. And us kids thought it was the shit. We'd do all kinds of stupid shit. Like we'd buy paintball or like paintball shit for our paintball guns. And then we'd all go play paintball or, you know, just stupid shit like that. So it was cool. Like all the neighborhood kids would be involved. Sometimes we'd have like 8, 9 kids. Like, yeah, we'll help you clean up your yard. No problem. Can you order us a pizza? And like, can we play ball in your yard? It was fun, man. Thanks, Premonition. Appreciate that. So, anyways, excited. I was excited to see these guys. Now I'm gonna shut off the super chat goal before we start the debate here. I will read though. How long, Nate? Always a pleasure to hear from you. $5 says, make sure you like and subscribe to the stream. Don't forget to fill the super chat goal during the debate. Yeah, that's good advice. Now we're talking. 1 second. I got to do something here real quick. That's me. And that's me. There we go. Got it. John Rock, 22 months. Holy cow. Longest member. I think so. What the hell's wrong with both of us? Thank you, man. It's always a pleasure. How long, Nate? $5. Congrats, GG. Always overpay your yard guy. Totally agree, man. Stuff like that. I think the blue collar people that help you out, like it's always worth treating them well. Like the garbage man. Always try to tip the garbage man, especially around the holidays. I think it always pays off for you. Those people, they'll help you in a million ways. So, Buddha Customs, $5 says, can't be outdone by How Long, Nate. That's true. Thank you, man. And then Kyle Swim the now, $5. Appreciate it. Oh, Ben. Neighbor has a new Bluetooth and your phone keeps trying to connect. Dude, the day I was mowing and I screwed my mower up, my wife bought me these new, well, my son and my wife for Father's Day bought me new um, earbuds. These. And I hooked them up to my computer one day and streamed with them to try it out. And I was like, I like the cans more. So it's like, I'll use these when I'm outside working, mowing and stuff. And they would not unconnect from my computer. Even the whole way down the yard, they wouldn't unconnect from my computer. And I was too lazy to come back upstairs and manually do it. So, there you go. Well, that'll happen as well. So, debate tonight, 9 o'clock. First off, let me give you some options. I believe my friend Andrew Wilson over on the Crucible is covering Trump's speech. That's supposed to be coming up in about 5 minutes at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Now, you know how it is. Those are always late, so it'll probably start 20 minutes late. But nonetheless, there's an option for you if you don't want to see this debate. My debate here, I am doing a no prep debate. So if you've never watched the show, I try to debate a lot of people, but oftentimes it's difficult to find debates anymore. So we came up with a gimmick, me and my friend Speakeasy, that hosts this show. What if we gave odds to the people I'm debating? And by odds, I mean they get to pick the topic. I have no idea what the topic is. They get to prepare it for a month, and then I just go in cold and we debate. So whoever I'm debating tonight has for at least a month been preparing, and they've picked the topic. Speakeasy tries to make sure it's a topic I'll probably disagree with the person I'm debating. And then that's it. They'll come on. I'll see who I'm debating. They'll give an opening statement, and then I give my rebuttal opening statement. That's so. And the whole premise is it's fun. I like debate, so it's a nice way to get people to come in and debate. And I'm busy, so oftentimes I don't have time. I prepare a lot of other people's speeches and debates and things like that. So a lot of times I don't have a lot of time to prepare my own. So this is a nice way of not having to prepare because I don't even know what the topic is. So that's the game. So I don't know what to expect tonight. I'm trying to take a guess. Sometimes I try to I've not been correct once. I'll be like, I think it'll be this person. Or I'll be like, I think it'll be this topic. And so far, I have not been correct. There's been some wild topics. We debated like whether or not art should have like a standard criteria one time, whether or not Russia should take over the EU. It's crazy. So I have no idea what the topic is. I can't even hazard a guess. I'm surprised we haven't done Israel yet. So if I had to guess, I'd say it'll be Israel. I don't know the person, Caleb. That's the whole point. Thanks, Anna. I appreciate it. I'm waiting to get my ass kicked one of these days. I've given people the formula. Like, last week's topic was Trump is the most corrupt administration ever. If the topic was the Trump administration is corrupt, that makes the debate way harder for me. Which I'm glad, by the way, that my opponent didn't do that. Socialism or commie stuff, that'd be fun. But it's actually a huge advantage to be able to prepare. And the other person to not know. And this is one of the things I told the people down at Turning Point. Once you start to get a name for yourself, like let's say you're just doing the Charlie Kirk type, hey, I'm going to a college campus. We're going to talk about, or like the old Steven Crowder, change my mind, right? People know what your thoughts are and what you're going to say. So they have all the time in the world to prepare like talking points. They could read a study that you're unaware of, or you know what I mean? So it's actually a huge advantage. So I don't oftentimes review my own debate, but I hope that people could get something out of how I try to approach these debates to get an idea of like a general strategy of how you could approach debates, even if it's just debates in your real life. You're talking to your friends and it's like, I don't really know what this person's talking about. This is the first I'm hearing it. So either way, it'll be fun. Maybe tonight will be the night I get my ass kicked. It could happen. And eventually it'll happen. By the way, I'm not saying I've never, quote, lost a debate. I objectively lost shitloads of debate when I debated in college. But one of these days, I think I'm going to get my ass kicked, particularly in one of these no prep debates. And I'll be like, and then that'll motivate me like a motherfucker. I'll be like, oh, you motherfucker. Now I'm going to prepare for that debate. Because I'm a petty asshole. But it'll happen. I'll lose one of these. All right. Not tonight, though. We got to share this screen. All right. Oh, boy. What do you think? Were we founded as a Christian nation? Yes. Nah. If you want to watch the Trump speech, go over to the Crucible. I recommend them. So if you just type in the Crucible on YouTube, you'll be able to check that out. Also, I should mention, I will read all super chats, after the debate. However, I try to give my opponent my attention the entire time, so I don't really read the chat while I'm debating. So, yeah, I doubt I'll lose too. But I would fucking love it to be a Tyler Robinson debate. That's the problem with the Tyler Robinson type shit is there's always some angle you haven't heard. What about the Mormon beekeepers? And then you have to slog through it. And people could sell you, They could use car sales. Oh, this is the biggest deal. Look at this, this, this. And then sometimes it's difficult if you're on the back foot to point out, like, look, no, I don't think so. Can I play the Rob Noerr theme song? No, we're starting the debate here in 2 minutes. I'm just waiting for Speakeasy. Am I screwing up? No, we should be good. There he is. What's up, man? Pretty good. Yeah. There we go.
It's pissing me off.
No, doing good. Look, wait, this better be a banger. We're going up against Trump's speech.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of talk about that. Been suffering up here in the fucking smoke though. It's pretty bad over here where I am. I'm near Toronto, so the air quality is.
I'm in northern
vicious.
Pennsylvania, and I was just telling my audience, I was doing yard work today, and I'm like, what the fuck? Why can I barely breathe? And my wife's like, look at it, it's fucking smoky as shit. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, my wife was driving to the grocery store and there was ashes falling from the sky. That's how fucking.
That's biblical.
Bad it is.
And I saw in LA today there was a water main break. I was going to talk about this on the extravaganza. I'm like, Noah's Ark? Has God finally had enough of LA? He's like, we're flooding this shit. Get it out.
I tried to take pictures with my camera, but you can't see it right on the camera. Like everything was yellow. Like you were looking outside, looked like you were looking at like an old sepia filter camera. You know what I mean? Like it was vicious. I was like, damn.
That's crazy. People are predicting my opponent today's Trump. That's what the big announcement is. Yeah, he's like 9:00, right? Speakeasy. You're like, yeah, Mr. President. Yeah,
100%. I got the links.
Oh shit! No, it should be fun. I'm looking forward. Now, I'll tell you in the background. I'll message you, but I will be gone. I assume you will as well. Like the next 2 weeks. You got your event coming up too, so
Right.
I got until after DebateCon, and then the week after that, I have a family vacation. So
Okay.
I'll be back August 1st in home.
Okay.
So,
August 1st
I'm flying out. I was supposed to fly out tomorrow, but I'm actually flying out Saturday. So
Okay. You're gonna be there a little earlier. I like.
yeah,
I like it.
me and Andrew and some of the Crucible people are working on just some stupid project. Well, not stupid, but unrelated to DebateCon projects.
Right.
So, and it's an excuse that we're all going to be there anyway. So it's like we might as well come out early so we're all physically in the same location to do shit.
Right. 100%. 100%. All right. Okay, we got our fighter here. Let me get my stuff on this side. Make sure I got
So
it
far,
right
my
here.
favorite intro, by the way, was Average Debate Enjoyer, where he came up with the name Destiny. That was very good. I was like, yeah, no shit. That would have been fun. But he was good.
He
That was a
sent
good
me
debate.
the picture, like the background of Destiny's ahead of time, and he's like, "I'm gonna do a little bit of a troll if you're okay with this."
He's low-key
And I laughed.
funny.
I was
He has a
like,
very dry sense of humor, but I find it pretty funny. I really do.
Yeah, I like him. He's a pretty good dude. I like him. Okay, we got that. Oh, I'm gonna need this.
Oh, yeah, I want to put your link out. I got to cheat. I got to tell my audience to go vote on your channel. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Why not? Let's see.
Got so many different files here now. Okay, perfect.
Trump's speech started now. Okay. Yeah, well, listen, you can always go back and watch Trump's speech, watch me debate, right? And then your little
That's
dessert will
right.
be watching Trump's speech tonight.
Exactly.
You could do it the opposite way, but fuck that. We want the live
Yeah.
viewers, so.
Yeah, exactly. He's not gonna talk to the live viewers like we are. Come on, now.
Here, okay, I'm gonna spoil Trump's speech, right? Fuck the Democrats and the media. China interfered in the 2020 election. Democrats and the media let it go. This FBI and CIA helped cover it up, but no one's gonna go to prison. The end. There you go.
That's it. That's
I'll be
pretty much
outraged.
it.
Democrats will call it a nothing burger. Life goes on. You know?
That's it. It's exactly what it is. Oh, shit. All right. We got him here. I got my stuff on this side ready. You're ready on your side?
Yep.
All right. We're going to get this rocking.
Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
No prep, no warning, no time to think. Walking cold, stand your ground, say what you believe. No script, no notes, no place to hide. Red actions drop, the room goes live. No prep. Enter one stance brace. Lower prep, lower prep, lower prep. No topic, no opponent name. Just pressure, just fire, just obey. Lower prep, lower prep. No warm up, no safety net. You showed up, now defend it. This is lower prep debate.
right, everybody, welcome to No Prep Debates. For anyone new here, this is a live no prep debate format built around one simple concept. All right, robnoerr is walking into this debate completely blind. He does not know the topic. He does not know who he is debating until we reveal it live here tonight. And the mystery debater does, though. All right, they've had time to prepare, build arguments, gather sources, and come in ready. All right, once the redactions drop, there's no pause, no prep time, no warm up for Rob. The debate begins immediately. So here's how it works. First, we're going to roll the Who's That Debater reveal clip. We're going to bring our mystery debater on screen. They'll briefly introduce themselves, state the prompt, and then go into their 10-minute opening statement. After that, Rob will give his own 10-minute opening statement, completely off the cuff. Then we'll move into a moderated open floor discussion. We'll aim for around 2 hours total runtime, but if both debaters want to continue after that, we'll let it keep going. Once both sides are ready, we'll move into a 5-minute closing statement. Also, we have audience interaction into the show. So, like, any of the under $20 super chats and Rumble rants, these will be read by me at the end of the stream. $20 and up may be read live during natural pauses in the debate if it pertains to the debate. And $50 and up will become a forced question both debaters are expected to address before moving on. Again, if it pertains to the debate. If you are sending in $50 to ask what color socks they're wearing, I'm not going to stop the debate for that.
I'm barefoot, baby.
Right. We work online. We only have to do business up here, right? But for real, yeah. So as long as it pertains to the debate, we'll ask the question and they'll answer. And then if time and energy allow, after the closings, we may also do an additional super chat Q&A. So keep that in mind as well. So that's the format. No safety net, no excuses, and preparation versus instinct. All right. So let's bring up our mystery debater for tonight.
Who's that debater?
Yo, what's up?
Welcome. Tell everybody who you are. What's your topic tonight?
All right. Well, I'm Cross Current Politics. I'm kind of a new debater here on the internet. Glad for the opportunity and looking forward to debating Rob. My claim today is the United States is weaker on the world stage since Trump took office. I believe the answer to that is yes. But first, I want to be clear about what I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing that America is no longer the most powerful country on earth. We still possess the world's strongest military, we remain the largest economy, and the US dollar remains the world's reserve currency. American innovation also continues to shape the global economy. But that's not the question before us. The question is whether America is less influential, less trusted, and less capable of shaping world events than it was before. Power is more than military strength. It's more than credibility. Power is more than military strength. Power is credibility, and power is trust, and power is the confidence that allies have in you, in your leadership, and the hesitation your adversaries feel before challenging you. My argument tonight is simple. America's greatest strength advantage has never been our aircraft carriers or our GDP. It has been that our allies trust us more than they trusted anyone else. Since President Trump returned to office, that trust has been weakened, and when trust erodes, so does our power. Let's start with the allies. For nearly 80 years, America's greatest geopolitical advantage has been the alliance web we built after World War II. NATO, Five Eyes, other Pacific alliances, intelligence partnerships, trade relationships, these multiplied American power in ways no rival could match. Our allies chose to stand with us because they believed America was reliable. Today, that confidence has been shaken. The administration has repeatedly questioned long-standing alliances and at times gone beyond criticism into threats directed at friendly nations. Canada, our closest trading partner and one of our closest allies, has repeatedly been described as a potential 51st state. The administration also openly discussed acquiring Greenland and declined to rule out using economic pressure and other forms of coercion to obtain it. While supporters view those comments as negotiating tactics or not is almost beside the point. Imagine if you're sitting in Ottawa or Copenhagen. For generations, the United States has been your security guarantor. Now you have to ask yourself, is America talking about defending us or pressuring us? The uncertainty changes behavior. Alliances rely on trust. When allies begin questioning your intentions, your influence has already begun to decline. We see that playing out economically as well. Early in this administration, there were ambitious promises of rapidly negotiating dozens of new trade agreements that were mainly summarized as 90 deals in 90 days. That never realized. Instead, businesses face repeated tariff announcements, reversals, exemptions, and uncertainty. Markets adapt to almost anything except unpredictability. Businesses delayed investment, supply chains shifted, and our allies began looking for alternatives. Again, Canada, just 2 years ago, matched Americans' policy by imposing a 100% tariff on Chinese electric vehicles. Recently, Canada negotiated its own agreement with Beijing, lowering tariffs to below 7% for expanded access to Canadian agricultural exports. Whether that was a good deal or bad deal is not the point. The point is one of America's closest allies decided it needed to hedge its economic future rather than relying exclusively on the alignment with the United States. That's not what growing influence looks like. Now let's look at military leadership. America's military remains unmatched, but military power depends on more than weapons. It depends on confidence. Our closest allies share intelligence with us because they trust us with it. That trust was damaged by reports surrounding Secretary Pete Hegseth's participation in signal chats discussing military operations that inadvertently included a journalist. Regardless of where one lands on the legal debate surrounding classified information, the international perception would be unmistakable. America's closest partners watch senior national security officials discussing sensitive operational matters in an insecure setting. Following those events, reports indicated that some allied governments became more cautious about sharing intelligence and operational information. Think about what that means. You can build another aircraft carrier. You can't rebuild intelligence partnerships overnight. Trust takes decades to earn. It can be damaged in a single afternoon. And at the very moment allies were becoming less certain, America's adversaries were becoming more coordinated. Russia, China, Iran, these nations increasingly cooperate economically and diplomatically and militarily. American grand strategy for decades sought to prevent hostile powers from aligning against us. Instead, we increasingly face simultaneous challenges from states that see opportunity in our inconsistency. That stretches American influence thinner than before. Diplomatic credibility has also suffered. Foreign leaders no longer ask only, what does the United States want? They ask, will the United States still hold this position 2 years from now? And every administration makes policy changes. But when international partners begin assuming that every election completely reverses our commitments, our negotiating leverages declines before we even start talking. Credibility is one of the few resources in international politics that cannot be manufactured. Once it is questioned, every promise becomes less valuable. Finally, I want to discuss something often overlooked, the soft power. Military strength can compel, economic strength can pressure, but soft power can inspire. It is why students around the world dream of studying at a university here in America. It's why entrepreneurs build companies and come here. It's why our culture, our ideas, and our democratic institutions have shaped the modern world. For decades, the United States didn't simply have power, it had legitimacy. New Research Center's Global Attitudes Project tracked international confidence in American leadership for decades. Its surveys consistently show the global confidence rises and falls depending on perceptions of Americans' competence, stability, and commitment to allies. When confidence in American leadership declines, so does our ability to persuade others. Soft power cannot be measured in missiles, but history shows that it is often more valuable than missiles. Now, my opponent will probably likely point to America's continued military superiority. I agree. They may point to allies increasing defense spending. That's true, but increased spending can reflect something very different. Allies are preparing for a future in which they are less certain the United States will be there. Those are not signs of growing confidence. Those are signs of uncertainty. America remains the most powerful nation on earth. That is not the issue before us tonight. The issue is whether we've become weaker relative to where we were. Our influence declines. History teaches us great powers rarely fall because another nation suddenly becomes stronger. They fall because little by little, their friends stop believing they can be counted on. Aircraft carriers can't manufacture trust. Tariffs can't create loyalty. And military strength can't replace credibility. America's greatest strength advantage has always been when the world faced uncertainty, the other nations looked to Washington first. Today, more countries are beginning to look elsewhere, not because we've become weak, but because we've become less predictable. And unpredictability is not strength. Leadership is measured not by how loudly you speak, it is measured by how many nations choose to stand beside you. For those reasons, I affirm the United States is weaker on the world stage today than it was before Donald Trump returned to office.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Rob. Rob, whenever you're ready, I'll start the clock back here and I'll let you know when you're a minute away from 10.
Sounds good. Cross Current, nice to meet you. Thanks so much for doing this speak. Thanks for being here. Thanks everyone for watching. I know we're competing against the greatest president ever, Trump, who strengthened us so greatly in the world stage, giving a speech right now. But no, it's a great topic. I much enjoy it. So the exact prompt, I believe, was the U.S. is weaker on the world stage since Trump took office. A great topic to have. However, I think that when we look at what I would call the internal link, the reason that my opponent has for saying that, actually that's not going to be the signifier that we should look at most, deciding whether or not the United States is actually weaker than it was previous to Trump. For example, it seems that his biggest link is confidence with our allies, and I maintain that our allies weren't really our allies. Our allies were mooches that were sucking off the power and the prestige and the wealth of the United States, claiming to be our friends while attacking us, ignoring us, and enriching themselves off of the backs of particularly the middle class in the United States. The Trump administration, one theme that we're going to see here, and I think this is a great topic because there is literally a diametric opposition between me and my opponent's worldview. It comes right at the end where he talks about, like, one of the key things is predictability. That predictability has allowed not just foreign nations, but all sort of business leaders, etc., to take away the actual hegemonic power, both hard and soft power of the United States, because it was predictable how each president would act, and they could be played like a fiddle. That's why we've seen the United States go from the height of their power, where we had to create a new word called a hyperpower, because the United States, so far more than any country in the history of the world, was dominating the world, and we fall into the part where every single year we lose influence and power. I'd ask my opponent first if he could make this same statement basically during every administration in his lifetime. For example, was the United States world power weaker under Clinton than it was under Reagan? Was it weaker under Bush than it was under Clinton? Was it weaker than Obama than it was under Bush? Because it seems that the United States, being the unique world's hegemon, has slightly been declining for decades now. That comes when it comes to our economic superiority, as you see a rise of a place like China, when it comes to our military superiority, and even when it comes to our cultural superiority, as you see many influential industries such as tech industries that are spurring up in countries around the world. Even things like Hollywood, that used to be the cultural envy of the entire world, seem to be waning in power and have been for decades, long before Trump. So the idea of, well, we're weaker now under Trump than we used to be, I think what's happening is the predictable standards that Cross Politics is talking about has actually led to that gradual, slow decline. And Trump and J.D. Vance are trying to do something unique to put the United States back in a better position. It could be that no matter what Trump does, or what if Kamala would have won, or if Biden would have stuck around, or if Obama would somehow run again, maybe Michelle runs, or anyone else, that the United States will never again achieve the highs that they once had post-Cold War, in the immediacy of the Cold War ending. It could just be naturally that because of factors beyond the control of any individual administration, the rest of the world is having shifting alliances and shifting resources, etc., that's leading to them catch up in various aspects. One area of agreement me and Cross Current Politics are going to have is, I think we both agree that right now when it comes to hard power, and if you don't understand these terms, hard power is just talking about like military dominance, and soft power is like maybe economic or more so cultural dominance. I believe, and you can just nod your head if you agree, we both agree that the United States is still the leader in hard power and soft power. The question that my opponent's saying is it less than it was when Trump came in office, which I think is a fair point. I'm arguing that it's almost always less under any administration, and I actually think Trump's doing a lot to changing it. The question shouldn't be, are we doing what our allies like? Any more than the question would be, would we say that France's power is waning if the people of the United States think the French president or premier or prime minister is doing better? No. For example, for me, an American, if France was to elect a prime minister that was like, let's send a bunch of money to all these people in America, I'd say, that guy's great. I trust him as an American. That's awesome that the government of France exists to try to enrich me and my family. That's what the United States has been. Yes, all of these, like, confidence in the United States is clearly going to decline, particularly with our European allies, when they see that the gravy train's being turned off. And what did we get for the gravy train? Well, let's talk about it. I think there's 3 specific areas that I could point to uniquely that I'll focus on to show that actually the United States power isn't weakening under Trump. It actually weakened more under prior administration, and Trump's trying to regain it. The first is, what did the world look like under the previous administration when it came to the United States? Why is it that when Trump was in office, our enemies sought not to aggress against us? During Obama, Russia invaded Ukraine. During Biden, Russia invaded Ukraine. Why didn't they under Trump? What do you think it was? You see, that very unpredictability that he laments as our allies not liking, not only does it help keep our allies in check and understanding that they're not just to suckle off our teeth, but they're supposed to bring something to a friendship, but it also means that our adversaries are less likely to take advantage of us. Famously, Intel reports that are now being released that were covered up at the time actually showed that the CIA had data in 2016 suggesting that some actors in Russia in their government wanted Hillary Clinton to win. And the reason was they found her predictable. That they had it down to a science what people like Obama, what people like Hillary, and even on the other side, what people like Bush would do. That's how when we saw, for example, Obama's red line in Syria, no one was afraid or intimidated by the United States because they knew. Ultimately, at the end of the day, those administrations would apologize and say America's the bad guys and, oh, well, we don't want to do these things. Simultaneously, you might say, well, that's a good thing. Maybe Obama was a president of peace, but it's not true. We went into disastrous wars like Libya with NATO, by the way, our allies, and took a former country that was, with all of its problems, and I was no Gaddafi fan, had the highest literacy rate in sub-Saharan Africa, and all of a sudden we turned it into a place with open-air slave markets. All the while, Gaddafi told us that the vaunted NATO allies and the United States was actually arming groups that were Islamic terrorists. And wouldn't you know, he was exactly right. That's what happened when the prestigious United States under the Obama administration went in. We also saw how weak the United States looked on the world stage when Biden's disastrous Afghan pullout happened. What a joke. The rest of the world had to realize that the United States was a paper tiger at that point. We were literally so desperate that we had to rely on the very people that we were fighting for near 20 years, the Taliban, to provide security. As the prisoners that allegedly they freed in Bagram Air Base, ISIS-K, bombed our troops, killing, I believe, 13 of them and countless Afghan civilians. The situation was so desperate and the United States military so utterly defeated that people hung off the wings of airplanes as they were fleeing back to the United States with their tail between their legs. This sent a signal on the world stage to our adversaries of how weak the United States was under the Biden administration, and to our allies just how little they could depend on people like Biden and the United States during that administration, that we lost so humiliating in that situation. Nothing Trump's done. In fact, under Trump, what we've seen, although there have been problems with Iran, basically because Trump's been using a steady hand and being restrained and not deciding to declare a full war, look at what happened with Venezuela. Dictators around the world have to be shaking in their boots that at any night, a United States that's not focused on DEI with their military, but actually focused on competent people, could send special forces in one night and completely take out the regime. That's the fear and the respect now that not just our adversaries have, but our allies have. Can you even imagine an operation like that under the Biden administration? We also see, like I mentioned, Syria's red line and how the rest of the world didn't take us seriously with that. Now, that's not to say that I appreciate all the military actions Trump's taken, or I even was in favor of Biden attempting to pull out of Afghanistan. He just did it like a buffoon. But it is to speak to sort of the unpredictability and the restoring confidence, not in the United States as a pushover that you could take advantage of, but as a staunch ally that will be your best friend if you work with them, but will kick your ass and shove a boot in it if you decide to cross them. That's what strength on the world stage looks like. This hippy-dippy shit of, well, it's just about allies, that's not going to prevent the marauders at the door. The next thing that I have to say is that the alliances are overstated. They didn't pay their fair share. They're paying now. He says, well, that just shows that these people are looking to the future. That's not true at all. Them paying now shows that they now have to fear and respect the United States because they've relied on the United States as just giving them welfare. And now we're saying that's no allyship at all. Welfare is that you're our protectorate. That doesn't make you our ally. A true ally stands with you and meets their obligations. Now we see those allies are meeting those obligations. We've sold out the middle class in this country in the name of these allyships. All of these trade agreements that he's lamenting, that I'm not saying Trump did things perfectly, but at least he's trying, that he sees an actual problem. The United States manufacturing base is desperate. The amount of trade deficits that we have in other countries is unsustainable. We have to rely on adversaries like China for simple needs like textiles, ammunitions, simple medications. And all the while, we went from the most robust blue-collar manufacturing base in the world to selling out in the name of being the world police and protecting our allies. It certainly enriched many of our allies. It's enriched companies around the world. But what's that done for the people? 1 minute left?
Yep.
Okay. What's that done for people in my area of the world? Not much. The last things to say this, not only were our allies not really our allies, they were actually our enemies. They attacked the USA in many ways. We'll get into Russiagate, how I believe the intel assets were working with Obama to attack Donald Trump. We have evidence now that China was attacking in 2020 and the Biden administration allowed that to go. That's what Trump's talking about right now. What about the Digital Service Act, where we see our European allies are trying to revoke our First Amendment by attacking American companies, saying that they have to capitulate the non-free speech standards in Europe, something the Biden administration totally capitulated to and Trump's standing up to. That doesn't sound like allies that's trying to attack American companies for the crime of free speech. What about elections like in Romania, where our European allies just asserted, the election doesn't count because we think Russia interfered? And there's countless examples of our European allies attacking right-wing populists because they know that they could go along with the globalists in the United States and they have no fear of them because they did not respect the United States as a sovereign nation. Look, all the bluster about Canada, Greenland, and all this, it's a new world, baby. The United States is tired of being a pushover. Donald Trump, with all of his flaws, is putting us back on the world stage, understanding we won't be walked over anymore. We won't be taken advantage of by our allies. We won't be intimidated by our enemies. And thank God we have a president that actually gives a shit about the people of the United States as opposed to not looking like a bigot on the world stage.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And that is going to be the conclusion for opening statements. From here, we're going to move into the moderated open floor discussion. Again, we're aiming for around 2 hours total. At that point, I'll check in, see if the debaters want to continue or move into closings. I'll mostly be staying out of the way unless things go like too far off the rails or the talking over each other becomes unbearable for the audience. Other than that, I'll be out of the way. Quick reminder for the chat. Again, $20 or under $20 super chats and Rebel rants. Those will be read by me at the end of the stream. $20 and up may be read live during the natural pauses in the debate if it pertains to the topic. $50 and up will become a forced question for both debaters, again, if it's pertaining to the topic. With that said, open floor is yours, gentlemen. I'll start the timer back here, and I'll check in with you when we're at the 2 hour mark.
I'll leave you go ahead and start as the affirmative, so wherever you want to take it. Oh, you're muted, bud.
Just in case my dog started going off while you were talking.
No problem.
If you want to say that the U.S. has been steady in decline since X date, I'll concede. I'll not even concede. I'll probably admit that if we went through it, I haven't really thought that deep into it. But
look, just
my
to say,
claim,
would you agree then? Like, let's just go back to the time of Reagan. Would you say that every administration post Reagan has led a weakening of the United States on the world stage? Or can you think of a president you would say buck that trend?
Well, for me to go from Reagan to HW to Clinton would be hard for me to do just because I was young or not.
Sure, fair enough.
You don't know it. I would say the general trend over my lifetime would be that way, yes.
So you think Obama to Trump's first term to Biden to Trump's second term?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say in general our influence is declining, and I think part of that is just going to naturally come because like the internet's made it more global. So while we were sending our stuff out, everyone can send their stuff out instantaneously, like we were able to with our technology.
Well, now, can I ask you this thing? Given that I'm happy for the concession, it seems to be, and like you could say if I'm wrong here, but it seems to be the reason that this topic would be something worth talking. It's not just an aside. It's not like you're just making a statement of fact, like 2 + 2 is 4. It seems like you're making a statement of opinion that the actual decisions that Trump's made. So, given if we can acknowledge that the status quo is an inevitable decline in U.S. power, could you at least undertake the possibility that instead of being predictable, which we see the results is the United States declining power, even if it didn't work out, Trump at least tried something different, which maybe could have bucked the trend?
With our enemies, sure.
But even with the allies.
No, why would you screw over your allies? Why would you attack every ally instantaneously at the same time with tariffs? And if you wanted to bring back manufacturing here, I agree with that. But you wouldn't do broad tariffs across everything. You would tariff finished goods and not raw materials, so you can import the raw materials till you can start to make them. And then you would be able to manufacture things. So even the way they did it is just blatantly stupid. It is just an attack on our ally for no reason that actually hurts us.
All right, I'm happy to talk about this, but right before we get this, just to set the stage, you've already admitted that the United States was on a decline that maybe would be inevitable because of internet and other things. Would you admit that
slow decline versus a quick decline of people facing away from us are different?
Just real quick, just want to clarify. Would you admit that that decline was also with our influence over our allies?
No.
So you just think that we were declining vis-a-vis our enemies, but that our status with our allies increased or maintained?
Yeah, for the most part, I think the world was ready to come to us. Our aid when we wanted to back Russia, when we wanted to back Ukraine versus Russia, they all jumped to help us do that under Biden. So why would I? They were all there to help us, and then the same thing under Bush when we declared an attack on us, and they all went into the Middle East with us. Whether it was good or bad, they were there for us. They lost lives with us. They've pretty much been there when we needed them.
So let me get this straight. Like, I'm making a fundamental claim that I actually don't think the allies have done enough for us, and I think
what other president? Okay, so let me ask you this then: what other president did they deny the use of their Air Force base, our bases there, their airspace to?
Well, there's been many times. Let me finish. There's been many specific allies that have denied. Like famously, there were some allies that weren't on board during the W. Bush administration with the Iraq War. Correct?
Yeah, but not all of Europe said, no, you're not using our bases. And all of our allies in the Middle East basically said, no, you're not using our bases. The whole world basically said, you can't use your own bases, our airspace to bomb Iran. We've never gotten.
First off, it wasn't the whole world, but we did have key allies that said that. Are they really our allies then? Did we have the right to go into Iran?
Does your ally have to support you in every war to be your ally?
Is it our base?
Is it their airspace?
It doesn't matter. It's our base, right?
Right.
What is the point of being in a military alliance? Let me finish.
A defensive military alliance.
Okay. Nonetheless, okay. So your argument is these were our allies, right? Yeah. But we should be okay with them, and it's our fault that they're like, you can't use your own military bases to achieve military objectives in a conflict that you're in.
I think what you're missing is that, and you're saying and this also points to when you said confidence doesn't matter from the rest of the world. It does directly, because if the world's mad at us and and all of the French citizens don't support the Iran war and don't like Trump and aren't going to back him in anything they do, their politicians can't back him because they're going to lose their election.
That doesn't speak to whether or not the United States is weakening their strength. In fact, I would say, let me finish.
Clearly they have to go against us.
I would say that that's signaled that the United States is exercising their strength, where they're so powerful that other nations have to rely purely on the stance of the United States for their own elections. If these were really our friends, as you're suggesting under previous administrations, why did they have net more tariffs in many cases against the United States? If they're our allies, they would have no reason to punish us economically like that, correct?
Because you do tariffs for different reasons. I'm not against tariffs, and I don't think tariffs are inherently an attack. Just because you have a tariff on certain things, we should be protecting industry. There should be, and if you want to redo the trade agreements, fine. Why can't we get any done?
Okay, so then your point is Trump bad man. He attacked our allies for trying to have tariffs, even though they tariffed us previously, and that was okay. That was still them being our allies.
No, it's the way he went about it. He blindsided them with blanket tariffs with that didn't actually make sense in any way. He was tariffing islands with penguins, famously, because it wasn't an actual plan. And he didn't go try and negotiate them with them beforehand. Why would, if they're your friends, if you go to your friend, you don't go, hey, do this right now, or I'm gonna attack you. You say, hey, can we talk about this? Can we talk about this?
Did Europe negotiate? Did Europe negotiate with us before they tariffed us? Can you explain those negotiations?
We have a trade deal with them.
What was their negotiations when they decided to tariff us?
I'd have to look up what in response to our tariffs.
No. They already tariffed us. For example, European Union tariffs our automobiles. What was the negotiations they had with the United States before they enacted that tariff?
I'd have to look up the trade deal that they signed with the EU.
But you're positive it happened.
Yes.
You're positive that it came, and the United States said that sounds fair to us. That sounds good.
Okay, let's go. Let's forget that. Let's go with the USMCA. We signed that. You saying Canada was screwing us? Was Canada screwing us?
Why forget that? Because you don't have an answer?
Because I don't have the exact trade.
But I want you to explain to me how that works. Was the United States, for example, under
in trade deals, typically you negotiate the tariff rates. Yes.
Why don't you leave me get my thought out, and then you could respond?
Sure.
Okay. Do you think under the Biden administration or the Obama administration that they were happy with automobile tariffs against the United States?
Probably not.
Okay. So why would our allies and friends do that?
Because sometimes they have to protect their auto industry too. And as your friend, you talk to each other about it. You sign a trade deal about it, and then you go, okay, look, hey, we're Germany. We got to protect our car industry, so we're going to do this. This is what we're going to give up or let you tariff, and you sign a trade deal. That's how it works.
So
that's how trade deals
work. The way
work.
it worked here with Trump,
like with Canada. No, it didn't. No, Trump just went off and changed it. Right? He didn't negotiate.
Yes, I'm well aware that the predictable nature of presidents that didn't give a shit about the manufacturing or blue-collar work in this country were happy to sell out the workers to a foreign base. I'm aware of that. Therefore, when you're used to privilege, equal treatment seems like it's discriminatory. So when we actually had a president that said, you know what, I give a fuck about American workers, and so here's the deal. I'm going to put these broad across-the-board tariffs, and they're going to come in place in so many days unless you come and negotiate with us. And guess what happened? Most of those countries came and negotiated, and the big flat level tariffs that he was talking about was never issued, because instead of just issuing him, he actually said he ran on it and then implemented, this is what I'm going to do. Now, if the European Union's allowed to look out for their automobile sector and things like that, and so they're allowed to say, hey, just wanted to let you know, United States, we're going to implement these tariffs to protect us. Why is it verboten for the Trump administration to say, we want to protect our manufacturing sector?
It's not. It's the way you went about it.
Again, so what was so wrong about what he went about it?
Because when you go with your okay, let me ask you this. Say you need to make a deal with your friends. You need to make plans with your friends tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Do you threaten them before you say, hey, I would like to do this, and I need a little help with this. We should go here because it's going to help me out. Or do you say, hey, we're all going to go here right now, or I'm going to cut off your access to me forever?
I would say that both are a horse apiece to me, but I'm not a pussy, so maybe it's different. For me, what it is if you say honeyed words to say, hey, I'm going to fuck you over and steal your house, that's no different than just saying, hey, fuck you, I'm going to steal your house. The honey words don't make it better to me. So the idea that it's like, oh, Europe came to us and said, United States, you guys are great. We're going to tariff the shit out of your automobiles, but hey, you guys are good. Whereas Trump saying, hey, you motherfuckers have taken advantage of us. We're going to give you 2 months to negotiate trade deals with us. To me, the harsh rhetoric of Trump doesn't make that bad, but what Europe did okay.
Okay, so you're telling me Canada's been robbing us?
No. Canada's had certain tariffs on us. The United States, what they're doing is,
were those tariffs?
Let me finish. Okay. The United States is a world power. What they did was they were like, we're going to set out one flat policy for the entire world. Then we're willing to negotiate with each specific country, right, for the specific things that we want out of a trade deal. Canada, there were 2 things going on. There were things that we wanted to reciprocate when it came to sort of trade deficits with them and specific tariffs that they had. There were also other things, such as non-cooperation with illegal immigration, etc., that the Trump administration was trying to use tariffs as leverage to get them to cooperate on those things.
Okay, do you think that our allies moving closer to China, that you would say that maybe not screwing us over, but wanted to renegotiate, that Trump negotiated those tariffs in his last term? So I guess he didn't care about blue-collar Americans when he negotiated those tariffs in the USMCA. Those tariffs, the milk tariffs, all the tariffs are in the USMCA.
It is true that the USMCA that came under the Trump administration had tariffs and things like that were brought on board. It doesn't mean, let me finish. It doesn't mean that the Trump administration coming in and saying we want a better deal for the United States is something that's bad. I understand that many people, and it seems like you're one of these, is more concerned about the rest of the world patting us on the head and saying good boy than actually working for the American people. I say fuck all that. I don't care what a failing country, socialist wannabe country like Canada that sees their GDP declining precipitously and sees the entire cultural makeup of their country. I don't give a fuck that their feelings are hurt. Sorry.
Yeah, you might not, but when their feelings are hurt, they stop buying our weapons and start buying Swedish manufacturers.
So then, how's their so then GDP of the United States has gone down? Right?
No, not yet.
Oh,
not yet.
In fact, it's gone up quite a lot, hasn't it?
Yeah, but the GDP isn't whether we're stronger on the world stage or not. Again,
well, if the argument is just literally trade deals and like trade deficits, etc., what we could see is that we already had massive deficits around the world. So the idea of like people will stop buying our shit, that was already happening. That's one of the things Trump's doing. He's trying to switch that because he thinks that there are deficits that countries aren't buying our shit enough.
Do you think that there's only such things as short-term things that happen? There's long-term consequences.
Sure, there are long-term consequences. I would say the long-term consequences of the status quo has been a predictable decline of the United States, particularly its manufacturing sector, and countries buying our shit. That has been the long-term consequence of what you want. And so someone comes in and tries to radically change it because the people that were supposedly our allies not only were tariffing and not buying our shit, but they were taking advantage of our military, our safety that we provided, and many other things for decades. Okay. And the people that lost were the manufacturers and blue-collar workers in the United States. We sold out a generation or two of blue-collar workers in the United States to enrich our allies. And what have we got in return?
Well, what we've gotten in return in the way we treated them now is they're going to buy less American cars and they're now going to buy Chinese cars.
Okay, so what country is going to buy less American cars than Chinese cars? Go ahead.
Canada.
Okay, how many cars under the Biden administration, how many cars did Canada buy?
I don't know. I just know that they just reduced their tariffs on Chinese from 100% down to 6%.
Did Canada have auto tariffs on the United States under the Biden administration?
Whether they have tariffs or not doesn't mean whether we were selling them or not.
Okay.
So now China had tariffs on China, or Canada had tariffs on China during the Biden administration. When Trump started doing the tariffs on Canada, they lowered the tariffs on China so they could move towards China, and they've actually made statements that they're going to be de-Americanizing and moving towards other markets.
That's fine. The failed country of Canada that's continuing to fail can decide that they're going to become allies with China because they think Trump says mean things. No problem. China will continue to tariff. Canada as an allyship will be irrelevant on the grand scale of things. We actually see wealthy places in Canada like Alberta begging to leave the failing country. Right? Canada's in a lot of shit because it's no longer home to Canadians.
You can rant about Canada all you want.
That's what you're doing. The United States is weaker on the world stage because Canada is now not tariffing China.
You're trying to tell me how weak Canada is in a debate about the United States.
Yes, your argument is, here's why the United States is weak. My argument Canada stopped tariffing China. And I'm like, who gives a fuck about Canada?
No,
why are you talking about Canada, you say?
No, my argument is when the USA's biggest trade partner starts looking for other trade partners because they don't trust you anymore, that weakens you.
I don't think it will. I don't think it will because I think that what you'll see is that manufacturing will increase in the United States, which means that we'll be able to buy more stuff in the United States that will not only create more jobs in the United States, but will actually be then more affordable for the consumers of the United States. And those manufacturing plants in the United States will lead to more selling of our products around the world. And if Canada chooses, because they're pissed off because Trump's a big meanie, to say that we're not going to engage in any trade with the United States, fine. We'll have many partners around the world.
Well, it's not actually, Europe is also doing the same thing. And so is all of our NATO allies are actually doing a 2030 readiness plan where they stop buying United States arms or get down to 28%, where they previously bought like 72% of their arms from us.
When was that proposed?
The EU unveiled a Readiness 2030 strategy. March 19th was when the article I read about.
Okay, so what's this article say?
It says the EU wants to break its security dependency on the U.S. and buy more European weapons.
Great.
So it's
Sounds
moving
great.
its military spending from majority U.S. to majority European. So it sounds like our defense contractors are going to lose a lot of money, and there's not a lot of like other options. It's not like there's just new countries popping up.
Great. Two things. One,
they can buy from.
We can see that there's already talk that U.S. needs to resupply their munitions and stuff. Great. That'll make the United States military more robust. Secondly, I don't really give a shit if the United States defense contractors start to lose some money. I'm more concerned about industries.
Right?
I'm more concerned about industries that not just create jobs, but create jobs that are doing good things in the country. That's what I'm more concerned with.
Okay.
I'm perfectly fine with not being the world police. I'm fine with that. I think the net benefit of not being the world police, if that means, but Rob, we get to sell a few less missiles to France. That's fine with me. I don't give a shit. And all the stuff you're talking about hasn't been proven. It's just hypothetical bluster that what could happen in 2030 or that our GDP could go down in the future.
No, they signed a deal. They signed a deal.
What does that have to do with? What does that have to do with anything? For example,
it's not hypothetical if they've already.
For example, it looks like the United States' actions of ramping up domestic energy production while fracturing OPEC is going to lead to United States energy being sold to partners around the world much more. Do you think Europe's going to spite themselves and say we choose to not get energy because Trump's mean words?
I don't know, but I do know right now in this country, manufacturing jobs are down and energy prices are up.
What we see is when it comes to the first up, not true, not compared to the highs of Joe Biden. Second, what we see is the jobs that were created under Biden
No. This debate is from since Trump took office.
Okay, so
you want to go back to Biden, but that's before January 1st, 2024.
Can you reread to me the topic? Can you reread to me the topic?
Yeah. The United States is weaker on the world stage since Trump took office.
Okay, does that imply that we would compare it to the administration before Trump took office?
You would have to explain how we're stronger because of it.
I'm sorry. I just asked you a specific question. You criticize me bringing up.
Yes.
Let me finish.
Energy prices.
I know.
Energy prices doesn't make us weak or strong.
I know the sign of a weak.
Donald Trump has raised prices. I
know the sign of a weak debater is to constantly spurg out and interrupt. You would do well to try to listen to your elders that have been doing this much. You're not really doing so well. So I'll repeat without you interrupting. It seemed that you interjected to imply that me bringing up energy prices under the Biden administration had nothing to do to the topic because we were talking about the strength of the Trump administration. My only point in bringing up the topic is the wording of the topic is comparative. And the fact that I'm comparing to the previous administration seems ludicrous that you would say that that's somehow not part of the topic.
Well, to me, when I'm saying energy prices have gone up since he's taken office, it's because of the things he's done. Sure, at some point under Biden, they were higher, but your claim is the things he's done since he took office have made those energy prices, are going to make those energy prices lower. But since he's taken office, my energy prices have been way up.
That's not true. Not since the highs of Joe Biden. They've been up compared to the lows of the beginning of the Trump administration when they lowered from what they were in the Biden administration. However, what I'll say is that's only been in about the past 6 months. And what we can see is futures show that energy prices are going to be less next month. The predictive markets are suggesting it'll be $63 per barrel of oil. When we went in to Iran, it was actually $70. So what we see is we had record high inflation. And at the end of the day, whether we're talking about energy prices, etc., all of that gets lumped into one big thing like inflation, basically. Or more important than inflation, how far your dollar goes. How many dollars are you getting and how far do they go? Would you agree with that?
Basically, yeah.
Okay, the metric we use to decide wage growth, in other words, on average, how much money people are earning more, versus inflation, which is how much less your dollars are worth, is called real wage growth, correct?
Correct, and this has nothing to do with the world stage.
Okay, then why are you talking about energy prices?
I was talking about energy prices because you claimed all these things he's doing to make us stronger on the world stage are going to bring down energy prices. But
that's not what I said. I said that we looks like we'll be selling more energy in the international market, and that Europe's not going to cut off their nose despite their face and not buy any energy because they think Trump says mean words.
So
That's what I said. Let me go back. Now let me go back.
Okay,
One of the ways we'd see how the United States is strong on the world stage would have to do with the livelihood of people in the United States. In fact, you basically admit this by saying the United States in your opening statement, it's like the beacon of the world, and students from all over the world try to get here. By the way, that's still true, even as Trump's trying to throw many of them out. The point is, when it comes to real wage growth, which you brought up, inflation, etc., under Biden, real wage growth was negative. That's not the case under Trump. So even though you complain about energy prices and they're higher for you, the average person's still doing better when it comes to real wage growth under Trump than they were under Biden.
I want to point out something very, very specific you said in there, that over the last few months, those energy prices have gone up.
It's true.
And those have because of Donald Trump's actions, right?
I would say in large part you could say because he ran.
Yeah, right. So if we're going to say raising gas prices, energy prices weakens the country, then he's weakened the country since the
He's still better overall than the previous administration.
He might be better.
And we can see that the energy prices are trending downward. In fact, I think core CPI, we saw the lowest rise since, I believe, April 2020. Under the previous administration with Biden, we had months that we had double-digit year-over-year inflation. We've gotten nowhere near that with Trump. So if we're saying that domestic buying power and like people's wages, etc., is part of where we stand on the world stage, yes, it's still stronger now under Trump than it was under Biden, which means that no, we haven't got weaker.
Why are you giving Trump credit for prospective prices going down, but you don't give Biden credit from taking them from that high all the way down to the prices they were when Trump took office?
Because they went high under Biden. What I'm saying is, right.
Okay, then they went Then they went down under Biden.
What I'm telling you,
and then they went up under Trump, right? That's what happened. I'm not mistaken.
So let's say
Biden, down under
President
Biden, up under Trump.
President won. Gas prices go from $2 a gallon up to $50 a gallon, and then fall to $48 a gallon. You're like, great job. President 2, they go from $48 a gallon down to $3 a gallon, then shoot up to $3.50 a gallon and fall to $3.40. And you're like, same thing. Both of them, both went up then down. You see the stupidity of that?
No, I wouldn't say that they're the same. I would say that they're, if you want to, I wouldn't say they're exactly the same in severity, but the actions created this effect, correct?
Sure. I'll say that the actions of the Biden administration created the inflation effects, and the actions of the Trump administration did as well.
Right. So the amount,
it was worse under Biden. We're stronger under Trump.
Do you think that the coming out of COVID might have had something to do with that?
I think the disastrous policies of the Biden administration in their handling of COVID, and particularly the lockdowns that Democrats enforced and wanted, is largely exactly what caused all of the supply chain crunch and the inflation that we saw.
Well, most of those lockdowns were under Trump.
By Democratic leaders.
That's fine. You can blame them, but then that means Biden inherited.
By the way, not
too,
most
right?
of them were under Trump. There was an awful lot of for example, the Biden administration suggested through OSHA that they were going to force any company with more than 50 employees to have their employees forcibly be vaccinated or be tested once a week. That sort of federal lockdown wasn't federal lockdown wasn't happening under Trump. We saw on federal workplaces, one of the first acts that Biden did when he took in was do similar things on federal workspaces, federal property, etc. So these things happen, and now making excuses.
No, I'm not. I just want to lay it out that there is other things that do inflation.
Let me real quick, right? When we're talking about the question is, are we stronger now than we were in the previous administration? I don't concede that Biden's shit was all just because of COVID and therefore he gets a pass. No. But even if I did, so what? That's not the question of the topic. Yeah. Whatever the extenuating circumstances are, we're better now than we were under Biden.
At one point under Biden, sure, but not under the last day of Biden, right?
Under the totality of Biden.
Well, we're not through the totality, so it's hard to say there. But at this point now...
Wait, what? Well,
we're not through the totality of Trump, so we can't say through the totality there.
That's absurd. We would look at the total record we have of Trump right now versus the total record we have of previous administrations. No, you don't just pick the best day under Biden and say,
it would be from when he left office, was what he left power under.
No, why would we do that?
Because that's absurd. Since the day Trump took office, we've become weaker.
That's absurd. We would look at
the day Trump took office, we become weaker.
That's the problem.
No.
the way we would evaluate this is to look at the totality of administrations that we have. Like, for example, let's say tomorrow, like hypothetically tomorrow, that the whole world's like, you know what? Fucking Trump nailed that speech. You're the man, right? Yeah, we want new trade deals. Would you all of a sudden say, based on that one statement people said, today things are looking up?
No.
The United States is good.
Of
Of
not.
course you wouldn't. You would say, wait a minute. We got to
But
get a
the
picture
debate
of the totality of these things.
Sure, but the debate prop would be the totality of the day he took office from there until now.
Yes, the day Trump took office, we had stagnated real wage growth, and now we
Sure.
have positive real wage growth.
But we had 2.8% inflation, right?
I don't
now
know
we have
what
what?
the exact. I don't know what the exact was.
It was sub
And-
3, and now we're well above 3.
And
So, okay. So
as a
since-
totality, the Trump administration has been markedly better than the previous administration.
Fine, but since he
Inflation
took an
itself
office,
is
it's
not
been
the
worse.
metric we should look at. You already conceded we would better
Yeah.
look at real wage growth. It's up over the previous
I
administration.
would say real wage growth tells us the strength on the world stage. I would say the value of the dollar would be the best way to look at that, which is also down.
Okay, the value of the dollar is what we should now look at when it comes
No,
to
I would
US.
say there's probably a lot of things to say. I've
given you a chance. So far, this is what I get. Our allies are really pissed off. I don't think our allies are our allies.
no,
I
our
had
al-
3 areas. I've given you a chance to
If
start.
they aren't our allies, what are they?
I give you a chance to start with your offense. I'd like one of my offensive positions now that we went through it.
Sure.
How did the United States look strong under previous administrations when our adversaries thought we were a fucking joke? Did Russia invade Ukraine while Trump was in office his first time?
No,
Did they invade while Trump was in office his second time?
no.
The other 2 previous administrations, the Obama and Biden administration, did Russia invade Ukraine under those administrations?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, why?
Yeah.
Because,
The United States was much more powerful when they've been intimidated.
well, it's not like they weren't fighting. Were they doing? Do you think they were doing nothing on the Ukraine fronts during Trump's administration?
I think that they were largely backtracking. Right?
I
What
think-
they saw was
They were setting up the Ukraine invasion.
No, I don't think that's true at all. I think what happened was as follows. I think that they saw that they're under the Obama administration and they're meddling in the region, which actually makes the United States weaker. That led to sort of the Maidan Revolution, which Russia felt was a color revolution by the United States. And so they decided under the Obama administration that they were going to invade, which is exactly what happened. When Trump came in, Trump was incredibly hostile to Russia, despite what the media said, was doing things that Obama was unwilling to do, like selling Javelin missile systems, etc., anti-tank systems to Ukraine, and Russia backed off. They were sort of, and this is what the intelligence shows, that they didn't know what to make of Trump. They were like, fuck, this guy's a lunatic. He may attack us. So they were like, we ain't invading. Then Biden came in and it's like business as usual. We know about Biden. He's the exact extension. Biden's an empty shell. He's got dementia. The whole world knows it. They know he's a fucking figurehead, that it's ran by people behind the scenes. And Russia's like, we know exactly what we could do. And so they invaded and they got away with it. Right?
So
then when Trump comes in, like the rest of the world knows, like they see what happened with Maduro. They're like, holy fuck. Biden administration, our allies, like his son, the previous administration, Biden, you want to know who his son was working for over in Ukraine? He's working with, not my words, but Vice President Biden at the time's word, a corrupt pro-Russian oligarch named Zlochevsky. That was paying the
You want
vice
to talk
president.
about sons working with corrupt national leaders, oligarchs?
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
So you don't think anything you think that like anybody in Saudi Arabia is corrupt dictator?
Is Saudi Arabia our ally?
Sure.
Is Russia our ally?
Sure. Is Ukraine our ally?
Wait. Russia's our ally.
But he's working for a Ukrainian
He was
energy
working
company.
for a Ukrainian energy company that was under arrest or being investigated for being pro-Russian and siphoning money out to Russia. He was considered a Russian oligarch or pro-Russian oligarch. In addition, in his own emails, Hunter Biden admitted he was working for, quote, the spy chief of China. Is China our ally?
No.
Okay. Under the Trump administration, do you think China would have the balls to fly a spy balloon the entire way across our country?
There's reports that it did happen.
Show
but
me.
They just didn't know about it.
Show me.
Trump era Chinese balloons went undetected. BBC.
Okay, let's say from the first administration. What's the date?
Well, It was February 7th, 2023, so it was before his second
Oh, okay.
administration.
So what it was the BBC, a pro.
At least
left-wing-
3 suspected Chinese spy balloons flew over the U.S. undetected during the Donald Trump presidency, defense officials have said.
So the Biden administration said that let them go. Oh, trust us, this happened under Trump too? That's what the BBC state media is saying there?
I'd have to go through and check all the receipts right now, Rob.
Let's say they were undetected. What do you think?
But you said that they won.
What? That's right.
Maybe
I did say that.
Maybe they detected
That's
it.
right.
You're saying they didn't.
That's
but
right. I am saying. But
I have
even
reported
if that's
they
true,
did.
even if that's
So
true,
it's just
which I
your
don't-
word versus the reporting.
Yes,
of
that's
probably
exactly
more
what I'm
too.
saying.
That's just the first thing.
Yes,
Okay.
that's exactly what I'm saying. Secondly, right, even if it did happen, we all saw the one from China under Biden, and they said, we're not going to do anything. Did that happen under the Trump administration?
Well, if they didn't even know about it.
Okay, so what's more of a sign of weakness?
No,
Our greatest adversaries whipping their dick out and saying, we're going to fly our fucking spy shit over you, and you guys are just going to point and say, what can we do? And Biden says, nothing. Or
Rob,
they
do you
did
know
it, but had to do it clandestinely because if the Trump administration would have found out, they'd have did something.
Do you know if we jammed it or anything? Or are you just assuming that everything were just able to freely do whatever they want?
I think that it freely floated the entire way across our country.
Yes, but obviously that spy balloon, if it's collecting information, has to send it somewhere, correct?
Was the United States more hostile under China, under Trump, or under Biden?
Well, China's been expanding its power since.
Was the
we pulled
United
out of the
States
US
more
area.
hostile to China under Trump or under Biden?
Well, right now, Trump seems to be real friendly with them, so I don't know.
You do? You think that? You think Trump's been more friendly?
He
to
asked
the
them for
Chinese?
helping Iran. He asked them for helping Iran.
So just to be clear, that's a sign of weakness that he's trying to get an international coalition to help with Iran?
No, but I think that's a sign that they're less of an enemy than you think.
No, I think what Trump's trying to do is be harsh against our enemies like Russia and China, but also try to give them opportunities to come to the table to not be adversaries, as opposed to places like the Biden administration that were saying things like it was an act of war that Russia interfered, while at the same time covering up that China was doing the same thing. So, I mean, I don't know what to say. And what about the Afghan pullout? Did that make us look good in the world stage? Was that a sign of strength on the world stage? People hanging off
probably not.
airplanes? No, can
probably
you
not.
point to me the Trump situation where that occurred in his first or second term?
Well, I mean, the negotiation where they basically surrendered to him was pretty bad.
Surrendered
that whole
to who?
negotiated pullout.
Surrendered to who?
Did you not? Rob, why don't you tell me what Trump negotiated in that deal and who was present at the negotiations?
In what deal? Who are you talking about?
Iraq and the Iraq deal, pullout deal. He negotiated.
The Iraq pullout deal.
Yeah.
Okay, I believe you.
Or Afghanistan. I'm sorry, Afghanistan. I'm sorry, the Afghanistan pullout deal. I apologize.
Okay, in the Afghanistan pullout deal, what Trump did was negotiated a gradual pullout that would have actually been something that had the Biden administration done would have been something I was in favor of, a gradual pullout to give power to, what was it, the Afghan ANC, whatever the Afghan forces there. That's what Trump negotiated. What happened was the Biden administration decided what they would do is they were going to pull out of Bagram Air Base, which was secured by the U.S. military, which they did, which predictably then led to the Taliban freeing terrorists that were housed in Bagram Air Base, which then meant the United States had to use civilian air bases controlled by the Taliban to withdraw, which predictably led to those same ISIS people, so we're told, bombing our troops and killing them. Which then led to people hanging off the wings of airplanes as we fled with our tail between our legs. Just saying, well, Trump also was negotiating a pullout that didn't occur, so therefore I think that shows a sign of weakness is absurd.
You haven't gotten to my. You didn't even let me get to my point. You assumed my point. So, who was that? Who signed those negotiations? Who was there at the negotiations? Was the Afghanistan? Was Afghanistan the people we were supposedly giving power to there, or was it just the enemies of the United States and they cut them out of the deal?
No, I believe the head of the ANC, whatever the Afghan security
That would be
forces
incorrect,
was there.
sir. That would
So
be incorrect. It was
so just to be
cut out
clear-
of the deal. That's
Okay.
why they cut and ran, because they did not. They didn't negotiate this deal at all, and they were scared as shitless, and they didn't. That's why they weren't going to fight. And yes, Biden fucked shit up too. I'm not going to sit here and say that. Of course he did.
Okay, so just to be clear, Trump had negotiations purely with the Taliban that he specifically said that the leaders of the Afghan security forces were not allowed to attend. That's your
He
argument.
didn't specifically say he
Can you show me
negotiated
a
with them
link?
out there.
Can you show me the link? So what I'm reading is that at the time, Ghani wasn't party to the negotiations in February 2020. The timeline was a full withdrawal by 2021. The Taliban made certain pledges to prevent al-Qaeda, et cetera, et cetera. It didn't require the Taliban to stop attacking, I guess they called it ANSEF. But the deal was that we thought, that was said under the Trump and the Biden administrations, that the
So in that deal, you just said that.
Say again? I can't hear you. Are you muted?
I'm sorry, I lost you there for a second.
Oh, okay. I said I couldn't hear what you said. Or
No, I think I lost. Hello? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
No, I think my internet cut out for a second there.
Okay. So,
Okay.
yeah, it looks like when
good?
Trump was signing the deal in Doha that the Afghan president or whatever wasn't there. Nonetheless, it's irrelevant. The point is that it was the way that it was implemented.
No,
Is
but
what
it-
was that it
but
the
what's-
way
no,
that,
it is
the way
relevant.
that it is not relevant. The way that it was implemented.
Sure, that was wrong too.
Okay, just to be clear, your argument is the Biden administration did plan for plan what Trump suggested, the exact playbook, and therefore Trump gets
No.
part of the blame. Okay, then what's the point? The bad shit didn't
No.
happen under Trump; it happened under
My
Biden.
point. No, when you say we're gonna retreat, and you guys can still keep attacking them, but we're just gonna back off, and they're not even gonna be here when we make this deal. You basically said, "Hey, we're just gonna leave our allies there."
We didn't just leave
That's
our.
what-
You have no proof that we were quote just going to leave our allies there.
Read the deal you just said. It did not include the fact that the Taliban would stop
Who was our
attacking
allies?
That's
So,
it.
for example, the interpreters, etc., that were there with us, key people.
The
we weren't-
Afghanistan government, we put in.
Yes.
We were supporting.
So there was the idea of the Afghani government, right? But the allies, the people that worked with the United States, as far as the on the ground people, there is no evidence that Trump was going to leave them there. What you're doing is
What
you're
I'm saying
doing is
no.
what you're doing is-
You're missing my point. Read the deal again. What you said. It
Wait,
said that-
let me steelman your position because you're incapable of making a succinct point. But Rob, we were allied with the Afghan government, and because they weren't party to that actual treaty, that means that this was bad because we were just leaving them. I don't give a fuck about that. What I give a fuck about is the United States not only left the Afghan government there, but did so in such a poor way that it resulted in deaths of the United States civilians and bringing in thousands of Afghanis that weren't vetted because we had to flee with our tail between our legs because it wasn't the idea of pulling out or who we were leaving in charge that was the problem. It was the idea of the way in which we did it, that we took away the secure military base that wasn't being attacked by the Taliban, gave it away willfully under the Biden administration, and then relied on the very Taliban we were at war with to provide security for our troops, which predictably led to our troops dying, which predictably led to us having to not only allow the allies that worked like interpreters and shit, we actually left tons of Americans on the ground in Afghanistan as we fled with our tail between our legs. In the most optical, disastrous military action since Vietnam. Literally, people hanging off the the wings of airplanes. And you're like, yeah, but in Doha in February 2020, Trump's negotiation deal could have included the Afghan security forces. That would have been better.
Well,
It's
yeah,
irrelevant.
my point is that a lot of people screwed that up, and they did get weaker. And I'm not telling you Biden didn't screw it up, but what I'm telling you is, since what you just told me was that we lost the base, we lost the base, and we lost American soldiers, so that made us weaker, right?
Yes, we looked like a joke.
So
Optically,
what happened? Yes, I agree. We looked like a joke.
Yes.
We did look like a joke.
Correct.
I'm not going to argue on that.
Yes.
100%.
So how's that strength on the world stage?
Well, what's it look like when you have to retreat your soldiers out of your bases in the region for their safety? Your bases get bombed and 13 American soldiers die. What is that making us look stronger or weaker?
When you're in an active military conflict, first off, I want you to be honest. If I was to
An
tell
active military conflict, yes, I agree.
Okay.
They're both not active.
Right.
They're both active military conflicts.
Wow, you're very confident for someone who's doing so poor here. I love it. Would you, if I told you that we would be in an active military conflict with Iran, a far more robust military than the Taliban? In fact, some people say the strongest military in the region, maybe Israel. If I told you we'd be in conflict with them, how many months now? 6?
6.
And we would have lost 13 soldiers. You'd have told me I was full of shit.
I would ask you how many boots we put on the ground, actually.
No, that's not true. You may
Yeah,
ask that
100%.
question. You may ask that
100%.
question. Okay, 0. Now, how many do you think would have died?
Huh? I would, if we don't put any on the ground, I think very limited would die because we do have air superiority
Define
against most of the world.
define very limited. 0?
6 months against Iran's military, against Iran. Wait, Iran's who had where did they get their Air Force from again?
Biden administration? Obama
No,
administration?
no. They got it.
The money
in
that they
sli-
were getting to fund Hezbollah from the Obama administration?
Their airplanes were from us in the 70s.
Oh, yes, I agree. Yeah, of course. Yes. We
were
have a
our
large
friends.
history. We have a large history of arming would-be terrorist regimes that
Agreed.
we then later fight. Yep. Okay.
Agreed.
I don't see what the
Agreed.
point is here.
Agreed. But those
Can you just
sorry, I
answer the
sounded like
question?
Chris Brown. What was the question again? One more
The
time.
question
Sorry.
is, if I told you we were in conflict with Iran for 6 months, how many Americans do you think would have died? If you had to guess.
If I again, it's big because I understand how military works. If we're in a war conflict on the ground, where our soldiers are on the ground and they're easier targets, it's obviously going to be more. So it would be a difference.
Okay.
I wouldn't think but I wouldn't think very many.
More than 13?
Probably not. Not the way
I don't
because
believe you. I think you're full of shit. Anyone who has any knowledge, maybe that's true. Maybe you're just stupid. Anyone who has any knowledge of this said that Iran's military was so robust and they would be able to reach bases of ours in the region that they would have anticipated that it would have been. That's not true at all. You want me to bring up reports of people suggesting if we went to war with Iran that it would lead to thousands of U.S. soldiers dying?
I assume that means boots on the ground.
Not necessarily. It's also talking about attacking our bases. How many people die on average in training exercises a month in the U.S. military?
So you're telling me that these deaths are acceptable because there's training exercises that kill people?
No, what I'm saying is that the deaths, every death is tragic. However, to pretend because there was 13 deaths while we went into an active war that somehow shows a sign of weakness is a joke.
Yeah, but it's also
that's actually far better than almost anyone credible would have anticipated.
Yeah, and what about the destruction of our bases?
So?
And having to retreat. Oh, so the reason that no one got hurt was because we retreated, right?
We didn't. Yes, in conflicts, there are times that retreat, though I don't think that it's as simple as you're saying that we just fled and left shit there, like the Biden administration did.
No. When I say retreated.
Right, temporary retreats, etc. Unlike the Biden administration that retreated in such a terrible fashion that it made the strongest air force in the region the Taliban, because it left all of this military equipment there that they're now able to use. So yes, I think that it's precipitously different when we're in an active. For example, how many people died under the Obama administration's wars in places like Syria or Libya? How many people died under Bush's war in places like Iraq? If we're just talking about U.S. deaths and having to make strategic retreats, well, then the United States was far weaker in those regimes.
No, I didn't. The number of deaths doesn't matter. A lot of times, the war.
How about strategic retreats? That's what you're talking about.
No, I'm just saying in this situation that fine. Every single one of them made us look weaker. Every single one of them slowly weakened us on the world stage.
That's not true.
Okay, correct.
Right. Not so then you're the one making the point.
Yes, but when you have to pull all of your bases out of the region because you can't protect them, when you've got a whole bunch of allies there, you telling you're going to protect.
Just to be clear, your argument is, just to be clear, we pulled, quote, all of our bases out of the region. That's your claim.
We pulled our soldiers out of the bases because we couldn't protect the bases from being hit.
That's not true. We pulled them out because it was strategically made sense to protect them to the best of our ability, which it seems like we did so very well.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's that's a sign of weakness that we prevented our soldiers from being killed.
Well, on some level, if you have to pull back and let them destroy a base to do it, that is a little weak. You can't stop them from destroying the base.
I don't think they totally destroyed bases.
Damaging the base, causing millions of dollars. They're causing millions of dollars. They're affecting tourism in the region. Iran's running that region right now.
If you looked at people and said, if you attack Iran, what would the results be? Almost all of them would have said it would be worse than what we currently saw. And Iran's running the region. Not really. By the way, this is what I love about people like you, right? Because I assume you're not a Trump fan. If he's like, hey, let's try to negotiate a settlement and leave Iran, do some things like run some things after we devastated their entire administration, you're like, Trump's a cuck. It looks sweet. He's retreating. But if Trump's like, fuck you, we're going to resume bombing, you're like, what a tyrant. This is horrible.
That'd be odd to put words in my mouth because I think at this point we have to negotiate. No, at this point we have to negotiate a way out.
It doesn't seem like that's what's happening. It seems like we tried, and then at least in Trump's version, Iran violated the MOU, and so we decided we're going to start bombing the shit out of them again.
Yeah, and what? Okay, but have you looked at have you seen any of the movements through the Strait of Hormuz?
Yes.
So most people, when the United States said this lane's open, and Iran said no, it's not. This lane's open. Which way did most places go?
It depends on when. But many of them did what Iran said. Is that the way it's been this week?
This week it's been closed recently.
What we see is the United States is now saying, okay, we gave Iran a chance. They fucked it up. Now we're going to take over.
Yeah, but Iran has shown that it can control people from listening to the U.S. So now the U.S. has to block everything because people are listening to Iran over the United States.
We'll see. We'll see how it ends up. What I'm telling you is to make
No, we
this
see it. We in the Strait of Hormuz. We see people saying.
Give me your prediction right now. Give me your prediction right now. Iran ends up controlling the Straits of Hormuz under this conflict, and the United States turns tails and runs, and Iran decides to be tyrants in the way they control it. Or the United States has a negotiated settlement with them where they're not tyrants. Or third, the United States sits there and them and their allies maintain control of the Strait. Go ahead.
I think that there's some. You gave me some. There's a lot of range in what you said.
Okay, well then give me your exact
So
words.
I think at some point we negotiate something, but I think that Iran will control some sort of tolling system or have some kind of control over the Strait of Hormuz they didn't have before.
Okay,
we'll
we'll see what happens. I think if the Iranian regime decides to be more in alliance with the United States, it would still be a net benefit. The point I'm trying to make is it's a false dichotomy to compare these two things anyways. When we compare the weakness of how the United States looked with the Afghan withdrawal to, well, we're in an active conflict with Iran, very similar to what I could point to the same types of shit. We lost soldiers in Syria under Biden. There were strategic withdrawals in Syria under Biden, etc. These sort of things happen in conflict. I'm not saying I particularly like the Iran conflict, but I don't think it shows that the United States is as embarrassingly weak as the Afghan pullout did. And I think you're doing a poor job. The other part that you miss is that even with the signs of weakness that we have in the things that I aforementioned, it's actually worse than that because strategically, our allies that you're saying we need to have pat in the head and say that we're good boys actually weren't our allies at all. For example, I could skip the second part if you want, because how far are we, Speak? We're an hour in or an hour 15?
We are at hour 13 left.
The United States has actually been attacked by our allies in various ways, not just with the tariffs. How about with the DSA, the Digital Service Act? The European Union passed the Digital Service Act that exists almost solely to censor American social media companies, which would predictably mean the only way for those companies to remain profitable would be to enact policies that would enforce Americans to no longer have free speech. How is that an ally that's doing that to our companies and our free speech?
Do you think that they can't have VPNs that stop Americans? In fact, they couldn't do that. Wait. So you're telling me that the DSA is going to make them say so Americans can't say the same things because
because the way that this would happen would be the fines that they're suggesting are so draconian that they would, if a European used a VPN and was able to pretend they're in America and access and be able to say these sort of things, that would also lead to the punishment of companies like X and Facebook. So the only way that companies like that will be able to comply is to have universal standards. These companies will not have the resources to be like, okay, we have specific terms of service for each country that we operate in. They'll just have blanket terms of service. Either way, it used to be in the past, none of our allies would have the balls to do this, to attack American companies like this. And yet we see that the European Union not only were they doing this, the Biden administration was tipping their cap. Largely because the Biden administration and Democrats in general don't like free speech online. And so they actually were like, if we can't censor free speech here, the next best thing is to have our allies in Europe do it. And then we could say, well, what can we do? It's out of our hands. The Trump administration's actually pushing back on those allies. Why are they our friends if they're trying to punish U.S. companies for the crime of free speech?
Well, you just said that they were doing what Joe Biden wanted. So that means they were doing what Joe Biden wanted. So that means they were our friends, right?
Well, they may have been friends to people that aren't really American or interested in the
Joe Biden's not American?
Interested in the well-being of Americans. So just to be clear, your argument is if a country decides specific, let's say Trump says tomorrow, no Democrats could ever have free speech or guns again, right? And the European Union says, fuck right, we're gonna try to enforce that if Americans are abroad too. You'd say, hey, that's Europe being friends of America. That's what you would say?
I mean, they're doing what they want, so that would be influence. So it would be them, our ability to influence them for sure.
I think it's not our ability.
It's good or bad.
I don't think it's our ability to influence. I think it's more akin to the United States and the leadership of it being more interested in globalism and not actually giving a shit about the values of Americans. So what we see is the rest of the world says, you're fucking right, we could punish American companies, and there ain't a fuck all thing that your administration's going to do about it. And Biden says, yes, sir, you got it.
So what's changed?
Trump.
What changed with the law?
Well, Trump's pushing back and threatening with things like sanctions and tariffs.
Has anything changed?
No, Europe's struggling along with it because they're afraid that Trump's going to retaliate.
So it seems like it's in the same position it was before Trump took office.
It was something that was coming down the pipe and that they were going to enact, and now they've delayed it largely because Trump's suggestion of retaliating.
Well, why wouldn't they rush it real quick when Biden was in office if everybody wanted it? Why did they wait for Trump to get in office?
For the same reason that a lot of things happened, because it was taking time to pass this through the EU, and it was something they talked about and had a time frame. They assumed that actually we would see. The point is, it doesn't matter why didn't they do it? Is it happening? Yes or no? Can you give me that?
Well, if it's happening right now, still under Trump,
is it happening? Yes or no?
I'm not completely. I don't know about. I've heard of it, but I'm not very informed on this.
Let's say it is happening. Let's say it is happening.
I'm assuming it's happening. I'm taking you at your word.
Okay, let's assume let's just say yes, it's happening the same now as it would have under Biden. Okay, let's say that just for the sake of argument. I don't think that's the case, but let's say. Okay, are they our allies?
Well, I mean, I would say that Biden's influence to get him to do what he wants, and Trump not able to get him to change back to what he wants would mean that
irrelevant to my question. Is that the action of allies?
Well, if attacking them with tariffs is sure. According to you guys, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
That's not what I'm saying. My entire point is that these allies are actually antithetical to America in the first place. And the way they've been allies is a bunch of leaders in this country are willing to sell out manufacturing and blue-collar workers in this country in the name of our allies. We kept sending them resources over and over, and the rest of the world said, yes, good boys. Then Trump comes in and says, hey, fuck this. Stop attacking us. Stop attacking free speech. Stop tariffing us. Start paying your fair share for our military alliance. And they say, we don't like this. We like the previous administration that just let us take advantage of you. And then dudes like you come along and say, see, the United States is waning in influence of our allies because they're upset because we're asking them to treat us fairly and to pay their obligations.
All right. So let's say you're a mob boss.
Okay.
Right? You got the biggest gun too.
Okay.
Biggest gun, most money. And you got all these people around you that are working for you.
Okay.
Maybe they're skimming off the top a little bit for themselves.
Okay.
Are they still your allies?
Depends.
Okay. What if they all decide, you got the biggest gun, you're the most powerful one. What if they all decide, fuck that, we're not going to work with you anymore. You've been being a dick to us. We're all going to go work together. And yeah, you got your biggest gun, but we got all these other guns and we got all this. So you got to do it all yourself now.
Mm-hmm.
Who's stronger? The one that's getting skimmed off the top or the one standing alone?
It depends. First off, the analogy doesn't fly for a numerous amount of reasons, but I'll answer anyways. Well, if your gun was big enough that you could blow them all the fuck away and still maintain your power, now you've just got rid of a bunch of leeches that were siphoning off your power and contributing nothing to you. So you're stronger now.
Yeah, but you also have nobody to nobody to get that stuff that was to do those things.
That's not true. You just get new people that do it.
We're talking about, but if you take this to the country standpoint, you can't just get new people if you attack all the countries.
What are these countries doing for us? Go ahead.
What are they doing for us? They're allowing us to keep our bases there for us. They're sharing intelligence information with us.
Why is it important for us to keep our bases there? Has that made America stronger, having 400-something bases in hundreds of countries around the world?
It allows us to react to something farther away from us so that we don't have to wait for it to get close to us.
Okay, so give me an example of when that's paid off. Libya?
That paid off?
Yeah, Libya, like that. That made America stronger, right? How about Syria? How about Afghanistan? Did it make America stronger?
So you think we should give up all our bases in Greenland, Canada?
No.
On the Arctic Circle?
Oh,
no. Why? Why shouldn't we?
Let me finish, right? I'm saying two things. One, you're fallacious that all of a sudden they're going to say, hey, you have to get your bases out. That ain't going to fucking happen, because the reality is they depend on those bases for their security, because their militaries are a fucking disaster because the United States has subsidized them and got next to nothing in return. That's number one. So you're wrong that they'll kick us out. Secondly, the importance of those bases is vastly overstated. What has weakened the United States, in my opinion, largely, is a focus on power projection like that across the world while we can't even fucking secure our own border. So I think that if we had a military focus that was less about focusing on having bases to protect Belgium and Spain and the United Kingdom and Ukraine, and was instead focused more on securing our own fucking country, the Americans would be far stronger. And the Europeans will start to wane in strength as they decide to mass import immigrants that are a drain on their system.
Okay, but you just kind of talked about here where we're going to, if we pull them out, you're right. We have subsidized their defense.
Correct.
I agree.
What
So
have we
if-
got in return?
What have we got in return? We've gotten the ability to be able to ask them and tell them what to do most of the time.
Give me an example. Did we tell them, hey, stop punishing our companies to attack free speech? Did we tell them that?
No, when Trump did, they didn't listen, right?
No, when Biden did.
Biden didn't tell them that, right?
That's true. So they've attacked American companies and American leadership has allowed them. True. That's not making America stronger.
Yeah, now when we say no and they say, we're going to keep doing it anyway, that just makes us look even weaker, right?
Well, it depends. It doesn't make us, one, making us look weaker is inevitable. The question is whether we are weaker or not. And secondly, if they change their policy or they decide that, or the United States says, fuck you, we're going to punish you for not changing it, that actually puts the United States in a stronger position. You've already conceded that the status quo is a precipitous decline of U.S. soft and hard power, right? You say that predictability is important. That predictability led us to this very point. You're conceding that our European allies have been subsidized by us. And yet your argument is somehow the United States has been gaining power by subsidizing these people because we could tell them what to do, but you don't really have any examples of when we've done that.
No, I haven't said we've been gaining power. I said we've been losing power since
No, you say we're gaining power by having these bases there.
Yeah.
Okay,
100%.
How?
Okay, why don't you steel man what you think I'm going to say about our bases around the
I already
Arctic
did,
Circle?
because you said that we could project power and tell them what to do.
No, I said the Arctic Circle. You don't think we should have bases
Okay,
around
now
the
you want to
Arctic
make
Circle?
it just to the Arctic Circle.
No,
I would think you would
because
say,
obviously each base at different parts of the world is gonna be for different reasons, right, Rob? It's not like a one size fits all for every base.
Okay.
So like, for example, those bases around the Arctic Circle, a lot of them in Europe, they're probably pretty important for keeping an eye on Russian shipping through the Arctic.
there's claim,
right?
yes, that is absolutely true. However, once more, I go to your fallacious argument. One, you have yet to prove, seeing as how you're acknowledging that this is a subsidy to these countries, that they are going to kick our bases out. Second, if they chose to kick our bases out, then we would just fucking strong arm them and take places like Greenland, and there's not a fucking thing they could do. But
Yeah,
this is all just red herring scare tactics. Show me one of these countries that said anywhere credibly, we're going to kick your bases out. Just one.
Of course, they're not going to do that now.
Oh,
they still need us.
okay,
No,
that's
of
what
course,
I thought.
Of course.
There you go.
But
Thank you.
that's what their plan is. That's why they're
Cool.
planning.
Then show me anyone credible that said that from the government in Europe. We're going to kick your bases out. Go ahead.
No, they're not. Again, that's not my claim.
But that's their plan. They're secretive about it. That's what they're really
No,
planning
they're
to
saying they're looking for a future where they don't have to rely on the U.S. for security.
Good.
Okay, but
Okay.
you realize if they're not dependent on us for security anymore, they won't need our bases in the Arctic Circle anymore, right?
Maybe that
So
would
of
be
course
the
they're not
case.
going to do it now. They're going to do it when they get to the point where they can protect
So
themselves.
just to be clear,
they're
why
going to
would
string us along the whole
So
time.
then all of a sudden Europe has a robust military in the Arctic Circle, which, by the way, I assure you the United States will maintain a position there, whether Europe wants it or not. But let's say hypothetically they don't, and then Russia is going to, send their military through the Arctic Circle, and Europe's just going to be like, Isn't Russia, isn't the whole fear-mongering? They're going to go into Europe. They're going to go into the European countries. So if Russia decides we're going to go to the Arctic Circle now and fucking attack Europe, fine. Let them fucking attack Europe. That'll give us plenty of time to buttress our defenses, just like in World War II, as we say, look at that. Russia's military is hitting a brick wall of European bases that can now defend themselves, and it doesn't have to be U.S. troops. Excellent. Now we get all the defense that we would have had if it was our money and troops, except it's Russia attacking Europe. Awesome. Meanwhile, we're showing places like Russia, we're more serious. We actually will go to war, unlike the previous administrations, and we'd like to have beneficial relationships with you, unlike the xenophobic fucking assholes in the Biden and Obama administrations that wanted to demonize Russia all the time. And by the way, it's the same position that Trump's taking with China. Yeah, fuck you. We go hard in the paint with you and we go harsh, but we're trying to open up mutual beneficial deals. Trump gave this famous speech at, I forget where he was. right? And the whole thing was we're changing the way we do U.S. foreign policy. We're no longer interested in virtue signaling. Oh, are you mean to your people? Are you bigoted? Are you racist? We just want trade deals. That's it. We want to make money. We want you to make money. If you're a shithole country, fuck it. We don't care. We're just trying to have deals with everyone.
So China's not our enemy anymore then?
No, they certainly are, but Trump's trying to renegotiate that position. And part of the tariffs and part of the trade deals and part of going into places like Iran is to make the United States, which is in the best bargaining position available right now, in a better position vis-a-vis our enemies like China and our allies. If you're acknowledging that the status quo inevitably is a precipitous decline in U.S. power, if the United States is trying to shake the chessboard, now's the best time. Because next 4 years, we'll have less power. And the 4 years after that, we'll have less power. So what we see is China is rising. And eventually, if things wouldn't change, there will come a point where China is at least very close to the United States. That's inevitable. That's the status quo. Our European allies that don't give a fuck about us, that are changing their demographics, that are left-wing globalists, right? They're not going to be like, well, we just have an affinity for the United States, so we're not going to negotiate with China. Fuck that. As soon as they see a net benefit in going with China, they will. So
exactly.
Which is inevitable in the status quo. So what Trump's trying to do is shake things up while the United States still has the biggest consumer base in the world and the most robust military in the world, and saying now's the time to radically shake this shit up. What you would do is a slow, tumultuous defeat and an inevitable decline of the United States. That's what you would do.
And what you guys are doing right now is just pushing everyone to China.
That's not true.
It is true. Everyone signed. The EU signed deals with China. They never deals with China. They never did since the
Have
tariffs.
they signed deals with the United States as well?
No, oh, I don't think so. I don't think we have a full comprehensive deal from the EU.
Okay, what about the individual countries? I don't give a shit about the organization. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the EU collapses in the next 25, 30 years.
I think England maybe. We might have signed a trade deal.
Just to be clear, England's the only trade deal country. So we're not trading with France, Spain, Germany.
Well, the trading versus having a trade deal in place, a renegotiated trade deal are two different things.
Well, what's it matter if the trade's robust without a specific deal?
Well, it's just the same trade that we had before with more tariffs on it.
Okay. Has the United States GDP gone up or down? Has our exports gone up or down?
Has our inflation gone up or down?
Has real wage growth gone up or down?
I think it's down now. Actually.
Real wage growth is higher now than it was under the totality of the Biden administration.
No, but since Trump took office, I think it's gone down.
Okay, if it was zero under Biden or less than zero and it's positive under Trump, then it's gone up.
Oh, I don't know what happened under Biden. I'm just saying that it's been worse since Donald Trump took office. So I was doing better. I was doing better.
If you don't know what happened, if you don't know what happened under Biden, right, then how can you make a statement that we're weaker now than we were under Biden?
No, I'm saying we're weaker now than the day Trump took office.
I don't think that's the case. Real wage growth is up since Trump took office.
Since the day Trump took office?
Yes.
Can you send me the link? Can you tell me where the link to that is?
Sure. Well, you concede that you've lost the debate if I do.
No, that's not the totality of the debate is real wage growth. Whether we're weaker or stronger on the world stage is real wage growth. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Annual wage growth is 3.5%, nominal offset by 3.5% inflation. So it's zero.
What are you getting that from?
From Yahoo Finance.
What's the date?
July 15th, yesterday.
Okay, July 15th. Put the link in his chat.
Oh, wait. It took me to a different link. Sorry. Hold on.
No problem.
That was weird.
And shit happens. No biggie.
Let me see if I can find a better link for that. That has like multiple articles in it. It looks like an aggregator. The Federal Reserve has 3.82 to 3.6, so 0.2% wage increase.
So it's up. Excellent.
Yeah, 0.2%. Yeah.
So it's up. So it's better now than when it was when Trump came into office.
Well, hold on. Let me read this real quick. U.S. wage in May compared to the same month. So that's month over month, actually. I'd have to look for. Let me see. Wages grew in May. Yeah, that was May to June. That actually might be up because I think it was up until May that I had seen before.
The problem is a lot of this data is a couple months behind.
Yeah, and it's always month. There's a lot of month to month stuff, not from the January 20th. See, I got from January to April, which is not going to give us a.
So, nonetheless, the point is, even if it was flat, which I think it's still up, it would still be the point that we're not weaker under that metric. And again,
No,
the point is, right? Like, the only argument that you really have is allies are more mad at us and we're less predictable. Both things I think are fine, right? Both things that you're just like, well, in the future, that could lead to bad things. And I think what we see is the entire thrust of the difference of our two opinions comes down to this. You tell me if it's fair. One, you think that we should be predictable. Correct? That's number one, the big difference. And I say, I think the unpredictability.
With our friends.
Okay.
With our friends,
and
yeah.
second, well, okay. But so we should be unpredictable with our enemies?
Somewhat, yeah. Our friends know what we're
was
doing.
Was Obama and Biden predictable with our
Not
enemies?
enough. Not enough.
They weren't predictable enough with our enemies.
No, they weren't unpredictable. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I jumped ahead on your question.
So
they weren't
then you would say
unpredictable
Trump's better against our enemies when it comes to world strength, but worse with our allies.
with the unpredictability aspect, not necessarily like.
So
I mean, that depends. What do you call getting your allies to work together to stand up against your enemies?
Like,
because I think Biden was better at that.
How?
He got the whole world to jump, all of Europe to jump behind him immediately with Ukraine.
Right. Well, that was because I don't necessarily think that was in the U.S. interest.
You might not.
Let me finish. The Western world and many of these places that I think aren't very good to the United States, that are actually our enemies in many ways, or at least not our allies. Yeah, they have a lot of money invested in reaping the resources of Ukraine and bleeding out Russia there. Of course, World Bank's put a lot of loans there. The corruption that's gone through Ukraine since the Maidan Revolution in 2014 heavily benefited many Western and European interests. So yeah, they have an interest to maintain that. Totally get it. And they went along with the United States doing that. My point is that conflict didn't occur when the same argument you're making now is the same arguments we heard during Trump's first term. Oh, our allies hate Trump, blah, blah, blah. Okay, did Russia invade Ukraine?
Well, what's Russia done to change since Trump's been in office? They seem to be doing the same thing they were doing.
They didn't invade under Trump in the first term, did they?
Yeah, but right now they've done nothing. Trump's gotten nothing.
Part of Trump's argument's been trying to negotiate with them, which, by the way, Zelensky, at least early in the term, was intentionally sabotaging, largely because of the Western world wanting him to sabotage it. And so Trump's basically many people thought, though it was ambiguous, I'll admit, that Trump was running on the premise like, I give a fuck about America first and not fucking Ukraine. So yeah, it's not in his priority. But they didn't invade while he was there. If they invaded
on the premise he would end the war on day one.
Yes, he did. And
okay,
did Biden say that he would stop the disease, not the economy?
Probably. I'm not here to defend Biden.
You mean to tell me that people running for office oversell and are hyperbolic? No shit. Tell me more.
Whoa.
Wow.
Because
didn't Obama run on "I'll make America stronger than it's ever been"? But you're acknowledging he didn't.
No,
it was weaker.
Of course of course people fail at what they say they're going to do, but to say that he ran on I don't give a fuck what happens in Ukraine versus I'm going to end that war because I'm the peace president are two different claims.
Well,
I'm not saying it was reasonable for him to claim one.
Fair enough.
Or you should have expected him. I would expect him to have done more at this point, making it a key claim on his campaign, not that he didn't.
Well, they claim that what he was suggesting was that he would be able to negotiate a peaceful resolution, that he was a peace president.
Yes.
That's certainly true. Yeah. But he also was basically like, we're going to stop financing Ukraine. Yeah. So he did at other points signal that he wouldn't. I'll fully admit that.
Yeah, but he said we wouldn't have to because he's going to get the best deal.
It wasn't just that. He was just like, well, we'll stop anyways. And a large part of that's because Europe intentionally sabotaging the deal. And in fact, we even saw that early in the war while Biden was still in office.
Yeah,
like
there's always
we
been-
have how's that for U.S. projection of strength? The
Did
Biden
Israel-
team that we saw, like Tony Blair and company? There's a report that showed up to Europe and intentionally sabotaged a peace deal because
Did
Europe sees
Israel
benefit
intentionally sabotage our ceasefire?
in Iran.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So, that's our ally too. It seems like
Agreed.
they're the same thing.
Did they tell fucking the Biden administration what to do?
But they couldn't convince Biden to go in. Go to war.
It's one thing for Israel to attack someone, and by the way, Trump sort of gave them the business, but I agree. It's worth criticizing. Yeah. It's another thing for like us to be like, oh, a peace deal, and Europe comes in and says, nah, no peace deal.
That's what we had. We had a ceasefire, and Israel came in and said, nah, no ceasefire.
The part of I have to look at the specifics of this. My understanding was that this had to do with Lebanon, and Israel's thought that there should be no deal that says the United States says that Israel can't have a separate conflict in a place like Lebanon. Iran, it depends on who you look at. The United States and Israel say Iran violated the peace deal first, and ever since the United States said, my thing is Iran fucking sucks. Israel fucking sucks. Our allies are overstated, whether it be Israel or the European Union. I say fuck the region. Come back here and take care of Americans. Trump's done that better than most of the other people. You're the person saying that we have to kiss the ass of our allies. That's you.
No, I didn't ever say we had to kiss our.
Well,
kiss
that's
ass.
they don't like us. Polling shows that they have less trust in us now that we're not totally subsidizing them while they fuck us over.
To show them a basic modicum of respect.
Why should we respect people that are attacking the First Amendment? Why should we respect people? I'm a conservative, right? Why should I respect a European Union that's intentionally sabotaging populist conservatives across the region? For example, the Romanian election. Don't we care about elections, free and fair elections? European Union refused to go along and force Romania to redo their election because they nebulously said, Russia interfered. And so we did.
So do we want to focus on our country, or do we want to meddle in other countries?
United States. That's where we want to focus primarily.
So then why are we meddling in other countries?
Because we think that it's best for the interests of the United States.
Okay, so sometimes they have those other countries as, even if they're slightly taking advantage of us as friends, is better than enemies if you want them to do what you want sometimes.
It depends. Right? It depends on what they're doing, right?
Yeah, right.
What we
Iran, I would not necessarily want as my friend, but
where you lose the debate is this: you've already acknowledged that the previous relationships of predictability that we had were predictably going to lead to the United States eventually not being the superpower. That's your claim, right? It's predictably led to the United States waning in power. That is your claim.
No, my claim is that sure you could say that there's been some decline in power, but they weren't necessarily. Wasn't at this dramatic rate, and there wasn't.
Your claim is
it wasn't inevitable.
It wasn't necessarily inevitable. Now you're changing your stance. You said that yes, there's basically nothing we could do. That the United States power, because the internet,
on
and things
some
like
level,
that, the United States
on some level,
there's
certain things. It's been on the decline. I said not that it's. Going
you said in many ways it's inevitable. That's what you said.
In certain ways.
So what ways is it not inevitable?
Well, it's exactly. That's a great question. So in some ways inevitable, I would say inevitable ways are culturally. So with music, K-pop's going to get bigger because K-pop's got to be bigger because of internet. The ways it's not inevitable is in our power to negotiate with our friends and to use our friends to bully the rest of the world to do what we want.
Has that been declining? Yes or no?
No, I don't think it has.
Of course like I said, it has.
We've been able, since Trump's taken office, I agree. But for the most part, we've been able to get people to go with us. No one's ever stopped us from doing anything.
Did they stop us from doing Iran?
They stopped you from using their airspace.
Yeah, that's true. And did it stop us?
No, but it weakened us. Obviously, they wanted.
Why do you think they stopped? Why do you think they stopped us there?
Because I think they wanted to get elected again, and that the rest of their constituents wouldn't vote for you if you supported this war.
So so your argument is that the leaders actually do support the Iran conflict?
No, I think the leaders are going to do whatever they do to stay in power, and probably don't.
Do you think that Arab people do you think Arab countries in the region support what Trump did with Iran?
I don't. I would think that the first initial bombing, probably this war that's going on now, they're probably starting to regret because their tourism's down. They're getting bombed. They've had a lot of issues in the Middle East.
Okay, but nonetheless, there could be different groups and different allies that think that. Do you think Israel's our ally?
Yeah.
Do you think Israel likes the fact we went to Iran?
Sure.
Do you think Israel was pissed off at the Obama administration?
Sure.
You think Israel was pissed off at the Biden administration?
Sure.
Do you think they were more pissed off at them and more happy with Trump than the European Union was happy with Obama and Biden and pissed off at Trump?
Well, I think that you're going to have to, of course, you're going to make allies mad at you sometimes. Of course.
Yep. Okay.
But you can't make them so mad that they start going to China for their trade deals.
Did they have any trade
That's
deals?
going to hurt you.
Okay. Is Russia our enemy?
Yeah.
Did Europe go to Russia for any trade deals under the Biden administration?
When they have to, sure, they're going to go where they have to go.
Did they do that under the Obama administration?
When they have to, they go where they have to go.
Did they have energy pacts with Russia, our enemy, even when we were financing Ukraine to go to war with Russia? Did Europe still have trade deals with Russia for energy?
If they have to do it, they are going to do it.
Okay,
Yes.
so then what's your argument here? Your argument is they don't have to go to trade deals with China, but now they are? That's your argument?
My argument is they've chosen to trade with China on goods they used to trade with us because they can't predict us, and they say China is now more predictable.
What if it leads to the fact that this precipitous decline that was going to occur anyways, we actually lead to increased manufacturing a year from now? Then what would you say? They're like, you know what? China wasn't predictable. Turns out they're currency manipulators. They're fucking bloodthirsty people. They steal tech and they use like technological espionage more than any country in the world. Turns out they weren't more reliable to the United States, as everyone knows.
Well, then
what? Then what do you say?
What year is this?
2027.
2027? I don't think that happens by 2027. They're not going to say they're more predictable. You think China's going to fuck that up in 2 years when Trump's still running around?
Yes, they're already doing it. Show me the trade deals. Show me the trade deals that the EU's engaged with China. Go ahead.
The EU and China have been negotiating a comprehensive agreement on investment since 2013. No, that's not it. Where is it? Since 2013, concluded in principle 2020.
Wait, pause.
Wait, hold on.
Wait, no. Wait. So in 2013, they were going to those dastardly Chinese for trade deals. What happened? What happened? I thought they wouldn't do that unless they lost trust in the United States.
I said they'll go where they need to go, but they've been
so then you were full of shit when you said...
they've been changing trade deals.
So they're trying a trade deal in 2013. Now they're doing more trade deals in 2026. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's look at Canada.
What? No. We're talking about Europe right now. Go ahead. Show me the trade deals that the European Union's... Here's what I'm reading. I'm reading from Politico. In June 2016, EU and China seek to head off trade war. The European Union and China agreed to establish new level consultation because basically what this is saying is Europe's like, you guys are fucking us left and right. We're about to start a trade war. So they're having emergency meetings to stop that. In fact, what I'm reading is it's actually in the most recent years, including the Trump years, relations have gotten worse when it comes to trade with the EU and China. Willing to read any evidence that you have to the contrary.
No, you're right. When I first did this debate, it was over a month ago. You're right. That's happened since I first did
so just to be clear, when it comes to the far bigger base, not Canada, but the European Union, far greater when it comes to economic, military, cultural allies.
Not economic. Canada's our biggest trade partner. Let me
finish. When it comes to the potential base that they have in economics, right? They're actually, under the Trump administration, less likely to go with China.
The base is yes, not the economics.
So explain to me again. Wait. Explain.
But that's not because of Trump's actions. They're not making deals with us either. You don't understand. Just because they're not making deals with China doesn't mean they're making deals with the U.S., right?
So first off, it wouldn't matter if it's because of Trump or not, because your prompt it's the actions of Trump that caused this. It's merely that we're weaker on the world stage. One of your key reasons was because our allies are so ashamed of the United States that they're now falling into the arms of China. Then you're like, oh, never mind. They're actually less likely to be with China.
Yeah, but they're more likely to buy their stuff from the European Union than the United States now. But
okay, the point is, so now we're just totally forgetting that you said the key part was that they're going to our adversaries, and you're pretending you didn't base your entire debate strategy on that.
No. Well, Canada's still going to our adversaries.
Okay, one country, by the way, there's a lot of fucking people angry about that in Canada, and they may end up losing elections in part because of that. So it probably won't end up the way you're thinking. Nonetheless,
and
you were
if that
so
changes, we'll
certain.
see.
You were so certain that these countries, and again, I'm making the fundamental, just in case you're trying to decide this debate, the worldview is different here. You're admitting that there's a precipitous decline, that every president has been weaker on the world stage than the previous president before them, and that was predictable, that's what was good about those, even though it's all declining. I'm saying what Trump's trying to do is realize the United States will never be more powerful when it comes to trade negotiations, economy, and military than it is right now. So it's trying to radically shake up the board through things like tariffs, through things like trying to break up OPEC, which we see is a likely outcome of what happened in Iran here, through things like trying to make China in a worse negotiating position when it comes to the United States energy, robustly increasing energy production, increasing energy independence, trying to increase, hypothetically, doing more manufacturing and shit like that in the United States. My point is, and then the only other point you have is like, yeah, but our allies, and I'm making specific arguments that our allies weren't really very good allies. And in the key things you'd say are important, they're not suggesting getting rid of. So you're like, well, it's important that we have bases here. No one suggested getting rid of those bases in these countries because they understand that it helps them more than it helps us. So they're not going to kick them out.
But it also helps us for them to be somewhat dependent on us, right? That makes us stronger if other people depend on it.
I disagree. Since the rest of the world's been dependent on the United States, like post Bretton Woods, has the United States increased or decreased in international power?
You don't think the world's kind of dependent on the United States since World War II?
Yeah, Bretton Woods agreement, right? When the U.S. basically had an agreement to be the. Let me finish. The U.S. basically had an agreement to be the world police in order to make the U.S. the world reserve currency. Now, there's certainly evidence that initially that helped the United States. There were other things, though, that helped the United States. Like, we were one of the only world industrial powers that didn't have our own land invaded. Like, Europe was fucking ablaze. It's crazy, right? So the United States comes out with the nuclear weapon. We basically strongest military left in the world. Our industry just fucking through the roof because we've been pumping up through war. Our country not attacked. And so we're in this position. But over the past, 40 years, as the United States has increased its military presence around the world, increased its bases, increased its activity as the world police, has that harmed or benefited the United States?
Well, I don't
think it's benefited.
I don't know that you can correlate the two.
Well, I think you can. I think that there's been a focused more international metric, and I think you can see it right here domestically.
So you think you can compare? Wait. Let me just make this. Sure. Let me just ask, because before we get too deep into this, so you're telling me that you can compare a time when Europe was destroyed and we're the only power not destroyed, why we're so much more powerful than everybody else? Of course, they're going to catch up when they rebuild, right? Inherently.
Well, yes and no.
Some balancing, right?
Yes and no. Right? Intuitively, if they're at a low point, they'll eventually get better. So if this is the United States, right, and here's the rest of the world, then boop, they all down here. And the United States starts on a slow trajectory. They're going to increase. That's true. But what I'm saying is, while that increase was occurring, the United States was fucking kicking ass, and it was reaching heights in the world that have never been reached. As far as an economic power, a military power, a social power, right? And what we've seen since the heights of that, particularly since the end of the Cold War, it made sense during the Cold War. We had a fucking adversary, right? We were going up against the commies. We were going up against the Soviets. It was kill or be killed. It was, look, everybody's on our side or you're on their side. I'm not agreeing with all this, but that was the vision. Since that's been gone, there's a solid case to be made that things like our military alliance in places like NATO, which existed as a counterbalance to the Soviets, has actually made conflict with Russia more likely. As NATO's expanded westward, Russia's been bitching like, dude, you're encircling us. Then the United States decides we're going to go after two of the countries that are basically bordering Russia that are their allies. First is Ukraine. The United States helps involved in a color revolution, overthrows Yanukovych, who was a pro-Russian president, installs Poroshenko, who's basically a puppet of the United States. Then Syria with Assad. Okay, we're going to go in. And meanwhile, we're talking about, adding new countries to NATO. We have bio bases that are right on the border of Russia. We station weapons getting further and further closer to Russia. So because of this alliance, which isn't giving us anything, the only thing that NATO alliance is supposed to do is keep us out of conflict. What's happened? Now we have to finance a conflict in Ukraine. Now we have to go into Libya. Now we're going into Syria.
Well, to be clear, there's two ways not to get invaded in this world today, right? One is to have a nuke, and two is to be in NATO.
Well, that's not necessarily true. Is China being invaded?
No. They have a nuke, though.
Okay.
They have a nuke.
Well, fair enough. Fair enough.
So if they have a
There are
nuke,
certainly countries that don't have nukes that aren't in NATO that aren't invaded. And theoretically,
yeah.
isn't the whole fucking claim? Isn't this the scary scenario that's been offered to us? Eventually, if we don't stop Russia and Ukraine, they're going into the NATO countries. Isn't that what's being claimed?
Yeah, I think that's bullshit. To be
Yeah,
honest,
it is.
with you.
Good. I'm glad we agree on that.
I don't think Russia's got the balls to hit a NATO country.
Well, I think that Russia, like the United States and Afghanistan, and maybe perhaps in Iran, you can make this case. I think there's this Cold War mentality. Maybe this is something we'll both agree on. That, like, you know, we have this fucking movie mentality, like the fucking Spetsnaz and these fucking badass Russians. Their military is unapproachable, and the United States and their military is I think maybe we overestimate both when it comes to sort of the ability to practice a war in the modern war. I'm not denigrating either Russian troops or U.S. troops, by the way. I'm just saying as a full operational force. And so I think there's this misnomer, like, you know, I personally was shocked that Ukraine held out as long as it has. And now there's evidence that maybe Ukraine's making gains back against Russia, which to me, and look, I want to be fully clear. I was not for financing Ukraine. I still think it was a fucking mistake when it came to this war with Russia. However, I'm not going to bullshit you. I think I'm shocked at how well Ukraine has held out. Granted, it's been because the Western world has buttressed them, but I sort of bought into the hype that the Russian military was like this fucking, you know, juggernaut that would just march right through.
Yeah,
and I think the same's true of the United States. I think the military operation that I've seen that exhibited U.S. strength more than anything in my adult life was Venezuela. I bitched about it the night it happened. I was like, this is a fucking disaster, because I'm basically a non-interventionist. And even a non-interventionist like me had to say, holy fuck. We just went into a country with zero casualties, took their leader as a fucking convict back to our country. And now basically Venezuela's like, sure, dude, we'll be allies with you. That's power. Yeah, you don't think the rest of the world's looking at that like, holy fuck, what just happened? Iran's clearly different.
I think there's very small amount of countries you could actually pull that off on, and most of them aren't very powerful.
Well, yes and no. You are correct. Like that was never going to happen in Iran. Right?
It's not going to happen in Iran. It's not going to happen in the UK.
China.
It's not going to happen in China.
I mean, who
Russia.
the fuck's invading the UK?
No, I just mean, of course, that's what I'm saying. But it's not going to happen to a well-run first world country with a great.
That's true, but what it does is it shows the efficiency of the U.S. military if they decide to act and the willingness to act. I think that's what the difference is.
But does it not show you that you need some deterrence against the United States too?
I don't know. But the same thing. But I mean, again, it's hard to evaluate. Let's say I accept that, but then wouldn't NATO also show that? So doesn't the mere existence of NATO show that China's like, well, we need deterrence against that, and Russia's like, we need deterrence? Isn't the expansion of NATO one of the big things that's driven like BRICS and like all these countries? Like, you know, you have like India and
BRICS is a monetary alliance, not
but
defensive alliance, right?
Well, but the same thing applies. Right, if you have to defend yourself monetarily, those countries are also going to be more willing to enter into military alliances if they feel.
Yeah, but the difference is we bombed Iran and Russia and China didn't come fighting us, right?
Well,
that's the difference.
That's exactly the difference. That's exactly it. The United States, right? But that's not going to be the case in the future. If this becomes a full-fledged economic alliance, if the United States wanes, right, eventually what's going to happen is you're going to have countries in the status quo. Eventually, this is going to happen at some point. They're going to be like, we're not sure about the dollar as the reserve currency.
Yeah, it could also be that Russia strengthens, right? Russia and China strengthen to a point that they're reliable enough that they could compete with us, right?
That's totally true. And that's happening.
So supporting Ukraine probably, like you said, is now turning around. And it seems like they're exposing Russia for not being as strong for the end. That actually turned out well for us, right?
That's the truth. Maybe we agree on this. It's not that the fucking people in our country or the European Union give a fuck about the people of Ukraine. They don't care at all about them. They'll send those motherfuckers to the meat grinder, every last person. They see it as bleeding out an adversary and covering up a bunch of financial interests they have in the region. That's it. Right? So you could say, look, the fact that Trump was hypothetically against that actually makes us weaker in the international world because it allows Russia to build up a little if we're not bleeding him out. Possibly true, though it hasn't really played out that way, but it's possibly true. I would merely say that I think the value of bleeding out Russia is less than what I think monstrosity of sending these poor fuckers to the meat grinder and not doing policies back home.
Yeah,
Nonetheless,
debate,
the point I'm trying to make is this is where I think, look, it's been fun. I know we're both yelling and loud. That's okay. I like it. I think it's fun. And I think you're doing fine. But I think where you lose the debate quite clearly in the dichotomy is the admission that that every administration has been weaker internationally, and that it seems, I know you backtracked a little, but it seems that that's the trend we're going in. And I don't think you could get around to the fact that the unpredictable nature of Trump is at least one in an attempt to change that, and I think it has in many ways. And I think the other area of disagreement we have is just how useful these allies are. The analogy you gave earlier, where you're like, okay, mob boss. Let me tell you what the real analogy would be. The reason that analogy doesn't apply is because all of those people that are the corrupt associates of the mob boss that are skimming from him, at the end of the day, have to fear the mob boss because he's still powerful, and they know that their livelihood's dependent on the mob boss. So if the mob boss comes in and smacks him in the fucking mouth at the restaurant and says, don't you ever fucking steal from me again, what happens is they don't turn on the mob boss, they fall in line. And if the mob boss doesn't do that and allows it to continue over and over and over again, inevitably the mob boss is leached so much that he no longer has power that's unassailable, and then those that have been mooching off him say, we don't give a fuck about you anymore. That's the status quo. Eventually we'll be leached off to the point where these other places that claim to be our allies won't give a fuck. They'll say, we don't care about the United. They're imperialists, they're fuckers, blah, blah, blah. We already see it in this country. We see people saying that the United States is the great evil. We're going to see Europe overran with migrants, third world migrants. We're going to see that in Canada, and we're seeing it in parts in the United States. And we're also seeing that these relationships, the values that really make America strong, the right to our defense, the right to speak our mind, those are being attacked by the very people that are our allies. I could get into a big, long conversation with you about how I'm pretty sure that England and possibly Italy used our Five Eyes relationship, maybe Australia as well, to actually try to sabotage the 2016 presidential election. Because I believe the central figure, Joseph Misfin, actually worked for European intelligence. If that's the case, and our allies are literally interfering in our elections to force presidents that they know will kowtow and be more favorable to them, I can't think of a weaker country than one that allows the intentional sabotage of our elections and the taking away of the sovereignty of our people. That's what I see. They fuck with these elections. They don't want Brexit. They don't want Trump in office. Of course. They don't want populism. They don't want the people to have a voice. They want total control. That's what the European Union stands for.
Which election did they have the most influence in?
16.
16?
Yeah.
Okay.
And probably 20 as well, but yeah.
So when Trump was in office, they had one of the years they had the most.
No, the election. Trump wasn't in office during the election in 2016.
In 2020, he was.
No, but I'm saying that they had more influence in 2016. But yes, they also in 2020.
So they helped Trump. So they helped Trump, or they went.
They were against Trump.
Influence?
They were against Trump.
They were against Trump in 2016.
Correct.
Okay.
I think they were as well in 2020 and in 2024. The problem is, right, it's because people in the Trump administration, in these executive agencies, aren't beholden to Trump. For example, the State Department. During the first Trump impeachment, you had all these people at the State Department that were testifying against Trump, saying Trump was going against our foreign policy. Now, the State Department officials work for the executive branch. Who's their boss?
Trump.
The president. He's the head of the executive, right?
Yeah, the president, yeah.
He sets the foreign
Trump.
policy. For better or worse, you might not like him, but he sets the foreign policy.
Congress doesn't have anything to do with it?
Not when it comes to the State Department. The State Department's an executive branch.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, you're fine.
So when they're saying this was our stuff, because they didn't like what he was doing with like Ukraine. They didn't like that. So they were like, oh, our foreign policy was. And that language says everything you need to know. That's why you had these whistleblowers. That's why you had all these fucking people at the FBI that were talking about insurance policies against Trump. And they were working for example, the government of Ukraine. We acknowledged there was this guy, this woman, her name was Alexander Chalupa. Ukraine's supposed to be our ally in 2016. Chalupa's in Ukraine getting opposition research, the exact thing they accused Trump's team of doing with Russia, and she got this black book that had Paul Manafort's name in it and accused Manafort of all these financial crimes in Ukraine. There's a Financial Times article for a month before the election in 2016 admitting Ukrainian politicians are intervening in the United States election. They've given this evidence over. They're trying to stop Trump from winning because they think Trump won't stand up to Russia enough. Ironic, seeing as how it was Biden that didn't.
And this was 2016, you said?
Correct, yes.
So why didn't we do anything about it?
Because it was exactly what the party in power at the time, Democrats, wanted. And Trump's administration, one thing
Trump won.
Well, that happened during the Obama administration. When Trump wins, he should have done something about it, but he appointed bad people. He put in Bill Barr, who intentionally covered it up. Yeah, that's what happened.
But putting bad people in is that's part of leadership, right?
Absolutely correct. It's something that absolutely Trump should be criticized for. Yep.
Yep.
But the point is, what I'm trying to make here is these countries that are our allies, that's not the action of an ally to sabotage the will of the people that are voting in this country. It's not the action of an ally to take away free speech from the people of this country. It's not the act of an ally to punish companies in this country through the tunes of billions upon billions of dollars for embracing the values of this country like free speech. It's not an ally to refuse to meet their financial obligations and their military defense spending. It's not an ally that's tariffing things like our automobiles to the point where we can barely sell them. It's not allies that refuse to cooperate with us with securing our borders. These aren't the actions of allies. These are the actions of people that understand that they've been enriched over the past 20, 30 years by the leadership of the United States, basically doing things that kowtow to them. And our leaders, one of the huge problems with our system is there's almost no accountability whatsoever. And so many people get personal kickbacks and personal benefits from these cushy relationships. So we give all this money to NGOs that end up giving money to foreign sources and this, that, and the other. And hey, the politicians here are all getting incredibly fucking wealthy. Even Trump, you could say. But where's that leave the people of the United States? When I look at the position that the average person in the United States had in, say, 1990, 1988, or whatever, at the end of the Cold War, right, compared to now, where are we? Middle class has been fucked. Not all of that has to do with our foreign standing, by the way, but you see the point. Yeah. And I think largely what's happened through trade deals, through, the fact that our leaders have been more concerned with benefiting foreigners or with multinational companies, etc. I think that the intent...
Can we say that our leaders have been focused on benefiting corporations in general, whether they're the larger the corporation, the better, it seems like.
Yes. I think maybe there's an area of contention we can... Yes, I certainly... My belief is this, and you could call me a conspiracy theorist, but this is what I believe. I believe that the bunch of people in leadership roles in the world, I'm not saying they're drinking blood out of skulls or anything, but I believe they basically want a globalist government. Right? They like the EU. They like that model. They want a centralized world government. And it'll start with the European Union. And, they used to say, the conspiracy theorists used to say, then you'll have an American Union and you'll have an Asian Union. And then eventually it'll consolidate. I don't know that it'll go like that, but I think that's what they want. And so they want to erode national boundaries. And they realize that an impediment to that is middle class and working class people in the first world. And so what they're doing is a full court press in order to erode national identity. So they want open borders. They want to erase the middle class by making people dependent on the government so they're less likely to protest this. They want people to be interchangeable cogs. So we could bring in some dude from India to work in Colorado and send some dude from Colorado to work in Zimbabwe because that's the factory where you're best represented. And it's not even super nefarious. It's because a lot of these people that own these multinational corporations, you don't want to jump through hoops in each individual country. You don't want a different law in Europe versus the United States versus Canada versus Africa, right? You just want it to be one governing body that you could lobby and get your way and consolidate power. And so that's what I think's happening. And that's why I think, because there's been a selling out of the American people, that the United States is actually continuing to lose power. And I think for all of its flaws, if you take these individual decisions the Trump administration is trying to make, like tariffs, Trump administration's looking and they're like, look, 4 years from now, we will have less economic hegemony than we have now. It's inevitable. So we have a choice. We either right now try to use our position as still the clear economic, cultural, military hegemon to be like, we have to make moves now. It's like, did you ever play the game Civilization?
Yeah.
It's like you see your opponent building up and it's like, I either fucking do something now or 5 turns from now, they got me. And that's what the Trump administration's seeing. I'm not saying everything's working out. What I am saying, though, is I applaud the attempt, and I actually think it makes us stronger right now internationally because the big problem that we had was just the United States government not giving a fuck about the people of the United States and kowtowing to anything our so-called allies want because they're all part of the same globalist team. That's how I see it.
Now, would you admit that just if something you see is wrong or going bad, you can try to change it and still make it worse or make yourself weaker,
absolutely
right?
Correct. That is absolutely true. For example, the tariffs, you tell me if you disagree with this. Tariffs had a 2-pronged attempt, right? One was to be reciprocal. So like, look, if you're going to tariff us, we're going to tariff you in a hope to get that tariff removed. Theoretically, The other was to increase manufacturing in the United States. Because that's generally the idea of tariffs, right? If you want access to our market, we'll tariff your product. That means that the U.S. manufacturers have an advantage in the U.S. They don't have to pay the tariff. So if you're selling, you're selling pens at $1 a box for a dozen, right? From Japan, we'll tariff you 100%. Now you have to pay $2 a dozen. But the company in the United States can make that same box of pens for $1.50. Now, the consumer in the United States is probably going to say, I'll buy the American pens. They're 50 cents cheaper. They're artificially cheaper because we've tariffed. So the idea is we'll tariff the rest of the world because manufacturing's been hemorrhaging in the United States. And by doing that, because the United States is still the biggest consumer market for so many of these products, if you're one of the people that have a factory in Italy or a factory in Mexico or Canada, you'll be like, well, fuck. We make 80% of our wealth selling to consumers in the United States. I guess in order to maintain profitability and competitiveness, we'll have to move our factory to the United States. That's the idea. I'm not saying that's what will work out. You agree?
That's the idea. But my biggest thing, but Rob, for that to work, you have to be predictable with those tariffs, right? You have to know they're going to be there for a certain amount of time,
yes,
or else they're not going to move there. So you need predictability even to enforce the tariffs.
Well, predictability isn't the word I'd use, but yes, you're right. Because you'll acknowledge this. In order to build manufacturing, that's a multi-year process. You can't just be like, hey,
I agree.
factory.
So if I was, let's just use example. If I ran a company in Canada right now, and I was going to I wouldn't build a factory in the USA right now unless I know those tariffs are going to stick.
Yes.
Because it's going to take me 4 or 5 years to build that factory. New president comes in and says, hey, no more tariffs. I just wasted 4 or 5 years and spent a bunch of money when now I could have made it cheaper where I'm at.
Totally agree. Yes. So then here's what happens. We're in a fucked up system. And there's a benefit to having turnover every 2 years and 4 years, right? But there's also a downside, right? And the downside here from Trump's perspective is his plan could work. The problem is the people that embrace this plan would have to maintain power for like 2, 4, 6, 8 years, right? If they lose, for example, if they lose the midterms and Democrats are like, no more tariffs, right? That manufacturing company's like, oh, okay. We're not going to build in the United States then. No problem. You're absolutely right. So what I said, I actually was against the tariffs. I really was, because I said, I think what will happen is the market won't maintain stability in political leadership long enough for these benefits to occur. But I also assumed there would be more short-term downside to the tariffs. I assumed that inflation when Trump, because remember, Trump started the tariffs early in his administration. I don't think that we saw inflation from that. We're seeing more inflation from the Iran attack, which, by the way, I was against. But as far as I'm concerned, I was shocked at the small amount of inflation we saw based on the tariffs. So I was like, maybe it will work out. Now, Supreme Court ruled against. There have been some positive reciprocal reduction of tariffs with some countries in Europe and some other countries. And I think there are things to criticize, right? And I think that there is a sour taste, more sour with European countries over that than there would have been without it. But I just don't think it rises to the level of the impact that you're talking about. I think instead it has the opposite effect, that aspect of it. And that's the only aspect we're talking about, which is weaker on the world stage. I think the rest of the world's like, we got to toe the line a little more with the United States now. Not with the military base thing with Iran, but I think that I don't think it was just about elections.
Yeah, I think they're working for a world in which that they don't have to rely on us or don't need us anymore, so they can push us out. Is what they're moving to right now.
But they were already doing that.
I thought you said they were relying on us. How are they relying on us? But they also pushing us out.
Well, it's not that they're pushing us out. It's that they were and are relying on us. But they're certainly willing to move to a more favorable relationship as soon as it benefits them. They certainly are. So the idea, like you just read evidence, you were like,
they think it's going to benefit them more before or after Trump leaves? Now or when Trump leaves, do you think they're going to be more friendly with us?
But my point is they're not friendly. They're mooching off us. That's like saying, do you think the food stamp recipient is going to be more happy once Trump leaves or less happy? More happy because they're mooching. And they want to continue to mooch, right?
And when are they more likely to do what you want?
In fact, if we have,
when are they more likely to do what you want?
What they're more likely to do
off you, or when you're not.
It depends, right?
I mean, if I'm going to get something from you, I'm more likely to do something than if I'm not.
Are you more likely to do something of someone you fear and respect, or someone you think's a pushover?
Well, it depends on what I get more out of.
Right. So your answer is not that simple, right? It might be that Europe's more willing to like pay their obligations because they fear that Trump will be like, then fuck you. So now they're like, you're right, sir. We will pay more of our NATO obligations.
But by that you mean invest in their own military budget, right?
Which was their treaty obliged.
Agreed.
That was right.
Agreed.
Now,
Agreed.
were they more or less likely to do that before Trump?
Well, more. But
No,
you're saying
then why didn't they?
Oh, wait, more or less likely to what?
To
Spend?
invest in their military and meet their obligations
More
pre-Trump.
likely during Trump, because they want to get away from us.
No, it's not that they want to get away from us. It's that they don't want us to get away from them.
Well, they also want to. They're also talking about building in such a way that they don't need us anymore.
But that's
that
sort
doesn't
of
sound like they want. That doesn't sound like they're
Who
building
is
to
that,
keep
by
us
the way?
around.
Now listen,
That's not building to keep them around.
just to be
Rob.
clear, we already went through this with the. Tell me the people that have seriously talked about like we're trying to sever our relationship with the United States militaristically. Go ahead. You have like one or two Green Party candidates and some of yours.
No, they signed a whole. Hold on. Let me find it.
Let me predict what this is going to say. European leaders saying, look, we won't always be able to rely on the United States, and that makes us almost a vassal state. We should try to provide for some of our own defense.
No,
Right?
it says it basically says we want. Hold on, let me see what it says. There's no more. Someone said there's no going back. That was the quote I remember, but let me see if I can find it.
And I don't have a problem with this. That doesn't mean that the U.S. is weaker in the international stage if our allies can defend themselves.
But I thought they weren't our allies.
Well, if they're supposedly all right, they're not our allies in part because they're mooching off of us.
So, but you're telling me that you don't see them as our allies.
They are our allies, but they've been very poor allies, is how I would say it. And certain aspects of them have intentionally gone against the things that I think make America great.
I think
I don't think so.
Because
I don't think so at all. I stand by. They attacked the United States. I think they interfered in our election.
You said our allies aren't really our allies.
That's true. When they are a detriment to us, they're not than our allies. My argument is that they are on paper our allies and they claim to be our allies, but I don't know that we're getting anything out of that alliance. Or we're getting less out of it than we're putting into it. Therefore, that doesn't make them true allies.
But we're getting less now than we would have before.
No, I don't think so. We're getting them to invest in their military.
But not with us, not through our stuff, right?
Well, take a pause for a second.
They used to rely on us to buy their stuff.
Why would the United States enter a NATO alliance that obliged them to invest in the military if we knew them investing in their military would inevitably be they don't have to rely on us? Why would we even sign that treaty?
The point was for all of us to be able to work together to do it.
Oh, right. And so if they're not investing in their military and not meeting their treaty obligations, and we force them to, and they go kicking and screaming and going, well, someday maybe we won't need the United States. Great.
Well, you said our allies aren't even our allies. Why would you want someone who's not our ally to have a stronger military?
Oh, my God. Repeat the question.
Why would you want somebody who's not our ally to have stronger military?
Because part of the reason they're not our ally is because they don't have enough of a military to be our ally and they are mooching from us. So, for example, if one military, it's like, if the United States is allied with France and we don't get anything from France except their military alliance, right? And then we go to war and military says, we have no soldiers. Are they our allies?
That's not what happened, though. The only time we've had
that's what I'm talking. In effect,
because NATO is a defensive alliance. We talked about this, and the only time we've been attacked, they showed up for us with their military, not with no soldiers.
When?
You did.
What incident are you talking about? 9/11.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's the only time it's been invoked.
France went into Afghanistan. Great, sounds good. My point that I'm trying to make is it's not that they don't have any military, it's that they're not meeting their treaty obligations. And when it comes to that and other things, it's more of a detriment. And they're never going to explain to me. So you think it's a good thing that they didn't meet their treaty obligation?
No, I think they should meet their treaty obligations, but I think treating them this other way with all this other stuff with the terrorists and stuff is going to make them meet that, but also say, fuck you, we're going to do this.
So then how would you went about, hey, could you please meet your obligations? Okay, what if we don't? Well, we'll be very nice to you. We choose not to.
I probably would have done it in privately and not attacked them with tariffs.
So you would have
publicly to the whole
suggested
world.
tariffs privately.
Possibly. It would have been privately because at the end of the day, that's how you deal with your friends. You deal with
No,
them.
bullshit.
Really?
Yes, that's
Really?
bullshit. That's not how things are done in the. So just to be clear, what if someone leaks it? So privately, Trump's like, hey, I just want to let you know, France, we're thinking of putting a 20% tariff on you. You think that everyone in France would be like, thank you so much for keeping that private. We're not going to leak that publicly or anything. France would have leaked it publicly immediately and said, wow, this is outrageous. 20% tariff being suggested. I mean, come on.
Well, that's a steel man story for how you can approach it. You can go say, hey, look, I don't like the fact that you guys are doing this. We need to get you to do this. How do we get you to do this? If not, I'm going to have to start giving. Did you?
Trump asked in the first term.
But I thought the tariffs were about trade deals, not NATO.
Yes.
So he didn't go in there and talk to them about trade deals. He just threw the tariffs on everybody. It was a huge thing. He used the tariffs as a threat,
it's
as
like
an
you're
attack.
conflating things. Yes, there were times when Trump asked before he did anything, could you meet your obligations? They did not meet their obligation. Trump then took aggressive metrics. Part of that was threatening to pull out of NATO. Part of that was threatening to not meet our obligations if they don't meet theirs. And part of that was other aggressive actions that he took.
But it wasn't tariffs.
The tariffs weren't specifically about meeting NATO obligations, but the tariffs are significant in part of Trump's strategy to stop being pushed around by our so-called allies that are tariffing us, that aren't meeting their treaty obligations, etc. And the problem is you've fallen for the trap that everyone else does that says, wait a minute, Europe, when they were taking advantage of us and not meeting their obligations, they loved us. They were like, that's great. Thanks for the free money. And when Trump comes in and says, the money's not going to be free anymore, they're like, we don't like that. That's bullshit. We want to go back to the free money. And you're like, that proves our allies are less willing to listen to us. They may invest in their military and then eventually decide that they don't want to be allies with the United States. Maybe that'll save the United States a shit ton of money. Great. You don't have no proof of it. Some people saying, of course that's what they're going to say. Don't you think the United States would say that? If we left our military lax and we're relying on England for fucking protection, don't you think, like, if I ran for office, I'd be like, look, this fucking sucks. There's no guarantee we'll be partners with England the rest of our lives. We have to have some fucking self-defense here. We can't rely on others. In fact, that's exactly my argument when it comes to fucking manufacturing with places like China. We rely on China for ammunition. They're our biggest geopolitical adversary. So I'm like, we ought to start building ammunition. There's nothing wrong with countries, particularly ones that allegedly are on our side, having a robust defense. That's what makes the military alliance good, because they actually have an ability to contribute and to be able to defend themselves. And so I'm sorry that this comes down to like, well, Trump was just too mean. He just said things that were too mean. When push comes to shove, I assure you, the fact that they were doing what we said because the Obama and Biden administration were saying, please treat us like bitches and take advantage of us, but now they're doing only part of what we say because they didn't allow us to use military bases is nonsense. By the way, if you think we were able to use those air bases, do you think the situation in Iran's precipitously different?
No, I don't.
So what's the point?
My point is that when it does matter, they're not going to be there.
When's it going to matter?
One day, who knows? At the same point when all these other hypotheticals you wanted thrown out, when suddenly we get stronger because our energy prices go up because the future outlook is down. This is all things where Europe is talking about moving away from us so they don't have to rely on us. And you think them not relying on us and having less of a friendship with us doesn't make us weaker?
No, I don't. I think that, like, what you've set it up, like, Europe's in a lot of trouble. Can you acknowledge that?
All of Europe? I think different countries are different.
Yes, that is true. The European Union, right-wing populism is rising in Europe, like in a lot of Europe, correct?
Not some places, sure.
That's going to be more favorable to, like, Trump in the United States when it has a right-wing government, correct?
Possibly.
Okay. So what we
not
see
Italy
is
right now.
A lot of, Melania's not a big fan, but but what we see is
because he pissed her off, right? She was a fan until he started talking shit, right?
What was it specifically? I can't remember.
He said that she was begging for a selfie with him and she basically had to come out and say Italy doesn't beg, and now they're like, fuck you too.
Okay,
like,
great.
You got to admit that's not good on the
No,
world scale for our relationship.
Trump says
with
shit,
countries
but
like-
I don't care. Like, I'm so tired of
You
like,
don't
people-
care, but they do. That's the difference. We're talking about from them, but their willingness to help us when it
if
happens.
Canada and Italy are willing to intentionally sabotage themselves by saying no trade deals, no alliance with the United States ever again, and fall into obscurity, that's on them. Doesn't matter. There's plenty of other countries that won't make that choice. When they become the world power, they get to demand respect and say what they want. Fine, great. It doesn't matter if I'm sorry
to bully
that
everybody. We just get to bully everybody, do whatever we want, and they should listen, and it's never going to have any bad repercussions.
No,
on
I
us.
think that if your argument is Italy has changed its political position because Trump said she begged for a selfie.
No, more than that. She's done my, but that was the end of the straw.
So what has changed? What policies?
Iran was a big one for them too. They didn't like the Iran
what
war.
policies have changed with Italy? Go ahead.
None yet, but this just started, right?
So nothing.
What energy has come down? None, right?
I just want to be clear. Your argument is, and you led with this.
My argument is.
Let me finish. I think that maybe in the future, Italy is going to significantly change their policies because Trump said that Maloney wanted a selfie.
Well, they've already decided. The EU's already decided not to buy stuff. Actually, I'm pretty sure Italy changed buying aircraft carriers from the USA to somewhere else, from the EU, because of everything. And I know the EU is now transitioned to buying weapons from the EU instead of from America because of everything. So that's less money in our pockets, less manufacturing for us that they're going to invest in themselves. And it's still, they were going to strengthen their military either way, but now they're going to do it with their own weapons instead of ours, and us selling them and us profiting off of it. They're going to profit off it.
The point is, right, Trump has been talking about trade deficits, us selling to other countries and them not, right, and them not selling, or I'm sorry, them selling to us and not buying enough from us. When it talks specifically about the military, what we see is there's about a 30% decline is what I'm seeing of us buying products from Europe and a 6% decline of them buying from us. That's but that's, at the end of the day, that what you can see is it's had far more of effect on the deficit, right, on the idea that we're buying more from them. And what you're going to see is, as this evens out, you're going to see Europe's going to have to sell somewhere. Europe's economy is struggling mightily, many of these countries. They're going to have to sell somewhere. We've already acknowledged they're less likely to sell to China now. Yeah. Okay, so where are they going to go eventually?
Well, right now they're selling their military equipment to other countries within the EU. They're just kind of shipping it around the EU.
Great. So they'll increase their manufacturing
and
in their
Canada,
countries, and so they'll increase their manufacturing in their countries and sell to each other. Great. What's going to happen, what's likely to occur is, as the trade volatility settles down, that it's going to go back to them realizing, despite the fact that Trump said that Maloney wanted a selfie, we'd like our people to be wealthy. And so we're not going to spite ourselves by saying, nope, we refuse to sell to the United States. Sorry, not happening.
No, but they're buying less from the United States.
Yes,
they're buying their military. No.
6% less overall. Yes, I don't.
Yeah, but the deal going forward
I want you to focus on this. I absolutely think it is a net benefit for the United States and the world for Europe to produce their own military equipment and to sell it to each other and become more self-sufficient, so the United States does not have to subsidize their military. That is good. That is a good thing.
Even you admit we're losing profit off the military equipment we would sell them.
Government might lose 0.5% on their stock portfolio.
Well,
totally cool with it.
No, but they're talking about buying 50% less by 2030.
Okay, so then your argument.
So that would hurt domestic manufacturing of weapons.
Do you think we would sell somewhere else, like domestically, to the U.S. military to revamp our military?
Geez, we're gonna keep forever expanding our military.
No,
what kind of military conflicts do you want to be in?
So just to be clear, your argument is, hey, we need a perpetual war machine going, and we need to perpetually not leave Europe, meet their own military needs, and be weak militarily so that we could sell them missiles, because that's the key to increasing our manufacturing.
No, I think it makes us a lot stronger when we control the world's best military manufacturing in the world. And that no one else can even come close to competing with us.
Just to be clear,
so much so that they have to come to us because they're behind us.
Great. Show me the evidence. Show me the evidence that Europe's about to surpass the United States when it comes to defense contracts.
It's not that they're about to surpass.
So then when you just said we have, I think it's advantageous for us to have the best, we'd still have the best.
but again, having the best. If you listen to my argument, my opening, I didn't say that the best was that we were the strongest. It's that we're weaker than we were. And when we don't,
that doesn't make us weaker. It's not weaker if fucking Raytheon stock portfolio goes down 0.5%. That doesn't make the United States weaker.
No, but
okay.
If the whole world that was once not trying to compete with us with military technology, they're just buying it from us and letting us run it, is now competing with us. That's not good for us. They're not buying our stuff. They're competing.
That's not true.
And listen, though, United States making military stuff for the United States, it's very limited. It's not like you and me buy missiles, right? So there's a very limited pool of people who can buy these things, and we're cutting out a major block of countries that can actually afford it. So you're going to hurt some domestic manufacturing with this by having them increase their manufacturing so they don't buy from us. It's going to
what do you think happens? Does the United States just throw up their hand and say, "Well, we're fucked," or do they say,
"No"?
Perhaps
I think the government
Perhaps we'll manufacture things that are more important. You think Lockheed Martin's just going to say, bankruptcy? What can we do?
No, I think they just keep selling them to the government. I don't think the government's going to stop subsidizing Lockheed Martin. We're just going to end up buying it all ourselves instead of having they're going to be too big to fail, just like the car company, just like everybody else will.
You just said that wouldn't happen.
Quick time check for both of you guys. We've officially crossed the 2-hour mark, but I just want to check in and see where you both want to take it from here. If you'd like to keep the open floor going, we can absolutely continue.
I could do another 15 minutes if you want, and then we could do closing statements, and then I'm happy to take audience questions.
Yeah.
Does that sound all right? Yeah. So just to finish this thought,
okay.
No, I don't. I think that what you're doing is you're taking an industry. You're like, no. It's not good for Europe to manufacture their own weapons. We want them to rely on the United States. And if we ask Europe, hey, can you meet your actual treaty obligations? They'll be like, oh, you motherfuckers. Now we're going to build our own missiles. So we shouldn't do that. Instead, we should go to them in secret and say, excuse me, we'd like if you did what you said you would in the treaty. And please, pretty please, but don't build your own stuff. Please don't build your own stuff. Just do what you said you would, but spend it just in the United States, please. And always be relying on us. Can you do that? No. We don't really want to ask you to have your own military. Instead, we want to subsidize you the rest of eternity and understand that you would never come to the conclusion, maybe we don't want to be totally subsidized by the United States forever. It's just bullshit. You're spinning this story that's just ridiculous. It doesn't make the United States weaker to be able to protect our own borders as opposed to having to protect the entirety of Europe because Europe's now protecting themselves. Great. The United States stronger because of it. Now we can secure our border, which we couldn't do under Obama or under Biden. Sounds good. That makes the United States stronger.
I think we're weaker when the other countries don't trust us enough to buy our weapons material, which is a big thing the U.S. is really good at building, really good at selling. It's one of the biggest exports of the world is military equipment. We're really good at it. We've just created a whole world. All of our friends, we just told them, you know what? Come compete with us. Make something better than us. And sell it to yourselves. That's what we told them. That doesn't mean
what we're telling them is. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No. I interrupt. Go ahead.
That doesn't mean that we're not the strongest. We're not going to have the best. It means that other people are going to catch up, and we're going to be weaker. Just because we're not the strongest doesn't mean we can be weakened. You would admit we're still the strongest, but we've been on a steady decline. So you can be weakened. You can still be the strongest and be weakened.
Right. And the status quo is continuing that trend. What you're suggesting is we shouldn't try to disrupt that status quo because Northrop Grumman might lose some percentage of stock and sell a little less weapons to Europe.
I didn't say that. I said we could go about it in many different ways. That we could, if you want to increase the military spending, there's a lot of ways to do it without just attacking them or threatening
in the West. If this is all true, then what we would expect to see is, since the trade disputes and the disrespect of Europe and Canada has began, that because the United States has to sell to these places and they're selling much less, what we would gather is the United States GDP has gone down compared to some of these European and Canadian partners. Correct?
Because these things
we're selling less to them. So surely, comparatively, they're selling to each other. They're making trade deals.
The trade deal is like right now, today, we're going to stop buying all your American stuff, or does it gradually go down over time up through 2030?
No, what we could see is we have the numbers that I didn't think you were disputing, that we are currently, right now, selling less to Europe. 6%
Yes.
less to Europe, right?
Yes, and that's
So
gonna
then we would
continually go
expect our
down.
GDP. Now they're selling to each other. So that means if they're manufacturing and selling to each other, Europe's GDP is going up and the United States would be going down, correct?
Not just based off of military spec.
Not just military. This is all
manufacturing, of course.
trade. That number's all trade.
We were just talking about specifically military.
No, what I
spending.
read to you earlier was a 6% decline in all trade, all things that we're selling to Europe. So that would intuit, and by the way, the numbers are similar. You acknowledge we're selling less shit to Europe right now, less shit to Canada right now.
Yep.
So we would expect that their GDPs would be rising and the United States would be falling.
Not necessarily.
Why not?
Because there's a lot more than just import and exports that go to GDP.
If the United States GDP is going up compared to the rest of the first world country, are we becoming stronger or weaker?
Our economy is theoretically becoming stronger.
Okay, here's the numbers. Thank you.
If you subscribe to GDP being a great, I would agree with you right now. It is a standard metric, and it's probably the best metric for economic strength. I would agree with that. I don't think GDP is a great way to measure economic strength personally.
Me too.
Okay.
But when we're talking, I totally agree with that. Totally.
Right, cool.
For example, I don't give a fuck how many widgets but you're the one suggesting it. When you're saying, well, no, we need to be selling. Those are numbers when we're talking about trade disruptions and things like that. Those seem a better metric for those things when it comes to international trade and the money that's coming from that and how much we're getting from defense contractors spending. GDP seems to be more of a metric of that. That doesn't matter to you. Like, for example, if we kick 50 million people out of this country, right? And all of our standard of living increases because inflation goes down and wages go up. GDP would go down because we have 50 million less people, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But I would still say good, right? But when we're talking about global economies when it comes to trade, because you're like, these trade disputes are hurting the United States global economy. What I'm trying to tell you is not as much as Canada, not as much as the European Union. They're struggling.
I'm telling you is this is going to be long. I'm talking about more long term. What it's going to be to us. And yeah, they're struggling right now, but there's like we just said, there's other things going on in the world.
Even if that's true,
with the United States,
if that's true, the implicit nature of your prompt is right now. Not that you anticipate will be weaker 10 years from now. It's right now.
We're weaker on the world stage right now, sure.
But we're not if our economy is growing faster than the rest of the world and these economic relationships haven't hurt us and that we're forcing them to pay more of their obligations. So economically, we're throwing our weight around more. They're paying more of their obligations. How are we weaker? We're not weaker militaristically, right?
It's the decisions. Well, I could argue that because we've wasted a lot. We've used a ton of our ballistic missiles, so we have less opportunity to respond to threats.
I don't think that it makes our military has.
We're also
no.
We've also caused the world to close. We've also caused the closage of the Strait of Hormuz, which was previously open, weakening the whole world.
Well,
economy.
it also, I could make this argument if you want. I could say that. I could also say we've taken a large step in breaking up OPEC. And OPEC, which was basically had like a stranglehold on oil markets basically my entire adult life, now you have them at each other's throats. You have certain places like Saudi Arabia that actually has a pipeline that would be able to still be able to sell oil even with the straits closed, but the rest of these countries don't have it. So you have all these disputes now amongst a bunch of OPEC nations that were already sort of on the rocks. And what we see is we've increased domestic production in places like Canada, Kazakhstan, the United States. So as that domestic production is increasing at a much faster rate in those countries, OPEC is less of a share of the entire world share. So that's why they're predicting in the future markets that oil is going to fall to $63 a barrel, even though we're still in Iran. The reason for that is because what happened is we relied on OPEC, and what they would do is artificially inflate oil production or decrease oil production to maintain their hegemony when it comes to oil production. So if the United States was like, we're going to produce more, they'd be like, fuck it, sell a bunch of cheap oil right now, because that makes it less profitable for the United States to produce, or Canada or Kazakhstan, et cetera, et cetera. Now that the straits have been closed, what's happened is the rest of the world, especially the United States, is like, fuck, we have to up production. So we had short-term pain, but the long-lasting impact of that may be OPEC loses their monopoly. If that's the case, easily the United States is stronger in the world, because relying on these Arab nations for oil and basically being under their thumb was one of the things that took away a lot of U.S. power. No matter how strong we were, we still had to kowtow to OPEC. That may no longer be the case. So you could say, well, the strait was closed, it wasn't. We don't actually know how this is going to end up. It could end up that this happens, that it means that China, that formerly was getting resources through the straits, are like, fuck, now we're having trouble. So they have to come to the United States and like have some sort of mutual trade agreement that's like, look, we have an incentive to want to resolve this. This is why the United States said, hey, China, do you want to get involved in trying to help this? They're trying to build these strategic alliances and these strategic trade deals. That's one of the things that's occurring. So for me,
are there which trade deals occurred?
They're trying to build, is what I said. Okay. So eventually, the United States has been.
They're real good at it, huh?
I don't know. Like there have been trade deals that have been. Again,
which one? Which trade deal?
You want me to find a trade deal that's been made under Trump too?
And I'd like to know how it was better, how it made us stronger. And
okay. The Turnberry Agreement. It was in July 2020. The EU agreed to eliminate tariffs on most U.S. industrial goods. It protected American exporters because it lowered barriers from U.S. companies selling to EU. It boosted U.S. energy and agriculture because the U.S. committed to buying more liquid natural gas, oil, and farm products. It brought stability because it ended up that there was no longer these reciprocal tariffs. And it was a reciprocal approach. Trump's team framed it in a rebalancing issue.
So why do we still have tariffs on them?
Well, we have tariffs on other ways, but that was a specific product or specific things that we set up a trade deal on those specific things that were beneficial to the United States. And there's been all sorts of other deals that have been struck. We just don't know if they're going to come to fruition long term, because one of the things that happened was the courts struck down Trump's tariffs, right?
Right.
As you know, right? But there were a lot of deals that were being suggested before it went to the courts and they were struck down, and then it had to linger in hell until the Supreme Court got to it, right? Which was sort of these deals where Europe was like, okay, or certain countries like, we agree to buy this much stuff, we agree to lower tariffs this much. So it has happened. There have been trade deals that have been made. Yes, while the negotiations are ongoing, there's less trade occurring between the two countries. But the key thing is the United States as a superpower and being ahead of other countries. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about strength on the world stage. And I think that what's happened is certainly our adversaries think the United States is stronger because we're not fucking around, right? And I think our allies see that we can't be pushed over anymore, that they have to listen to the United States. Now, could it be that they're pissed off about this and they're setting the stage 20 years from now to usurp the United States more? Sure, but they were going to do that anyways. But the question is right now. That's what's implied. And
well, you're talking about oil prices and the futures oil prices, and then want to talk about right now, right?
Well, again, even if we take oil prices now, they're actually not that bad. They're only slightly above where they were at the best moment of Trump before the Iran war, which was like, well, I don't know if it was the best. Oil, I believe.
My gas went up 50 cents in the last 24 hours.
I don't believe you. I think you're lying.
Look up Michigan's average gas price.
Okay,
it was $3.80 yesterday, $4.26 today.
Okay, let's check it out. So your argument in Michigan
yesterday, $4.26
in
today.
Michigan, gas prices on average went up 50 cents in the last 24 hours.
Mine went up 50%, but it's going to be close to that. Yes, maybe not exactly 50.
I would suggest that the place you're going to, or maybe your state tax or something like that, if that's true.
It didn't change in the last. My gas tax didn't change in 24 hours.
Okay, so let's look this up. The average gas prices went up 50 cents in the past 24 hours. Average gas price in Michigan is around $3.20 to $3.40 per gallon. In the past 24 hours, prices have been stable and changed only by a few cents. A 50-cent jump in one day would be extremely unusual and make headlines. So are you lying?
I said I paid $3.76 yesterday and $4.26 today.
Okay, and I'm saying that's unique to your specific gas station because a 50-cent jump in any economy would be one of the biggest stories in the country. And I haven't heard dick all about this. And immediate research into it looks up that that's absolute bullshit.
I will send you the receipts for that. Maybe it is my specific gas station or my specific town.
Maybe the fucking Indian guy that runs your gas station decided he needs a second ride. I don't fucking know.
It was all over my county, my city, at least today.
I don't believe you. I don't believe it that all the gas stations increased it.
Oh,
I just don't. I think that's a lie. I'm just going to call it out. Okay. I think that maybe
like I said, I'll send you the
I think maybe one did.
You
You
think
said
Meyer?
for
Do you
regular.
think Meyer just does it at one gas station?
Yeah, I would say that one chain would be one gas station. Okay.
Okay, well
I
then,
want
then
you
sure,
to.
then sure. Myers in Michigan and Kalamazoo increased their prices about 50% in 50 cents in one day.
I don't believe you.
I'll say that.
Show me an article. This would be all through local papers. Show me any local paper that says that. That would be every. Do you understand how big of a jump 50 cents in one day is? That's fucking crazy.
I know, it was fucking crazy.
Okay,
I paid
then
it.
there would be some fucking newspaper article, some official thing talking about it, other than some random guy online. It's not possible. I mean, well, I don't want to say that. It's possible. But that's so unusual, and it certainly has nothing to do with fucking anything that Trump's doing.
427.
I'm telling you, if this happened, it was unique to like one specific location, and it had nothing.
Maybe it was. Maybe it was unique to my town, but
You said it was all Myers.
Well, the Myers in Kalamazoo, Michigan specifically. They're 427 today. Right now.
Gas, and do you have a link to that? Kalamazoo, Michigan,
Yep.
at Myers.
That's today.
How much is gas? I'm reading. Okay, let me see if I can find a source for this.
I just sent you the gas station closest to me that I paid the difference at, actually, of today's. I'm trying to see if I can find.
Where did you send that?
In the chats on StreamYard between you and me. Sorry, I didn't send it.
No. Shit, man, that's fine. You don't have to.
Yeah.
So the comment section.
No, you're in the private chat in the studio.
Private chat in the studio.
Yeah, I think he means like when you go to the like side
premium.
there, the private chat. There's group chats and then there's private chats, and it'll be like
Oh,
between you two
Meyer.
there.
Okay, gasbuddy.com. Let's do this. Oh, can you? Oh, fuck. This is. All right, I'm looking this up. So, how do I search here? It just goes to a generic link. It's not giving me the.
Oh,
So Gas Buddy, find gas. I'll click that search.
just do Kalamazoo.
Can you give me a zip code? Is that okay, or is that too personal? I mean, if you give me
I'll give you
the zip code to that gas station.
I don't even see. Do 49002. It should put you right there.
49002. Fuel, regular, cash or credit. We want Myers. All right. Let's see. Oh shit. And that's M-E-Y? Fred Meyer?
M-E-I-J-E-R. But yeah, Fred Meyer.
Okay.
But Fred
Gotcha.
Meyer is of that family, yes.
Okay.
But
Gotcha.
he spelled, actually, the reason why you think that is he spelled his name the other way, so they wouldn't know he was a member of the Meyer family when he was going through school.
Okay. 429 is what I see. Now, let's see what it was 24 hours ago. I don't know if there's a possibility to look at that.
That's what I'm trying to find. I haven't been able to find it from yesterday. I can only find current ones.
Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. But I don't think that that's indicative of, like, if one gas station's decided they're going to do that. There's nothing that's happened.
Yeah, and it's hard for me to find. I can find it more for the statewide than I can on just where I'm at. But it was a significant increase, and I did notice it pretty much everywhere.
50 cents in a day?
I paid $3.76 yesterday.
In that gas station. All right, man.
Yeah, like I said, and like I said, and to be fair, most of the gas stations were more expensive yesterday. That's why I went to that one. They were all about $3.90 to $4, but that's why I went to that one. And then it might have been $3.78 actually, not $3.72. So about a little over 40 cents change.
Let's see. And like all the Myers I'm seeing in the rest of Michigan.
Well,
I guess those are marathons. It's like 370.
Well, yeah. Well, it's going to depend. If you're in Detroit, it's going to be higher. If you're around us, we're kind of the biggest small city on the southwest side of Michigan. So Detroit's going to be a little bit higher. Around us is going to be cheaper. The farther north you go, it's going to be more expensive right now because of the tariffs on Canada. If you go up to the Upper Peninsula, but
So I don't.
the
Anyways,
surrounding area is going to be cheaper.
the point, I still think that a 50-cent increase sounds fucking ridiculously unusual when it comes to the state. I'm not disputing that an individual gas station or two
Sure.
might do that for all sorts of reasons,
But-
but it doesn't dispute my point, right?
Yeah, but-
that
well,
oil
you-
prices down.
Yeah, but Utah's gas prices are up 52% since February. They're up 144 a gallon. Kentucky's up 50%, up $1.30 increase. Tennessee's up about 50%. Mississippi, this is all since February.
Well, right, but that's what I'm saying. What I told you was it looks like the oil prices and therefore gas eventually is starting to fall. That's what I
but
said.
it looked like that earlier when there was a ceasefire too, and then they rose after we started bombing. So that's the futures are subject to change.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying though is that like we don't. Of course, the futures are subject to change, but I'm talking. Let's see, future predictions. I don't know. It's tough to find these. But
Because this is
nonetheless,
all changed. It's all going to change since the war is back on in the last few days. So it's going to take the markets a few days to figure everything out, right?
yeah. Let's see. What was the oil prices at the start of the Iran conflict? At the start of the Iran conflict in June 2025, it looks like oil, the WTI crude, was $74 to $76 a barrel. As of right now, as of July 26 or 16, 2026, it's $78 to $80 a barrel. So right now, oil prices are, let's see, it's about $2 more per
Yeah.
barrel.
But are you looking at the futures market or the spot price?
That's spot price.
okay. I didn't hear which one you were talking about. So, yeah, if you're looking at spot price, then yeah, they're up $2 since then. But
Yeah, so
at the
I mean
pump-
that's $76 to $78. So
yeah,
I mean,
but at the pump, that's translating to 50% for a lot of.
no, that's not
Since February, I should not
right. Not
since
today,
February.
since February.
Yeah.
So the highs, right? But
No,
what
yeah.
I'm saying is
It's
that
up
it's
50%
fallen.
since February.
It's falling, right? Even though we've continued there, that it's falling, and that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
That we've upped domestic production. There's other things going on, and so actually, from the highs, I don't disagree that we had highs.
And they're still higher than they were than
Yes,
February,
like
right?
like what? That's like
$1.40 in 50% in Utah, 50% in Kentucky, 50% in Tennessee, 47% in Mississippi. So
that is
yeah.
not true. We're talking about right. We're talking specifically about crude prices, right?
Oh, I'm talking
That's what
about-
we're talking about. Like, yes, of course, when we're talking about crude prices, there is a lag. So, what the price of a barrel of oil is, and that being produced and then manufactured, etc., there's a lag in time. So, what I'm suggesting is that we see those prices falling.
Yeah, that's assuming nothing changes and we just stay status quo right now. Right.
Well,
that's what the market's
yes,
predicting. That's
yes.
that's a prediction.
But
right?
what I'm saying, if I buy a barrel of oil, and maybe I'm mistaken about, but I think I'm right. If I buy a barrel of crude right now, or I buy energy right now, and I'm going to manufacture that into gasoline, right? Not necessarily crude, I get that, but I'm buying right? The price sort of is about what I'm paying now. So that might take a month to manufacture something. So if I pay 10% less now, a month from now, you'll pay 10% less at the pump. But do you understand? Now then,
I
oil
get what
prices.
you're saying, but it's not directly how it works because they're also baking in if it's going to go back up later, they got to take that money to buy more.
Well, there
the business
is
is obviously going to
They
make a
factor in
decision
futures.
on
That's
factors,
true.
and sometimes they just leave the price where it is because they know they can get away with it, make some extra money, and that's not under. A lot of people on the left will say they only do that under Democratic presidents. That's bullshit. They do it when they can make money, they'll make their money. But
The point that I'm trying to make here is that we actually see those prices falling, right? The question here is
potentially falling.
They are falling.
The futures prices are falling. Yes.
Let me say this as clean as I can. Oil prices, you ready? They go up, and now they're like this.
Yeah,
So the future's predicting it'll continue to fall.
They're
Have they fallen from where
a
they
little
were?
bit. From the highs, yes.
Okay, so when I say they've fallen, it's not, well, maybe. They have fallen. That's the point I'm making. And right now, when it comes to crude oil, we see that basically it's $78 as opposed to $76 when it was at the start. Some futures markets are predicting that that's likely to fall to $63 a barrel. You're right. Anything could happen and that could change. The point I'm trying to make is when it comes to that we could actually see that there wasn't a lot of long-term pain when it came to that stuff. We see other metrics that are following this. For example, we see the lowest in core CPI inflation numbers for this month than we've seen since, I believe, April of 2020. What I'm suggesting is it paints an economic picture that despite what we've seen so far in Iran, we've seen the high water point, and now things are starting to decline.
I don't know that you can say. I don't know if you can say that when the month that we had the decline in inflation was the month that we had the ceasefire in Iran and the Strait was moving out and Iran was selling their oil and everyone was getting the oil out. So I don't know that you can. That was for that month that we had the oil coming out. So it dropped oil prices quickly. Now we're back to a closed strait. So that's going to change things.
Well, I don't know that that's necessarily true because I think the month before that, if I'm looking at. Let me check real quick. I think that it was actually lower in the month before.
No, last month was the first month we had negative inflation. The prices went down.
Crude oil prices and
maybe crude oil prices, maybe.
I'm looking at $74 to $76 a barrel in June.
Okay. I don't know the exact prices of crude oil. I thought you were talking about prices.
Yes, with inflation.
So I was talking about inflation. I was talking about inflation.
Yeah.
So you might be right. You might be right on that. But we saw the major change when we were in a ceasefire and all the oil was flooding out. Is when we saw the big drop.
Yeah, but you understand when it comes to Iran specifically, we're talking about energy prices. So if energy prices were even lower the month before the alleged ceasefire, that would seem. What I'm suggesting is that there's other things that factor into this, like other countries were caught off foot because they weren't prepared for the strait to close, but now they've taken metrics to mitigate that.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying anything. We could end up in World War III tomorrow and oil prices go through the fucking roof. Like, that's a possibility. What I'm saying is it seems that we've crested. No, maybe not. Yeah. Maybe things change, but it seems that we've crested. And what I'm saying is there's an economic question to be had about the midterms. I personally believe it's too late. I believe that the Republicans are still going to lose the House in the midterms, and the economy is going to be the big reason. I think me and you might wax on about the importance of the U.S. standing in the world, but to be honest, your fucking neighbor probably doesn't give a shit. He cares that he's paying $4.20 for gas. That's probably the truth. So 100%. even if it would lower to $3.50 2 days before the election, you don't think of it that way. You don't think, oh, it's low today, I'll vote Republican. You think, man, I've been paying out the ass the past 4 months. So I think the Republicans will lose the House. But that's not the question. The question of this prompt is the United States weaker on the world stage? And I don't think that the oil price increase has actually made us weaker on the world stage when it seems to have affected other countries in the world more. I just don't think it has. And I think that it seems we've taken the shock of the worst of that. And it seems what's likely to happen is maybe as a desired outcome or maybe as a serendipitous outcome, it seems that there will be less power and control over oil prices in the OPEC nations going forward. So for me, it's like, I just don't see it. And if I can say something, I don't know if you'll give a shit about this. Speak might. I'm willing to go a little longer because on my end, I went from maybe 200 people watching to we have over 1,000 watching now. So we have a much larger audience that saw the majority of this debate. So if you don't mind if I do a little framing and then give you an opportunity to frame, is that fine? So that like the new people could see? Yeah. My argument is when it comes to the U.S. being weaker on the world stage, we have two differences. The first is you're saying we used to be predictable and we're not. And I'm saying that's a good thing. It's a good thing with our enemies because our enemies have to be scared shitless with things like Venezuela now and know that actually we will be aggressive. And that's why they're less likely to do things that are as hostile to the United States. and even with our allies that I think were taking advantage of us. I think that they weren't meeting their obligations. I think that they were tariffing us. I think that they did all sorts of things to attack interest in the United States, such as the Digital Service Act that's punishing U.S. companies because they're allowing free speech, that's attacking right-wing nations around the world. And I think ultimately that us being the world police and having to defend these countries makes the United States weaker, including in the international stage, because it makes us weaker domestically. I think that even if there have been short-term negative consequences, the United States is doing far better than the rest of the world, and our geopolitical rivals are actually being hurt more by tariffs and turmoil that we see. And so the United States is actually stronger on the world stage because we're more respected and not seen as a pushover. That's my take.
And my take is basically that history teaches us that great powers don't fall because someone else suddenly became stronger or people took advantage of them. They fall because little by little their friends stop believing they can be counted on and they start looking for other ways to do it. And that eventually the losing of as we lose allies, we're going to lose power because we lose influence in the world when allies aren't our allies anymore.
But I'm so sorry, please.
Yeah, no, and we can see it throughout history as well. So
you've acknowledged, though, that the United States has been waning as a world power basically in every president in your lifetime. So Obama weaker than Bush, which was then Trump weaker than Obama, then Biden weaker than. Okay.
Yeah, culturally, I admitted 100%, and then there's other ways you could argue.
What way wouldn't they be? If culturally that's occurring, militaristically that's the case as well, right?
No, I don't know about that.
You don't think that? Oh, I think that's true. We both agree that the United States is still the military hegemon, but the distance between us and number two has shrunk considerably.
Oh, but I don't know that you could put that on any one person. I thought you were trying to put that on one person.
No. I'm saying that's been trending.
Correct. I guess correct. I wouldn't say that we're going down. I would say people are catching up.
Fair enough. Either way, I do think we're going down, but nonetheless, fine. And certainly that's truth economically.
Yeah, certainly.
Okay, so then in all metrics that really we're talking about that matter, whether it be culturally, like through soft power, or it be through hard power, like economics or military, the rest of the world's been catching up to the United States since like the end of the Cold War.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Do you think
everything we talked about? Yes, right there.
Do you think that like had Kamala Harris won, that trend would have reversed?
Not necessarily. I think the trend would continue because of the outside influences of just the world and the situation, not because of the actions of the president.
And so then the only chance to change that would to have been to stop being predictable and doing business as usual.
No, you can be predictably and do better.
Well, the predictability is we're doing things the same as we've always done them. That's what's predictable. If we radically change, then that's less predictable.
But radical change isn't necessarily good, right? You already admitted that change and unpredictability can make you weaker.
That's totally true. So just because we change doesn't mean we'll change for the better.
Yeah, but just because, and changing something that's going slightly down could make it take a nosedive, right? So it could go straight up, it could go straight down, and go anywhere in the middle.
My argument is that's not what occurred, but what I'm doing is laying this. As an audience, you might want to say like, okay, this is an interesting topic, maybe I don't know much about. What I'm saying is you've basically conceded that inevitably we're leading to the managed decline of the United States and the status quo. Trump's been different in many ways, both stylistically, how he's carried himself, and strategically, whether it be, potential trade wars like tariffs and things like that, what he did in Venezuela, trying to deport people in the United States, concerned about border security. All of this is markedly different than any president in our lifetime before him, correct?
In our lifetime, yes.
Yeah.
We've done the tariffs before.
Well,
it didn't work out
yes, you're right. But I mean, as a whole picture, you have to acknowledge.
Yeah, well,
Trump's very different, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've done on some levels. It's a lot of like the tariffs is kind of one of our worst hits as America.
I don't know. Really?
What you don't think that the Holyoke kind of?
Oh, I thought you meant Trump's tariffs. I'm sorry.
No, yeah. So I'm saying, but we're just like repeating America's worst hits. Now it didn't turn out as bad for multiple reasons, and I think I agree with you that it didn't turn out as bad as I thought. I think it would have, but I also thought it would be lagging because most things in the economy tend to be a lagging indicator, tend to lag a little bit longer. And I think we started I did see a report that our inflation right before the Iran war was like the equivalent to what the tariffs we were paying. So it was almost as if the only inflation we saw was from the tariffs. And if not, we wouldn't have seen any inflation, which was shocking to me. And I hate to have to admit that, but I saw a report on that. I'd have to find it exactly. I didn't really read into it, but I thought it was interesting. I was like, damn, he could have been doing, because I was like, damn, I wouldn't know what to say about the economy if inflation was zero right now, because there's a lot of bad things going on. But if inflation was zero, that was a campaign promise. And I think that was just 1 month, so not long term. But
I mean, again, first off, like there's questions of whether or not you even want absolute zero inflation. But fair enough. I'll say
no. I would actually agree with you that you don't want zero inflation because it shows no growth. Just like I don't the debt hot. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't want America to be in a huge debt, but I think running a little bit of debt makes sense because that means you're investing in America with your own money, right? You're borrowing against yourself to invest in yourself. So a little bit of debt isn't bad. Where we're at now is inherently bad because we're paying more on our debt. Our payments are more on the interest than on the debt itself.
Yeah, well, the point I'm trying to make is if the economy was doing so well other than the tariffs, and we at least acknowledge this, there are potential benefits to the tariffs. Like, for example,
there could be. Okay. I think if you did it smart, there could be a lot of benefits to the tariffs. But but the way you do it doesn't make sense. You're
think about
everybody.
this. Forget about Iran for a second. So if we're having this discussion right before Iran, right? And it's like, look, there is literally no inflation except like sort of the normal, not that bad inflation that we would have had without tariffs. And look, we're already starting to see certain trade deals where, okay, these European countries in this way have eliminated their tariffs. Right? And that some manufacturing is coming back to the United States, domestic job growth. How is that a bad thing?
I didn't say any of that necessarily was a bad thing, but our manufacturing is down. So I don't know what you're talking about, this domestic.
Well, we agreed that manufacturing is something that'll take like a couple of years for the incentive from the tariffs to break. But what I'm saying is
if they even build the factories for you.
The downside to the tariff is the increase in cost to consumer. And it wasn't that bad.
But the upside would be, the upside's supposed to be the tariffs are bringing manufacturing here, and you've already admitted that they're not going to do that unless they know these tariffs are long term.
Well, no, not necessarily. I'm saying that
we haven't
less
seen a
likely.
major. We don't see major factories being built.
Well, so let me
right now. Data centers maybe, but not factories.
Well, 1 second. So there have been reports that certain industries have said that they're going to start building factories here, but the problem is that will take some. That'll take. So let me see if I can find.
Well, would you? So you think increasing domestic manufacturing would inherently strengthen us, right?
I think that it's a good thing. Yes,
because we had factories that were supposed to be funded by Biden that the projects got canceled and pulled out.
Like what?
There was a factory here, a battery plant in Michigan was supposed to come here that decided they weren't going to. That they got the funding pulled out because it was green energy.
Well, wait. Say again.
We had a battery factory, we had a electric EV plant here that was going to be built that ended up pulling out because all the funding for it basically got pulled.
Yeah. Well, funding for subsidizing inefficient green energy is fine. I don't think we need any more cylinders.
Oh, it was for Ford EVs. I'm pretty sure it was to help the domestic car manufacturing.
Let's see. So I want to get a source for this because I don't want to bullshit you and say something that doesn't say what it actually does. But there seems to be a lot of announcement.
Yeah, there's a ton of announcements about EV. I'm looking for it right now. There's a ton of EV announcements.
Okay, big manufacturer. This is according to Investopedia, May 20th, 2025. Since tariffs were announced, a number of companies announced multi-billion-dollar investment in U.S. manufacturing. Big manufacturing investments are coming to the U.S. as tariffs threaten supply chains. Last month, Swiss drug maker Roche said it was putting $50 billion into expanding the U.S. footprint. However, it didn't cite tariffs specifically as a reason. Trump said he's planning to oppose 25% tariff on pharmaceuticals. Other companies, Honda is reportedly moving production of a Civic hybrid hatchback to the U.S. Hyundai, which said it would bring a new factory to Georgia. Taiwanese semiconductor manufacturing company, a computer chip set.
Before or after they raided the Hyundai plant and they all said, "Oh, we're not going to build anything else anymore."
I don't know. Maybe that's true. A Taiwanese semiconductor said that was investing $100 billion. Chip giant Nvidia says it plans to do $500 billion. IBM plans to invest 150 billion. Apple says it was
That's what
500 billion.
Yeah, Apple said that when he looked at Trump and said, "How much am I supposed to say again?" and then said it. So I don't know if we're actually going to get any of that. I'll believe all that when it manifests.
Okay, but the point is, we both acknowledge that it would take years to manifest, right?
Well, it would take years to buy land to start building a factory. It'd take years to get to the point where that factory is built. But you could break ground pretty simply, especially if you got the. Did they say that anybody building a factory here would have to be able to skip most of the regulations or something? Did they say that they would prioritize them if they wanted to build a factory here? Which I don't disagree with them doing that. Depending on the regulations, I don't mind them fast tracking people building factories and
right. The problem is, I think some of these they are buying land and doing stuff. It's just that we're not going to see the jobs necessarily for some time.
Well, I would just like to see the breaking of ground.
Okay,
I don't necessarily see the jobs.
Okay,
the starting of a
so we'll take one. We'll take one example. Apple. So. According to Bloomberg, in June of 2026, Apple is expanding production of Mac computers, key component Texas, Arizona, plans to add new supplier facilities in the United States to mitigate tariff risk and meet growing domestic demand. That's from Bloomberg in June, right? So that they're already increasing production, which will lead to an increase in jobs.
It's a plan on it.
Well, let's see. It says they are expanding. So again, the point I'm trying to make is, the tariffs, the net negative of the tariffs hasn't been that bad, and there is still a potential. You admitted that the inflation of it wasn't that bad. There's still potential. It's certainly reduced.
Well, they got pulled off.
Let me finish. It's certainly reduced reciprocal tariffs, and that hasn't been pulled off. And we at least have businesses saying, yeah, we're investing. We're talking about that. We have places that are, even in left-wing circles like Bloomberg, that are reputable, saying, yeah, they're expanding production. Like, we see this occurring. We might not see the fruits of that for a year or two, but that's stuff that we already see. The net negatives of tariffs haven't been that bad. Trump's aggressive policies against allies that have been shittier to us, that, yeah, they're going to gnash their teeth and say, we liked Obama better. We liked Biden better because we could do whatever we want. It hasn't resulted in them fucking all of a sudden saying we'll never trade with the United States again. It hasn't resulted in them saying we won't allow any military bases here. And the thing that you could then point to, really, other than that's Iran. You got Trump's harsh language, Trump's tariffs in Iran. With Iran, I don't think that I'm not a fan of it. Let me be clear. But I don't think that it's made us weaker on the world stage. If anything, it caused temporary pain in the United States that might last a long time, right? To be honest, when it came to the closing of the straits, but that's hurt other countries more. And I think that there's a trade-off. Some of our European allies might not be they've basically stayed neutral, is what they've done. You acknowledge that when it comes to Iran, right? Other allies like Israel and some of these Arab countries are like, yes, great. So I don't think that you could say, I think after we see things like Venezuela, it makes the United States look stronger. I think when the United States is attacking, it makes the rest of the world be like, fuck. I think that the evidence I cited that our foreign intelligence of our adversaries said they liked Obama, they liked Hillary, they liked Biden because they found them predictable. And so they knew exactly what buttons to push. I think the fact that you've conceded that the status quo is the managed decline of the United States when it comes to their strength on the world stage, all of this points to that this radical change was necessary, and it's not 100% guaranteed to work. But right now, I think we're in a stronger position. Our allies are paying more for defense. Our enemies are more afraid that we'll attack them. We're having more of a control. Our GDP is going up compared to the rest of the world and our allies and our enemies. Now, to be clear, I want to be honest. There are certain countries the GDP's gone up faster than the United States, but they're like African countries and shit. I think we could acknowledge that's different, right?
I think we already acknowledged that
Lesotho having a good quarter.
GDP is kind of just the only way we have to measure it right now.
Well, but GDP is a bad metric for me and you. And let me explain. Right?
No, I agree. We don't got to go into GDP again.
Okay, right. But it's a good metric for the total strength vis-a-vis the rest of the world economically.
It's the best metric we have. I'll give you that. It is the best metric we have.
So I just don't think. And here's what gets me. Here's the real key. And it doesn't really have to do with the prompt, but it has to do with my intuition as to why you made this prompt. The reason you made this prompt, I think, is because you think it's real bad. Right? Because if you're acknowledging, pretty much it's the norm for every presidential administration to be weaker on the world stage than the one before it. The reason you wanted to talk about this prompt is because you're like, I think we're way fucking weaker under Trump, right?
No, it's because I think we're doing things differently that are particularly weakening us in a way that we've never done before. Now that it's going to change our drastically change our status overnight, I already acknowledged in my opening statement that we're the strongest by far. We're the strongest in every metric.
So in other words,
it's not that we're declining, it's not that we're done as a country. I don't think any one president could honestly do enough damage.
I didn't say
completely
that.
destroy the United
I
States.
said, do you think that he's made us much weaker than previous presidents?
I think he's made the world decide that they might have to defend against us. And anytime they're planning to have to defend against us instead of work with us as a change is not a good thing for you.
Yeah, but you acknowledge that hasn't resulted in anything right now. That's just an acknowledgement that maybe in the future this could make the U.S. weaker.
No, but we see them planning on it, like making plans to move away from the United States. They're all talking about it.
I don't think so. I think you want to know what's likely to happen. If I could just throw out a prediction here, I think that the U.S. outlasts the European Union. I think that eventually we'll see the European Union fracture because I think you're going to see the rise of right-wing populism in places like Europe. And I'm not saying that means they're going to be bosom buddies with the United States. In fact, you're more likely to see left-wing start to win in the United States, ironically, right? And so I think what's going to happen is the European Union's going to fracture. I think you're going to see more and more pressure on it, and you're going to have places do like UK did with Brexit. And I think migration's going to be a big issue, and Europe's in a lot of fucking trouble, right? Like their energy production's weak. They're struggling. They're struggling because of the Ukraine war, and they've lost energy production from Russia. They're struggling because they've shot themselves in the foot with these green fucking energy policies. Like it's real. It's not good. And like and the same's true of Canada. Canada's fucked. Like if you talk to people in Canada, it's like we're doing so much worse than the rest of the world economically. Why? And for them to be like, we're going to stamp our feet and say we're going to do a trade deal with China. Okay. Like they're fucking themselves. And so I think what you're likely to see is all of this. Like, I think the most likely scenario is this. Eventually the rest of the world says, look, we're going to have to kind of not take advantage of the United States as much as we used to. We're going to have to meet our obligations. We're going to have to rescind some of these tariffs. And yeah, that might mean that we get a little more, barrel-chested when it comes to like the United States at the UN saying this, that, or the other. And we're like, we don't have to listen to you always. But ultimately, I think it's going to be to treat the United States with more respect. We had pushovers over and over again, like Biden, right? They're the pushover. Oh, please, the United States we're bigoted. We have systemic racism, blah, blah, blah. It's our fault. And Trump's the opposite. He's the bull in the china shop. And I think that ultimately that's what's needed to equalize it, where it's like, look, it's not that we fear. It's not that we know we can take advantage. It's that we respect. It's that we acknowledge, look, as it is right now, the United States is a superpower. And the fact that we're in the best position now, as you agree, that there will continue to be decline, this is the best position to try to make these attempts to negotiate. So I just don't see it. I don't think that the rest of the world's like likely to be like, we don't respect the U.S. military. I don't think the rest of the world, they might be upset, but they're upset because they were on the gravy train. And Trump's like, yeah, we're taking you off the gravy train. So for me, that's not a sign of weakness. And the last thing I'll say on this, I can't state this enough. The big thing you've even acknowledged this, unpredictability, like Trump is better for adversaries, but not for allies. But these allies, in many ways, have been, not only are they not super pissed or not changed what they're doing, really, but they fucking screw us over in a litany of ways. They're punishing U.S. companies because they know there's not going to be any reciprocation, like with the DSA going after free speech. They're interfering in right-wing countries, including in the United States, with policies. These aren't the actions of allies. And so I think that reining them in is good. It is the exact metaphor you gave. It's the mob boss with the fucking, second in command that's leeching off him and going behind his back and fucking him over. And finally the mob boss slaps him upside the head and is like, listen here, motherfucker, fall in line. And when you don't do that, when you let them run rampant, it just gets worse and worse and worse until eventually you're fucked. Until eventually the mob boss loses.
Exactly. Eventually the mob boss pisses everybody off enough. And then they all come together and they take out the mob boss. They rebel against them.
That's the opposite.
You're right.
It's the opposite. If the mob boss doesn't have a heavy...
Sure. You've talked a lot about the Cold War, right? The Cold War wasn't won, but the Cold War wasn't won by America alone, right? It was all of our friends that helped us win that war.
Well, it is largely the United States. We were in a position where...
NATO, Japan, South Korea, Australia.
Sure, we had allies, and what was the military that they fought with?
Well, the Cold War wasn't a military
Right.
fight, right?
So what was largely what
Right.
the Cold
So
War,
it's not just their military strength that's important to us to be on our side, right?
No,
It's not just
largely-
about their military.
largely what was going on, right? Largely what was going on during the Cold War was the United States as the hegemon, trying to be hegemony, and the Soviets trying to be hegemony. And so what was happening was they were building up a bunch of Soviet states, and we were building up a bunch of places that we were going in, like to either be our allies or vassals or color revolutions, etc. I don't know that you could be like, well, the reason we won the Cold War is because Japan and the United Kingdom was our allies. I don't know how much of that had to do with it. I think it was because
if none of them were our allies, we would have won the war. We would have won the Cold War. If it was been Russia versus us, do you think that we would have won the Cold War?
maybe not.
Of course,
Maybe not. Okay, but that's not what we're talking about.
So,
For example,
so you admit having allies that'll band with you when the time's right is important.
but it wasn't
And having them be
allies.
your
It's
friends.
not allies in that sense. It's people that were like trade partners or people that were like
It was
some mutual
literally
benefit.
NATO.
Like, listen,
NATO was
was
created because
NATO
of it,
was
right?
something that existed. Yes, NATO was
Because
something that existed.
for Russia
Again, let
in
me
the Cold War.
So first off, let's go through all the reasons that this example is not going to apply. One, the example you just gave is, what if they weren't our allies, but instead they were Soviets? But you've already acknowledged that that's not going to apply in the status quo situation, because despite your claims at the beginning of this that Europe was entering trade deals with China, it's the exact opposite. Since Trump, they're actually engaged in a pseudo trade war with China that
But
they're
Canada's
desperately
not.
trying to. Not Canada, but Canada is far less important than Europe.
They're a
Far
lot
less
closer
important
to
than
us.
Europe.
If they start letting
It
China
doesn't
put
matter.
stuff-
It doesn't
so if-
matter if they're a lot closer. They're a failed state. They're failing more. And you quickly.
So what if that
I
failed
just- I
state
just
allows
want- I
Chinese
just want-
people to
I just
come
want-
in?
What you won't do in this debate with me is lie or misstate something, and then quickly try to move on by saying, "But Canada, you definitively said that Europe was entering into trade deals with China, and that was a big deal." It turns out that is the inverse of the truth. That
That
they're
was
less
incorrect,
likely
correct.
to enter into trade deals, and now you're trying to act like that's not a big deal. You're like, "Yeah, but Canada."
No, you're right. The fact that they're not going to China is a big deal. That's right. That doesn't mean
Yes.
they're coming back to the United States, though.
But so your analogy here of what if the United Kingdom and Spain and France became Soviets and were allies
Well,
of Soviets? That's
Canada
not what
was
we're
our
talking.
ally. Canada was our ally in the Cold War too. So what if
I
they're
don't
not-
know what to say. I don't like.
I don't understand
guess
why you
maybe
think I'm
if
talking about
maybe
the
if
whole.
I-
You don't
maybe
think losing
I'll-
one ally
let me
makes a
turn my
difference?
head on. I'll be you here. Yes, it turns out I was completely full of shit and lied or misstated what was going on, but I'll keep saying Canada, and that somehow will make it okay.
No, that was wrong. I don't know. I don't know what else you want me to say about that. I was
but
wrong
Canada,
about
what I'm
that.
saying, your analogy was specifically, what if the United Kingdom had been the allies of the Soviets? And I'm saying, but that's not analogous, because we're actually seeing the United Kingdom.
I'm not trying to make that
Let me finish.
analogous.
That's what you said. What we're actually seeing is the United Kingdom is even less likely under Trump to be with the so-called Soviets, which is China now. So actually, that would prove that this is better. And then you're like, yeah, but Canada. Now,
My
again, show me the
hypothetical-
trade deal that Canada signed with China.
Again, they reduced their tariffs on Chinese cars from 100% to 6%.
Okay, so how many more? So this all of a sudden,
Again, wait. But again, let's go back again.
are they allies with China and not the United States now? Is that what's happening? in Canada? Okay, so then what's the point? They're buying a few more cars from China.
The point was we couldn't have won the point was we needed our allies to win the Cold War. So when you say they're not our allies, they helped us win the Cold War and get into the power that we were, and that we need allies in these situations to be able to compete. We can't single-handedly take on the whole world ourselves.
said that?
Was the point.
Who said that?
Well,
The point I'm
if you
trying to
if
make
you
is,
keep pissing everybody off, eventually you're going to have to.
okay, what I'm saying is it pisses people off when you take them off the gravy train. In effect, what your argument is, whatever the rest of the world says that they want from us, we have to give them.
No.
Else they'll be pissed off. And if we piss them off, we would have lost the Cold War. So if they say, we're going to play zero for NATO, and we're going to tariff you at 1,000%, and also we want you to send us $1 billion a year, we have to do that. Because if we don't, let me finish, if we don't, that'll piss them off. And if we piss them off, we couldn't win the Cold War. So we have to do whatever they want. It would be rude of us for us to be like, could you please stop tariffing us? It would be rude of us to be like, hey, could you meet your treaty-bound obligations to pay? That would be wrong. It would be rude of us to say, please stop fining our companies for the crime of free speech. It would be rude of us to say, could you stop interfering in elections when right-wing governments win like Romania? That would be rude. And then we would lose the Cold War.
No, that's exactly. You're telling me what I want you to do. I want you to go talk to them about that. You just said it would be rude and that's not what I want. But earlier I said I want you to go talk to them about it, not just attack them first.
Have you ever heard how people like Winston Churchill or Lyndon B. Johnson talk? How do you think they talked? Lyndon B. Johnson used to whip his dick out and smack it on the fucking desk. He used to talk to people from the shitter, right? You want to hear how fucking Churchill talked? So your argument that's like, the whole problem isn't what Trump's doing. It's the fact that he said it rudely and he didn't say it in private.
You just
Fuck
said,
that.
well, you just said we can't go ask nicely. So you were completely mischaracterizing my position. My whole point was we should negotiate and ask nicely.
No, we already did that. And they say no. Then what happens?
So
we
so
say,
then we
"Can you
threat,
please-
so then we
can we-"
threatened to, so then we should threaten to take over their country.
Like
That's
what?
the next
Like
logical
what?
stuff. Like Greenland.
Greenland, we were talking about buying. In fact,
We were just buying. He said we will control Greenland one way or the easy way or the hard way.
yeah, that's called negotiating.
Okay, but that's we had to threaten to take over their country. That was a good move. That was smart. That creates friendships.
I don't give a shit. And I think that this is
So-
one of the most laughable. Trump says mean things.
So-
Can you believe Trump was like, maybe we'll make Canada the 51st state? Oh my God. That's outrageous. Can you believe it? Now Canada's like, you know what? Fuck that. We're joining China. That's it. We're joining China. He told Maloney, he said to Maloney, can you believe he said she wanted a selfie? Fuck that. We're commies now. We refuse to do anything with you. We're going to sabotage ourselves economically. He said I wanted a selfie with him. Fuck him. Like, it's a joke. This is nothing.
Over time, slight after slight after slight is going to weaken your friendship with your ally.
Do you think
Whether
that
you
it
want to
was
admit it or not, you can obfuscate and say it's just mean words. But when the other countries get pissed at you over time, they're going to be less likely to work with you, less likely to share intelligence with you. You can obfuscate as much as you want, but the more you piss them off, and you can frame it as if we don't do whatever they want, which I never implied we should have to do whatever they want. I specifically said, if you don't like the trade deal, there's ways to approach that. The USMCA is coming up. You should have negotiated it then. But you have to, as a country, I like to think of the United States as someone that honors their deals that they make it. And then when the time comes to renegotiate the deal, that's when they renegotiate the deal and they don't just blow things up in the meantime. And if they do want to, they go about it with their friends in a certain way. So we show that we are in this and we are reliable and more reliable than China. And the way we've been able to keep them all away from China for so long is by doing that and being the reasonable party, not threatening them, not playing these money games and all that. So, which you conceded that China's playing a lot of games and tries to manipulate them with money once they have their power. Now you're basically suggesting the U.S. does the same thing and come in and use our power to bully them around and change things. Again, not opposed to changing things, just got to go about it a certain way that brings them with us instead of pushes us away.
I think one of the big problems we have, not just in the United States, but globally, is feminine energy in politics. And I think you exemplify it. I'm sorry that Trump's mean words have really hurt your feeling. And you wish he'd have talked to his soft tone and talked about trigger warnings and shit like that to these countries. I don't really have a pussy, so it doesn't really affect me like that. But hey, I understand you have some inflation of the vagina about it, so I totally get it. Now, I'm sort of making fun of you a little here because I'm funny as shit. But the point that I'm trying to make is the point I'm trying to make.
No. You want to make fun of me?
Finish,
The president gets butthurt anytime someone makes fun of him. So we got a lot of feminine energy running this country.
Yeah,
I agree.
maybe he does. So what he does? So people get mad when people make fun of them, but you don't say.
Yeah, I don't think our allies like the feminine energy.
You know what? Do you think Trump's the leader of the United States? Was he duly elected?
Yeah.
Was it a slight when every year after year after year after year after year, our European allies didn't meet their NATO treaty obligations? Was that a slight every single year?
Yeah.
Okay, so would you acknowledge that then eventually they're going to suffer the repercussions?
Sure.
But you get upset when the repercussions come and say, well, we shouldn't have the repercussions because that's a slight on NATO.
Well, do you think there's levels of repercussions?
What was the level of repercussion you would have liked to see? Go ahead. What should Trump have done? Go ahead.
I would like to see him go privately and negotiate with it.
Okay, so privately he goes and negotiates.
Yeah.
Do you think that that's happened in the past with the United States, that they privately said, could you please meet your obligations? What was the results of those private
well, I don't
asking?
know. I was told I had a master negotiator, so I thought we would negotiate something.
Okay, so just to be clear, what was Trump supposed to do in this private negotiation? He says, could you please do this? Let's say hypothetically they say no.
Yeah, I don't know, but you're telling me he talked to every country in the whole world about the trade deal before you put the trade before
That's
you
what
put
we're
the tariffs
talking
on?
about. We're talking specifically about NATO's obligations, a slight that occurred year after year after year after year after year.
Oh, he didn't even put a tariff. He just threatened to pull out of NATO. No, I don't.
Okay,
I don't think you threat. I don't think you pull out of NATO or threaten to annex a country because they didn't pay enough.
Do you understand hypotheticals? The hypothetical was, what would you do? You said,
what would I do?
would have politely went to them and negotiated, and I said, okay, if you politely go to them and say, okay, we're in private now, could you please pay? And they're like, no.
To be honest, I'm not a foreign policy expert where no, let me finish before you start laughing, where I know every leverage of power we have to negotiate with England. I don't. I doubt that Trump does. That's what he has advisors for. We have economic, military. We have a ton of options to be able to.
So what should he have done?
He should have done something that wasn't worldwide tariffs against everybody.
That's not what he did about NATO.
Okay, so what he should have done is said, hey, listen, if this continues, I cannot continue to help you.
So he should have suggested pulling out of NATO if they don't meet their obligations.
Or no, what you say is we are going to move our bases and our funding away from this area of the world and to the other area of the world. Not that you're going to completely tear up the treaty.
What area of the world? What other? So we're going to move it out of
Asia. Asia would be a real good place to put a lot of.
So just to be clear, your
argument
would
be great. The South Pacific would be great to have a lot of our military out right now.
Just to be clear, here's your argument. It was rude to say, hey, if you don't start paying, we're just not going to be part of this alliance. Instead, what we should have said is, if you don't start paying, we're taking all of our bases out of NATO countries and putting them in Asia. And you're like,
I didn't say all of our bases. A lot of our strength out of there we got more than just the base. There's there's carriers, there's Air Force. Yes, you could say, hey, we're not going to protect you as much, but that doesn't mean.
Okay, what percentage? What protects you as much? Are we still honor bound to protect them if they're attacked?
As far as I'm concerned, if the U.S. signs a deal, then yes.
So what, 80%? Well, we're going to leave 20. Let me clear this up. If Russia decides to attack the United Kingdom, we're like, well, we're going to leave them kill 20% more Brits than we would have. And Britain's like, what an adult way to go about this. Thank goodness.
Obviously, Rob, we wouldn't punish them by not following the treaty. We would punish them in other ways that aren't involved with things we already discussed and agreed upon.
They agreed to pay a certain amount. If you have a mortgage and you agree, I'm going to pay this amount every month, and you don't, is the bank going to come to you and say, we're going to let you own less of your house today than tomorrow? Or are they going to say, hey, man, you got like 2 months and your ass is fucking out? What are they going to do?
There's a lot of options. There's ways to refinance. There's way to roll a few payments back. The bank will work with you if you go talk to them. They won't just come take it away right away. They'll work with you on making a payment plan to catch up over time. There's a lot of things they'll do before they just come take it or threaten to take your house away. There's a lot that they can do. I know because I went through it with my mom when she got sick. So you can say that all you want, but even the bank doesn't come just take your house. They negotiate with you. They let you work around with things.
No, that's
They'll
not
let you
true.
Roll payments to the back. You can't roll payments back. You can't move payments to the back of your mortgage.
To a certain degree, how many years can you go with missing your payments or late payments before they'll fucking take your home?
Well, usually, I mean, it's usually. I don't remember exactly how many. I think it was during the 2008 housing crisis too, so it's real hard to know because there was a lot of funky things changing. So I don't know.
Okay,
but typically I would think it's about once you're 90 days late. Once you're 90 days late from your third payment.
Let's talk about reality. What happens?
Oh yeah, it doesn't work for you. I know.
No, the analogy works. If you don't,
because they give you options before they take your house.
Okay. So do you think it was an option in 2014 when Obama at the summit in Wales told the leaders that they had to start meeting their obligation of their 2% guidelines? In 2016 and 17 when he repeatedly over and over criticized them? A quote from Obama in 2016 when he says, we have to make sure that all of our NATO allies are contributing their fair share. The United States is spending a lot more than their European allies. So that was 2014. So we got 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 12 years. Trump comes in and says, all right, motherfuckers, pay or we're leaving. Will your mortgage company give you 12 years of not paying your bills? They'll give you options for 12 years? Is that what they'll do?
Oh, it's sad that you have to compare a mortgage not just the
Oh, now
hypothetical
you
way
don't
they work
want
with
the
you,
analogy.
to a whole country. Like a whole country can just
Now you don't want the. You were fine with the
No.
analogy when I said
You think
scrap
three?
the
No.
analogy.
The
Now-
thing is, you
now
think
you're
countries
like,
work on
whoa,
months. It's funny that you
whoa.
think allies and countries work on and defense spending works in months. It's that you act like they could even increase their spending to 5% of GDP in months, in 3 months if we told
You're
them.
right. We're
Of course,
talking
it's going to be
years.
years. Of course, we're talking
Fine.
years. So yeah,
12
Donald
years.
Trump. Yeah. So why don't
12
you go
years
say?
they've been asked.
Yeah, but okay. So why don't you go? Why can't you just say, okay, fine? If he would have just said this, okay, if by this date you're not, if you're not paying, we're not doing NATO anymore, and not threaten to take over, annex Greenland and all that, I might have been okay with it. But he continued to attack after. That shows you, and the fact that they're still not. Wait, is Spain doing it yet?
I mean, this is unbelievable. What
But we're
I
still
just
in-
what I just showed you is Obama did exactly what you suggested starting in 2014. And NATO said, no thanks. And you're like, you know what I don't like about Trump? This is specifically what you said. You didn't
there was
like,
no other
let me-
options?
Please, let me finish. You specifically said the part you didn't like that pissed NATO off was when he said, you know what? We'll pull out. And you're like, you can't say that. That's crazy. Instead, he should have went to them and like offered options like Obama did. And for 12 years, nothing changed. So finally, Trump's had enough and said, look, we tried. My first term, I tried to be nice about it. Obama tried to be nice about it. You guys aren't paying. So here's the deal. If you can't meet your obligations, we're out. And guess what happened? What do you think happened?
They still haven't met all their obligations.
It started to change, didn't it? Now they
According to him,
started
he's still saying that they're not.
Are they spending more?
I don't know. According to Trump, they're still not meeting their obligations, though, right? So
Are
it
they
didn't
spending
work.
more?
Yeah, to protect themselves from us.
So they are spending more.
Yeah.
Show me that they said we're spending more to protect ourselves from the United States. I think you're a liar. I don't think that England or Spain is saying we need to build up our military against the U.S. military. I think you're lying. You're going to show me a quote that says Europe is now building up their military against the U.S. military.
No, not specifically. Of course, they're not going to say that. You think they're going to?
You said they said it.
They're moving to be able to not rely on the U.S.
So they're going to pull out of NATO.
No.
So in other words, they're moving to meet their obligations of NATO, which is you're supposed to be able to defend yourself and come to the aid of the NATO allies.
Yeah,
currently
but
they're not
long-term-
spending enough to do that, but they're moving towards doing that. So
Well,
if
their
they're
long-term goal is to cut out the U.S. where they
So
don't
then
need them
they would
because we're
pull out
not
of NATO.
predictable.
so
I
they'll
mean,
pull out of NATO.
I don't know that you pull out of NATO just because you don't need somebody in NATO anymore if it's still helping you.
So then what's the problem? Then they're still in a defensive military alliance with us, but now they can protect themselves. And if they were attacked, we have to send less troops. What's the problem?
Yeah, but they're less likely to help us in other situations.
So
when
you
they
don't think
need
they
us.
would adhere to their NATO obligations if we're attacked?
Sure, if we're attacked, yeah, but that's the
Okay,
only
so then
way.
what
That's the
obligation-
only way it works. It's
What
the
obligation are they not going to adhere to?
well, the trading.
What's trading have to do with NATO?
That's my point. It's nothing.
So you're
But when
like,
when we piss them off, even if they're still in NATO, they're not going to trade with us because they don't have to because it's not part of the NATO deal.
so they made an agreement with us. They failed that agreement for decades. For 12 years, they've snubbed the United States in the face as they've said, could you please meet your obligation? Can you please meet your obligation? For 12 years, we asked nice. And finally, Trump's like, hey, fuck you. We're going to pull out of this and not adhere to our obligations if you're not. And you're like, that's too much. Now they're pissed. So what were we possibly going to do that wouldn't make them pissed? And you're like, well, we should have did what Obama did. Right, which resulted in them not meeting their obligations.
Did they significantly increase their spending under Biden?
NATO?
Yeah.
I don't
Or
know.
NATO allies.
I don't know. Did they?
Well, according to when 2024, 23 of NATO's 32 members met or exceeded the alliance's guideline of spending.
Were they meeting their obligations?
Yeah.
They were.
In 2024, 23 of NATO's 32 member countries met or exceeded the alliance guideline of spending at least 2% GDP on defense, while 9 remain below target.
Okay, so then 9
So why do we got to threaten the whole alliance and everybody in it over over a third?
Which 9 didn't?
It looks like there's the Spain, Luxembourg, here it is. Spain, Slovenia, Luxembourg, Belgium, Canada. Well, Canada is not. This is total defense spending. So I'm just looking at the people that were under 2%. Croatia, Portugal, Italy, Belgium, Luxembourg, Slovenia, and Spain.
In 2015, did they meet their obligations? Or I'm sorry, 2025.
So I don't know, but they did under Biden in 2024. Let me see. I don't here.
Let's see. Poland, Greece, Estonia, Latvia.
In fact, Poland and Estonia spent higher percentage than we did.
Right wingers, Poland, yeah.
Yeah, but it looks like the majority of them did hit the 2% target.
So it looks like what happened is in Trump's first term, he both publicly and privately, which this is true, threatened to pull out of NATO because they weren't meeting their obligations, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why are we still doing it when most of them are?
And so then what happened was they started to meet their obligations, right?
Yeah.
Did they meet their obligations of the back pay that they owe?
Is there a back pay? It's defense spending.
Yeah,
on their own country.
If you
it's not like a bank. It's not like a bank account where you pay into, right? It's the amount of money you spend on your own defense per year.
Yeah,
there's not like a bank account that's sending money to that they owe money to.
Mm-hmm. They've agreed cumulatively. They would have agreed to pay so much, right?
I guess, but if you want to go back and make back pay, I mean that's a stretch. That's not what he's asking for. He said they're still not making their spending targets, but it looks like the majority of them were under Biden. So you could only get 9 out of 32 people to increase it to what they're supposed to, and so we got to pull. So it seems like we're pissing off 29 countries that are doing what they're supposed to do for 9 countries.
It seems like what Trump's doing is shrewd negotiating, that even if things were shitty until he came in his first term, and then the trend changed, and then in his second term he continued to apply pressure, which has increased the trend going even more positive. Now, if your argument is Trump threatening NATO, etc., made us weaker, can you explain why you have acknowledged that after Trump's first term, Biden's term was weaker on the world stage? Can you explain how that's the case?
Because over time, inherently, like I said, countries are catching up to us. And
so despite the fact that Trump did this horrible thing, that he threatened to pull out of NATO in his first term, which would have grievously pissed off our allies, somehow that still was stronger on the world stage with our allies than Biden.
Yes.
Thank you. So
not with NATO. There can be different parts that are putting things together that make us stronger or weaker.
It doesn't matter.
Areas, right?
The implicit importance of NATO is making us strong on the world stage, correct?
Yeah, because threatening NATO once, but not pulling out when NATO still kind of trusted us because they thought Trump was a one-off. That's different than how they feel now.
So Trump winning the second term, that's the real key. Now they're like, whoa. Well, when he tried to pull out of NATO the first time, no big deal. But the second time, if we don't pay more, now it's a big deal. Can you show me any evidence of that? Can you show me anything?
Well, I wait. Just think about it for common sense. If someone gets elected twice and has a mandate, and like you support, you don't think NATO's as important as I do on the left, and Trump's threatening to pull out of it. It stands to reason that America voted in such a way that they didn't think NATO was as important.
I think you're full of shit. I think if I had this conversation with you in 2018, you'd say, "Oh my God, Trump's devastating us internationally by pulling out of NATO." You wouldn't have said, "This isn't that big deal. It's only one president doing it." That's what you'd have said. It's a huge deal. And then the second term, you're like, well, here's what happened. The first term, it wasn't that big of a deal because it was only one term, and they assumed he would only get one term. But now that he's got a second term, now that they've said it, oh boy, now it's a big deal.
Actually, up until 2019, late 2019, early 2020, I probably would have been arguing for Trump.
So you... We're okay with Trump threatening NATO the first time.
No, I wasn't okay with. I wasn't okay with that. The first time,
so then what did I say that's wrong? Even if you thought Trump was good overall, you wouldn't have said in 2019, "This is a big deal. He's threatening to pull out of NATO. This is going to fucking."
I said it was fucking stupid at the time, but
did you think that it was a big deal to our allies and they would be furious and not trust the United States?
No, because I thought that our allies. Honestly, I thought it was bullshit grandstanding the first time, and then
but not the second.
No, because I actually kind of bought into this shit the first time.
Please.
I voted for him in 2016.
I mean, but this is what I'm talking about. You have no evidence whatsoever that's like, I think the rest of the world agreed with me in 2000 in Trump's first term that when he said this stuff.
I don't know.
But when he said it in his second term, now they're all like, oh my God.
No,
you have
I
no
think,
evidence. It's just your feeling.
No, I think that the sentiment that Europe realized the sentiment from America was NATO's not as important because they're going to elect Trump again. And
okay, but it doesn't.
And you're proving my point. You don't think NATO's as important as I do.
What? So that doesn't prove any point. The election, they would have said the same thing. The fact that they elected Trump in the first term and they don't think NATO's important. They wouldn't have said, oh, it's only one time they elected a guy that doesn't think NATO's important.
But no, because then then we elected Biden, who was all about bringing our allies back together and getting us back together on the world stage. And then America said, no, fuck that. We're going back to the other guy. So now it's fool me once.
I just
shame
want to
on
be clear.
me.
I want to be clear. You're trying to tell me that Europe was looking and was like, they elected Trump, who's more about focusing on domestic issues and stopping, us taking advantage of the United States. But that's okay. It's one-off. Now the United States has come back to Biden. And you know why they did that? Because of foreign policy. That's what it is. Thank goodness the American people are okay now with understanding the importance of spending in NATO and all of that stuff. You don't think that Europe would have thought it's probably COVID, probably the economy, why they didn't elect Trump? You think that they were like, this is the American people. They stood up to Trump and said, yes, NATO, good. Finally, they elected the man that said, and now it's like, oh my God, they elected Trump again. In 4 years, the American people went from we hate NATO, pull out, to we love NATO, they're the best, to we hate NATO, pull out. That's what you think NATO's thinking?
No, I think what they thought was that this proves that America doesn't give a fuck what the person says about NATO. So
that's what they thought in 2017 as well. They don't give a fuck about NATO. Yeah.
Yeah, but now they've been reaffirmed that they're willing to elect a president that's willing to pull out of NATO twice. So
it didn't say. It didn't.
Okay, let me ask you this: do you think Trump would ever actually pull out of NATO?
I don't know. Maybe under certain circumstances.
Do you think any other president in our lifetime would have pulled out of NATO?
It could in similar circumstances.
But which one even threatened to or came close?
It wouldn't matter. I don't think Trump would. Now you're asking a separate question. Will you ask me the first? Will you let me respond? Will you let me respond? Will you ask me?
I just want to know if you see the difference between how Trump's treating NATO and everyone else,
and
why voting in him twice might make Europe go, maybe their attitudes have changed towards us.
Saying that there's a difference between how Trump approached NATO versus other countries and how he talked about it versus is there a hypothetical situation where you can pull out of NATO is two completely different questions. Neither of those responds to the fact why NATO would be like nonplussed that they elected Trump the first time that said, what the fuck are we doing with NATO? And they would be like, no big deal. But if we elect him the second time and says, what the fuck are we doing with NATO? All of a sudden they're like, oh my God. I think that if they were worried that a dude threatening to pull out of NATO would have really scared the shit out of them, they would have thought so when Trump was elected the first time. And in fact, Trump was massively popular until COVID. So if you're like they were reading the tea leaves, they would have said, geez, it didn't really affect the American people that much that Trump was highly critical of NATO. He's still reasonably popular and his party's still likely to at least be 50% of the electorate. Right? So the idea that it's like, you just have no evidence. You're making the greatest leap possible to be like, when they first heard Trump pull out of NATO, like there's like a magic number. If Trump threatens to pull out of NATO 7 times, they're like, no big deal. But the 8th, they're like, holy fuck, we got to start thinking about possibly allying with China. It's a joke. It's a fucking, it's ridiculous.
Also, wait. Can you also acknowledge that you said there was a deep state with people in there that would prevent Trump from doing what he wanted to do the first time?
Yes.
So Europe knew they were there, and now they know he's not. Those guys aren't there as much, right?
Yeah. So under what I believe,
so they should be more worried about it happening now, right?
Under what I'm saying, in that world, the United States overwhelmingly was weak in the world stage because we violated the sovereignty of the American people by globalists actually controlling the executive branch. And that in itself is a reason that America is stronger in the world stage, because we no longer allow globalists to violate the sovereignty of the American people, or at least it's an attempt by electing Trump. So yes, you could be right that the globalists, NATO, you're right that the globalists in NATO and the European Union and elsewhere that were really controlling our country and we're working with allies with unelected officials in the executive branch that were stopping Trump from doing what he was elected and the people wanted him to do. Yeah, I guess they'd be more pissed off. That just proves that America's stronger and not under their thumb when Trump's in office. So, okay, sure, I'll win the debate in that way. No problem.
But that would show that they would be more likely to recognize, hey, this might not be forever. We might have to protect ourselves from.
Yes, NATO's
yes.
saying we no longer have control over the U.S. electorate by actually controlling the executive branch. Would make them think that's not. We liked it more when we had total control over the U.S. Yes, I acknowledge they probably wouldn't like that.
You're framing it that way, but it's just trust.
Nonetheless, the United States is stronger when we're not allowing Europe to do that.
It's just trust, but you can frame it however you want.
It's not trust.
Controlling Biden, this, that, and the third.
You just went under my hypothetical of what I believed, and I explained to you why that would mean easily we're stronger now than we were before Trump. If you're saying, if you can't choose to engage in what I believe and then say, but I don't really believe it, but what I'm saying is, will you acknowledge this? If I'm right about what I believe, absolutely the United States is stronger in the world stage than before Trump.
From the way you framed it, sure.
Okay, so then we could either accept my hypothetical is correct and what I believe, and therefore the United States is stronger, or we don't, which you don't believe, that there were people preventing Trump, et cetera, and so then what's the relevancy of bringing it up?
My point was that there is a difference why Europe might see the first and second administration differently, correct?
Not precipitously in the way you're talking about, no. I don't think that they didn't have a problem with... No, I do not. I do not think that Europe was like, we laughed it off when Trump said pull out of NATO the first time, but when he said it in the second administration, now we're like, fuck this.
Do you want to compare their Secretary of Defenses and who's more willing to support pulling out of NATO?
Sure.
Because I'm pretty sure Hegseth would be way more quick to pull out of NATO than Esper.
So your argument is that they don't care what the president says, they care what the Secretary of Defense says.
No, my argument is that signaling from the president that they're putting this Secretary of Defense in that's more likely to do it means you might be more likely to do it than when it was some guy you knew, like Mark Esper or Bill Barr. And you've got, like you said, they've got relationships with people for years because they've been in politics. Mm-hmm. So yeah, Europe was probably more trusting.
Okay, I believe you've sold me. You've sold me. All you need to do is present me one article that says, when it was Esper there, we didn't mind Trump saying pull out of NATO, but now that it's Hegseth, we do. Go ahead.
Obviously, you're not going to find an article.
So it's just your intuition.
No, it's the actions they are taking. They are taking different actions.
What actions are they taking now?
They're choosing to not buy weapons from the United States and buy it from themselves.
So they're choosing to. They're choosing. Changing. But just to be clear, they're choosing to build their own military up.
They're choosing to buy from other companies.
They're manufacturing their own weapons and military and building their own military up.
Well, no, not all the countries. Spain, like for a lot of them are buying it from Saab. So certain countries, they're buying from certain countries.
Are they? It's your argument, this or not, that Europe is now saying, you know what? We're going to start our own weapons manufacturers and buy from European countries to build up our military.
And we are going to stop buying.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. So then when I said, so what's happening is what's different from the first term is Trump's actions in the second term have incentivized Europe to say, we're going to actually build up our own militaries with our own products. That's true.
To stay away from the because we don't trust the United States.
Show me that we don't trust the United States. Show me them saying that. I bet what you'll find is they'll saying we can't always rely on the United States. We should have our own defense. I bet that's what it has. You already said that they're building up their military against the United States. And I was like, that's bullshit. And you were forced to admit it.
Let me find the quote.
I would contend that this proves that Trump's strategy is effective in the second term, that Europe's now taking their self-defense even more seriously. You've already conceded they're not going to pull out of NATO. Great. Now we have more powerful allies to come to our defense if we're ever attacked. Now they have a military that they've built up themselves that we didn't have to. Amazing. What's the problem with this? We have stronger allies that are investing more in defense. Great. Are they going to pull out of NATO? No? Oh, okay. Thank you.
The EU representative for Foreign Affairs says the free world needs a new leader. Europe,
Who is the EU representative for Foreign Affairs?
Kaja Kallas. Kallas.
Kallas. We got some radical left winger that's like, we're pissed off that right wingers are winning in the United States. Is that what we have here? Strong stance against Russia and support for Ukraine. So she's pissed off that someone like Trump, great, from Estonia. Where is the part that you had that said that they're distrusting the United States is why we're building up our military?
I'm trying to find the quote right here. They also,
by the way, is European Union NATO?
Do you think NATO right now trusts that if they get hit, the United States would go? No. No. But it's a lot of them are members of NATO.
Okay, so yes, I think that these countries believe it.
Of the free world.
Sure, I don't
They've
understand where that's.
Never thought that before.
Prove it.
They've never come out and said that. Okay, you show me where they've said that we need a new leader of the free world before 2024 or 20. Yeah.
Mark Rutte, Mark Rutte, Secretary of NATO General, praised Trump for pushing Europe to spend more on defense, calling him a strong leader who's making NATO stronger. Ursula von der Leyen, European Commission President, thanked Trump for U.S.-EU trade deal and for pressuring Europe on defense spending. Kallas has praised Trump's tough stance on Russia and for forcing Europe to wake up on defense. Peter Pavel, Czech president, called Trump's pressure necessary and effective. Andrzej Duda strongly praised Trump for his support of Poland for increasing NATO's eastern flank defense. Even Kallas, the person you suggested, it says that, yeah, they have to build up their own defense, but they're actually praising Trump. They're saying, yes, Trump's making a point. We can't constantly rely on a foreign country for our defense. Thank you, Trump, for encouraging us to start building up. That's hardly the picture that you're painting, which is they're like, we can't trust the United States. Fuck them. Let's go at our own.
Oh, you think they're gonna say it to Trump when they're trying to convince him to help him? No, look, I'll find it for you. Give me 1 second. I can't open too many things because my computer's I'll start freezing again. That's why.
I don't. What are you looking up here?
I had a bunch of.
What's happening is let me just in plain words paint you what's happening. Europe is waking up to the fact that they are no longer sucking at the teat of the United States with no consequences. That it's like, you know what? For too long, we've neglected our defense because we said the big bad USA will do it no matter what. And now with Trump's coming in, it's like, look, Obama came in, was like, you guys got to start meeting your obligation. Trump comes in, it's like, you guys got to start meeting your obligation. Now Trump's coming again, like, you guys got to start meeting your obligation. They're like, you're right. We can't rely on the United States always. We should have a robust defense ourselves. You can't show any of them suggesting we're going to pull out of NATO. You can't show any of them saying we're going to become allies with Russia. We're going to become allies with China. All they're saying is exactly what the United States wanted. We should spend more on our military. The net result of this is we will have people in a defensive military alliance with us with a more robust military. That's the net result. And you're like, this is outrageous. Oh my goodness. How does that make the United States worse off?
Another competitor to us versus friends would make us obviously worse off.
They're not a competitor. They're in a military alliance with us still. Are they our competitor now?
Well, I mean, you could argue that, yeah, sort of, kind of.
Were they our competitor during Biden?
A little bit, yeah, kind of.
Were they our competitor during Obama?
Sure, I mean,
so your argument is
economically we have competition with each other, but that doesn't mean. But you balance it. That's why you let them do some tariffs, or we put some tariffs back, or we do what's better for our people.
What was wrong with Obama? Didn't he know by encouraging NATO to build up their own military that he was creating a stronger competitor? Don't we know that the real military allies?
Pretty sure he did it without pissing people off. That's the thing. When they're still willing, when
What,
you
do
don't piss them off, they're still
what
willing
does
to be
that
your
have?
friend.
What does that have shit to do with anything? You're not talking about pissing people off here. You're saying what's bad is these military saying we're going to start spending on our own military. Kalas, who is the person
That's
you
not
cited,
bad.
the person
That's
you
not bad, but
the person you cited, Kaja Kalas from the EU. Here's her direct quote. President Trump has been very clear and very consistent. He is right that Europe has to take more responsibility for its own security. We have to spend more on defense, and we have to do it now. And I don't give a shit. The idea
When was that quote from? When was it from?
That was from
When was the quote from?
2025, from an interview in late 2025.
Yep. So since then, they've said that same person has decided that we need a new leader of the free world.
Okay, I don't
Not
give a shit.
US.
She doesn't like Trump, just like every other fucking.
Again,
great.
oh, I thought she just did. Now she doesn't. So
No,
it
she
doesn't
liked
seem
this.
like she was completely
She
anti-Trump.
liked.
It's almost like his decisions have. It's almost like she liked some of the stuff, but then he kept going, and now he's like, I don't think so. We need a new leader of the free world.
No, that's not what it's
Emmanuel
like at all.
Macron.
Instead, what it's like is she's like, yeah, I agree with Trump on this point that we should take our defense seriously. And like everyone in Europe, they're upset that Trump's like, we're no longer going to be your welfare subsidy. And they're like, well, then we need a new leader. Let's see her quote on the new leader of the free world. Because what? Trump was suggesting not funding Ukraine?
We need a new leader of the new world, regardless of why. That's not showing that's showing obviously that they don't trust us and we're not as strong. They're looking for somebody else to lead them.
Where's the quote?
Regardless
You're reading
of
this
what.
quote. Read the quote. Here's what I have. Oh my God. If this is true, you have to concede the debate. 1 second. All right, Politico. Fuck.
Today it became clear that the free world needs a new leader. It's up to us, Europeans, to take this challenge. So either they're not recognizing the U.S. as the free world, as the leader of the free world, or they're saying we need to take that role as the leader of the free world.
It was, you know what it was? It was when Donald Trump had his meeting with Zelensky in February 2025. Yeah, she was pissed off because all these Europeans wanted the United States to keep sending money to Ukraine, and Trump was like, and Zelensky came in and made an ass of himself.
Mm. The guy who thanked him, and then JD Vance asked, "Did you even say thank you?" When the first thing he did was say thank you.
What's
he
that?
made an ass of himself. Are you talking about the one where he said, "I want to thank you," and he thanks everybody, and then JD Vance a few like in the middle of it says, "Have you even said thank you?" Is that the meeting you're talking about?
Yes, I think so just to be clear, you're like, he maybe said thank you once, and Vance didn't hear him and said, "If you said thank you,"
Thank you many times.
What he needs to say
there's
it.
A whole quote.
You know what he needs to do? He ought to be kissing our ass every day. His country exists. He ought to say it every day. Instead, what he did was come to the White House and criticize Trump's plan when he backstage. You remember how you said, "Don't say things publicly, do things behind the scenes." Behind the scenes, he agreed with Trump's plan. Then he was advised by people on the left and people in Europe, once you're in front of the camera, start criticizing Trump and JD Vance, which is what he did. Trump's plan was simple. First, negotiate a ceasefire. Second, negotiate some sort of mineral deals with Ukraine. Then we could look at Russia and say, now it's no matter of attacking Ukraine, it's a matter of attacking our personal economic property. Then try to have a long-term peace deal from there. Zelensky agreed largely, and then publicly, once they're in front of the cameras, started to say, this deal won't work. Russia will never listen. And that's when Vance was like, did you even say thank you? You come here as a beggar, hat in hand, and then you say you don't like the way we're giving you money, and you don't like what our policy. Then get the fuck out. Simple.
So
when you're the beggar, you don't get to sit there and fucking criticize.
So when you say things publicly, you affect the relationship with your allies and might end up with consequences.
When you are in the position of being the beggar, you don't get to say things publicly like that or to denigrate people and say that you think they're full of shit. When you're the person that is paying the welfare, you do get to say.
So your premise of allies is just whoever's the bigger, the more powerful country gets to do whatever they want.
No, that's not my premise. My premise is when one country's not meeting their obligations year after year after year, when one country is totally reliant on the other, when they're tariffing automobiles, when they're attacking their business, when they're attacking free speech, when they're interfering in their elections, and the guy that you were interfering against comes out and's like, hey, you motherfuckers need to pay more or we'll leave, and hey, we're tired of being fucking taken advantage of with tariffs, so we're going to tariff you. You stamping your feet and saying, oh, okay, we'll pay more and we'll have favorable trade deals doesn't mean that the U.S. is weakening its world stage. What you want is this. You want Cox. You want Biden. You want, yes, sir, we're systemically racist. Please, we're so sorry. The West is the worst. White people were colonial. We're so bad. We're the worst. Please take more money, Europe. Please, let's go after these.
Man, you really put a lot of words in my mouth. Although I did notice.
Words. Better words than other things to put in your mouth, right?
Well, yeah, I guess. But on that, okay, I just got a question for you. So my wife's family had a memorial for one of their family members that served in World War II.
Okay.
That has since been removed. The white family's memorial, the memorials of the white soldiers are still there, but the black ones aren't. Do you think that, like, the people, do you think that kind of shows people around the world that black people around the world aren't going to be as respected as white people?
Just to be clear, your argument is Trump removed a black memorial to World War II.
They removed memorials for World War II, black World War II soldiers when they went over on the trip to Europe. Yes.
Can you show me an article?
Let me see. I can find it on my phone because I sent it to my dad. It was on military.com, actually.
Okay, military.com.
U.S. removal of panels honoring black World War II soldiers sparks buried in Netherlands sparks anger.
Okay, military.com has an article that says, read it, the title again.
The title is U.S. removal of panels honoring black World War II soldiers buried in Netherlands sparks anger.
Okay, let's read this article. When's it from?
Let me see if I can find the date. January 1st, 2026.
Okay.
I actually heard my friend in the Netherlands, stationed in the Netherlands, actually told me about this. American.
Trump ordered this?
It was apparently, if I remember correctly, they said it was because of their diversity, the executive order targeting diversity, equity, inclusion.
Okay. Let's see. I'll just start reading it. You can't see it, but the removal of 2 memorial displays at an American cemetery in the Netherlands honoring black veterans who helped liberate Europe has drawn the ire of many. Last spring, so that would have been in 2025, the American Battle Monuments Commission, which manages memorial sites, took down the panels from the visitor centers at the cemetery in which 8,300 troops are buried. Removal of the panels comes after President Trump signed executive orders eliminating DEI. That also meant removing black memorial sources. Can you show me that Trump administration admitted that they removed this because of DEI?
Well, why did they remove them if it wasn't for DEI?
I don't know. You're making the affirmative claim. They removed this because of DEI. Go ahead.
I'm making the claim that they moved. That's what the article said. I'm making the claim they removed it. The Black Soldier Memorial in the World War II. I'm just wondering why. I'm asking you why. And if
there could have been any litany of reasons. It could have been that there was a reason that, like, financially they couldn't do it anymore. It could have been that the government of the Netherlands said that there was some problem with it. It could have been. Show me.
You should keep reading the article for those. Let's see if it says. Let me read the article and see if it says the reason. The memorials represent a part of American history, no matter what. The signs at Margaret are not intended to promote an agenda that criticizes America. According to CBS, the removal occurred with no explanation to the public. The move mystified government officials in the Netherlands, families of American troops, and Margaret residents who donate time caring for their graves.
What was?
So it doesn't look like we actually got an answer. And they were taken care of by people who donated their time in the Netherlands. It was not us paying to maintain them. One panel featured George H. Pruitt's story. A 23-year-old black story is buried. In 1945, he died trying to save a fellow soldier from drowning. The other display informed the public of
here
American.
we go. You want to know what the panel said? Here we go, audience. You ready? Here's what the panel said. Descriptions of black soldiers that they claim face systemic racism and discrimination. Emphasis on the U.S. military being segregated and black troops were denied equal opportunities and respect. Statements like, despite fighting for democracy overseas, African-American soldiers returned home to Jim Crow laws and continued oppression, highlighting the Tuskegee Airmen and other units with racial barriers they faced. So in other words, what it was doing was touting the blacks' faces. It wasn't just, here's Jim Smith. He was a black man that honorably served. It was, here's Jim Smith, whose country forced systemic racism on him. And what the Trump's team said was, it's not part of military history to denigrate the United States. It's about honoring their service. That's what happened.
Well, you should actually, you're claiming that because there's many memorials that were taken down. Some of them did say that.
Why did you not include that? Why did you not include that if you knew that?
Because I was talking about the ones, not for the broad soldiers, but for the specific soldiers.
What we see is the entire panels were taken down because this is exactly what was going on with this. They're not going to like take down 3, then leave the 4th, then take down 7 more. Why didn't you include that this was pushing?
Well, they did. They left because I was talking about, because the ones I was aware of, mostly I see the other ones. The ones I was aware of and the one I saw taken down was about a soldier, and it didn't say anything about any of that. But there's also a lot of memorials that got left up there, but they're not of black soldiers. You can see pictures of them if you go through. They say different things. So why you would remove things to certain soldiers and not others? Sure.
I think you remove the shit that's pushing a clear racial grievance narrative. Again,
fair. I would agree with. I could. Yes! I don't agree that it's a grievance narrative. The fact that you're saying, hey, these guys went and fought over there and then came home and faced some oppression, and we should thank them for it because they fought. So
just to be clear, how many panels were removed? Let's go.
I'd have to look to the exact numbers.
Let's go. You made this is the big point. Let's get down to brass tacks, Rob. They took down some panels of some black soldiers. Then when we look in, the reason was because it was forcing the systemic racism.
I'm not saying this is the be all end all, but
how many panels did they take down? Go ahead.
I'd have to look more into it to actually see
how many panels were replaced. Did they put new panels up after these panels were removed?
I have to look more into it. I don't know the whole story.
Did they place new panel? So you're just talking out your ass. You just pushed a narrative as soon as I reached in because I heavily suspected, because unlike you, I don't think that
I'm saying my in-laws family. I'm saying my in-laws family's memorial that has said nothing about any oppression got taken down.
Your in-laws family memorial got taken down.
Well,
right? Could it be that there was a bunch? Let's say this. Let's say that I have a family's memorial.
Can you at least say that? You know what? It sucks that they got lumped in with everything else.
No,
maybe they should have gotten taken down.
Oh, did their panel say anything about systemic racism?
If it didn't,
show me what their panel said.
I have to go get it. I don't have the picture on my phone. I have to get it from my wife.
So you're pushing a bullshit narrative.
But no, I'm asking
some
you.
Anecdotal evidence that you're.
No, I'm just asking. I'm just asking. I'm not even asking for you to concede that this would make us weaker on the world stage. I'm just asking you if you could concede that is probably not a good look, or that person got screwed because they got lumped into everything else.
No, I won't admit that. What if they replaced it with another guy? Would you admit not replacing it with another guy would have screwed that other guy's family?
Sure, but I don't.
Why is your family more important?
It's not my family.
Why is your in-laws' family more important?
It's not that it is. It's just that it was there.
Okay, then why did you hide the fact that
why does that be taken down?
Why did you hide the fact that the reason these were taken down
was because it pushed? I didn't think about it because that's not what the memorial to theirs says anything about that.
So just to be clear, if there's like a
if there was a plaque about that,
would you stop? I understand the need to let's say that I had a family member that fought for
not wrong. That is not. I'm literally agreeing with you that if it was pushing some agenda, I understand why it was taken down. I'm agreeing with that. I'm giving you that. If it's pushing agenda, I'd say take it out. But if it wasn't pushing agenda, doesn't it suck that someone's memorial got taken down because they were next to a memorial that was discussing
This is
the
doesn't it suck
again,
that they took down statues?
I'm just asking
how far we
I just want to see if
How
any
far
human
we've fallen.
decency applies to you. I just
Just-
want to see if any human decency
Look,
applies
I
to you.
understand if you're going to be a
That's all I
bullshitter
wanna
and make
see.
up shit and then be called out, I'd keep filibustering.
No, I just want to
too.
see.
Are you going
I'm
to give me
gonna
a
say-
chance to respond, or are you just going to filibuster?
go
It's
ahead.
up to you. Okay.
Go ahead.
Remember, this started the rest of the world looks at us with shame because we're removing black statues or black
No,
panels. And
that
now
wasn't
it's,
it.
oh, yeah.
I
maybe
asked you if
they're
it was a
removed for
bad
reason
look.
once
I
you
asked you if
looked
it was a bad look.
So you're
That's
going to
what I
filibuster
asked.
and
Not it
interrupt.
was the end of it.
You're going to
No,
filibuster and interrupt.
No, you're misrepresenting what
Are you
I
going to
said.
filibuster and interrupt, or are you going to let me make my point?
I'm going to interrupt if you misrepresent what I said.
I didn't. Do you want to go back and hear the exact quote of what you said?
I said it probably wasn't a good look, right?
What wasn't
That's
a good
I said.
look? What wasn't a good look specifically? That the Reds. Let me quit, because now what you're saying is, well, just that my in-laws panel got taken down. So
No,
it was
not
it
just
NATO
that
was
one.
like, hey,
I'm
cross
talking
current politics in-law got a panel taken
No,
down. Now we're
You're so
questioning.
far.
Here's what
you're
you were
totally-
implying. Everybody knows it's true. Here's what you were implying.
I was just asking, I just wanted to see where you stood on it. I didn't think
Bullshit.
it actually.
Bullshit.
No, I wanted to see where you
You're
stood
a
at
fucking
it.
liar.
I expect.
The whole
Actually, I
way through the
expected
debate,
this.
we've been having fun. I've been making funny. Now I'm actually like, you're a fucking liar. You're lying. This is what you were doing, and everyone watching knows it. You were implying that the Trump administration is losing respect because they're racist, because they went into this memorial for these black soldiers and
I
they
asked you
took
if it was
them
a-
down.
I never said he was racist. I said
What
that
was
was
the
a bad
implication?
look.
Why would it
That was
lose
a-
respect? Why would it lose respect specifically for taking down? Why
Because
did you
it's a
mention
bad-
the word black?
Optics. The
Optics
of
of
it.
what? What did the optics look like removing black panels?
The optics looked like they were racist. I'm not saying they actually were.
So then what you were suggesting
Did I say it was a
that
bad
this
look, or did I
appeared
say it
racist?
actually was racist?
So what
Did I
you
say
were
it was a
saying was,
bad look
I don't
or
give a
racist?
shit. Your equivocation. You were trying to imply that this made him look racist. As soon as I
It
said
does
this is
make
let
him
me
look
fin-
racist.
As soon
It
as I
does make him look racist.
would you shut up and let me finish? As soon as I pointed out, wait a minute, look what's going on. You're now like, actually, I agree. They should have removed those panels. But what about my in-laws? I'm just
I
worried
did
about
say-
that.
Again, you're putting words in my. I didn't say I would agree. I said I wouldn't have as much of a problem with it. I'm talking about there were soldiers.
Did you not say I would probably agree?
I'm
they
talking about
should
their
have been-
soldier. I could understand why they would want to take those away. I do. If they had anything blaming the U.S. for racist, systematic racism, whatever, I understand why the Trump administration would want to take that away. I do. But when there's black soldiers that don't say things about it, that's a bad look, right?
No, what's a bad look? What's a bad look is someone debating being a disingenuous fuckface like you're doing here, hiding from the fact because you were hoping that I wasn't able to research that in the moment, that actually it's not this.
I
Trump's
sent you
a
the
wanton
article that
racist.
said all
It's
of it.
not
I
just-
sent you the article that said all of it. What do you mean?
Show me where the article said that the reason that the Trump administration said they
No,
removed
it's-
it was because it pushed stuff like saying that there was
Go
systemic
read the
racism and
article.
discrimination.
Keep reading the article I sent you. Keep reading the article I sent you, and you'll see where it says that they claim that there was ones removed because of that. Go ahead. It's in that article I
Okay,
sent you.
why didn't
So I'm
you
obviously
say? Why
not
didn't
trying
you
to hide
tell
it.
the audience? Why didn't you tell the audience? that?
Because I wasn't concerned about those plaques. I'm concerned about the ones for the service members that didn't have things like that on it. Those
But they
plaques weren't what I was
replaced.
concerned with.
So I want you to show me one of those plaques that were removed that didn't say things like that, that was replaced with something that was only a white soldier. Go ahead.
I didn't say it was replaced. I said none of the white soldiers were removed.
Okay,
didn't
so
say it was
show
replaced.
me that just the black soldiers were removed.
Show me where they removed a white one.
I'm not the one making the affirmative claim. You are.
The article itself says they removed memories to black soldiers specifically.
Okay, show me.
So
that
do
it
you
was,
think that in that? So do you think in that big military? You think in the Netherlands cemetery with the 83,000 or whatever it said people were there? None of them are white.
No, I think there are people white that's non-responsive to what you're suggesting.
But the rest of them are still there.
Okay, show me that.
You think they removed the whole? That article says they removed the whole cemetery.
That article says not one white soldier's panel got removed.
I don't know why they would have if they were doing it for DEI. They don't think white people.
So you're just assuming.
I can't find any. I couldn't find any evidence of them removing white soldiers.
How hard have you looked?
Not very hard, to be honest.
Ah,
How hard have you looked? Have you found anything from them removing soldiers? You know,
what I
in
found is they
intent,
removed. what I found is they removed specific panels that had to do with condemning the United States as systemically racist. Maybe the panels look like this. The following soldiers were victims of systemic racism, blah, 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 blah. Jim Smith, John Smith, Bernie Moreno, fucking Carl Lewis, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, take those down, put it up with something else and replace it. There's no evidence that they replaced it with plaques that were only white. None of that. And so what happened
I never said they got replaced.
What,
I never said they got replaced.
but
so
they
you're putting
did
words
get
in my mouth
replaced.
again.
I didn't say you said they got replaced. If it was racist, then
You just said they
I
replaced
did
them with only
not
white.
say that. I said there's no evidence that they were replaced with only people that weren't black. That's what I said. I didn't say you said. That's what the point that I'm trying to make is it is clear that what you tried to do, despite the fact that you said an article, was to spin a bullshit story. That it looks like Trump's racist for doing this. But in reality, it was actually getting rid of shit that was bitching about systemic racism. That's what was going on. You did it because you're a disingenuous leftist fuck that wants to. I don't give a fuck about your accusations of racism ever. Fuck you. You guys have misused the word as you've attempted to imply here. It means fucking nothing. You crybaby motherfuckers that want everything to be woke and want to be anti-white. That's all racism means. You motherfuckers will point your finger at any time that anything. Oh my God, they took down. How many white people statues have they taken down? Did you bitch about that? Did you say that was a bad look? Can you show me one post on social media you've made and said, geez, that's bad, taking down white statues? Geez, that's bad.
Can you find one post of me on social media saying that about black ones?
I could find it when you came onto a show. It's one of the core issues that you brought up right now.
I asked you if it's a bad look because it's relevant.
Why did you bring it up if this is just, it's not something
because it's relevant to my family.
What does it have to do with the topic?
Because the look could be perceived a certain way and other people might take that the wrong way.
Show me, can you give me any politician ever in Europe that's like, wow, we've really changed our impression of the United States and the world stage because these panels were removed?
No, of course not. It's
okay, so you just brought up some utter bullshit that has nothing to do with anything.
It's one thing after another.
It's
one thing after another. But those, again, the people in that country feel a certain way. They're not going to vote for leaders.
I do not give a fuck if the people of the Netherlands hate white people and want to keep pushing this DEI bullshit. I don't care. Good. Then keep flooding your country with fucking a bunch of third world savages that are going to ruin your fucking country. Great. That's on you. I don't give a fuck that they might think I'm racist because there were panels talking about how systemically racist the United States was. And Trump was like, take that shit down. This is about honoring services. If people in the Netherlands are like, that pisses me off. I like those panels that talked about how systemically racist the United States was. My answer to them is suck my fucking dick. I don't care. I don't care what these racist anti-white motherfuckers think at all. And the fact that you want to come in and imply that this is somehow some racial fucking motivation, etc., just proves that you're someone that deserves that exact same fucking ire.
You're really angry over something that I didn't even imply you were racist or that it was racist.
I didn't say you implied I was racist. I said you implied Trump was racist.
I said I implied it looked racist.
Yeah, whatever you want to say to backtrack from it, I don't give a fuck. The point is, I don't give a shit.
I said the same thing since the beginning, since you started this rant.
Do you think when the Biden administration suggested that we needed to look into the backgrounds of white soldiers because they could be connected to white supremacy groups, did that look racist?
Probably.
Oh,
it was probably not a good look.
Do you think that the
rest? That's not a good look.
Do you think the rest of the world was like, oh boy, that's not a good look?
Possibly. I don't know what the rest of the world
is like. Show me
anything
close to them saying that.
I said I don't know what the rest of the world looks like. Well, I don't think they're going to comment on it just like there.
I think you know that Europe and their left-wing asses in the EU wouldn't give a fuck about that because they also are perfectly fine with denigrating white people. You think
easy? How do I send you a picture so I can use send you a picture of the memorial that was removed, and you can tell me what was DEI about it and what it says about systematic racism.
This is from your.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see it. Let's see it.
Send it on Discord or something.
All right, I got you. That's where I got it right now. Oh, man.
Bunch of panels. The followings were the victim of white supremacy. Your buddy's name's on there. They're like, we're going to take all these plaques and replace them with new ones. And you're like, oh, my God, that's horrible.
I think it's kind of fucked up that this person sacrificed their lives for America and now they're just unceremoniously getting removed.
I think it's fucked up that you're standing on their grave to push your fucked up racial agenda.
I'm not pushing anything. I
Yeah,
just
how
want
much
to know what you
does
think
this guy,
about
was
it.
this guy a hater of white people too that was killed? Did he hate white? Was he white or black?
Well, he was black.
He was black. So this guy's black was. Did he hate white people?
Did
he want his? Did he say
his wife was a white German?
Oh, so he didn't hate white people.
No.
So you think he would be happy for a president that most of the military respects more than previous presidents?
I don't think he would like soldiers having their memorials removed because of
soldiers have their memorials removed all the time. Do you think he would have liked if we had Confederate soldiers that had racist shit that was on the memorials and then they just wholesale removed them all and put new shit up?
But we're renaming ships for them again, aren't we?
Is that okay or not? I'm just curious. Was it okay to take down a bunch of white history figures when removing statues of Thomas Jefferson and shit? Is that okay? Or is that racist?
Like
statues of Thomas Jefferson and other people like that, is that racist?
It would depend on the reason why you're removing them, obviously.
Oh, but not here. Removing your friend's plaque, it doesn't depend on the reason.
It would. Again, and like I said, I'm going to send you I just can't. It's not letting me send it on
Discord. It's just a name, right? That's what you're sending me.
No, it's a name. It's a name, a picture, and it's got a little thing about his life, but it doesn't say anything about his race. It's got what happened and how he died drowning, trying to save.
So what they did was they went through and they took all these plaques down and then replaced them.
I don't know that they replaced them, but
that's what I'm reading that they replaced. They may not have replaced the exact same people with the exact same names. What would you do if you found out that they did replace this very plaque? What would you do?
If they replaced it with the very plaque, then I would say, you know what? Then that's not a big deal at all.
So do you know for sure if they replaced it or not?
I'm pretty sure they didn't.
Okay, how do you know they didn't?
I haven't heard an update from my upset family.
When did your upset family talk about this?
I don't remember the exact date when we talked about this.
Give me a general idea. Was it this month? Was it last year?
3 months ago, 4 months ago.
3 months ago they talked about this. When was it removed?
It was removed in January of 26, I think.
January 26th, they removed this, right? So 3 months ago, we're talking about April. Your in-laws start bitching about this. But they don't know if did they say, is there a plan to replace it?
Are they bitching because they're black, or are they just saying, hey, that's fucked up, my family's memorial got removed?
I don't know. You tell me, you're the one pushing the racial narrative.
I'm just saying that they were kind of upset and kind of felt kind of slighted by it. And it's kind of sad that you can't even be like, yeah, I can understand why they would be.
No, I can understand why they kind of would be. What I can't understand is you implying that that's the reason you brought this up in this debate. Hey, how about this?
I was just wondering if you thought it was a bad look, and if you thought people overseas might see it badly. That's all.
Do you think people overseas?
I don't think it's going to be the be all end all in our status of America. Man, you're really focused on this thing now. Do you got like an audience that really likes to go off against
this Hispanic guy? This Hispanic guy.
Because I don't even care about this. We're still going. I brought it off as an aside. I didn't think it would go on for this long.
Hispanic guy.
I thought it would be like a 2-question thing.
This Hispanic guy ran into my neighbor's car the other day and he didn't have insurance. That's a bad look. Don't you feel bad for him?
Yeah. I do.
Okay, so I win the debate.
Sure.
Yeah. Proves we're stronger on the world stage, right? It's just that I don't understand. Like
again, I was just trying to have we had kind of got off topic a little bit, so I was just having a conversation with you. I didn't mean it to be this deep. I do apologize if you took it as me calling you racist or the Trump administration racist. It was just asking a simple question. I just wanted to see where you stood on it. But apparently, it's not you're that very, very angry that people might say that's a bad look. It's not that you got very angry there when I never said the word racist, never implied it even. I said bad look. Because I don't think it was racist. I think it was a bad look.
Sure. I just brought this up. By the way, from what I'm reading guess what they're doing? Trying to redo and replace each soldiers is what the Trump administration is suggesting.
And if they do that,
please stop interrupting, for God's sakes, please. Right? Like, the point is, I'm making an example out of you because mealy-mouthed fuck faces like you that can't stand on your convictions bring up this sort of racial shit. And as soon as you point out, wait a minute, that's not as it seemed, you're like, oh, no, I was just making an aside. It had nothing to do with anything. It was just an aside. That's all. Jeez, you're upset that I was just making an aside. And I'm trying to make the point of how to handle fuckfaces like you. That's all. That's what I'm doing.
All I was going to do, if you go back and look, I literally thought the conversation was coming to an end and we were about to go into closing arguments. So because there was about that time. So I just asked you a one-off on what you thought about that and thought if it could be a bad look. I didn't really want to get into it and spend 30, 40 minutes into it. Not really. So sure, whatever whatever that is, I concede all of it to you. It's not racist. It's not a bad look. It's not
White House
it's
Pentagon
not that deep.
spokesperson, July 25.
Good.
Let
And
me
if they
finish.
replace,
Let me
if they
finish.
replace it, I'll have to say it's not a bad look,
Why
right?
don't you just let me finish? Why is this?
Go ahead.
You brought
Go
up
ahead.
the point.
Go
Don't you
ahead.
want to hear that you were mistaken? Don't you want to hear
Sure.
the evidence?
Sure.
Pentagon spokesperson 2025, quote, "We are not removing any recognition of black soldiers. Every panel that was updated will be replaced with new content that honors their service and sacrifice. The goal is historical accuracy, not erasure." White House statement from July. "The interpretive panels are being replaced, not removed. Each
July
soldier,
what?
Would
July,
you
what was
please?
that? When was the date?
July 2025.
So before they removed it, and then has it been replaced yet? That was 6 months before they removed it.
The interpretive panel. Can I finish the statement and then you could make your point?
I just want to make sure it was from the right panels in the right time frame.
Can we finish? Can you let me finish the point?
Sure.
White House statement. "The interpretive panels are being replaced, not removed. Each soldier and unit honored will continue to be recognized. New panels will focus on their bravery and contributions to victory in World War II."
Okay. So when they get replaced, then you would say that's not a bad look?
You're the one who brought it up. Why would, before I brought this up in some debate, I would have looked like, oh, what's going on?
Because I was just asking what you thought about it. Again, it wasn't like a major point in my debate. That's why I didn't bring anything up about it in my opening statement or anything even relevant to it. I was just curious to what you thought.
No, you weren't. You brought it up as a point saying that it was something that the rest of the world would frown upon because they were implying that Trump was racist. That's what you were doing. Your argument is no. I just had a curious
Not that it was racist. Not that it was racist, but it could look racist.
I just want to be clear. The argument that you're trying to sell to me and Speakeasy and everyone watching is as follows. This has nothing to do with the debate. I just had a curious aside of what you thought about this.
Because you brought up the diversity, equity, inclusion stuff in the statement before, and I thought it was coming to end. So I just wanted to think what if you thought that.
I don't believe you.
Led to a bad look.
I think you're lying. I think you didn't bring it up. I don't think you brought it up. I don't think you brought it up as an aside. I think you brought it up trying to imply that it made Trump racist in the eyes of the international world.
Rob, you don't know me. I think they could look that way. Yes.
So then you didn't just bring it up as an aside.
Yeah, yes, because it was an aside because I think it could look that way, but for two reasons. One, I don't think it was actually designed to be racist, this particular thing. And two, I don't think that on the grand scale I think that's maybe like 50 people in the Netherlands that are probably pissed off about that it's going to affect. So I was just curious as to if you thought that perception made a difference to people and the perception of the actions can make the difference and not the actual actions. The perception of what people see. I probably didn't word it very well, and I'll admit that. But what people see around the world, their perception can change, and it can be bad looks or good looks, whether it's accurate or not, right?
Let's see. Also, I'm reading, quote, July 15, 2026, from the National Park Press Service release. "The new interpretive panels have been installed at the World War II Memorial. These panels continue to honor the service and sacrifice of African-American soldiers, including the Tuskegee Airmen and other segregated units, with updated historical content."
Good. So that's not a bad. Then it wouldn't have been a bad look.
Well, I'm glad you brought it up just as an aside. It was interesting. You weren't making any implications. Just as an aside.
The point was perception can matter. That was the point.
Well, my point is perception of being a slimy fuckface in a debate can matter as well.
Sure.
That's my perception.
Sure.
So you're entitled to your perception, and I'm entitled to mine. And I don't know why you can't just wear it with your chest. Yeah, I was implying that this looks racist, and the rest of the world frowns upon that, and that's lowering them. And I do think that the rest of the world thinks that Trump's done some racist shit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you don't have the courage to fucking say it. You don't have the courage.
Because I don't have the proof to say that any of it's racist. Like I said, it's the perception of it. Mm-hmm. It's the perception I was talking about. That's why I said, look.
All right, I'm ready for
you got really angry about that, though.
No, it's not. It has nothing to do. What's angry is watching people that are slippery fucks that won't stand by their convictions that try to lie about what they were saying about something. That is aggravating. I'll admit. But the reason that I got animated, it's not because I'm any more angry than usual. I'm just generally an angry man when I'm talking politics. But the reason that I get more animated is because I wish more people would get angry at duplicitous fuck faces like you. I really do. I think that you people are a scourge. You fucking lefties will never admit what you really think. You won't admit what you really say. I'll tell you everything I've said. I told you with my fucking chest. This is what I believe. This is what I believe. This is what I believe. Not you fuckfaces. Not you. Oh, maybe you're racist. Maybe. Oh, it turns out that wasn't racist. I was just throwing that out to see what your personal thoughts were. That was it. I have this personal family member that thought this wasn't a big deal. I just threw it out there nonchalantly.
Again, I just want to know the perception. If I wanted to argue Trump was racist, I would have put that as the prompt, to be honest. I know you don't really know me at all. And you've never, like you said, you met me for the first time tonight. But most people here will admit that I'll admit when I'm wrong, and I'll say pretty much anything I need to say with my chest when I believe it.
So to be clear, your argument is here now. If that you weren't using this as an argument in this debate, because if you were using the argument that Trump is racist in the debate, you would have just made that the prompt. So therefore, you're saying, I'm not using this for this debate. If I wanted to say Trump was racist, that would have been the prompt. That's your argument?
My argument was, if that's what I thought, then I would have, if I felt that strongly about it, the prompt wouldn't have been the prompt I've chosen. I would have definitely chosen.
So just to be clear, you are here telling us that this question about the Tuskegee Memorial or whatever in the Netherlands you weren't bringing it up in the context of this debate. You just wondered what my feelings were.
And I wanted to see if you would give it. Well, yes, I wanted to see what your feelings on that was. I didn't know they replaced them, so that's good to know. But I did want to see. That's not the guy.
Forget about the replacement. It's just about.
Again,
I'm just curious what Rob's feelings.
No. And let me finish. And the fact that perception to people sometimes can affect it, even if it's true or not. Right?
If you felt that, you would have said, "Look, people might perceive Trump had a good reason to pull this down. I even kind of agree that they should have pulled these down, but people may have a negative perception."
Well, Rob, this is my second debate ever, so I'm probably not. I've been on verbal combat probably 3 or 4 times, and this is my second full-on debate. You can.
I don't think you did too bad for your second debate, aside from this shit.
But to be completely honest with you, so I'm going to admit there was probably a better way I could. And trust me, I'm going to rewatch this and probably see a million ways I could have approach things better. And if you want to make that critique on me, that's fine. But to call me a duplicitous fuck when that's had nothing to do with what I was wanting, what I was intending at. In fact, not long ago, there was people on Easy's channel, people were trying to say it was racist. And I was like, what the fuck are these guys talking about? Like names of words are racist. So I don't know who you think I am or about, and I know you don't know anything about me. I do know, I can see why you thought that. I'll give you that. I can understand why you think that I was attacking you that way because of the way I approached it. Wasn't my intention, though, honestly.
All I can say is I don't believe you. I just don't. And I think that anyone that's looking at this and attempting to be objective would be like, that guy brought it up because he wanted to imply that Trump looked bad in the national stage because he's racist. Or he looks racist.
The perception of racism.
Yeah. Sure. So it was about the debate. And then when I point out, actually, it seems the opposite.
Well, it was about perception, though, not actual racism. It was the point. It was to point out perception. I was just trying to point out that
I don't know what to say.
Not that specifically landed into. Not that would have. That specific instance would have definitely meant that it was.
So the implication is we're weaker on the world stage because people jump to the conclusion that Trump's a racist, even though he's not. No, that's the argument.
I just wanted the concession that perception can make a difference on how people feel. Not that that specific instance would make us weaker on the world stage.
One more little argument, right? Do you think the perception was that Joe Biden was basically a fucking dementia-addled old man in the rest of the world?
Depends on who you ask.
No,
I don't think Europe thought that.
Wait. You don't think so? Europe thought possibly that Trump removing these panels means he's a racist. But Europe didn't think that Biden was out to lunch. They didn't think that. Just to be clear, that's your argument. Perceptually, Europe maybe thought Trump was racist because he removed a couple panels in a memorial in Netherlands, but they didn't think that Biden had cognitive issues.
Well, are you talking about the people in Europe?
I'm talking about the leaders, the politicians, etc.
The leaders, from their statements, they all seem to think Biden was fine.
So you believe those statements. So when you say they would never just come out and say that we're going to leave NATO, you say we have to look into it. So then I would argue this. Did you know that Biden wasn't fine?
I would say he's definitely suffering some kind of, he was not as sharp as he used to be.
So you knew it?
Yeah.
He had significant cognitive issues?
He had declined from his standard. Yes.
No. Not just
from his
decline from
baseline.
his standard. You could say the same about Trump. You could say the same about Obama. You could say the same about Speakeasy, maybe. Right? Yes, as people get older, there's decline.
Well,
That's not the issue. The decline was significant.
What are we talking about? Sleeping in meetings and messing up countries'
No,
names?
we're talking about being
like
a
that,
confused, dementia-addled old man.
Yeah, confusing countries' names and stuff like that.
No. Not just I slipped up a name. We're talking about someone like we saw in that debate that was confused, that wasn't making decisions, that didn't know where he was.
Yeah, the debate. Yeah, in November 2024. Yeah.
But you knew before then, right, that there were signs of that?
There were signs of decline, sure.
How is it that Europe missed it? How is it that the NATO leaders missed it, but you got it?
I don't think they did.
You just said that wasn't their impression.
Their
I don't think
impression
that was
that
their impression. They didn't say
not
that.
Well, that he was capable of doing the job.
No.
You said
You
he
just
was
said-
you said he was what you said was, will you admit that Europe, the perception was that he was a addled old man that couldn't do anything? I said that's not what they said.
I don't know
based on
that
their
I said the
statement.
exact words, couldn't do anything, but I just outlined to you here specifically what I meant. It's not just that he confused countries' names. It was like he was in that debate that he was having significant decline and he didn't know what was going on. You're like, yeah. So you recognized it, but not the European leaders.
Oh no, I think they recognized the decline.
Okay.
Sure.
Do you think that made the U.S. look weak?
Ish, yes.
Ish.
Yeah, I think that's
Okay.
obviously.
Then we're
that's
stronger
obviously a
now
weakness.
because they think we have a president that knows what's up as opposed to one that's basically.
Do they?
addled
They
with
have one
dementia.
they see falling asleep all the time.
Do you think that it's even close, the cognitive decline of Joe Biden versus Donald Trump?
Oh yeah. Oh no, maybe not. Actually, you're right. No, you're right. Biden's was higher because he was starting at a higher baseline, so he's definitely fallen farther. I agree.
But it's not that it's fallen farther; it's that where he ended up was worse than where Trump is now.
I would say where he ended. I don't know.
So
I'd
just
have
to be
see-
clear, Biden, they basically had to hide. He couldn't take press conference questions. He had like one of the lowest amounts ever of actually doing press conferences. When he did them, they had to give the reporters cue sheets on the specific questions to ask him, right?
I know where you're
Trump,
going with this.
more than almost any president in our lifetime, talks to reporters constantly. And he'll go hours, talks to them. And you're like, I think Trump's maybe worse than Biden.
Well, because I've had grandparents and a couple of them have lost their minds, and one had dementia really bad and went real quiet. Another one slowly declined, talked less, couldn't speak, lost motor function, couldn't really speak as well, but his mind still worked very well. Then I had another one, a grandmother who started to mentally decline, and she started being loud, talking more, repeating, then falling asleep, getting names wrong. But
Sorry for your family. None of this has fuck all to do with anything.
no, but my point is my grandfather wouldn't have declined as much, but you would have looked like he declined more. But my grandmother actually declined more because even though she was talking more, seemed like she had more energy. What she was, the change was obviously bigger, even though it took my grandfather
It
longer.
has nothing to do with the change.
respond.
What you're saying is like Biden was a super genius, and then he
No,
fell
no,
to here.
no,
Trump
I didn't
was
say
here,
Biden was-
and he fell to here.
No,
okay.
again,
Let me.
you're
you
misrepresenting
said,
shit again.
Okay, let me say this. You said that Biden started from a higher plateau than Trump. What did you mean?
I think that
Intelligence-wise?
Yes.
Okay, so Biden had this kind of IQ, either a high IQ.
We're
and Trump
talking
has
like
let me
probably
finish.
120 and 110.
Okay, so he either had a high IQ and Trump had a lower one, or he had a regular IQ and Trump had an even lower one. One of those two things you're saying, correct?
Yeah.
And
I
then
mean, you're
Biden
exaggerating
fell
the
more,
difference a bit there.
but Trump's lower now. He fell
No.
less, but he's lower than what Biden was.
No, I think they're probably. I don't know. I'd have to actually have a conversation with both of them to see. And
So
see
just to
what
be
they're
clear,
at.
the
But
guy
I
talking,
think they're
the guy
probably pretty close now. I think.
Right. The guy talking to the press almost every day, who's making coherent points, who might slip up from time to time, right? That guy's on the same level as a guy that
saying-
the Easter Bunny had to lead around that got
sound like an
butchered in a
80-word
debate
vocabulary.
worse than probably any public debate in the history of this country. And you're
The
like,
second-
yep, they're
yeah.
on par.
The second worst debate was the very next one this country had that I've seen.
That's not true. Did you watch John Fetterman?
No, I didn't watch the federal
All
debate.
right.
I meant presidential
Trump didn't
debates.
do great with Kamala, and neither Kamala, she fucking sucked too. So what?
Yeah,
If
she
it wasn't-
sucked, but he
it
kind of
wasn't-
got dog. He got let. She
Look,
walked
you're
him
just
exactly where he
showing
wanted.
your fucking bias. It's so I don't know why
No,
you
I
can be
just
like, yeah, fucking
wait. What did I
Biden
just
was
say?
terrible.
What did I just say? What did I just say? I just said Kamala wasn't great either. You're right, but
No,
she did.
What was the
but
reason
Trump
that
did get walked around, which you admit Trump was walked around. But yeah, Trump completely dog walked Biden, and Biden looked terrible.
Okay, so then
Is that
explain
my
why did you
bias?
bring up
That's
why did you
obvious.
bring up why did you bring up the Trump Kamala debate?
because your point is just because you get beat bad in a debate doesn't mean that the next person can beat you bad in a debate. Does that make the next person smarter than you?
No, it's not that Biden got beat bad in the debate. It was that he didn't know where the fuck he was.
Yeah, he looked terrible in that fucking
Right.
debate.
So then you bringing up, well, here's another debate where someone, like, you're losing this debate bad. That doesn't mean you have dementia. No one thinks that, right? Just like no one thought Trump had dementia when he lost the debate to Kamala. When people saw what was happening with Joe Biden, it was like, holy fuck. That's you saying, I think this guy did bad in the debate is different than saying, I don't know if that guy's human. He's fucking out of it. That's completely different. And what I'm saying is you're just showing your ass here and showing how biased you are to even compare the two, where we have a guy who literally on almost a daily basis is in front of the press, extemporaneous, taking questions. He has the same cognitive abilities as a guy that comes out and is like, they told me I'm supposed to ask you a question.
Is loss of impulse control part of cognitive decline?
No.
It's not.
Cognitive decline.
Okay.
Did Trump? How much?
I'm done with the cognitive decline debate. Then
how much impulse control did Trump have?
No,
2016.
I just asked you whether impulse control has to do with cognitive decline, and you said no.
There could be times when it comes
to.
You
said no. Wait. So I'm not going to have this debate with you because that's terrible faith. You know that one of the signs of dementia is literally impulse control, loss of impulse control.
Certain forms.
So I'm done. You
Look,
just
I
wanted
understand.
To come back and say no.
That's fine. If you won't let me explain myself, that's fine. There are certain forms of dementia that got the impulse control could be form of. There's other things that loss of impulse control could also be indicative of. So it's not necessarily what we saw with Joe Biden was clinical significant cognitive decline. How much impulse control did Trump have in 2016?
More than now.
Okay, explain. Give me an example. When he says, the only woman I make fun of is Rosie O'Donnell. Impulse control?
No. But do you think he's been attacking reporters more or less now this year?
I have not seen a difference in impulse control. Go ahead. Explain to me what you're seeing.
The amount of reporters he attacks.
You don't think he was attacking reporters in the first
He was, but not as much now.
Okay,
show me. He wasn't calling them quiet. He wasn't saying quiet piggy.
Okay, he didn't. Don't you people believe he made fun of a mentally challenged reporter?
Well, I never saw what you're talking about, so I don't know.
That's not a narrative that the Democrats make?
Maybe. Again, I voted for Trump in 2016, so I don't know every narrative they had.
So how many times per
press
conference, how many times they claimed he did that in 2016 or 17?
I voted him.
How many times per press conference did Trump attack the press in his first administration?
I don't know. I know that I've seen more this time than last time.
Okay, so you argue that per press conference he's attacking more this time, and that's just your anecdotal. You don't have any evidence.
I've never seen him say insults like quiet piggy.
He literally said in a debate that the only woman he calls fat and insults is Rosie O'Donnell. The fact that quiet piggy. Oh, well, you know what's? Let me ask you this: can you point me the medical journal that says a sign of cognitive decline is saying the phrase quiet piggy?
No, I just thought that was that was unique because he's been doing it with like 2 words, and it's the same.
When he called Haiti a shithole country in his first term, was that a lack of impulse control? I haven't heard him say shithole country the second term, so he has more impulse control.
I'm pretty sure he's posted shithole country though.
Has he said it?
No, I don't know.
So
maybe. I think he has. I think he has actually talking about
show me the quote.
Immigrants coming from shithole.
Sure, show me him saying it in the second term. But we'll acknowledge that's a lack of impulse control, right?
I mean, unless you intend to say it. Like if I go write a speech that says Haiti is a shithole country, and I think a lot of his base would get hyped by that. So yeah, I think it could be intentional.
Okay, do you think it was intentional when he said quiet piggy?
I think that it was. I don't think he would have said it if he. I think if he wasn't showing cognitive decline, he would have attacked them for being some weak, mainstream media that lies about him like he typically does.
He says that all the time. He's also insulted people's personal appearance in his first term and his second term. And more than that, he inserted people's personal appearance in ways like that well before he was in office, when he was on The Apprentice, and when he was saying other things. I remember when he went off on fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger in his first time. He had all these tweets, was like, this guy sucked when he took over The Apprentice. I was like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Dude, you're president. Let it go. He used to have tweet after tweet about Rosie O'Donnell. Is that a lack of impulse control? That was all the first term.
Well, I think he's also incapable of letting a slight go.
in both terms.
Yeah, that's true.
So show me the precipitous lack of impulse control. It seems like a guy that always spoke from his sleeve and said some shit that you're like, what the fuck? I don't know that that's presidential. Seems like that's the way it was before he's president. Seems like that's the way he was in his first administration. Seems like that's the way he is now.
So let's say I grant you he's got the same amount of. Let's just I'll grant you that he has the same amount of impulse control because I don't have numbers to go through, and I honestly can't compare the first and two because I didn't pay attention. I trusted him more in the first just trusted him in the first administration and didn't really pay attention for the first few years. So you probably don't, and so maybe that was because I wasn't seeing it, I wasn't paying attention. I didn't see as much of it as you're saying.
Okay. All right. So then where are you basing your fact that Trump is cognitively declined?
Do you think his vocabulary shrunk? Maybe it's not as much as Biden. Fine, it's not as much as Biden. Do you think Trump has suffered any cognitive decline?
Yes, like all old people. It's nowhere near in the realm of Biden. That's exactly the point where I said speakeasies had cognitive decline.
Yeah.
Trump's had cognitive. Every person as they get older.
Yeah.
That's exactly my point.
It's more significant
what
than
happens
speakeasy
is,
decline, right?
What happens is, of course, what happens is this. Almost the entirety of the left-wing apparatus in the world, including the Democratic Party, foreign leaders, our mainstream media, Democratic streamers, and probably people like you, lied over and over. These are cheap fakes. No, Biden's not significantly declined. It's cheap fakes. These are just rumors until they can no longer do it, until the dude blew up in the debate stage. And then they immediately transition to, but Trump has cognitive decline. It's sort of the same thing. When it's not, yes, we understand older people have some decline. They slow down. Trump is a dude that's taking fucking questions more than any president, like, in my lifetime. He's extemporaneously talking all the time. He flubs up. He falls asleep from time to time, but he's someone who's clearly with it. Biden was the opposite. He had to be managed. Even now, we have people like Jake Tapper writing books like, we should have seen the signs. They kept him away from us. We should have saw that it was odd. And so when people like you want to be like, well, can't you admit that Trump has some sort of cognitive decline? This is what people do. They take something that's a fact, right? It'd be like, so you're like, Biden's cognitive decline.
Okay, you've been talking for quite a little. You've been talking for quite a while, and you're going to say, yeah, you're going to say that.
What you're doing is being intentionally disingenuous because you're saying, well, now that I've been caught that Trump's not as bad as Biden, now I'll just make it seem like, well, hasn't there been some level of decline? That's all I was trying to say. I don't take umbrage with you saying there's some level of decline. I take umbrage with you even putting it in the same category as Biden. That's what I'm pointing out.
And I'm saying even if we don't put it in the same category as Biden, you can admit that he has declined. That's all I'm asking.
That's not what your initial point was.
No, but I know because I conceded it because I'm admitting that I don't have enough. I didn't pay enough attention to Trump in the beginning to compare it till now. So I'm admitting I can't make that claim.
What I'm telling you is, yes, if you're making a point, can you admit that as people go from 74 to 78, that they start to slow down? Yeah. Yes, I could also admit that this is a pen. What the fuck is the relevancy of any of this? I'm saying the reason, I remind you, the reason I brought up this point was I said, do you think the world leaders and shit could see just how bad Biden was and that he was supposedly the leader of the country? And you were like, well, I don't know. And then you were like, finally, you were
incapable. You said he was a vegetable.
He basically was, right?
That's not what their characterization was.
Right.
They did say decline, but not a vegetable. He was
someone with cognitive decline to the point where he needed someone else to sign his pardons and use auto pens. And that we even had people like George Clooney at fundraisers like, we clearly saw that something was going on. It was fucking crazy. And the Easter Bunny had to lead him around at Easter because he didn't know where he was. Yes, that's how bad he was. Was he literally a vegetable? No, it's a hyperbolic way of saying the guy didn't know what he was doing. He wasn't running the administration. The rest of the world could see it. You tried to act like they couldn't. Then when forced to admit they could, you immediately moved to the next thing. But so's Trump. They see that with Trump. They see, I said, you're saying they see he's as declined? Yep, that's what I'm saying. Then finally you're like, okay, maybe not, but still, can't you admit that old people slow down some? Yes, I can admit that. I'm pointing out that the rest of the world saw the weakness of the Biden administration. They saw the weakness of Biden. They saw it.
They were still willing to work with him.
No, it wasn't willing to work with them. They were willing to take advantage.
Sure, you can frame it that way.
Right. So it's weakness.
But what they just started taking advantage of, or they were taking advantage of in 2016 to 2022.
No.
So it was only under Biden these people were taking advantage of us.
They took liberties. In fact, they do it with all of these establishment politicians because I think that they're globalists, that they don't give a shit about the national sovereignty of the United States. With Biden, he clearly could be taken advantage of because how cognitively impaired he was. Yes, there have been ways that they've taken advantage of the United States in other ways, including, by the way, during the Trump administration, if I could re-speak, but Trump's at least pushing back on it. They know the reason that there's so much anger against Trump isn't because it's mean words. It's because Trump has an agenda that's not the same as the globalist European Union agenda. For example, does the European Union like migration?
Depends on the country, and
Well,
the person in it, right?
No. As a body, what have they voted for?
I would say they're generally more pro-immigration than anti-immigration.
Is Trump pro or anti-immigration?
Anti.
So what do you think they think about that?
Well, he says he's not. He's only against illegal immigration.
Yeah. Well, he
likes H-1Bs.
Well, that's not true. He significantly, Cato Institute put out an article. He has said that, but when you look at the effect of his policies, Cato Institute just put out an article last month that said he's actually been more damaging for H-1Bs than he has been for illegals.
Yeah, so because they don't want to come. Probably because
no, it's not because they're quite the opposite. They're still applying in record numbers. They're just not accepting the emissions.
All right, give me 1 second. I gotta go to the bathroom.
All right.
Real bad.
Yeah, we'll do closing statements.
Yeah, we'll do closing statements. Yeah. Well, you want? I mean, I can probably make it.
Go take a piss.
Yeah.
Or hopefully piss. You guys see what I'm saying though? In the audience, you see this shit? Now I know I get a little animated. I told myself I'm trying to fucking be a little more low key, but man, that shit fucking pisses me off. Like, oh no, I just wondered what you thought about this thing that these plaques got removed. Bullshit. And then it's the same here with this cognitive decline shit. It's so fucking, just say what you mean, man. It's like, I don't understand it. And like, look, I'll admit, we were jabbing and going, interrupting each other, and I'd be like, yeah, you're a pussy. But I'm just fucking joking around. I'm trying to keep it amusing for the audience. But like, that shit is aggravating. Like, that end part shit. Before that, I was just like, fuck it. We're just having fun. And I'm not like super pissed. I'm not saying the dude's the worst dude, but come on. That's fucking duplicitous. All right. I'm good for closing statements if you are.
Yeah, whatever.
If you guys are both ready for closing statements, I'll put the 5-minute timer here in the back, and I'll let you know when you're a minute away from 5 if you get to there. So since we started with you opening, Cross, we're going to get you to do the closing first as well, and that'll give Rob the last word. One gets the first word, one gets the last. You good with that?
Yeah.
All right, whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer back here with your voice, and I'll let you know when you're a minute away from 5.
All right. Well, I came in here kind of unprepared. I only had a few hours myself to prepare for this, and I came in challenged a very talented and experienced debater. And I think he definitely threw some stuff at me that I didn't know was going to happen. At the beginning of this debate, I did make things clear, though. This debate is not about whether America is still powerful. It is. The United States remains the world's strongest military. We both agreed on that. The question is of whether we're weaker on the world stage before. And I think we both it's how we're going to define strength. I think strength is not only what you have, it's what you can accomplish with what you have. And I think long term, a country can have the largest military and still lose influence. Even if fewer nations trust it and few allies follow its lead, its adversaries become more willing to challenge it. The distinction at the center of this debate is that I haven't argued that we become powerless or that we weren't already declining, just that we have declined. That leadership requires trust, our alliances require trust, and diplomacy requires trust. The intelligence requires sharing trust, and the nations being uncertain about America's commitments, they start making decisions differently. They hedge and they diversify away from America. They prepare for a world where we are not the leaders. And that matters because it's not always measured by America's strength isn't measured by what we can do alone. At least that's historically it hasn't. Our alliances have given us a powerful advantage, not because our allies had no other options, but because they chose us. The question before you tonight, whether the choices become less certain, whether have allies become more confident in American leadership, or have more countries began preparing for a future where they need more independence from us? Have adversaries become more cautious, or have they found more opportunities to coordinate and challenge American interests? Has America's ability to persuade increased, or has it become harder to convince others to follow and allow us to do what we want? These things matter, but they do not answer the central question. A nation can be powerful and still be weaker than it was before. A champion can remain the best athlete in the world while still losing a step. This is the argument I present tonight. The United States is not collapsing. It's not helpless, but leadership is not guaranteed forever. It must be maintained, it must be earned, and it must be protected. The greatest powers in history did not decline simply because they lost weapons or wealth. They declined because their influences weakened when their partners questioned them and their rivals became more competent. Our greatest strength has always been our power that was backed by credibility, our military ability to act, the economy, and our reputation. All of this goes together, and it all can be thrown away. Is America still strong? Yes. Is America trusted? Is America as trusted, as influential, and as capable of leading before? That's the measure of the strength on the world stage, and by that measure, I'd still say the world's weaker today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Rob. Rob, whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice, and I'll let you know when you're at a minute away.
All right. I'll start by saying this. It has nothing to do with why I win the debate, but I actually enjoyed this debate. And I went hard at you, Cross Current Politics, because it's something that I'm trying to set a standard of people that I think are being duplicitous, particularly on race issues. I don't think you're the worst person in the world. I thoroughly enjoyed this debate, would be happy to debate you again. So I hope that that comes across, but it is part of me just fucking putting my foot down on this shit, and I stand by it. Having said that, let's get into the debate proper. Look, I think that there are some key concessions that really harm him in this debate. The first is the admission that every president in his lifetime has pervade over the United States being weaker on the world stage. That shows that the status quo is declining. And so I think that really influences whether or not what he says is important. One of the things that's important, particularly for our allies, is predictability. And Trump is no longer predictable, which is one of the reasons he talks about the U.S. being weaker on the world stage. First thing I'll say is, even if you technically think he wins the prompt because we're always weaker president to president, there's really no veracity behind it, and there's no reason for it. It would be like saying the pen is still in Rob's hand. Okay, but what's the significance of it? So it's clear that the implication with the topic is that Trump's doing worse than some other president would. When I asked specifically if Kamala would have done any better, he seemed to say, I don't know, right? And so the things that are the difference between Trump and Kamala, have they made us weaker or stronger on the world stage? First mistake he makes is this. He doesn't, even in his closing statement, he doesn't really talk about the most important thing when it comes to our strength on the world stage, which is what our adversaries think. And it is clear to me that I've won throughout this debate that our adversaries have more respect and fear for the United States now than they did under a Biden administration, an Obama administration, etc. I talked about how intel showed that many people in the CIA thought they were seeing intel from several Russian sources that said they wanted Hillary to win in 2016 because they found her predictable. Seems that China wanted Biden to win in 2020. His son was working for the spy chief of China, in his own words. These adversaries were more comfortable with the predictable business as usual, America, oh, it's our fault, Democrats such as the Biden administration, the Obama administration. They now have fear when they see things that occurred in Venezuela. And even though I'm not the biggest fan of what happened in Iran, they now know that the United States is willing to use its military, including against powers that were considered very strong in the region. So when you take the Venezuela plus the situation that's happening in Iran, I think that there is an unpredictability that our adversaries have to respect. And as such, that makes us look stronger on the world stage. Juxtapose that to how we looked with the Biden administration, and I could also do this with the Obama administration and other previous ones. We had people, we tucked tail and ran so bad in Afghanistan that we had to rely on the Taliban for our defense. People were literally hanging off the wings of planes. Our allies and our adversaries had to look at that and say, this is one of the most incredible jokes we've ever seen. What happened to the United States? It's a paper tiger. Is it any surprise then Russia decided they were going to invade Ukraine? They saw that their biggest geopolitical adversary were embarrassed by a bunch of people living in caves that we've been fighting for 20 years. There's also the idea of whether or not unpredictability hurts our relationship with our allies. I would contend that our relationship with our allies was more of us feeding them from the gravy train, and now they realize that they have to respect the United States war more because that gravy train has been turned off. We talked specifically when it came to situations like, let me write down some of this. how for years what we've seen is the strength of the United States that I care about, which is its people, has been sold out. The manufacturing and middle class has been sold out to all of these countries around the world. The exporting dollars has been very beneficial for globalist corporations and for people around the world and for kickbacks to our politicians. And yet we see that precipitously since the height of the United States and its peoples at the end of the Cold War, we've been trending downward. Why is that? Because we haven't had any presidents that really stuck up for the United States citizen and the United States worker. It's not just about what our allies think. Our strength in the international stage is based on how great the people of the United States is doing. Who gives a shit about the name, the United States? Who gives a shit about the land? What really makes up this country is the citizens of this country. And we're getting stronger as we decide in the world stage, as we decide to secure our borders. We could also see that the United States, even if there are problems with inflation, GDP, etc., because of things like the Iran conflict, the United States is actually faring much better than most of the developed world, including China, including Russia, including our European allies, and including Canada. The United States is in a better position, and even though these tariff deals may have irked the ire of these countries, inevitably they're going to have no choice but to go to us or China. And what we see is, as has been proven in this debate, they're actually less likely to go to China except Canada. And Canada is falling flatter than almost any country in the world. And the people of Canada are actually likely to start rejecting the idea that they want to have a cozy relationship with China. We've also talked about how our allies had tariffs against us, how they didn't meet their obligations for years and years under NATO, how they interfered in right-wing elections, how they're pushing things like the Digital Service Act to punish American companies and to try to take away free speech from Americans, and how they possibly interfered in our elections, such as the 2016 election. All of these are things that we should be able to strongly rebuke and say we don't have to stand for this. We can also see how these countries are doing things like mass migration that's making them weaker. The United States stands apart from that for at least attempting to stand up to it. The same countries that he says no longer respects, it's not important whether or not that means that currently, right now, we are strong or weaker on the world stage. We are stronger. Is it potential that 20 years down the road we could be weaker because of the actions of Trump? Sure, but that's not the case right now. And seeing as how he's admitted that the status quo will trend to the United States' managed decline and eventually becoming weaker, I think that we can see that Trump is doing the right things right now, and we should embrace this. The last thing I'll say is this. I think that the United States is the people of the United States. I think that our allies should be rebuked, and I think that our enemies should fear the United States. Trump's America First policies, although not perfect, of securing our border, of actually rebuking people that are doing things that are anti-American, like violating free speech or punishing American companies, and aggressively going after our adversaries while at the same time offering trade deals and offering partnerships from them, is making America weaker in the shorter and the long term, both the people and the country as a whole.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. That is going to wrap up the closing statements and the debate portion. So are you guys good for a couple questions? I did see a couple questions come in there.
I'm good if you are.
Yeah.
Sure.
I got a little bit. I do just want to say, now that we're kind of wrapping up, like, I do really appreciate the opportunity to debate you, Rob.
I thought you were pretty good. I thought
obviously you're a bigger platform than me. I am getting new
fatter,
but,
you fucker.
Yeah, I do. I think I have a pretty good head on my shoulders, and I've been debating with my friends, but doing this formally. But honestly, the first debate I did on here was on we shouldn't be at war with Iran in 2026, and I totally got the other guy on the in 2026, and he froze. You totally fucked me up with the we've been declining, right? Because I was like, I didn't even think of how to address this. And, I've got rebuttals, and I was like, over the last, I found out I guess it's been longer now, but I think Easy messaged me like 3-4 o'clock today, and I was just like sitting there for like 3 hours going, what's Rob going to say to this? Because obviously you are talented and been doing this.
One thing, like what happens normally, sometimes people will say yeah, and then like the day before, the day of, they'll say, oh, I'm not feeling good, or oh, I have to go run out of town. It's always some excuse, and then I never hear from them wanting to go back again. I'm like,
I think that if I could, I'll say some.
Shout out to you for that.
I'll just say two things on this real quick. One, anytime you're talking about a topic that's comparative, oftentimes what you want to look at is trends, right? So, like, for example, when I debated in college, one of the topics had to do with the Violence Against Women Act, right? And so what had happened when you looked at like domestic violence or sexual assaults, etc., they're trending down. And so the question is, do we want to try a radical change? It's any violence against women is bad, right?
Yeah.
But if we can see that it's trending down, do we want a radical change? So if we can see that, cop shooting unarmed people is going down, 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 do we really want to be like, and disband the police? Or is it like, wait a minute, like, and so for me, anytime I hear a comparative topic, the first question I ask is like, well, what's the trend? The first thing the immediate thing is, are we weaker now than we were the last administration? And I think no, but then I'm like, well, wait a minute. I think we've been getting weaker for a long time in general. So I'll ask you, and you may have said, no, I think we were strong under Obama. I think we were strong under Bud, but that was the first question that I had.
I appreciate not only the advice, honestly, you just gave me, and you gave anybody on here watching your advice of how to approach that topic. Cause to be honest, you're doing it from no prep. It's impressive. It really is. Yeah, I had 3 hours, but at least I knew what we were talking about. So of course I was able to pull some stuff up and think about rebuttals, but you hit me with one I never thought of. So
I think what you did that was very good several times through this debate was that you held me to, like, I would say something. I'd be like, well, Trump's first term. And what you did, I thought the best part of the debate when you were like, listen, if you're going to say Trump pressured NATO in his first term, then what did it look like after that? Okay, then we had a Biden term. What did it look like? Turns out all but 12 were meeting their obligations, or all but 6. That's fucking good. That's the exact type of instincts you want, because what that's doing is showing like, look, if it was excusable the first time, fine, they weren't meeting their obligations. Great. Trump spoke out. That's one thing. But what's different the second time is they started meeting their obligations. So the lesson learned is, okay, you had a point. We in Europe, you got us. Okay, our bad. Now we're going to do the right thing. And you're like, yeah, fuck you. No, it's not enough. Now we're starting to think like, well, maybe it was never about meeting our obligations. Maybe there's something more going on. I think if you would have taken it to that next level, but you were there, you're on the precipice of it. And I think that that's very good instincts that people don't think of often. And I was like, I didn't even think of it when you said it. I was like, well, fuck, that's not bad.
And I caught you changing. I caught you switching too. And I was like, how do I get him back to this? You just kept going. I'm like, and then I wanted to respond to something else you said, which is probably my inexperience too. Instead of hearing something that goes, no, I got something for that, when I really ignore that. Cool point. But let's go back to this. Would have probably helped me as well. So, but again, it was fun. I'm glad we got a chance to do it.
Question.
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah.
It was really good. Actually, I have a question I want to ask you both real quick about this topic. So if you were to pick like 3 events that's happened like since Trump took office that would best support either the U.S. looking stronger on the world stage or looking weaker on the world stage, which would those 3 events be to support your side? And either one can go first.
Well, I think Canada signing trade deals with China is a big slap in the face to the United States, and something that was unheard of in the capacity that they did before 2020, before this Trump administration. So I think that would be one. NATO moving away from buying our manufacturing and our weapons by 2030 because they don't find us reliable, I think is probably number 2. Whereas he may say that them increasing their spending is number 1. It would depend on why they're increasing their spending, right? Because like we said, they caught up in 2024. And the fact that we're just attacking them when we're already got most of them spending the appropriate amount of money just kind of screams weakness to me.
For me, I would say easy one's Venezuela. I think it was shocking how efficient the United States was. And ironically, if they wouldn't have done Iran, that would be the lasting impression that people would have of our military. I don't think it's been necessarily as bad as people think in Iran. And it's not indicative of the failures of the United States military as a capability. I think everybody understands that Trump's desperately trying not to send boots on the ground and shit like that. But as far as the efficiency of a special op like that, fucking crushing, especially for smaller countries. It also shows these larger countries the willingness of Trump to be like, well, fuck you up. And I want to stress I was not a fan of that. Just to be clear. By the way, this is an aside, but the whole prompt is basically my response is like, I don't really give a fuck. Like, it's really my response. If we're weaker in the world stage, but domestic Americans are doing better, great. I don't give a fuck. Like, that's truly how I feel. As long as we have the military to support ourselves, which we clearly do, fine by that. But as long as we're talking, I think Venezuela, even though it wasn't something I agreed, I don't want people to be like, you bitched about it. I did, but I have to admit it was very smooth. The other things I would say is I think the fact that you see the economic struggles of other countries far worse than what's happening in the United States shows that the United States still has the wherewithal to absorb these shocks and things like this, and they're still the big dog, which shows that they're having strength in the world community. And the last thing I'll say is not just the spending increases that we see in NATO, but a lot of the tariffs being rescinded around the world. I think that what we see is it's not been total, but I think that you've seen that it was all the gnashing of teeth and bitching and moaning. At the end of the day, these countries are like, fuck, we sort of have to give in because we need that US base. So I would say those things. But it's a trick question because it's comparative. So the real things that I would point to is the weaknesses of the previous administrations that I think are better now. But those are the three things that I would.
Do you acknowledge that I at least tried to cut that argument off by saying since Trump took office?
Yeah,
that was the
clever.
intent of it.
Yes.
That was the intent behind it, was to say, okay, let's not talk about Biden. Let's talk about just these actions. You cleverly did it.
It is clever, right? So the question is, and I actually had to think about this for a moment, right? If we're like, fuck everything that happened in the entire history of the United States, and we're just like, bam, January 21st, 2025, what does the United States look like? Does it look better or worse today? For me, it's like, I don't know, it's still a mixed bag. But I just ultimately think that's not the way anyone would look at it, because we would understand that like there's ebbs and flows.
I agree. I agree. I just picked,
but it was it's an interesting framing of it.
Yeah.
And
I get to pick the topic, so I figured I'd try and frame it.
It was smart to frame it as that.
And you also were debating through that whole time, so you've got years of knowledge of things that happened during that time that I just wasn't. So that's why I tried to give myself the advantage of when we've been.
That's why we call him Rob GPT.
Yeah. No,
I did not use ChatGPT.
I mean,
Grok
granted,
man.
No, it's just your brain is the same thing.
And I knew what I was watching. Like, I knew this wasn't going to be easy. Trust me.
Bass Guitar came in at the starting, said how many 90 deals in 90 days were made?
90 days, I don't know. I think there's probably close to a dozen deals that were made. But yeah, look, this falls into the category bass guitar. There's another character. I like bass guitar. But this falls into the character of hyperbole, right? Like, and it's, you know, I'll go back to the old millennial woes quote. So much of arguing with Democrats is them pretending to not understanding things so that civil discussion's impossible. Yeah, to be fair to you, like, you did say, no, I'm not saying Trump said he'd end the war on day one in the way you're thinking, and you explained it a little better, which is fine. But like this sort of thing, it's like, we didn't have 90 deals in 90 days. We only had 12 deals in 140 days. It's like, yeah, okay. Everybody knows what's going on. 90 for 90 sounds fucking clever. That's why they picked 90 for 90.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think if he would have made 89, would you be like, gotcha, motherfucker, only 89 deals in 90 days. So, you know.
Do you ever wish they just didn't do the hyperbolic shit sometimes, though?
Yeah, but the problem is it's impossible to get elected. That's like saying when you go get a used car, you'd like the dealer to be like, actually, this car kind of sucks.
He was already elected when
it's not going to happen, you know?
He was already elected when he said 90 deals in 90 days, though, right?
Yeah, but it's you're always selling yourself. That's our politics. Everybody does it.
Well,
and I mean, look,
Did
guys
you say
have
Biden
tried.
wasn't out there selling himself?
Well, Biden's a little.
Most presidents don't talk to the media as much as Trump. Most presidents don't sell themselves to the media as much as Trump.
Biden was.
No, yeah, agreed. But I just mean, like, out of every president we have, Trump is an anomaly in how much he talks to the press and how much he
sells. He probably sells himself, but like,
okay,
I would argue that like maybe Ron Paul basically said this. This was his pitch. Hey, we fucked up. Deficit spending's crazy, so it's going to be a tough couple of years. And then we're going to get shit in order. And you know what the American people said?
And that was
I don't want a tough couple of years. Fuck you.
And that was probably the best plan on the table at the time, to be honest. So
the problem is no one wants to hear that. No one wants to hear hey, these next couple of years, it's going to take a long time to get results. So like Biden's coming in 2020 and he's like, as soon as I'm elected, we're going to beat COVID.
Yeah.
Everybody knew that was bullshit.
Yeah.
But that's the promise you make. The guy that comes out and's like, look, it's going to be real. If one guy's like, trust me, people, I'm going to get this shit underhanded like a day or two. And the other guy's like, it's probably going to take 7-8 years.
Well, yeah. And that's why, like you said, I wasn't I realistically, if I said, oh, well, he didn't solve the Russia-Ukraine on day one, I would be being obtuse. And
I
not
did
very
see
good
your
faith, to
point
be
on that,
honest.
though. Your point
But
was
but
you
he did
said that
he
he
did
ran
make
on
it a-
not sending the money, and it's like actually he ran on ending
True.
it day one,
Yeah.
which is fair.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
Bass guitar.
The
not
next
being nerd.
one from Bass Guitar as well says, "Does Rob know who La Tigre de Maduro is?"
The Tiger of Maduro? No. Let me look it up. What's La Tigre de Maduro? Was that
Watch it be some like mafia chick.
gay porn? What the fuck? Oh no. Let's see what it says. Refers to.
I have no idea either. And me and
It's the
Dave were
nickname of
talking earlier, so.
Diosdado Cabello, one of the most powerful hardline figures of Maduro. He's the president of the National Assembly. He's known for strong pro-regime rhetoric. He's often seen as one of the key people in keeping Maduro in power. So it just seems like a Maduro strongman. I don't know. Is there a reason you asked, Bass Guitar? Is the implication? Let me see if I guess. Is the implication that either he will take power and so Venezuela wasn't good, or that he was like a turncoat that helped the United States? I don't know.
I have no idea either. It must have been relevant at the time.
I know now, Bass Guitar. So
Yeah. Darth Stevo comes in for $5. Says, "Cross current. How does perception affect strength?"
Well, if people see you as stronger than you are, they're less likely to challenge you whether you are actually that strong or not. You're going to actually, the effect and outcome of them thinking you're that strong is going to be essentially the fact that is perception's reality a lot of times, right? So if people think you're strong, they're not going to attack you. Like you said, we all thought Russia was really tough. Turns out they were a paper tiger, but we went to, we were a little bit more scared to stand up to them in the beginning because we thought, hey, they might really do something and really fight. And then we realized, hey, they're a paper tiger. And now it kind of sent people to, oh, we can back Russia. We can send those missiles to Ukraine. We don't have to worry about Russia escalating because they can't handle it. So perception of reality is not something I made up. It's the truth. It's been proven. It's kind of through reality. So I think perception and the perception of Biden being senile also affects his strength. It doesn't go one way.
I think two things. One, when you're making that perception argument, although your answer you're giving there is fine, you're sort of making it the perception to our adversaries. But when you're making the perception argument in the debate, you're making the perception to our allies.
Well, it's
and I
going to
think
be both ways.
But
right?
I think what the question's intuiting in this aspect is, okay, if our allies have the perception that Trump said some shit that's racist, how does that affect how strong the United States is? And if the answer is, well, they're less likely to work with us, it's like, well, how does that work specifically? I think that's what I actually think there's a stronger answer to that, because my second response to this is, I totally get what you're saying, but I don't know that your answer speaks to whether or not the U.S. is strong. It speaks as to whether or not the U.S. may have to use that strength. For example, let's say I'm a big old puss, right? But I have everyone convinced I'm a badass. I probably won't have to get into a fight, right? Now, let's say Speakeasy's really a badass, but somehow we convince everyone that he's a big old puss. Speakeasy's not less strong now because he has to fuck a bunch of people up. He's still the exact same strength. It's just, it would have been nice if the perception was he was strong so he didn't have to whoop ass. His strength level hasn't increased or decreased. It's literally just, okay, now I got to whoop your ass. Where you wouldn't have had to whoop the ass if the perception been
Well,
the right
yeah,
way.
but that's assuming that in that fight, he may whip his ass, but he also can't suffer any major injuries too, right?
That's
so if he
fair.
breaks
So
an
you
arm,
lose 10% of your military.
because
fair.
say someone won't fight you, but will fight Speakeasy because of the perception.
Mm-hmm.
They break his arm. He came out with a broken arm, and you're untouched. So yeah, he might have got an ass whooping under his belt, but you didn't have to do shit, and you're not hurt. So
I think that's the best argument. That in the short term, maybe not, but in the long term, those slights that you'll have to continue, not even.
Yeah.
I think there's an argument to be had. It's not even just like militaristically. You could make the argument with political capital. If we have to spend a bunch of political capital convince Japan to do this today because of perception reasons, that's less political capital maybe that we have tomorrow to spend on the European Union with something. So that I could see the answer. But
and I mean, just in real world, we intuitively know this, right? Because I worked in restaurants for a really long time.
Mm-hmm.
If you're walking to a restaurant and it's dirty, the perception is it's dirty. If the floor is dirty, the kitchen must be dirty. If the bathroom's dirty, the kitchen must be dirty. It's the perception of people.
Yeah, but the equivalent question would be like, is the food good? Right?
Yeah,
and you're like, well, perception. Right. And it's like, yeah, but the food's either good or not. The floor being dirty, I might be less likely to try the food. right? But it
Yeah.
doesn't change whether or not
Yes.
the food is good.
Yes, but you have to get them. But if they walk in the door but never sit down, you never get the chance to show them the food's good. And that's the perception.
Yeah.
That's why perception can greatly affect what you have to do in the outcomes. It doesn't mean that it's the be all end all or that it's reality. It just means other people outside forces react based on perception.
Yeah.
All right. Tay Gooch comes in for $10 and says, question, how are our gas prices here at home even relevant to the world stage? California gas price to the Texas prices are extremely different. Trump using our military as need be.
I
go ahead. I would say that the gas prices are connected on a world stage. And yeah, California and Texas prices are going to be different. That's basically because of the taxes they have on it and where they're getting it from. But when it goes up, they tend to go up. Like, sure, there can be certain things in certain states that affect things individually, but when the world gas price goes up, every gas price goes up. So on the world stage, if all their prices go up, basically what happens is the domestic producers say, hey, we can make more money if we sell it to Europe because it's so expensive over there. They ship it over there and charge more and take it out of our supply, increasing our price.
Well, I actually think that it's weirdly intuitively sort of the opposite, right? Like, I get what you're saying, but here's what I mean. Like, for me, it only makes sense in the context of comparing vis-a-vis the world. So if an event happens, COVID, or some crazy natural disaster, or a war, right? And it has ripple effects that basically affect the entire world. And it affects the United States less than the rest of the world. Or that event means that some industry in the United States is now more important to the rest of the world. That would speak to how those prices could affect our relevance on the world stage. So I think what happened is the fact that we had these increased prices, etc., and the United States is coming out better ahead than pretty much all of the Western world speaks to us becoming stronger. In fact, you could even say, if it's about like individuals' well-being in these countries, that the United States is weaker domestically. But compared to the world stage, even if we all fall this way, we're still stronger on the world stage in that sort of comparative sense. Go ahead.
Just to answer that question, though, we both agree that gas prices are relevant to the world stage.
Well, they can be in that sense.
Yeah.
And I think that if you could also make an argument, if the standard of living and the purchasing power for individuals in the United States is going way up or way down, you could make an argument that that's relevant to our strength on the world stage as a consumer market, etc.
Yeah.
But I understand what Taguchi is saying because it is different, right? Saying like, that's why I said I kind of don't give a shit what our standing in the world stage is, as long as we're not falling to the point where we're fucked, right? Like, I don't care. I'm more concerned domestic issues. However, I think in this case, one of the things we're seeing we see that this has resulted in domestic production increasing, which will result in us selling more to places, particularly if, look, I was talking about this OPEC shit. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but the signs are there that OPEC's going to be fractured. And if that occurs, the United States is much stronger on the world.
Yeah, I haven't looked into it too much, but I've seen some of the reporting and stuff, and OPEC seems like they're going to – I don't think anything major happens till after they figure out what's going on with the Iran war, what the situation is going to be here, just because it's uncertainty. They don't want to make a decision. But, yeah, I think OPEC's going to – whether that helps us or hurts us, I'm not 100% sure. I see what you're saying, how it could help us. But, I think OPEC's up for changing over the next decade or so. It's going to have major changes over the next decade or so.
All right, next one comes in from Taguch as well. Says for $10, how can you blame Trump for the agreement that Biden changed and violated the terms? Then it was a free-for-all after that. That was all under Biden. He did that.
I don't. It's one of my second time debating, and maybe I miscommunicated what I was trying to say Trump did. When he negotiated with the Taliban without the Afghanistan national, whatever it was there, you basically said, we don't care about you, Afghanistan. We're going to do what we want to do, and you're just going to go with it. And that's what's bad, because it shows that even if you're in there working with us, when it comes time to negotiation, we're not going to take you too much into consideration, or we're not even going to have you in the room, which I think they should at least have been in the room to sign the deal with the opposing forces, but we basically said, hey, Taliban, you can attack them. We're not going to support them. We're not going to attack you. Just don't kill American soldiers, which is great for American soldiers. It's great for America. It wasn't good for our allies, which is what the point was that it hurts our standing with our allies and the trust amongst foreign nations.
I think that, look, this is very complicated. I probably should just leave this go. So I keep fucking up. The former Afghan guy was Karzai. We're talking about Ghani, right? Who was like the president of the Afghan defense. Yeah, whatever, right? I'm sort of talking out my ass a little here, but I'm making some educated guesses. So did you know Ghani, like immediately when the U.S. pulled out, took like boatloads of fucking money and left the country?
Yeah.
He's just like, I'm fucking out.
Of course, there's all kinds of fucked up shit.
Everybody basically knows this guy was a corrupt motherfucker, right? He's a puppet of the United States. For 20 years, our U.S. military told us we had, I think, 13 generals that were in charge of the Afghan war. And for 20 years, they all told us the same thing. It's almost done. We're going to leave, and these Afghan forces are kicking ass. They're going to take over. And we were told that up until like the very last day. They collapsed in 3 fucking days. And I think probably what happened with Trump, I'm not making excuses, but I think probably what happened, he was like, these fucking people are nothing. They're fucked. They're just corrupt assholes. They don't even care about defending their own country. So we're going to go negotiate a deal. We don't care about Mr. Moneybags coming here going, and what money can I get for when I flee the country? Like, I'm just interested myself. Maybe that would have even looked worse to the Taliban to see how out of fucking clue this guy was. So instead, Trump's like, look, we'll fucking negotiate the best possible terms. We'll try to set that for, and, these corrupt motherfuckers. But I think that you could say that the Trump administration lied. I do think that's true. And I think that every administration that was involved in that war lied when they told us how successful things were going. I understand why you would lie. You wouldn't tell the American people like, yeah, we're fucked. This is a huge waste of time. We've spent trillions of dollars here. What a fucking nightmare. Like, I get it. I get that you don't want to say that. But for me, it's like, I don't think it was a huge deal that dude wasn't there or that there weren't representatives. Seeing as how they were a clear fucking joke that collapsed in 3 days. And there's also... Look, there's accusations that a lot of people in those forces actually were Taliban anyways. Like, you hear that from a lot of our soldiers that we train these dudes in positions of leadership. And
it's really fucking complicated. But I think you would at least concede that my point wasn't that it was Trump's fault Afghanistan was bad. It was just that the way they handled it would lead to allies not to trust us.
Well, I don't think because I think that
you can debate it, but I don't. But my point is, the question they were asking was not what I was implying.
It'd be like this. Let's say Zelensky. Let's say that we negotiate a deal and Zelensky has no part in Ukraine. I can understand people being like, but in a weird way, that might prove the United States is stronger on the world stage. But I don't think the rest of the world looks at Ghani like that. I think that they're probably like, we know what's up. We know what the fuck up with this guy.
We could debate whether it actually does that, but my argument wasn't that Trump ruined it was Trump's fault Biden fucked up Afghanistan. It was Biden's fault Biden fucked up Afghanistan. I made that pretty clear.
Yeah. I just think that you brought that up as sort of a deflection, and I was trying to aggressively prove that had nothing to do with Biden. That's all. Biden was worse.
All right. Another one comes in from Bay's Guitar for $5. Says, can Rob name one person he treats like Trump treats allies?
Avarice?
There we go. Boom. That was quick.
I wonder if he's listening.
You didn't have to think about it.
How about Mr. E? Yeah, I could name a dozen. Yeah, Trump treats, dude, like, I don't know, Bass Guitar. You seem like sort of a normal guy. Yeah, man, have you ever been with fucking friends and shit? Like, that's how it rolls. For me, it's like, you talk about your friends a little harshly. I'll give you a lesson, right? It's something my dad taught me, one of the biggest lessons I ever had. Real quick. When I was a teenager, we kept being told, don't fucking throw a baseball next to the neighbor's shed. Don't do it. Don't do it. Me and all the neighbor kids we'd play this game where you'd throw the ball on the top of the shed and then it would roll down and you'd see you can catch it in your glove. One time, my fucking buddy whips this fucking ball and it goes right through the window and out the window on the other side. So the top pane here and out that side. And I knew, I was like, here we go. I was like the second oldest there. I'm like, I'm going to get shit because I'm theoretically the most responsible. My dad was fucking livid, man. He's like, you're fucking grounded, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to have to work, pay for these windows, motherfucker, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, but I didn't do it. I don't give a fuck. We'll have to pay for it. And then he sends me inside and he's like, hey, what's up, guys? And he's talking to the fucking dude that threw the ball through the fucking window. Like he's a buddy. And so we get inside and I'm like 13 and I'm like, all right, I know I'm grounded and whatever. And after it calms down, I'm like, how come you're like pissed at me and not those guys? And he goes, because you're mine. That's why. And that's the truth. Sometimes you're harsher on your allies because you expect more of them. You know your fucking blowhard enemies. You blow smoke up their ass. Oh, yeah, you're a good dude, whatever. Yeah, you're tariffing the shit out of them. You're sanctioning them. You're building up your military against them. Like, oh, that Kim Jong-un, what a clever guy. Rocket Man, I call him. He knows what's up, right? Ah, Putin, he's a good dude. He's looking up for his country. Now let's send more javelins to Ukraine. Right? And so that's me. It's like Trump has this thing where it's like the people that are supposed to be your friends, you're like, hey, fuck you. I expect more from you, motherfucker. We're buddies. We can talk like this. And the people that are your enemies, you're like, oh, what a great guy. You're awesome. So that's how I look at that bass guitar.
I mean, I agree. I just tell my friends they're fucking up in private, not in public. That's all.
No, call those fuckers out, you know.
I get shit for that all the time. People say so. I always say it wherever we are. You do this shit in public, you're gonna get called out in public, motherfucker.
I agree. Some shit deserves to be called out in public. I'll give you that. But
I'm still listening. I'm just grabbing a drink here.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for that. Bless you, Nicodemus. You saw me sneezing behind the camera there. All right, let me see. From this side, I don't see any more questions. Do you have any questions on your side that you want to ask?
I had one person ask, now that the debate's over, can you be honest? Were you trying to imply Trump was racist when you were talking about those plaques?
No, I was just curious as to what you thought. If I wanted to argue Trump was racist, I would probably have gone towards the ice. I don't think Trump's necessarily racist. I just don't think he gives a fuck about anybody else but himself and his money. So.
Okay, let's say
personally,
this. I will accept this, but I will say that 95% of the people in your position
100%
are doing that to imply that he's racist. And
yeah,
I'm tired. It aggravates me to no fucking end, right? When this shit, like, you know, why didn't you pick the black guy for your team? I don't know, man. He looked like he had a gimp arm. I was just asking. It's like, man, fuck you. I know what you're implying here. That's what I'm
The other day I was on a panel and I was arguing that Steve Nash is like underrated and he should be above people like Shaquille O'Neal
racist,
and Magic Johnson. These were the two players I put him above. Steve Nash, Magic Johnson and Shaquille O'Neal. And the guy out of nowhere, because I was giving arguments that he couldn't compete with, out of nowhere he goes, you know what I just noticed? It's weird that you're putting this white player above these two black guys. Are you racist? I'm like, are you fucking serious? You can't compete with the argument. All of a sudden, I'm racist. What is this?
Yeah, honestly, that's when I literally started donating to you. Like, that's not racist, but it's a fucking terrible take. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
I don't know that I don't know much about basketball, but that's a hot take.
I've never wanted to.
Everyone argues with me. Yeah. I think he's so underrated, man. He was good as fuck.
I'll admit it, he's underrated, but I never wanted to get on one of your open panels so bad just to argue with your dog. I was like, nah, bro. And then they started saying the racist shit. I'm like, guys, what?
Yeah,
talk about this. And then they start, he starts going the N-word, and you say it back, and they're like racist. And it was like,
yeah,
we're talking about basketball, bro. Anyone sitting here talking about basketball is probably not very racist because they're watching a bunch of primarily black men play a sport and enjoying it.
Yeah, but I watch a bunch of black men picking cotton and enjoy it. You know, all of a sudden, that, like, I just feel like I hope that I'm trying.
If you pay him millions, I think you'd probably get away with it. Though. If you pay him with those NBA players, they're getting paid.
Kaepernick
probably
said
get away with it.
It's modern plantation. It's like, dude, you make $1 million. Anyways, like, I feel like I have to go hard in the paint for that shit. I just have to. It's something that I fucking dealt with this. I couldn't do it in college debate, but it was every fucking college debate was that. Whenever you acknowledge your white privilege. And what I really wanted to say is like, fuck you, motherfucker. But instead I have to be like, what do you mean by white privilege? Blah, blah, blah. Oh, I'm just saying. And I'm like, fuck you, man. Just say it. Just fucking say it, man. Like, I don't think Trump's racist. But like, here's the other thing, right? Here's another analogy I'll give. You know what the Babylon Bee is, or the Onion? It's like satirical.
Yeah.
I talked to Liz.
Fucking love that shit, dude.
There's a person, I won't say any specifics, but it's a person someone I dearly care about. That years ago, I showed up and they were like, during Trump's first term, they're like, did you see that Nancy Pelosi tore up a Bible at the State of the Union? And it was, I knew I'd seen it was like from The Onion or the Babylon Bee. It was when she's tore up Trump's speech, right?
Yeah.
And so like, I'm like, no, that's a satirical site you saw. And this person's like, no, I saw a picture. And I'm like, yeah, that was Photoshop. She did. I was like, one, she's not physically strong enough to tear up a hardcover Bible. I was like, but secondly, when you hear something like that, and this is the serious point, ask yourself, why would you do that? Even if you were a racist, even if you're an anti-Christian, why would you on the world stage be like, ha, I hate Christianity? You know that's bad politically, right? And so when I hear these stories about Trump, like, well, Trump's a virulent racist. Why? He took down a bust of MLK. He took down, in this case, like black panels. It's like, right out of the gate, I'm like, bullshit. He didn't just do that because. There's an underlying reason. I know it. He wasn't just like, you know what I want to do? Here's what we do, right? Any black soldiers that we're honoring, fuck them. Let's remove their plaques. That would be cool. It ain't happening like that.
No, and
so
honestly,
I guarantee that there's some reason. So when someone's
like I said,
huh? And then when you didn't say what the alleged reason was, I was like, I fucking knew it. I'm like, I'm going to look into this and we're going to see something. That it was
like I said,
some
I didn't
fucking,
really look too much into it. I do have the picture. I have the picture of the regular one. I won't let. I'll have to download it and send it a different way. I'll send it to you. Those speakeasy. It literally says nothing about.
Well, I imagine what happened was they're like, we're just going to take down a bunch of these and then we're going to replace them. And it may not be that all get replaced. And it may be that sucks for an individual person. But all I'm saying is like the idea that this was done out of racial malice, even if Trump's a racist, you would never do that sort of shit publicly. No. You'd be like, you'd do the opposite. You'd be like, oh yeah, we're putting up a black for black people. What's that fucking guy's name? Why don't they have real fucking English names? What the Jamal? What the fuck is that? But like that's the type of shit you'd be doing. You wouldn't be like, now we're gonna remove the black. Now,
but just so you know,
we may get to a point. You people might get what they ask for. You know, we might get to the point where there's so much anti-white hatred that people start running on like, fuck you, you know, so be careful.
I mean, sure. I guess that could happen. I would honestly, if I was going to argue that someone in the Trump administration was racist, Trump would be one of the last people because it's so consistent. Like you can't pick anything that he's done to a certain race that he hasn't denigrated somebody else of a different race the same way. Like
it's the same with the mentally challenged thing. That's exactly what the argument was there. He was like, and then people were like, oh, he made fun of that dude because he's got like cerebral palsy. But then you could find him doing that exact motion for like 6 other people. It's just like, he's just a fucking asshole. Like, he's just like, fuck you, you know? And it's like, that's what the guy, now is that,
I mean, I would argue it'd be worse to someone that actually
I'm a 90s baby, but that was a thing you did to people when you were like, calling them retarded and shit. Like, I still remember doing that to people. Like,
but you wouldn't do it.
I remember doing that shit.
100%, but you wouldn't do it to somebody who was actually retarded though, right?
No, I won't.
Normally no, but like he's standing on fucking stage, he doesn't know who's retarded.
Oh yeah. I'm not saying
they're all retarded to him.
Again, I don't even know which one you're talking about, so I don't even know. Like I thought the guy was in a wheelchair.
That shit made me laugh so much
because it was a reporter, right? That he was making fun of. I thought he was in.
And
a wheelchair
I would do it to a retarded person in this right circumstance. Though. Like if it was, if it was an autistic dude that's my friend.
No,
I'd be like, oh, spit it out, Jimmy. What the fuck you talking about here, buddy? Spit it out. And he would laugh his ass off because we're buddies. I wouldn't do it to some random dude that I didn't know.
Right.
But one of the things that's a problem is part of treating people equally is I saw Ari Spears, a black comedian. I saw this viral clip of him where this trans person stands up and is like, I really liked all your stuff except picking on the trans shit. And it's what he says. He's like, look, dude, if you want equality,
you get to make
part of
fun
equality is we're all laughing at each other. That's it.
Yeah.
You know, and so this shit with Trump, where it's like, they do this shit with them all the time. Well, I remember during the debates, they were like, the way he shook Hillary's hand was too aggressive. You can't do that to a woman. It's like, you can't have it both ways. If this a woman's just as good as a man, fuck you, man. Like I'm gonna shake her hand however the fuck I want. Yeah. Like, and it's the same way
I agree
here.
with that.
It's like, and I think that look, if Trump, it's a little different if fucking the press conference ends, Trump's like, well, that guy has cerebral palsy. What the fuck did they let him for? That'd be a little different. I don't think that's what happened. And it's the same with a lot of this shit that'll be like, he attacked that person because she's a woman. He attacked that person because he's black. It's like, motherfucker, this guy's attacking everyone. Like, are you sure he didn't attack? Do you think he's going after Don Lemon because he's a gay black man? Or do you think he's going after Don Lemon because he hates Trump? Because if there's a gay black man that's like, Trump's the best, Trump's not going to be like, I don't know, man, you're a gay black man.
That's what I'm saying. He's completely self-interested from my perspective. So
I'll take that. I'll
call
take a
him-
dude that's self-interested and willing to be malleable to listen to his base over someone who's self-interested and thinks his base could fuck off. That's my opinion. You know, but
Yeah, but I don't know that he's. I don't know.
I think he
You could
really
argue
cares.
he's
I think he
listening to
really
his-
cares about like blue collar
You
workers.
think he cares more about his bank account or your bank account?
His, but so
Okay.
do you care more about yours or mine?
Well, if I was the president, I think that my job is to care more about the country.
Oh,
than my own.
bullshit. Right?
If I
One
was the
president we've ever
president-
had that cares more about random Rob Noor's bank account than their own. They
Well, I
might
don't
care
know. Name
enough.
one.
Go ahead.
Well, name one president that's made more than every other member of Congress trading stocks in 1 year.
Well, it's based on. If I was talking during the first administration and I said Trump cares so much, name one president that lost $1 billion being president. What would you have
Well, a
said?
lot of-
Well, he
a lo-
cares the most, right?
But I hear this, but when people say he lost money, why did he lose money that year?
Because I think a large part of it was because his
Property
brand.
values took a dive
Why,
because of COVID.
Well, it wasn't just COVID. He was losing money even before COVID.
Well,
It wasn't just
yeah.
property values, and a lot of it had to
When
do
New
with
York City shut down, you don't think that hurt his?
I didn't
his
say that. I
hotel
said he was
business?
losing money even before that. Yes,
Yeah,
I
but
think the
that-
property
But
values.
the COVID massively changed it.
I think a
and the-
lot. There's two things I could point to that harmed Trump financially outside the scope of that. The first is so much of Trump was his brand. You agree with that?
Yeah.
His brand took a
Kind of.
big hit because our culture was all left wing and this dude was against it. So now all of a sudden, no one wanted to be dealing with his brands or anything like that. No advertisers, no celebrities. And Trump Tower it went from Trump, he's cool, apprentice, Hollywood loves him, celebrities want him, to having the name Trump on something was a huge detriment. That was number one. Second, although this is after his time in office, because Lawfare that was doing shit like fining him $500 million while he was running for president, right? That
Yeah, but
was a unique way. Show me another president that's ever happened to.
Okay, but can we agree that Nancy Pelosi, the way she was insider stock trading, was corrupt?
Yeah, probably. I'll say 90,
mean-
98%. I guess there's a possibility she was just very lucky, but sure,
Yeah.
for the sake of argument, yeah.
So when Trump does exponentially better, we should probably at least question whether he's self-dealing.
I don't have a problem with the question. I don't. I had this debate last week, believe it or not. I think there are things that could make you more corrupt, but fair enough. And there's smoke. There's definitely reason to look. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
What I am saying is there are defenses that are different than Nancy Pelosi. For example, he's claiming he has no touching whatsoever of his stocks.
They've
Can't
made
say
more
they're about-
trades than anybody, though.
Yeah, but
And then he's been pushing stocks after he buys them on his Twitter.
let's
As the
take it one
president-
step at a time. It is true that he made a lot of trades, but is it true that he made a lot of trades all the time, even before? So, like,
Not to this extent, no.
well,
It's
okay.
way more
So let me
trades
tell
in
you
his
what my
first term.
opponent last week, who seemed to be in the know on this somewhat, he was like, there would be certain weeks that you could point to where he made like 67 trades. Right? Or not him, but people in his name made 67 trades. And wouldn't you know, that's in the same week that he pumped up NVIDIA. There it is. And he made all these trades, right? And then I was like, okay, but how many trades did he make the week before when he didn't make money? And he was like, like 50. Oh, so a dude that's making on average 40 to 50 trades a week made 70 trades one week. And you're like, 70's a lot. That's true, but in the weeks where it's just average performance or he's losing, he's still making 50. So
Yeah,
the
but
volume of the trades
it's
itself sounds
okay.
big, but
No, but it's the amount of money being made and the fact that how much he's beating the market by is the action, which is exponentially better than what Nancy Pelosi was ever able to do.
again, what part of it's like, I don't
But
know
you
if
admit,
he's
you say possibly, like you even said though, possibly Nancy Pelosi got lucky, but it's highly likely. Well, if someone's doing much better than Nancy Pelosi,
I'll say
who's
this.
already beating the
I
market.
will say
market,
this. There's probably a good
probably
chance
did
that
just get
people.
lucky.
There's probably a good chance people in Trump's orbit are doing some insider trading. Fuck him, throw him in prison. I don't give a fuck. I don't know if
Okay.
Trump's managing
yeah.
his files. I'll say this: I definitely think that there's suspicion on a lot of like other random people that we don't see that are
Oh,
making
yeah.
money
Like
that
it's-
have an insight into Trump that are involved in the Trump administration
Did you
because
see
there's
the
a lot of
filibuster?
random bets that you see right before Trump announces it. And then the other
Yeah.
thing is Trump is certainly making announcements in an attempt to manipulate the stock market, not necessarily for himself, but because he likes to point to the stock market.
Yeah.
So it'll be like, he'll on a Friday be like, oh, fuck, peace deal. Like right before the market closes or something. So it's like, like,
Yeah.
we see what's
I'm
going.
glad we
But-
agree on that. I didn't know if
Yeah.
I brought that up,
No,
if you
no.
push back on that, but he's clearly trying to affect the markets, right?
Yeah, but that's not necessarily corrupt.
I didn't say no. I'm not saying that in itself is
Right.
corrupt, but when you go buy a company, then take 10% of it and fund it with government funds, that's
No, I looked at the metrics.
that's a little more questionable, right?
I looked at the
starting to get a
metrics
gray area.
last week, and it was something like, depending on what numbers you use, Trump's net worth increased from when he started in 2016 to now about $2 billion. It's probably about 30%,
What
which
do you
is,
think of
you
a
know,
lot?
what's a lot, but how do
In
you
1 year when
evaluate?
you're
Do you
supposed to be not
evaluate just
making
total
money?
amount, or do you evaluate, like, if me and Speakeasy are legitimately investing in the stock market, right? And we're just doing the average performance. And let's say the stock market's doing really well. So we both get a 5% return on our investment, say, right? I don't know if there's that. I'm a poor guy.
That's probably pretty normal, I would
Okay.
imagine.
So let's say though that I make a 3% return and Speak makes a 5% return. But I invested $5 million and Speak invested 500. It's going to look like, fuck, Rob crushed it, right? But actually, that's just because I had a bigger pool of money to start with than Speak. So maybe a
Sure,
better
but
metric.
we're talking about he's beaten the market. He's beaten the market by a lot.
Well,
not
right,
the
but when I'm
growth
saying
in the market,
But so
by
when you're like,
percentage.
it's a lot of money, I'm not saying that we shouldn't look at that, because at some point you're like, you don't care if he beat the market by a huge percentage and made $20. Who gives a fuck, right?
well,
if
yeah,
he only
but it's a
invested
lot of
10
money,
cents.
and he's been
Yes.
beating the
So
market
you
by a
look
lot.
at them
It's a
both together.
combination.
You look at both of them
Agreed.
together. And so when I look at other politicians that come in like a pauper, they come in with like $80,000 to their name and they're leaving with $300 million. I think that's worse than Trump coming in with $3 billion and leaving with $5 billion, in my opinion. Now, look, there's a lot of other things. It's not just stock gains.
Well, the president has a lot more direct control of things, correct?
Yeah.
Than a random senator.
Yeah,
Okay.
he should have put it in a blind trust. He claims he's not dealing with it. I don't know. Look, he's a fucking idiot, because if Democrats get back in power, they're going to try to throw this motherfucker in prison the rest of his life. So if
Yeah.
I was him, I'd be
No,
like,
I agree.
I
It's
ain't
dumb as
fucking
fuck.
touching my money ever again. I'll
Yeah.
put it in fucking, I'll leave some Somalian daycare running. You know, I ain't fucking touching shit. That's what I would do. But I mean, that's on him. I really
What do you
don't
think about what do you think about his son's buying an energy company and then getting a government subsidy and contract within a couple months of it?
I haven't seen, but that sounds shady. I'd
Yeah.
have to look into the specifics.
Yeah.
If we're giving,
I'm not asking you to
specifics-
know everything about everything or to even trust me blindly, but
So which one?
it's the look into it was the Kazakh they got mineral rights in Kazakhstan, and they bought they became partners in an energy company like months before, a couple months before or right after they got deal with the US government to go into Kazakhstan and some subsidies.
I mean, it's what I would say about it is this: is there a potential that that's not corrupt? Yeah, it could be that
But it
this
looks
was.
like
But
it looks bad,
what
I
I'll
guess.
say is, not only would that look bad, right? And I'll have to look into it, but you should fucking like. Let's say that Eric Trump or Don Jr. or I forget the rest of their names, right? Let's say that Don Jr.
I think
right?
it's just the two of them.
Okay, the girl too though, right? But let's say
Ivanka.
Don Jr. right is like, I'm gonna buy this fucking wheat farm, you know, and the reason is because I'm pretty sure I haven't talked to Dad, but I'm pretty sure every wheat farm in this state's getting a government subsidy, so I'm gonna buy it, right? So he buys it, and then sure enough, every wheat farm in the state
Yeah.
gets a subsidy. Like my
That
argument,
would
I'm
make sense.
actually making your case for you. I would say that's still fucked up.
Yeah.
That for the sake of transparency, that they should say, no, you don't get that subsidy now because optically it looks bad.
Yeah,
That's
I
what I
believe
would
it
say,
was,
so-
and I think this might have been. I don't quote me on this, because I don't know if this was 100% for sure, but it might have been a no bid contract too. But I don't quote me on that one with this particular situation, because there's been. I know the reflecting pool. I could be confusing it with. So
I mean, I don't know. It could be. I'd have to look up the situation. It
Yeah.
could be the situation where it's like,
I just want to know if you
I
were
don't
good
like
faith
that
enough to
shit.
say that
I
looks
don't-
bad as fuck.
It looks
So
bad. I do not like that. I think that even in, let's be clear, it may very well be that the case is this, that everybody's like, yep, this company's going to get a subsidy. And Eric Trump or Don Jr. or whatever, the Trump family was like, ooh, let's buy it. And we're factoring in that subsidy that we know they're going to get, that everybody knows. We all know that company's getting the subsidy. Not just insiders, but everybody knows this is coming down the pipe. They got the subsidy last year. They're getting the subsidy this year. Everyone plans for it to increase. Even if they bought it and it's like, yeah, that's not really that corrupt, I still say fuck that. I still say that Trump ought to have the wherewithal to be like, no subsidy. Fuck you. Yeah. You don't get to, like, because it looks really fucking bad. Now, ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, how bad do I think it is? I don't know. Not that bad. I think there's actually more shitty. Like, Kai was talking last week on this topic. Some of the pay-for-play allegations are worse, in my opinion, right? Yeah. Where it's like, well, let's say that Qatar's like, hey, we'd really like a favorable trade deal, right? Here's a jet. Because now you're not just talking about you personally enriching yourself, which is bad enough, but now you're talking about fucking with taxpayer dollars, which is different. That's even worse as far as I'm concerned. So I don't know what the level of it is. I know a lot of people that didn't have dick all to say about this shit happening year after year after year for pretty much everyone in Congress, all of a sudden is now paying attention. And hey, if it leads to Trump going to fucking prison or whatever after his term, so be it. I don't give a fuck. Yeah. I've always felt that way. If Trump committed a crime, throw him in jail. I don't give a fuck. But the corruption all around our FBI, Intel, all those places, 50 fucking million times worse than all this shit. You know, and that's the problem Kai made last week. He conceded that there were things more corrupt than personal enrichment. It's like, well, you're fucked now. Like,
well, I mean, I would just do if you're in government, you blind trust your money while it's in the stock market for the time you're serving, and that's that. Personally, I think most people left and right would agree with that.
I mean, I guess one way of defending Trump, and again, I go back to, I can't believe this, Dave Chappelle. It's the second time I talked about him today. He has this famous bit where he's like, when I know Trump was going to win? When he's doing the debate with Hillary, and he was like, I know how corrupt it is, and so do you, because I take advantage of all the loopholes, and so do your donor friends. And I am going to take advantage of all. So you could make
That's why I voted for him, because he said he was going to close the loopholes.
Yeah.
Silly me.
You could make the argument like, look.
He just made him. He just said, "Here, you get those now," which is fine.
Right, but it's not. He can't close. That has to be Congress.
Yeah, but with his tax cuts he pushed, I feel like he didn't. It wasn't what I thought he meant when he said close the loopholes. Right, it was what he did. No,
I mean, when he said drain the swamp, that didn't mean hire fucking Bill Barr and John Bolton.
Right.
To me, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah. By the way, how's that prison sentence going for Bolton? Remember when the media came to his defense? This is outrageous. Yeah, he played guilty.
I literally told my friends on the left, I'm like, you might want to not go with Paul Bolton.
Yeah, can't we agree? Doesn't everyone hate Bolton?
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, I was like, look, I don't like his decisions just because he's saying the things I like now. He's still been a piece of shit his whole life. What the fuck?
Yeah, but that's my feelings. I'm more than willing to look at potential Trump corruption. It's one of my greatest weaknesses.
That's fair.
Unlike so many people on the left that are just like, oh, I don't see shit. What do you mean Biden's cognitive decline? And I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? Or what do you mean? Yeah, I debated that motherfucking Destiny. How many times I debated that piece of shit about the FISA warrant abuses and Russiagate, and he fought tooth and nail. Then the last time I debated him like 6 months ago, he was like, of course the FISA warrants were illegal. Of course it was bad. I've admitted that all along. Oh, you motherfucker. You denied it for 5 fucking years. And now that it's a long time ago, you're like, so what? It's a long time ago. So when I hear people like that being like, what about Trump's fucking, his stocks went up? What about his crypto? I'm like, go fuck yourself. But yes, I do look at it and I'm like that. Like Trump's crypto fucking coin. What a fucking piece of shit that was. I'm not saying it was corrupt, but it's a slimy motherfucking thing to do. It's shit.
Yeah. But I mean, and you're not, again, like I said, I've said for years, like Pelosi's got to go. She's clearly making money off her position in this bullshit. And it's not, how can she be working for us when she's just worried about where her next stock trade's going to come from? So I'm going to, I think you're probably talking to one of the few on the left that is going to, like I said, I voted for Trump in 2016.
What changed? They got you? How'd they get you?
No, they didn't get me anything. I started doing, like I said, I thought he was going to close the loophole.
Start going to bathhouses or some shit?
No, I actually probably agreed more with the center left than I thought initially. I thought because I was a Christian, I was supposed to be a Republican for most of, and I just accepted it. But what kind of changed for me is a development in my own Christianity, I guess, where I went from like just following rules and just debating. I took time to really say, what do I think that Jesus was trying to tell me? Basically, I took the time to sit down, and the best way I can describe it for me is like I'm a Matthew 25 Christian. So if you go read Matthew 25, that's how I feel. If someone's sick, we should help them. If someone's hurt, we should help them. If someone can't eat, we should help them. If they're a foreigner, we should be nice to them. I'm not against deportations or fully open immigration just because of that, but I think that there's a more humane way we could go about deportations. Those are the things. And the way that he does speak, that he does make an enemy out of illegal immigrants, whether they are or aren't or not. He does use divisive rhetoric with them that I don't think Jesus would approve of. And those are the things that really.
I will concede that Jesus would not approve a lot of things I say or Trump says, but Matthew 25 general idea is like the people that need the most help, we should help. Like,
the general idea, actually, it's very important how it starts. It says God will. It says that it's basically Jesus telling us how he's going to judge us, and he's going to separate us into goats and sheep. But he specifically says, "I will judge people and nations."
Mm-hmm.
And so,
based on what? Judge them based on what?
It was, I believe, it's feeding.
You don't need the exact word.
Yeah, it's basically feeding the poor, treatment of immigrants, treatment of prisoners.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Like, he's not going to list everything. The implication of what he's trying to say is the people that need the most help. That we should help.
And what you do unto others, you do unto me, Jesus. You do unto me, Jesus. So if you backhand that immigrant in the street, you're backhanding me in the street. That's what you would have done to me. Yeah, and that's. No,
I get like when it comes.
So that's where my confliction starts to come in, and that's why you'll never catch me on the far left, and you'll never catch me on the far right.
No, I totally get it. It makes so you vote Democrat then because I get it, like the compassion thing, like murdering babies.
Yeah.
Right? Millions upon millions of babies being murdered like that, right? Yeah. Jesus he'll be real pleased with you. You'll end up with the sheep, not the goats for that one, right? No, I mean they're helpless, but we just kill them and then we celebrate it, right?
Yeah, there's gonna be all kinds of debates on it, whatever. But again, my wife is a black woman and she had a complicated pregnancy not long ago, on the same week that a black woman was died in Georgia because she wasn't able to get an abortion. Or not Georgia, I'm sorry, Texas. Portia Jones died in Texas after being refused an abortion because it was healthcare. She passed away, got sent home, passed away. There was also someone else in Florida who got sent home and was found bleeding out in her bathroom. We knew my wife has high-risk pregnancies, so we moved out of Florida because we were worried about that. And that same week, it happened to her. My wife was in the hospital, being rushed to the hospital to have.
So wait a minute, a woman named Portia Jones died because they refused to give her an abortion.
Yeah, because they said it was basically her life wasn't in enough danger yet. And that for me is basically they would have said that I would have had to watch my wife die instead of making the decision to abort the baby. And I don't think that's every state everywhere, but that's what scares me is when you let the government tell you what you can and can't do. I would like to create a world in which abortions aren't necessary. Obviously it's pipe dreams, but at this point, when there's a medical emergency, I can't, until they're willing to completely let go of it, I can't support it because it could be meaning me supporting me having to watch my wife die.
All right. What I'm reading from the Portia Jones case is she was conservative. They were recommended an abortion to her. She refused, and then she ended up passing away. Does that sound right?
That's not what I heard.
Happy to see the article. I think it's important.
The case he's talking about, I know this case he's talking about because this topic's the one I get the most passionate about. You're wrong, right? It's not because she was refused the abortion. It was because the treatment they gave her was intended to help finish the miscarriage, and she died of cardiac arrest from that drug that she was given.
But I don't think that was Portia Jones. But I know the case you're talking about.
Yeah, it's Portia and some African last name. It's like
Oh,
Naguni.
yeah,
or
maybe I
Naguna.
maybe I mixed up some of the names. It's been a while since I looked at this.
But you're wrong about that. That's
Well,
not what it
a
was.
third
These
woman
cases of
died.
people being denied abortions is the reason they died. Every time you search them up, that's not the case.
That's exactly right. I've yet to see one. Every single time you look into it, it starts off like this. Oh, she walked in and the doctors were like, oh, wait, you need an abortion, but we refuse to give you one because of the law now. Because every single law, and every single state has a law that's like, if it's for the health of the mother, then you're allowed to do the abortion if the mother's life's at risk. There can be times where you could say,
Yes.
was this hospital overly cautious? And so they wouldn't
Yeah,
offer it. But that's
easy.
medical malpractice.
Yeah,
That'd be
but
the same
easy,
as
that's what
saying, like,
happened.
like
That's
there's-
what happened. It was pushing to Gazuma. And that's what happened was her mom was actually a nurse saying that you need a DNC, I think it's called, or DNS.
Yeah, DNC,
and they gave her the
right? That's
and they
one
gave
of
her
the
the
procedures.
medication.
But they gave her
then
the
she-
medication instead, right?
Instead, when they probably should have done the DNC, but they wanted to do it.
She
because
died of
they
a
were sick.
cardiac arrest, and it was listed as hemorrhage. It had nothing to do with her not being allowed. She already hemorrhaged at that point.
Yeah,
They
but
had to give her 2 blood transfusions.
Well, I mean,
And
what
they
I
gave-
read, what I read was the doctors who reviewed the summary from her case for ProPublica. Some says it raises serious questions about how abortion bans are pressuring doctors to diverge from the standard of care and reach for less effective options that could expose its patients to more risk. Doctors and patients describe similar decisions they've witnessed across the state. Basically,
they can't name any. Every time they name one, it turns out that's
they
not
would.
the case.
But the thing is, they would have done the surgery that my wife was able to immediately get, but they were concerned about the
No,
Texas
they
law.
weren't. The hospital never ever stated that anything to do with the abortion laws had any effect on their decision. I've looked into this case hard, bro. I'm telling you, it's not what you think
And
it
the
is.
problem is,
Okay.
even then, you would
there's been
expect
three-
if I
there's been
committed,
three- okay.
if I committed
do you understand why
malpractice, if I fucked up and my patient died, and I was like, oh fuck, I might be like, because those fucking Republicans, right? Like that's the problem.
Well,
right?
the
Of
one in
course you're gonna
Florida,
shirk blame,
the
but they
one in
didn't even in
Florida,
these cases.
the one in Florida specifically got sent home because they weren't.
I bet you're
Oh,
wrong.
enough of Marcos.
I
No,
bet
you
if we
can't-
looked
you can't-
into it, it's going to be like, nope. The woman in Florida did not need a medical abortion and was refused to be allowed to get one because of the law in Florida. I'll bet you're wrong. I'll bet that it's going to come down to some sort of malpractice that like some doctor fucked up here or there. That's what it's going to be.
That's what I would usually say. Like, I would be able to give you there was like some doctor that fucked up, and there was some like malpractice that happened with this one doctor that chose to do something. I could even give it to you with this case. Maybe this one doctor was stupid to choose the drug instead of the DNC. That was stupid of that doctor, I guess. But that doesn't mean they did this because they weren't allowed to give abortions or nothing. When you look into it, the Sugarland Hospital never stated anything that it had to do with abortion laws.
Yeah, you know, when I'm looking, I mean, and for me, let's accept that could happen, that someone could fucked up. So, okay, is it worth that tragedies could happen, killing millions of babies a year? Is that worth it?
I'm gonna admit I'm being selfish here and trying to protect my wife.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Like I'll be completely honest with you, it's not a moral question of everybody else for me in this situation. I stood at the altar and took a vow to protect her, and that's what I'm going to do. So
well, that's fair. But is there anyone advocating any sort of abortion laws that you're aware of? On a serious note, I know
my
that there's
problem is
that
honestly,
says that if it's the woman's life's in jeopardy, she can't receive an abortion.
I haven't seen it, but I don't like the way it's in practice. It's just everything that's been going on. It's been demonizing, and even the way she got demonized when she went in to get a life-saving abortion was quite annoying to me.
Well, I think it's annoying that my niece is dead.
Yeah,
so
but
I guess I'll be selfish and say fuck you. How about that?
Yeah, but I'm going to protect her from.
I'll protect my niece that you
when
guys
she had to
murdered.
make a. Yeah, but I need to protect her medical decision to be able to.
That's
do
fine
that.
to murder people.
If you say that was murder, then sure.
Well, no, I don't think it's murder if it was her life was in jeopardy. And if
Well,
your
her life
argument
was.
is okay,
And my argument
but
is
I'm
my
not
argument is
suggesting-
I don't know, and I don't trust the government to tell me when their
My
life
niece
is in
isn't dead,
danger.
by the way. I
Oh,
don't have
well,
my
I
siblings
mean,
have never been
I
pregnant.
don't even know if you have a niece.
I
It
don't.
wasn't really.
Well, but the point is, I know plenty of people, right, that have had abortions, and that's a dead baby, and that was elective, just like the vast majority of all of them. They're not for the life of the woman. And I
Sure,
think
so-
that I'm fine to compromise with saying that if the woman's life's in jeopardy, fine, we're allowed to have the abortion. And if that means some people are shitty and snarky about it, that sucks. But you know what sucks more? Millions of dead babies.
Sure.
That sucks more.
Sure.
As far as I'm
And
concerned,
what
they didn't
about,
have the
you know-
chance to have someone like you protect them. They're fucking
Yeah.
dead, and they're the weakest amongst us that we as a society should be judged by protecting. That's my feeling on it.
Yeah, and agree. And again, there's going to be if we're looking at the Bible or Jesus' words, which is where this premise started off from, right? Obviously, we're all human, and there's people on the left and the right that are going to be different. There's gonna be different things that do things Jesus asked us to do better. Correct? It's not one side's all evil, one side's all bad. Again, it's not like, I mean, I could argue that in Matthew 25, it doesn't say, to your point, it's protecting the weaker, those weaker than yourself, but it doesn't say anything specifically about abortion. But it does say things about how you treat immigrants. So I could argue that would be bad faith, obviously.
Can I ask you something there, cross current though?
Yeah.
Are you saying, like, if it was the case that we'd still allow women that are in jeopardy, like they're gonna die if they don't get the abortion, we still allowed that, you would be for getting rid of abortion? Or you're saying the elective abortion is worth saving the ones that...
I don't. So you're putting me you put me in a situation where it's like personal versus what I personally believe versus what I think actually is tenable in the world.
Yeah, I'm asking you your personal belief.
My
Like, I'm
personal
asking you if you had to guarantee that if a woman's life is in danger, she will be allowed to have the abortion.
I would like some other guarantees.
Would you
I mean,
ban them all?
That's going to get me a lot closer to agreeing to ban them all. It would be hard for me to argue against it more at that point. My issue is also, though, not just that they're alive, that they're being provided a life that's worth living, and not just because if you force some woman to have an abortion, have a baby, keep them from having an abortion and make them have a baby. So that's the result, whether you want to say force or not. If they have the baby, they never wanted it. I don't know how that baby's going to get treated.
Okay, same with the fucking immigrant. We don't want him. How's he gonna get treated? So keep the motherfucker out, right?
Well, probably should be again.
I'm writing that one down, Rob.
But here's the thing. Like I said, my thing is I want that baby to not just be, because I am Christian, I want that baby not just to be born, but I also want to make sure that baby's fed. I want to make sure that baby has a decent life where it's not getting beat up as a newborn by its parents. There's a lot of things I want to make sure the mom makes it through we got maternal death rates up. There's a lot in states with abortion bans. There's a lot of things that I think need to be done to protect those kids afterwards. But would you, if you said guaranteed, if 1,000%, if there's any risk, we'll let the family make the decision, you're going to get me 95% of the way there.
Well, I would just say this. I think that sort of, if I can opine, I find to be a monstrous moral position. And this is why. To say, well, unless I could guarantee that this woman will be happy about being a mom and therefore be able to provide fairly, we should kill the fucking baby.
No, that's not what I said. I said I would like to be able to make sure we as a society can provide for that baby if that baby's not being taken care of by their mom.
Okay.
That's what I meant.
Should we, if that's not sufficiently proven to you, should we kill the baby?
Not necessarily. Again, it's why.
Okay, then it's an irrelevant point. Yes,
no,
you want a robust social welfare
for
babies that are born. Great. What's that have to do with abortion?
There's also the Christian in me that Jesus went and hung out with the prostitutes and didn't. He didn't hang out with the religious. He didn't hang out with the religious leaders. He went and hung out with prostitutes and the lepers who were considered ostracized by society.
Yeah, the babies that were probably beaten up when they were young. Yeah, he went and hung out with them. They were worth living, weren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, but he also didn't judge them for their sin, right?
But again,
he went and showed more love to the prostitutes than he did, and he called out the rich. He admonished rich people more than he ever did prostitutes.
I'll just say this, right? Like,
did he ever say it was?
I
Easy.
find
saw
that.
that. Look, did he ever say that it was easier for a prostitute to go into heaven than a camel to get through the eye of a needle, or was that a rich person that he said it for?
What
Yeah,
does
you're
it-
talking about but that's you're taking it out of context. But I don't want to get into that.
All right,
with
fine,
you,
we'll
man.
talk
I'll just say
another
that.
time.
I'll
I'll
let
say
Rob-
this.
I'll
The
let
last thing I'll
Rob
say about
answer. He's
Matthew
got the
25
answer
is
to
this.
that.
I don't think that he said. The problem is what I find with lefties is they conflate actually doing good deeds themselves for voting to take someone else's money and do good deeds for it. Jesus said that you should be charitable. Jesus didn't say you should steal from your neighbor and be charitable with that money.
It's the nation, though. Agreed. He says I should be that, but he says people and nations.
No. But when he said, he also says, "Give unto Caesar which is Caesar's." And so the idea that like this nation, like does
Well,
that
he
mean?
also
Does that
said
mean
that
as
every
an
guy-
individual? Does that mean as an individual, if Caesar does wrong, that I'm morally judged because I'm part of a nation? No. And what happens is people like you. By the way, we also see throughout the Old Testament and the New Testament that God declared that sometimes it was okay to declare war on others. I don't recall Jesus ever saying, "There's a wolf at your door. You're obligated to leave him in and leave him feed on your
No.
baby." Just like I'm not obligated to bring in refugees that are Muslims that want to kill me for my faith or want to
course not.
subjugate women. I'm not obligated to bring people into my house that make my standard of living precipitously
No, but
worse.
you're obligated to treat them as Jesus would treat them.
I will treat them as that. Say, go home. You don't have any right to be in my house. Goodbye. Jesus recommended abiding by the law as well.
And just like, but
How
just
many,
like
by
you-
the way, how many immigrants have you taken into your home?
how many immigrants have
Yes.
I taken in my home?
Yeah.
None, because I can't afford to.
Bullshit.
How many?
You got a computer?
Bullshit.
Sell it. You don't have an extra couch? Fuck
My
you.
computer,
You're lying.
my computer's worth like $300, bro.
Great. Sell it and buy some
My wife
blankets
just
and
got
leave an immigrant.
My wife just got. You want to go through my finances right now? Remember how I just said my wife had? We've got a lot of medical bills stacked
Okay.
up for my wife.
Okay.
She just got laid off because the tariffs can't.
Mhm.
The tariffs have raised the price of glasses so she can't. He shows laid off a bunch of people. So, I mean, these things have hurt us. And
Okay.
we don't
You don't
the
have
money
a
to do that.
couch?
But you know
How
what
much
I
would
do?
it cost you
You-
to have
well,
an immigrant live on your couch?
No, I've got my alcoholic brother living on the couch.
Okay.
Because
So
he needs
you
a
don't have
place
a
to live.
chair? Can't leave the immigrant
Well,
moving
sure.
there?
Sure,
Yeah,
but
would you-
wait,
would
no,
it surprise you-
stop. You're trying to say, what did I do? What did I do? What did I do?
Nothing. That's what you did,
That's what I did. What did I do on 4th of July?
I don't care or give a shit. Why
I
don't
went
you
out. I went out and grilled for the homeless community. You know what I
Wow.
did 2 weeks before that? I went out and grilled for the homeless community. Just because I don't let an illegal immigrant in my house, because one, I don't have one. I let people live with me before that weren't legal. Yes, but it wasn't because they weren't legal.
Why the fuck should you tell me that in our collective house, this country, we're obligated because Jesus said so to leave illegals, but you're unwilling to do it in your own?
No, I
home?
didn't say. I never said we can't. I literally said it doesn't mean we can't deport them.
Okay, so
I
then
literally
deport
said
them.
that. I
See
said
you
we could-
later.
But do we have to send them? Do we have to shave their head and send them to one of the worst prisons in the world if we don't?
If they're members of Trent Garwa, sure.
Sure, but if they weren't, what about the ones that weren't that we did?
Who
that to?
who
That's
wasn't
probably-
that we sent? Go ahead.
The gay guy. He did a whole thing on. Hold on, on the Bulwark. Andre something.
Is he still there?
No.
Oh, so there was a mistake made and the guy was released. So your argument is you're for a political party because the other political party has the right to deport people, but they made a mistake. If I could prove to you that real quick, if I could prove to you that Democrats ever made a mistake and put someone in prison and demonize them, will you now agree to not vote Democrat?
It's the demonizing of a specific community in the Bible that I was told to treat with respect.
I think that you're best. I think that you're disgusting in your abject want of murdering babies, and I find it repugnant how you're bastardizing a religion to justify.
Abject want.
Yes.
Is what I said. I said I would prefer a world where there was no abortion.
Right.
So
I would prefer a world where
want-
there's no murders. So
Yeah.
does that mean that I shouldn't send murderers to jail?
But as
because
a Christian,
the world has murders.
Yeah, but so as a Christian, you're saying you get to fight for your country to stop killing babies, right?
Correct. Yes.
So can I, as a Christian, fight for better treatment of immigrants as a Christian?
You may, but that has nothing to do with whether or not you're a Christian. I think before you demand that you take taxation for me and do shit for immigrants, that you should be doing shit yourself.
Again,
And
I'm
you're
not
not.
asking you to do anything for immigrants other than show them a little bit more compassion.
Okay. Hey, thanks so much for
$0.
being here.
It's free.
Now get the fuck out. There's my compassion.
Sure. Not there's ways you could do it without, there's definitely you could give them better conditions where they're living.
This is something I wish you were talking. I wish you were talking to my friend Andrew Wilson. He would say something like this. It's like the Pharisees, right? It's like, oh, we just have to say the right things. As long as we go through the motions, as long as we say, oh, we really appreciate you. That's the important thing.
No.
It's this sewing circle Christian mindset where
I
it's
think
like,
the Pharisees,
as long as we say, Jesus was a hippie, turn the other cheek, give everything, be super nice to everyone. That's not what happened. Jesus oftentimes... In fact, if I remember, my friend Andrew told me this story. He was like, you know, it's funny. He's like, with me, I'm sort of a fun-loving guy that likes to eat and drink wine and stuff like that. And you guys are all like, I don't know if that's very godlike. But then Peter is the opposite. He's super stern. Like, he's the total opposite. Doesn't like eating. And you guys say, he's being like a stuck-up jerk, right? Jesus flipped the money changer tables. Would you sit there and look at him and go, whoa, that's too aggressive. You need to treat them with compassion, sir. Where's your compassion, Jesus? Flipping their table? My goodness, no.
Why did he flip the tables?
Because he flipped
They were
the tables
profiting off the Jesus.
Right,
Off
like
God.
right.
Profiting off of God.
Okay, so and
so I think so because they were Pharisees. I don't think
define profit.
They were making money off of the church.
And what's money mean?
Themselves.
What money itself is just a symbol of what?
Wealth.
Power, wealth, right?
Wealth.
You're advocating for a political party bastardizing the religion. So how are you not profiting off religion? You're saying that we should vote for a party that allows the murder of millions of babies in the name of religion.
I didn't say anybody should. I said that's where my.
Is that what you vote for? That's what you do for your religion? You say your religion's instructed you to vote for that party?
I said no. I said based on what I value from the Bible and what I think the Bible's telling me, this side is doing what's better. I'm not saying that I'm 100% right or that I know what God's going to say, nor should you. I could be wrong. You could be wrong. God, none of us are God, so we don't know. It's all going to be up to our interpretation of the reading.
It's ironic to me.
Here's what I didn't say. Here's what I didn't say because you care because you don't want to treat immigrants the way I do. That anybody here is not Christian. That's not what I said. I didn't say any of that. I didn't even say that I was right. I said the way I read into my Christianity is this.
I find the irony is that I see more on the left touting Christianity as their reason for things. I'm lefty because of Christianity because I want to treat the immigrants right and murder the babies. Well, the babies aren't that important, right? That's not important, but you got to treat the homeless right. You got to treat the immigrants right. Have some compassion. I bet you're against ICE too, aren't you? They're too harsh, huh?
Well, in what instance?
In general.
In general, sure. They've been too. I've watched them shoot. They shot somebody who was fleeing away who wasn't a danger and wasn't a criminal.
Who?
To me,
who?
The last person that just got shot in fucking Boston. They said he was fleeing and they were scared. Not that he almost ran anybody over.
Did you see the footage?
I have not seen the footage.
Okay, so you're talking out your ass.
No, well, I saw what everything I've seen. I don't know if there is footage yet. But what I know is that the ICE themselves said they usually say they tried to run over, they aggressed against the officer. They said he was fleeing and we were scared for public safety. Except for this guy has no criminal record. It wasn't even the person.
Was he an illegal immigrant?
No, he was here he had a social security number and a work permit. So he was here legally.
Okay, so they were erroneous in trying to stop.
Yeah, and then they shot him.
Wow, that's fucking horrible. Too bad your party's encouraging these motherfuckers to flee and to have violent riots against ICE, thereby intentionally making these fucking martyrs to make this violence inevitable. But that's the Christian-like thing. I'm sure. Can you point me to the passage where it said we should encourage people to riot against law enforcement, thereby incentivizing people to have violent confrontations with law enforcement that will result in them dying so you could stand on their corpse and say, see how violent they are? I missed that passage. Was that Matthew 26, maybe? I missed that one. Because that's what the fucking lefties have done. You know it, and I know it. Was Renee Good shooting justified?
That's questionable, but I can see why the officer shot, and I don't know that he should be charged. But
so what happens is the left that freaked out when there were one riot.
You're right, the left, but you're not talking to the left. You're talking to me right now.
Democrat voter. Okay, let me rephrase. Democrats.
A Democrat voter
cheering on protest against ICE, yes or no?
You said Democrat voter.
Are Democrats cheering on protest against ICE, yes or no?
I've also voted Republican, so
You're not confused. Now. Your religion's changed you.
Well, I voted for Mitt Romney.
Your religion changed you.
Well, no, because Mitt Romney was more compassionate. I would have voted for Marco Rubio I voted for Marco Rubio in the primaries in 2016 because he
So
was
just to
more
be clear,
compassionate. So
just to
you're
be
sitting
clear,
here putting me on the left when I have through my life.
did
has
you
made
not say
decisions.
you voted for Trump?
I did.
Okay, so to be clear, here's your argument. I voted for Trump in 2016, right?
Yeah.
But I also
And
voted for Romney in 2012, which I don't see. But then sometime after that, your religion convinced you, wait, I have to be more compassionate. And so now I'm going to vote Democrat. And when I
No.
point out the people you're voting for are making these violent confrontations inevitable, you're like, but in 2012, I voted for Romney. How is
these
that
inevitable?
responsive to
Wait a
what I'm
minute.
saying?
Because wait, can you admit that these encounters have happened never under any other president? Encounters like this.
No.
When's the last time we saw
There's
ICE
never
shooting
been
people in the
ICE that pulled over someone in a car?
Not in Maine. They didn't.
Yes,
with
I'm
mask
sure it's
on,
happened. Yes.
With mask on. No, they didn't really do. They didn't really operate that way with mask on.
I want you.
traffic
Your
stops.
argument is definitively you know that ICE has never pulled someone over in Maine prior to Donald Trump's second term.
No, I didn't say it. That's not what my claim is. My claim is they've escalated and they never
Yes.
shot somebody. They never shot somebody.
That's not
that
true.
was
You want to
fleeing.
see how many people died under ICE under Obama?
Does that mean in the street or in detention?
I don't know. What's the
I'm
difference?
What's the difference? Is
Yes.
Because if someone's driving away, do you think you can shoot them legally?
Yes, there are certain instances where you can. And I'm sorry that if
They don't
there's
say, it was so bad. It was so bad that Mark Wayne Mullen said, we're not going to do traffic stops anymore.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Now, does everyone in
Right?
my chat see why you never give in to these fucks? See, it must have been bad. We haven't even seen the footage, but the fact that they said, let's pause and make sure we're doing this right, this means that we have to protest ICE. So if they stop and capitulate to you, you're never fucking happy. Yes, see, that proves it.
Well, then they
You
started,
motherfuckers cheered on these violent confrontations.
The fact that they
and riots
stopped-
across the country. I hope that every one of you motherfuckers that attended these violent riots go to prison for 20 fucking years. I hope every one of you. I hope you get the January 6th treatment. I'm not saying
you're
you did
real
it, but
good
every
at,
one
I
of
was
you
going to say,
party.
you're real good at throwing me into
No,
things that,
I'm
like,
not
you have
saying
no
you.
idea.
I imagine that you're fucking not
Yeah,
going out in the
you're-
street and
you're
stuff, but you
ascribing-
Democrats that
You're
did that.
ascribing a lot of Democrats to be when I don't even
You
consider
said
myself
that
a
you're
Democrat.
voting for that party for your Christian moral beliefs.
That's why I did in 2024, sure.
So it's changed now? Now your Christian moral beliefs don't support Democrats?
No, that my Christian moral belief is I'm gonna go to each candidate and look and see who's following what I think I believe more.
So it's
I
not
don't
about
under-
policies. It's just about who says the nicest things and treats people nice.
Well, some of the policies, you don't think Jesus would, that some policies are more Christian than others in this world?
Why
Of
would you
course,
vote
those
for
policies.
Rubio over Kamala? What
Why would I vote-
policy was he advocating for that Kamala wasn't? So you'd vote for Kamala over Trump, but you'd vote for Rubio over Kamala. Explain
I
to me
don't
the
know.
difference
Well,
in
I
the
don't. I'd have to see
policies.
Rubio. I'd have to see Rubio run his campaign now. In
You
2016,
said you'd vote for him. Okay.
I said in 2016 I voted for Rubio in the primary. Is what I said.
So why did you vote for Trump in 2016 with your Christian faith? What was the
Because-
policies that you saw?
Well, he said he was going to close the loopholes and stop letting the rich would, which to me meant the rich are going to pay more in taxes. So that
You
was me.
thought that Donald Trump was going to increase taxes when one of his promises
Again, I
was
wasn't.
tax cuts.
Again, I wasn't paying much attention. So yeah, I did. That's why when he said I'm going to close the loopholes, I thought that meant I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop close these things that rich people are using to get away with paying less taxes. That's what I thought closing the loopholes meant. I don't know how else I was supposed to take that, but that's what I thought it meant.
Okay, so then at some point so the moral position is tax the rich more.
No, the moral position was, well, that's not necessarily the moral position. That's do you understand that not every policy position that I hold is going to have to do with the Christian faith because taxation?
No, but you just isolated the reason that you voted for Trump.
Well,
for your
yes,
Christian faith was he was going to tax the rich more.
I do think taxing the rich more than the poor people is
Are the
more
rich
Christian.
tax more than poor people now?
Is more Christian.
Are the rich tax more than poor people now?
Sure.
Okay.
Again, I don't know how Christian you are, or how much you've gone in. Are you Christian?
Yes.
How often do you go to church?
Yeah, like 3 times a week, or
A month?
it depends. Yeah, not a week.
Yeah. Okay. So my point is,
I'm very bad Christian, though. I'll say that.
Yeah, but everyone has their own journey in Christ, right?
Yes, but what I'm doing is when you say something specific, you're the one who brought it up. I'm like, oh, I'm just curious. Why'd you vote Democrat? You're like, because I'm Christian.
No, I said the
'Cause
way.
I care about
no.
weak
I said
people,
the
okay?
way I read my Christianity, the way that I read Christianity, they've been doing what I think is more important.
But
That's
I'm
what I
asking
said.
what those things are. That's what I'm asking. Because
treatment-
what shocked me is when you were like, well, I'd vote for Rubio. So it's not just about policies. It's about
Well, yeah. So, I mean, but you got to think Rubio was. I mean, the Republican Party was way more pro-immigration until Trump.
so it's
you can see
immigration.
that, right?
That's what I'm
part
getting
of
at.
it.
What,
That's part of it. Yes, that is part of it. It is also I also think that we need to fund like child tax credit's a big thing. The fact that we didn't expend the.
selfishness. You already said you're concerned about.
I don't have kids.
No. But you've already admitted that many of your core beliefs is you being selfish to protect your wife.
Well, if it comes to protecting my wife or not, I'm going to.
You'd kill millions of babies to make sure that your wife was.
I
protected.
wouldn't personally, no.
But you would allow for the policy to do so.
I don't think I have the control to change the policy one way or the other.
You would vote for the parties that are pushing for that policy.
Yeah, but look, Trump's in power
Is that
now. He's
Christian?
doing shit to stop it. So what the fuck are we talking about here? Like he's going to do something.
Trump appointed Supreme Court justices that actually.
Yeah, and I
overturned
voted.
Roe v.
Yeah, and I voted for him for that, and he got that. So I helped out
Nonetheless,
with that.
but you.
But now, since what's he been doing? What should? Okay, so here's my question to you
Uh-huh.
then: what has he done in his second term to stop abortion? That I should overlook the treatment of immigrants and the demonization of immigrants to help stop abortion. What abortions have gone down since Trump's been in office?
Well, one, it's a net. Which side's more abortion? The Republicans or the Democrats? It's not just voting for Trump. You're voting for Democrats.
Yeah,
that
but
are
it's state
pro-abortion.
policies at this
Second,
point. It's state policy.
that is true that it's state
So
policy.
I have to worry about my state that I'm voting for.
Who are you
when I want
voting
my
for?
abortion.
Do you think Democrats are going to try to pack the court and overrule Roe v. Wade or put it back in?
I don't.
You think a president's going to try if a
Probably.
Democrat wins? They'll either pack the
Probably.
court or aggressively appoint justices that they think will install Roe v. Wade again?
Possibly to probably.
Okay, so
yes.
you're voting against Democrat for president, right?
Possibly.
On
We'll
that
see what they
issue
say.
of Roe v. Wade.
Again, it's not one issue. I don't know. You think it's one issue? This is a world. The life is complicated. The world's complicated.
The point
Christianity
is-
is complicated.
The reason that this is all intuitive, like you're actually on the opposite side of this issue and now pretending you're not. You already told us, you're like, yeah, I guess I favor just allowing it because I'm selfish because of the situation with my girlfriend.
No,
right?
no,
And now you're like, maybe I am anti-abortion.
Wife, as a Christian,
I'm
you should know that there's a huge difference between wife married in a church and girlfriend, right?
Well, not when it comes to murdering babies.
Well, is that what she did?
I think if her life was in jeopardy, no.
But we killed the baby.
I think if her life was in jeopardy, no. I
Right.
think that morally,
So whose job was it to decide whose baby that was? Whose job was it to decide her life was in danger?
well, unfortunately we don't have a perfect system, but we try to appeal to medical professionals.
Right.
Mistakes could be
So-
made. That's one thing. But what I'm saying is you're voting for a party that wants no law whatsoever to restricting abortion, which kills millions of babies a year.
That's not what my state's voting for. It's not the law in my state.
So
I don't know what you're
in
talking about.
Michigan, so just to be clear, but you would have voted for a Democrat president that was trying to install Supreme Court justices would have pushed that.
Yeah, well, they didn't push that. They pushed Roe v. Wade, which is
That you have a constitutional right to an abortion.
Yeah, to privacy, sure, but which they considered abortion was under. So yes.
Okay. Millions of babies killed a year. You would vote for that.
Again,
And it seemed that when I asked you,
well, here's my thing. Here's here's my question for you. So you're telling me that as a Christian, we don't compel our government to donate, to do good things. That's our job as Christians. It's not we shouldn't compel our government to take the other people's money and feed the poor.
Yes.
Why do you get to use the government to enforce what you think is moral then?
Well, we all are using our morality to enact government policy. My argument is this. It doesn't make you moral. When you look at a passage that says we should feed the poor, we should help the homeless, it doesn't make you a moral actor by saying, instead of me doing those things, I'll vote to take money from other people and then use that money to do things. This is backed up. Let me finish. You asked the question. What we see over and over again is right-wing Christians are far more charitable than left-wingers, including left-wing Christians. So what happens is left-wingers think that they are moral actors because they say, yeah, that homeless guy that I just kicked in the face and walked over, I voted for Bernie. He would have gave him money. So that makes me a good person. Where actual right-wing Christians are out there like, hey, buddy, let me help you out. What could we do? But we don't think that we should have the right to steal from you to give to that guy. That's the difference.
I don't see any right-wing Christians out where I'm feeding the homeless. If
You don't
guys
see
wanna
any
come
right
one
wing.
time-
You don't see any right wing Christians where you're at.
Not feeding the homeless when I'm there, at least. If you want to come out there and talk to everybody, you will, but it's mostly the people on the left out there doing stuff with when I'm out there. Now, granted, we are more of a left-leaning town in a red area, but I don't see a ton of right-wing people out there when we're doing charity work, and it's not always with the Democratic Party.
You know, men are usually taller than women, but I know a woman that's 6'1".
No, I'm just saying you're saying this, but you're saying
That's
that
what the
I don't.
data
And
suggests.
yes. But you're also saying that I'm not willing to go do this myself.
Yeah, not when it comes to the issue of immigration. Move one in, big man.
Sure.
Looks like you got a comfy chair behind you. Move them in.
Yeah, that's where my brother.
Would you believe that 100% of every left winger I ever talked about that said we had a moral obligation to help illegals, 100% has said I can't do it because of my specific situation. 100% of the time, that's what they say. Would you believe that? You think someone might be lying?
Maybe. I would venture a lot of them are.
But not you. You're the different one. You're literally doing everything you can for illegals, right?
Not everything I can. Obviously, there's a balance.
You're doing
Obviously,
nothing.
I can make more sacrifices.
You're doing nothing. Can we admit you're doing nothing?
For what?
Illegals. Immigrants.
Just helping them, just cooking food for them to count?
Are you feeding illegals?
I don't know all of their immigration
status. Can you give me the location
of
where the soup kitchen is? I'd like ICE to show up. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I can't say anything right
now. Wow,
because I don't know if they're legal or not.
Okay, so then you have no clue if you're helping immigrants.
I know they're immigrants.
Overwhelmingly.
Well, they're yes. A lot of them don't speak much English yet.
Wow, it sounds like a drain in our system, doesn't it?
But I don't know. Well, I don't know. A lot of them are immigrants. Yes.
Interesting.
But
do you think we have the right to kick those people out that are a drain in our system?
If are they legal? Then no.
It doesn't matter. Shouldn't we have the right to decide who comes in our country? If these are immigrants, then aren't U.S. citizens, and they're so poor off that they're living on the street? Why the fuck shouldn't we kick them out?
I don't know whether they got citizenship. I didn't ask them for a green card, bro.
Okay, if they have citizens, then they're a citizen. If they're people that are illegal immigrants, don't we have the right to say, hey, man, if you can't make a go of it, you're homeless. See you later.
And typically, we don't do it in a soup kitchen. We go, I go get a big grill, and I go out and I grill hot dogs or hamburgers or wherever at different places.
I think it's admirable. I really do. I don't know if I believe you, but I think it's admirable if it's occurring. Nonetheless, if you're telling me, you're just proving the point of the problem with immigration if you're saying most of the people I serve are immigrants that are homeless. Why?
No, not that are homeless per se. Most of the people, a lot of people that have helped at different events. That's the thing. You're saying I work a lot. There's a lot of different organizations in town that when they need something to cook something, they call me because I was in restaurants for a long time and I have access. So sometimes it's for immigrants. Sometimes it's for low income families. Sometimes it's for the homeless downtown. It's different places. Sometimes it's for a church that I go help and cook out for. So
what's this have to do with you helping illegals or immigrants?
That's my point. My point is I can only do so much as one person when I have to live my life. If you're going to say, oh, well, I can't say anybody else is immoral for the way they treat immigrants because I don't do enough for them, that can be your take all you want, but that's not how I...
No, my take is this. The people that say that we have a moral obligation in society to take in people from other countries like illegal immigrants or immigrants oftentimes do nothing themselves. They're very charitable with other people's money. They're very charitable with other people's time, but not their own. So if you were like, we should have programs for the homeless and you're helping the homeless, fine. You're not a hypocrite about that. But if you're like, we should have the illegals come in and you ain't doing shit for the illegals, I'm sorry, that doesn't make you a good person because you voted to be nice to them.
But see, here's the thing. I'm not even saying we should have the illegals here. I never said that. I said we should have compassion when dealing with them.
Okay, have the compassion. I choose to say you broke the law. How much compassion do you have for the serial killer? Should we have compassion? Rapist? Molesters?
Less and less.
Oh, see, that's not very Christian. We should have compassion, shouldn't we?
But yeah, Jesus told us it wasn't going to be easy to be Christian, right?
Right.
It's going to be
so
difficult.
You admit you're being un-Christ-like, having less compassion for those people, correct?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
It's difficult.
That's
it's
how
one
I
of the
feel.
things it's one of the things I struggle with.
When there's an agenda to attack people of my way of life, my skin color, my religion, that want to fucking displace me, I think it's perfectly fine for me to say I don't want to be displaced. Sorry, I don't have the compassion you want for kicking these motherfuckers out. The truth is, people like you, even if it's not you have utilized that compassion to bring millions upon millions of people in to make people like my lives worse. And so we've had to harden our hearts because you people, in the name of compassion, and the people that, I'm not going to say you, but it's probably you, that have allied with the fucking people that hate me, have said, but you have to have a big heart. You have to be Christian. You have to allow these people in, when their agenda was really to displace us in the first place. Fuck that. So now I harden my heart because I have to. Just like maybe in the Old Testament when when God was saying that we had to kill the Philistines, yeah, maybe you had to harden your heart while you're doing it. After they're kicked out, I'll say, hey, no problem. I wish you the best back in your home country. But they continue to flaunt the law. They know they're here illegally. They've been offered $5,000 to return home. They won't take it. They're flaunting the law. They're being used as a tool of people that want to go against me. And I have every right to say, I want you out now.
And I wouldn't say that makes you less of a Christian, or
Good, great.
or that you have your own interpretations. I have mine. I would never say that you're not a Christian because you're being mean to immigrants. Like, that's ridiculous. You're obviously making choices of what you believe and what you think is right, and that's all I'm doing. So you can demonize me for whatever, make me seem like a bad. No, you want to see me make me seem like I'm such a bad guy and demonize me for all this? That's fine. If that's what you want to do. I was told I was going to be persecuted because I was a Christian, and that's what I feel like is happening right now. Is you're attacking me because my Christianity doesn't line up with what you want.
No, that's not what I'm doing whatsoever. I asked what Christianity means to you. You gave me your interpretation, and I proved based on your interpretation why you shouldn't be voting for the party that you are.
I think that you can say
if it's
that.
about compassion for people that need the most help, how could you vote for the party that wants to kill millions of them? What's worse, wanting to kill millions of innocents or being rude to millions?
I think that cutting people. I care mostly about the people that are alive today and what you're going to do for that. What people do with their child, unfortunately, unfortunately for me, legislating that is like, it's one of those things where it's let he is who without sin cast the first stone. I'm not going to sit there and get involved with anybody's life and tell them what to do with the abortion, because I don't think that's my place. That's between them and God, honestly.
Okay, then why would you get in my place? It's between me and God how I treat illegals. Get them the fuck out.
It is
Just
your job.
to be clear, your argument is that you don't think that you should have any political sway over people that want to murder people because that's between them and God.
No,
that's your argument. So you would be against laws that say murder's bad because it's between them and God.
I think what God is asked, I think from my perspective, what I think Jesus and God would want me to do at this point is fight for a world where nobody wants to have an abortion. I think that's what they would. I could be wrong. And not that we force them not to have one, that we.
Okay,
that
I think what Jesus wants you to do, I think what he wants you to do is fight to a world without murder. Therefore, we shouldn't punish murderers. That's irrelevant because we're fighting for a world where there are no murderers. So we don't need to jail murderers, right? Because the whole point, it's a bigger calling to say, I don't have any right. If someone's murdering, that's between them and God. I'm just pushing for a world where murder's not needed, right? You would say, no, that's bullshit. Of course we still say murder's illegal. Of course we still punish those murderers.
Okay, so you're telling me you said you have friends who've had elective abortions.
Yeah, friends? I've known
people you know.
Yeah.
So should they be in jail for murder?
No. I think
but
that
they're
because
murderers.
I think that
they're
they
murderers,
are.
though.
I think that they are murderers.
But we don't throw murderers in jail then.
No, there are certain
you don't want
times,
to throw murderers. You want murderers to walk free.
Let me explain. I think that in this political situation, what it means is because they've been misled that they thought it was legal at the time. What we don't do is in this world, give unto Caesar which is Caesar's. If the government says something is legal, then we allow it to be legal, and you can't retroactively punish it because we later correct that and say that it should be illegal. That's up to and including abortion. Many people have been misled that it's something positive and that it's not murder, etc., even though it's my claim, it's my belief that it is. So I wouldn't retroactively punish people because they were misled and didn't realize they were doing this. I would recommend changing it to say that it is murder and start with going after the doctors that willfully do it, unless it's for reasons we said above, like protecting the health of the woman. Nonetheless, it's irrelevant to the conversation we're having here. I'm not saying what you're saying is inequivalent to this. You're not saying I don't believe it's murder. You're saying, yeah, okay, it's a life. They're killing it. I just don't feel I should have any say in that. That's up to God. But you could say that about any crime. You could say, I don't think we should punish thieves. No, leave it up to God.
You put it much more eloquently than I could have. It is a very complicated situation where maybe they've been misled and don't think it's murder. So I think the intent behind murder is a kind of an important thing as well. And I think that it's hard for me to say we should punish them, like you right now is saying it's hard to punish them because they've been misled. And I would like to teach them not through law, but by changing their hearts and minds.
But it's not about the punishment. It's about the legality.
It is about the punishment.
No. Let me explain.
For me, it's about the punishment.
It's about the legality of the process, right? So it's like to say, okay, it's illegal going forward. That's the equivalency that I'm saying. If you're like, nah, I don't think we should have a stance in whether or not that should be legal or not, because I think that it should be up to a woman and the doctor and God. That's it. So no government should have any say.
My overall position, which I started with, is my overall position is we should change it so we should get to a point where nobody even wants to have an abortion.
I mean, this is again, you could say that about anything. We don't want to make rape illegal because we should instead try to get to a place where nobody wants to rape.
But rape is illegal and there's a punishment for it, right?
Right. Do you think there should be?
Wait. Is murder illegal?
Yes.
Is abortion murder?
Yes.
So you think all murder? You think we should lock up anyone who's had an abortion under the murder charge?
No, I don't think.
So there's nuance, right?
Is abortion legal? Is abortion legal?
Depends on what state you're at.
Is it legal? Show me a state where abortion isn't legal.
Well, I mean, depending on the date and time, but yeah, assuming that.
So if it's legal, even though I think it's murder, it's legal in that context. Some context, yes. I think abortion's murder and it's legal. But we still have laws against murder. The difference is this. What you're saying, you can get to it, you can be like, it's my policy. We should classify this.
We still have laws against abortion.
My thing is we should classify this as murder. You're like, that's okay if it's murder. We shouldn't have laws against murder because murder should be between a person and God. So we shouldn't have laws against murder. I'm saying, no, we have the right to say it's not just between God and a person. We as a society are allowed to have things that are illegal that we think are bad for society. Like rape, like murder, like theft. And you're like, nah, there's selective ones. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, my point is that I don't think rape changes based on whether they've been misled or not. Rape's rape. If you rape someone, you should be in jail.
That's not true at all. I bet you don't believe that.
You're telling me that if someone murders somebody, you don't think they should go to jail.
Is it rape if someone's intoxicated and you sleep with them?
If you're, that's gray area.
Some people say yes. So let's say we make that a law. Should we retroactively arrest anyone who's ever had sex with someone who's been drunk?
No, but
so you're okay with rape?
No.
Right, because the problem is what we're talking about is how we define these specific things. You would accept that you wouldn't just say that's between the person and God.
No, but
therefore
you would
we shouldn't regulate it whatsoever.
But what I said is rape when someone's drunk is a gray area. So someone getting an abortion legally tomorrow should go to jail.
No,
tomorrow. If they don't do it till tomorrow. Why not?
How many? Do you want me to re-explain it again? Because in our legal system, it is currently not illegal. I am for changing the law to make it illegal. Like, for example, if smoking marijuana is legal today, but it's made illegal tomorrow, you shouldn't go to jail for smoking marijuana today. What's hard to explain about
Give to Caesar what is Caesar's. What do you care what their law is?
I care what their law is because I think that we're allowed to use our opinion to regulate bad behavior in society. I don't think Jesus ever said that wasn't the case.
And I think we're allowed to use our vote to be able to take our tax dollars and fund them the way that we want as a Christian. And Jesus never said anything against it. He said, give it to the government. And then he said, trust whatever government's in power. I think that might actually be the Old Testament.
But my point is that I don't think that makes you a moral person to take from one person and give to someone else. You could argue that the government has the right to do it, and Jesus would say that's okay. We allow governments to do that. I don't think that speaks to your individual morality.
It's not about taking.
Here's what you're trying to obfuscate. The only person here right now saying is you're saying that there are certain crimes up to and including murder that you're like, I don't think that we should have the right to pass a law against because it's between the murderer and God. That's your take.
I think if there's a murder where the person is growing inside of them, it changes things a little bit.
So what you're trying to say is, without saying it, is I don't believe it's a human life.
I don't know where God wants.
So why don't you just? This is what I'm talking about. Like,
that's
is it your clunky debate or what? That's the point. When the whole time you're like, yeah, of course, yeah, of course. I just don't think we have the right.
Here's the thing. I don't think God.
When's life begin?
I think see, this is really complicated that I'm not experienced, so you're going to run circles around me in this debate because you've had it before. And that's fine. I'm not going to sit here and get twisted up. Basically, what I believe is that it's not my job to judge people. It's a very complicated situation where there's more than just sometimes there's health issues, and I'm not going to sit here and investigate every single health issue. I wouldn't want to be investigated and my family investigated because of what happened. So it's a very complicated issue. We can sit here and stick on abortion, but we're in the after panel now, and I'm fucking sick of it.
All right. I'll just close by saying this. It's lazy. It's people that want to have a faux shield of morality that are unwilling to do the work. I would think that if you're truly a Christian, you truly find it repugnant when the most innocent of us are treated poorly, that you at least do your due diligence to try to look into it other than say, I don't know, it's complicated. I don't feel like it. So all I'm saying is, if you want to talk... You muted yourself. You're muted.
You're muted, Cross.
I was like, I've been up since 7 a.m. So when you want to say it's lazy, yes, I'm being fucking lazy because
not tonight in your life. Of course, not tonight. I mean, in your life.
Well, then you're saying claiming that I don't do anything. Why don't you come out with me and do all the charity stuff? I'll send you my shit that I'm gonna do over the next month, and you can come to all the charity shit and see what I'm doing.
Yeah, I'm good.
You want to? Yeah, exactly. Because you want to fucking claim that I'm not doing shit, but out of nowhere, you just want to assume that I do nothing and that I'm not putting any time or effort into any of this. And that I claimed go about my life and ignore everybody.
Well, I suspect
everyone else to be better than me.
I suspect you're inflating how charitable you are. But let's say for the sake of argument you aren't. My specific claim was you're saying that we as a country in our let me finish. In our collective home, this country, that we should have these illegals come in and be compassionate, and yet you yourself are not doing that. You have a home. You could be compassionate. You could bring some illegals in. You choose not to.
Yeah.
I don't find it to be a moral position to say you like every single other lefty.
Wait. Is that the only way to show compassion? Is to let them live in your house? Is that the only way?
No, of course
not. Oh, right. Okay. So,
but I would say before you say,
if I say you have to give up your whole life compassionately, you're completely obfuscated. You should probably give an illegal immigrant a sandwich once a month if you can afford it.
Yeah, that's it. That's what we should do.
I'm saying that's charitable, right? My point is there's a huge fucking gap from letting them come live here with you.
We know, man.
What you're saying.
You're the only lefty that's telling the truth. You're doing everything you can while you're telling us all what we're obligated to do.
I'm not
all the other lefties are liars when they say, I can't bring illegal into my home. But you,
what did I say you're obligated to do?
You're the big
what did I say you're obligated to do?
Be compassionate. You're against ICE.
You're actually, according to Jesus, you're compelled to do unto others as you would do unto him.
Oh, unto Jesus.
Yes.
Okay, so that you wouldn't throw Jesus in jail, would you?
If he, I mean,
you would. You'd throw Jesus in, perfect, in the image of God, the only sinless human that ever existed.
If he committed a crime, but if that would obviously be incompatible because it's obviously it's an.
Do you believe the word of the Bible is truth?
Rob, the point of what I was trying to get at.
I'm asking you a question. Do you believe the word of the Bible is true?
I'm explaining. Okay,
yes or no? Do you believe the word of the Bible is true?
I'm going to answer it how the fuck I want to answer it.
You're not going to answer.
I'm going to answer it how I want to answer it.
Is the word of the Bible true?
Is the word of the Bible true?
Yes. Do you take it at face value? So when God told Abraham to kill his son, you would have arrested him? If God came down in physical manifestation, you'd say, arrest that gentleman too.
Well, I think there's a huge difference between the first and Old Testament and New Testament.
What? It doesn't count? The Old Testament doesn't count now?
And Rob, there was Jesus made a change. But here's the thing. The point I was trying to make with that is we wouldn't have to arrest Jesus because he wouldn't have committed the crime.
That's true. So when you say treat everyone like you treat Jesus, the rapist isn't Jesus. So I don't have to treat the rapist like Jesus, the man without sin that's perfect. I treat him like the rapist, not like Jesus.
Sure, but
then what's the relevancy of the point?
But the person, because you're the one who took it all the way to rape and murder.
We're talking about people that are criminals, that are a drain in our society, that are intentionally brought in here to displace the citizens of this country. I have the right to say, I don't have to say, if Jesus came to my house, I would let him in and let him stay as long as he wants, and therefore I'm obligated to do the same with any person, even if they're an illegal immigrant.
You're the one making the claim that you need to let someone stay at your house. I never fucking
How would you treat Jesus? If he came to your door, would you leave him stay in your house?
I might let him stay in the manger. I think that was acceptable.
Just to
according
be
Jesus.
clear, if the Son of God,
Obviously, I'm being a little facetious here, Rob. Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, so you would leave him stay with you.
Look, obviously, we all fall short in our ideals of trying to be like Jesus.
Why can't you
we
answer the
all
question?
fall short.
Why can't you answer
I'm
the question?
going to. No, because you're trying to make these fucking big things where it's like, oh yeah, of course I want to do that. I can't afford that because this is the world today. But my point is,
If Jesus came right now in your financial situation, if Jesus came and you really believed it was the Son of God and he said, my son, may I stay with you for a month? Would you do it?
Of course.
Okay, that means that you have to treat everyone as if you would Jesus, right?
Sure. Okay.
So if
an
anybody
illegal
comes here,
agreement says,
let me
if
finish.
anyone comes
Let me
onto my
finish.
door and says, "Son, I would like to stay here," I need a
Why?
place
Whoa,
for you,"
whoa. Why even illegal? Anyone. If anyone watching
Sure,
right now needs a
anyone.
place to stay.
I mean,
anyone.
That's what happened with my brother, so I don't know why.
So why would you need them to come knock? You know there are people that need a place, so go find them, right?
Yeah. But
all right, but that's you would do it for Jesus. Why won't you do it for them? You have to treat them the same, right?
You understand if I have more than 3 people living in this apartment, I get evicted. Then I'm homeless too.
So then you wouldn't accept Jesus because you'd get evicted.
No, I'd probably kick my brother out.
Okay, then kick your brother out and bring in someone. Wait a minute, your brother you have to treat the same as Jesus. Why would you kick him out?
Yeah, exactly. So sometimes we're put in impossible situations. We just got to do the best we can.
It almost sounds like it's a bullshit answer to say we have to treat everyone like Jesus because you know it's not possible, nor is it in the literal sense of what you're talking about.
Rob, Christianity is about an ideal. Do you think anybody's as perfect Christian as Jesus? It's an ideal that we strive for.
No, you don't. You don't even strive for it. You're not even attempting. No one is. No one attempts that. No one attempts to seriously go through their life and say, I will treat each individual person I meet the exact same way I would treat Jesus. No one even tries that.
I'm just trying to do the best I can, but thanks for disparaging me for it. I appreciate it.
You brought in your moral system, and
you asked me why. You asked what.
So what? Because I asked you, I can't challenge it?
No, you're telling me I'm a piece of shit, basically.
Well, you're a piece of shit, but it's not that. All I'm doing is this.
You're telling me I'm immoral for trying to follow my Christianity the best way I can.
I vote for this because I'm a liberal. So I became a liberal. Okay. All I said was, what made you a Democrat? You were like,
in general, Christianity makes me a liberal because I believe that
what I'm trying to say is,
right.
I asked you, why did you change from Republican and Democrat? You said, well, because of my Christian faith.
Well,
let me finish. Because of Matthew 25. And basically, when we got into it, you're like, because the principle is, if there are weak people, we should look out for them. And I was like, well, nothing's weaker than babies, and you're supporting a party that aborts millions of them. And you're like, I don't really think about that. And I'm just pointing out the
It's not that I don't think about that. It's not. I have a deep issue that I constantly argue and debate with myself, and it's not like something that I'm totally okay with. It's definitely not something I'm totally okay with. There's internal
conflict. When's life begin then?
Probably at conception, according to God.
Okay. So then, what are you having difficulty thinking about?
What I have, because then that makes my wife a murderer.
Not if it was for her health.
Oh, so but if it was, we still chose to kill the baby.
That's not murder.
So what level of health then? How do you know that she was actually going to die?
If it wasn't a serious level of health, your wife's a murderer.
Okay. So
just to be clear,
but it's speculative. We don't actually know that she would 100% died. It could have been 80%, 75%.
I think that
what percent makes her a murderer?
I think there's a reasonable expectation if there was a chance that's credible that her life was in jeopardy, that's understandable. Much like if you have to defend yourself, then it's not murder. If someone comes at you with a gun and you fire back, that's not murder. There are times when you can kill a life where it's not murder. My point is, if your life's in jeopardy, you shouldn't. It is not something that you're obligated to allow your own life to die because you don't want to extinguish another life. That's not part of murder. So my point is, there are those ambiguous cases. We understand that. What I'm saying is that's not what the party you're voting for, the thrust of what they're talking. There are millions of babies a year that are killed through elective abortions. I don't know any Republican prominent, whether it be in your state, maybe I'll be convinced otherwise, or at a national level that says we should not allow abortions if the woman's life's in jeopardy. I don't know one. And so for you to say, I have to vote Democrat on this issue, even though Republicans agree with me on this issue, because
I didn't say I have to vote Democrat on this issue. I said it's a collective of the issue, and that's one of them that I'm conflicted
But would you agree, if it's about protecting the most innocent, millions of babies that, under your estimation, according to Christianity, have souls at conception, like being murdered, is a bigger deal than deporting or treating illegals poorly.
Well, I think if they're aborted, they're going directly to heaven, so they do end up in the best
Heaven,
place they could
Maxon,
possibly-
here we go. Okay. So, okay, all right. So, should I, given that,
Is Avarice in chat, by the way? Because thank you for that one, Avarice.
okay, so then you also advocate killing 3-day-old babies because they're going to heaven too, right?
No, they haven't been baptized. Only if they've been baptized, I think.
What crazy fuck? So, an unborn baby that hasn't been baptized goes to heaven, but a 3-day-old baby that hasn't been baptized doesn't.
You realize I'm just fucking with you at this point because it's 4 a.m. I've been up for like
It's
21 hours.
3:55. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
well,
that's
the point,
there you go. He's gonna argue with me about anything I say. It's not 4, it's 3:55.
the point I'm bringing is this. I'll wrap it up with this. Like, I don't think that you've thought about the issue. And when it, like, if I said, I vote Republican because I'm for fiscal responsibility, and you were like, dude, the Republicans' budget's $5 billion more than the Democrats. Like, if I started waxing on about my morality being fiscally responsible, you might be like, I don't know, man. Seems a bit contradictory to me. That's all I'm doing with you.
Yeah,
You
but-
talk about the
yeah.
need to protect the most vulnerable, and you say, therefore, that led me to the decision to vote for the party that kills millions of the most vulnerable. I think I have the right to be like, that seems
No.
dubious.
I want you to go read Matthew 25 though. 'Cause
Okay.
It doesn't say just and when you get a chance, read it and read what it says.
I
And I think-
know the passage. I do.
Yeah, but
and for me,
what
what it means.
specific for me, what it says is he's specifically telling us how he's going to judge us. And these are the things so he's telling me exactly how he's going to judge me and how he's going to separate me. So I'm going to follow those things as best I can.
But
May I
of
be
course, okay, right. But what I'm saying is, how does protecting innocent
I can't
babies?
I'm not going to sit up here and demonize immigrants because I can't do that.
Fair enough.
I'm-
So
I'm
you
not
have to
gonna sit
make
here
a
and do
choice.
this.
No party's perfect. No person's perfect. You
Yes.
agree with that, right? So
Yes,
we have to
and I'm
make
not
difficult. We have to make
Agreed.
difficult decisions, right?
Agreed.
And so if that decision comes between, we need to protect the most vulnerable. Here's a party that I think treats immigrants better, but they murder babies by the millions. Which
Well,
party is more compassionate?
But it's not just that binary. There's more things that I think.
Like
other
what?
things in
What
there.
is it that the other side does? That's
Compassion for the no. It's a multiple to do things, and then there's a policy on top of it. There's a lot to do with it. It's real. This is real. It's really complicated because if you want, here's what we'll do, Rob. If you really want to know how I think and how I weigh everything, the next presidential election, I'll sit down with you and I'll go through everything and just tell you how I'm weighting it, how I'm going through, and who I'm voting for. But
I just want to be. I just want to say this. Would you admit that killing is the ultimate? That's worse than being rude or anything like that. You would admit that.
Nah, maybe. I'd have to really think about it.
So wait. So it might be more compassionate for me to kill an illegal than be rude to them.
Well, and that's the rude or killing. But what about torturing? What about going to a foreign torture prison?
Okay.
Would you rather be
there was
dead or
one-
tortured for the next 20 years?
Well, ask those people in El Salvador.
I'm just fucking asking. It's hypothetical.
I will hypothetically. I'd rather be alive, and I'll bet 99.99999% of all those people in that El Salvador prison, if you said, "Hey, we have another option, we could hang you right now," would say, "No, thank you."
Yo, you think none of them did hang themselves?
I'm sure a handful do, and
So-
I'm saying
so-
99.99%.
Yeah,
would
but
choose life.
some choose. That's my point.
So to be fair, putting a
But-
putting a serial killer in prison, that's more immoral than killing
No.
a baby.
no, of course you should put a serial killer. in prison.
Okay, how many people in or how many people in the El Salvadoran prison that we've sent? You named one who was released.
It turns out like 70. I just didn't want to argue about it, but like apparently like 70% of the people we sent there weren't convicted of any criminal charge.
So what? That doesn't mean that they weren't a gang in Trinidad.
Yeah, sure, but
Okay.
I don't know how you prove they're in a gang without proving they're in a gang without going to court or anything.
That's
So-
just all. The truth is, you're a lefty that wants to disband ICE and use the thin veneer of Christianity.
No, I want to go
justify-
back. I want to go back to INS because I think ICE has lost the trust of the American people. It's going to make them ineffective at their job.
I think INS has lost the faith, and so have you. You've lost the faith, and the Democrats have lost the faith of the American people by bringing in millions of people. So let's disband the Democratic Party, then we'll disband ICE and go back to the INS. Fair? By the way, then we'll fucking call out these
Well-
monstrous motherfuckers that kill millions of babies a year as well.
Can we disband the Republican Party too and start over? Because I'm down for that.
I mean, I don't know. Sure, we'll get rid of them, and while you flagellate yourself for cheering for fucking millions of babies being killed a year, we'll call her even Stevens.
Oh yeah, I'm cheering for it. But I didn't say that I was extremely conflicted and it's a tough decision for me. I said I'm cheering for it. I want babies to die.
You're
You're right.
actively supporting the party that you are admitting that at the national level will pack the courts to give a constitutional right to abortion, thereby legitimizing the murder of millions of babies. In your own estimation, it's murder.
I'm actually not supporting anybody right now, to be honest.
Did you support the Democrat in the last election that would have put justices on the court to give a constitutional right to abortion, thereby legitimizing millions of babies of murders?
The last president I voted for that put a Supreme Court justice on the.
Did you vote for Kamala?
No, you asked me. You asked me what did I vote for the president that put Supreme Court justices
No,
on.
I said that
the only
would
president
pass-
I voted for. The only president that I voted for that. Wait, how could Kamala? Trump hasn't put a judge on. Why do you think Kamala would have been able to put a judge on if she won the election?
You voted for a woman knowing if she got her chance to put a judge on, would have voted for the legalization of murder of babies.
Yeah, but it was maybe wasn't it? Wasn't Roe v. Wade overturned 5-3 or 6-3? 5-4?
I think it was 5-4.
I think it's.
So what? There's this credible chance that
I think
both
it's 6-3.
Thomas. It's a credible chance that
You think Thomas and Alito are going to retire if Kamala's president? Come on.
Yeah, they're getting
No,
old. They might die. Scalia.
That's
died.
a
You would've said
possibility.
that they might pack the court.
That's
I don't know.
possible.
I don't play footsie with. Hey, I'm
You want me to
hoping
play
this
hypothetical?
woman
You
wants.
want me to play hypotheticals?
This woman wants to justify the murder of millions of babies, but I don't think she'll get a chance. I'll vote for her.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's things I didn't like about Trump that I hoped he didn't do that I thought he could possibly do that I voted for him the first
Millions
time.
of baby murders.
So I don't think that's
a
stopping.
different scale.
But what? No, the other option isn't doing anything right now to stop it. It's still
What is
happening.
active? It is.
It's still happening. It is
Oh
still
my God.
happening, right? So I don't really give a fuck. If it's gonna end, that would be great. But if it's gonna happen, if it's gonna happen under either way, if I have millions of babies are gonna die, millions of babies are gonna die, but we don't treat immigrants like absolute shit. We treat immigrants with a little bit of compassion. I'm gonna choose a little bit of
What would you
compassion.
think would happen
Either
if-
way, millions of fucking babies are gonna die.
What do you think would happen if 100% of the Democrats were wiped out in elections? Do you think we'd have stricter abortion policies?
I don't know. A lot of Republican states voted not to have them.
Yeah, but that's because Democrats voted and maybe a handful of Republicans with them. So if there were no more Democrats in elected office, what do you think would happen? If everybody's like, yeah, we vote for Republican, what do you think would happen with abortion?
Well, you would have a fundamentally different country.
Yeah, what do you think would happen with abortion?
Probably go away. What do
Yeah.
you think would happen to immigrants? They probably get treated worse, right?
They wouldn't be here, so they wouldn't be treated poorly at all.
One of the ones that are here now would probably get treated worse as they were being deported, right?
Sent on their way home.
But
See you
they'd
later.
probably be treated worse. So right,
What's
so
worse, millions, murder of millions, or we treated them poorly? We gave them a
millions
harsh
of babies
ride
are,
out.
you've already given me. You've already
What
told
we
me
just
that millions
did,
of
we
ba-
just said in this hypothetical situation,
this-
if people
yeah.
like you would stop voting for the people actually legitimizing and making it
Yeah,
legal to
well,
murder
in my
babies, then
hypoth-
there'd
in
be
my-
less of a chance to murder babies.
but
You're
in my
like,
hypoth-
I'll vote for that because I don't like how mean people talk
Well,
about
yeah, but in
immigrants.
my hypothetical, we create a world where we don't have to have any abortion. So we can talk about fucking hypothetical.
So how do we
all
get to
fucking
that
day.
world?
How do we get to that world?
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, by making sure kids are fed.
Okay, kids are fed. How many abortions are because parents think they can't feed their kids?
I have to look at the numbers.
Give me a
don't
guess.
know.
Do you think most are because of that, or you think most are elective?
I think most are elective because of but elective doesn't mean. Do you think that unable to afford? If you say, "Hey, I can't afford this baby,"
That's not elective.
That you think they're. What do they call it then?
Those are
It's under an elective surgery because it's not necessary.
no.
The
I don't
elective
think
have
so.
surgery.
I don't think that qualifies as that.
I think
don't.
that does. So you're
This
going to
is
tell me
this is pie in the sky, but you don't know what the fuck you talk about. The truth is, the vast majority of women
you don't know.
getting
So you tell me how many are elective and how many are not
Okay, for example,
medically necessary and how many are financially.
2016 Guttmacher Institute, I think it was 2016, which is a huge pro-abortion advocacy, said, I believe they said 76% of late-term abortions are for elective reasons. So they did a list of what the most common reasons were within those elective, and none of them were about being able to afford the baby. baby. I think
Well,
the
wait a
top one on that list was had a change in relationship with the baby's father. I think the next one was something like thought that it would affect the lifestyle that they had. The next one was that
That could be
thought
financial,
that it would
right?
affect career and other things
That
like
could
that.
be financial as well.
It doesn't matter. The idea that if we just gave people more money, if people just were more rich, why is it that wealthy people are more likely to have abortions than poor people?
You tell me.
What if it's just about money? Then they wouldn't be having it. So I want you to explain the world how you're going to create a world that just some woman says, "Fuck, I'm rich, but I just don't want this baby. I want to kill it." How are you creating a world that doesn't occur? Go ahead.
Me personally, I'm probably not doing a very good job myself.
I'm talking hypothetically. What are the steps we take to create the world where abortion's perfectly legal if you want it, but it's just no one will ever choose it? Go ahead. What are the steps we take?
I think you would have to start by looking at the Bible and seeing how Jesus changed hearts and minds, and that's by going through being compassionate, talking to them, and showing them the way without demonizing them.
Okay, so you think that would do it? If we did that, no one would choose.
I think that's a start, and then things build off each other, and it would be a very long and arduous process to get there.
It's impossible. Just admit it's never possible.
It's probably impossible, yeah.
Okay, so
really
then I think, given that
impossible.
your worldview is not possible, that we should make abortion illegal.
Yeah, but
the other way we could stop it is say you're not allowed to do it.
Did we stop it though? Did we stop abortion when it was illegal?
No, we didn't make it illegal.
So we're not stopping abortion.
We didn't make it illegal.
Abortion's never been illegal?
We did not make it illegal.
States that, wait, I'm asking, has abortion ever been illegal?
Yes, in certain areas of the world, sure.
And in the United States? In certain states?
I would.
Why do we need Roe v. Wade to settle everything?
I would guess that there was. I won't quibble because I would say that there were probably certain abortions allowed even in states that said basically no abortion. I believe there were probably certain for like the life of the mother and stuff. Sure, okay.
And what state has completely outlawed abortion now?
I don't know.
None, right?
Correct.
So basically what you're telling me is that it's impossible to completely outlaw abortion.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you should vote for it. You refuse to.
Well, you should vote for being able to, I mean, what do you want me to say? Like, I should vote for it. I refuse to. Know what? I mean, the fucking House won't even pass that shit right now. You got a Republican House.
Because so many people
pass a Republican ban. Tell them to pass a tell you what, if you can convince the Republican-controlled House to pass an abortion ban, I'll support you.
So just to be clear, if a Republican president runs on, I'll try to convince the Republicans to have an amendment to ban abortion, you'd vote Republican, even if they're mean to refugees.
No, I didn't say that. I said that if the Congress passes it, it's the will of the people, and I think it's overall probably a good thing, and I'll support it.
What do you mean so you only support it if it's the will of the people?
No, I think that there's obviously, but my point is that you can't even get Congress to pass it, even though the Republicans control it, because they know it's untenable. That's how impossible it is.
No, what we see is it's because of people like you. It is certainly. Do you think it's possible to create a world where abortions are legal, but no one will ever want an abortion?
Eventually, yes. I think it would take a long time, be really hard, but yeah.
You're bad faith. That's bullshit.
Obviously, if there's a medical issue, then that
forget the medical issue. That's just bullshit, and you know it's true. You know that's true. That you're going to have such a utopia that
it's probably impossible. I'm admitting it.
No, not probably. It is. You know it is.
Well, I think heaven would probably be that utopia.
Well, but we're not in heaven. We're on Earth. That's the implicit. We're talking about Earth,
right? But as a Christian, I say on Earth as it is in heaven.
So So is it possible to create a world where murder never happens or rape?
Probably not, but that's the goal.
But it is abortion.
Right. No, it's also probably not possible.
Okay, is it possible?
Even when it was banned, even in places where it's banned, it still happens.
Is it possible to create a world where abortion is illegal?
Sure.
Okay, so my hypothetical vision is possible. Yours is not.
I'm telling you, if you make it illegal, then if you can give it, what I'm telling you is it's possible. But it's just as unlikely as mine.
No, it's not. It's not even close.
Sure, go ahead.
Have we had places where abortion was illegal?
Not since Roe v. Wade, apparently.
Okay, so you said
no. I'm talking about countrywide. You want a countrywide ban, right?
Sure.
Not just places.
Yes.
So you tell me, when has it been illegal for the whole country to have an abortion?
Well, I don't know if there was. Each state probably was
possible?
choosing. Yes, it's possible.
If you can get
What I
The
just want to
majority
be
of the
clear.
House and
This is how
66
disingenuous
senators.
are. And one, we're talking about, can we have the political will to make a certain thing illegal across the country? And you're saying that is impossible as much
I'm
as
saying
complete.
do
Let
it.
me finish. As completely changing human nature. That we could make every single person in the world have abortions be totally legal, but every single person would choose not to. One is talking about the complete manifest changing of human nature, and the other is talking about passing a law to make something illegal. And you're like, both are equally impossible. Ridiculous.
I'm not saying they're equally impossible. I'm
Right.
saying,
So then, okay, mine is possible, yours is not.
well, I have, my representative in my district is a Republican.
Okay.
So I don't know why, if you want to stop abortion, I don't know why all the Republicans aren't out there passing a bill to make all abortion illegal and then putting it sending it to the
Because
Senate.
people like you won't vote for it. That's why. Because there is not the political will. I'm telling you, if I believe, this is very simple. I'll make it as simple as possible. If I said, I believe life begins at conception, and I believe God puts a soul in their life, right? And I believe that that's murder. Killing that baby's murder in the womb from the moment it was conceived. That's murder. You've killed an innocent life. That was a soul. That was conception. But I'm going to support the people that say, nope, absolutely, we should allow the killing of that, because the other people that say we shouldn't don't have the political power to make it illegal.
Unfortunately,
That's ridiculous.
as humans, we deal with sinners, and we have to make our decisions. We already decided sometimes it's the lesser of two evils. So
But my point is, it's not the lesser; it's the greater.
Okay, so let me ask you this: what if all Democrats in most said, "Okay, we want to ban abortion too now"?
That'd be great.
Then then do I get to look at the treatment of immigrants?
Sure.
So
I'm not
you're
saying you
just-
don't get to look at it. I'm
So,
saying
okay, so you're just arguing to me that of where I should weight things and what
you're
I should
talking
do.
about thresholds. When you're talking about, so I think in two ways, abortion is more serious than the treatment of illegals. One, in the magnitude of how many people there are killed. There's been billions, right? And second, or hundreds of millions at least. And second is that murder is worse than, quote, mistreatment.
And here's my thing: I don't think that whoever I vote for, abortion is going to stop. But I do think the treatment of illegal immigrants is going to change. So I'm voting for outcomes.
Yeah,
I understand. I understand you. I understand why you vote for you, and you make a great argument, and it's logical and it's good. That's why you vote the way you do. I'm going to vote the way I do because of the way I do.
I'll be honest.
And again,
abortion's not my primary reason for voting. I'm not the one who said that.
Yeah, no, I didn't say abortion was prime.
No, I'm not the one who said Matthew 25. That was you.
Yeah, but
you said it's about treating the most innocent of us or the most helpless of us with the most compassion.
The least. But yeah.
Not the least. The least innocent with the most compassion.
The least amongst us. The least amongst us.
Right, those that need the most protection. Exactly. Not the babies. Babies are above illegals.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so that group needs more protection than illegals. That group's being murdered. The illegals aren't being murdered. Tell me again why that group's not the priority?
Because it doesn't matter who I vote for. That group's still going to be being murdered.
Well,
Case in point, all the Republicans are everybody from top down under me. Well, I think our senators in Michigan are blue, but basically everyone, we got a Republican Senate, a Republican House, and a Republican Supreme Court, and a Republican president, and still millions of babies are dying. So it seems like I wasn't going to be able to stop it, no matter what the fuck I think
that there's some tension in the idea that you sort of have this utilitarian consequence that says I can embrace for people that are, or I could vote for people that are actively supporting murder of babies because of a consequentialist mindset. I think there's some tension in the possible morality of that.
There's always tension. There's going to be tension.
Grotesque tension.
But I think there's grotesque tension in saying, hey, accept the immigrant as you're the native born, and you guys, and then the fucking way they talk about poisoning the blood, like shit like that is like, come on, bro. That's not what Jesus would want. That's pretty direct too. So you can sit there and say, oh, you can sit there and deny that that's not, that you could say that's just as Christian or Christian. Jesus wouldn't care about that. That's not the way I feel. And
well,
again,
just
again, you can twist it all the while. You're sitting here twisting all you want, basing this over one single thing of abortion. But again, and you say it's utilitarian, and Republicans ain't doing shit to stop it. Nothing.
We should just
No,
real quick.
It's performative.
Trench
it's
Deacon.
It's more performative than what you think I'm doing.
Trench Deacon says.
Shit.
Trench Deacon says Rob has zero idea how hard it is for a single poor mother to buy products. Material goods are a fundamental human right. So aborting a baby is an act of mercy for the mother and baby. Cool. Let's kill the homeless. Right? Under this logic, hey, it's a human right to have material goods and they can't get it. So it's a mercy to kill the homeless, right?
Well, that's Trent Deacon, right?
Right. I'm not saying that's you. I just want to point that out, the absurdity.
Oh, that's fine, because I wouldn't make that argument. To me would be pretty absurd.
Yeah. So anyways, I think I've made my point.
I think it's time for me to go.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's 4:15, you know.
Yep.
It's been 7 hours. It was fun though.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one.
I figured
Speakeasy would be less polite than me on that topic, by the way. Guarantee it. You know,
I don't know. I think when me and Speaky have had this discussion, it's been pretty.
Yeah, but that's a big one for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my biggest topic for sure. 100%.
But I think, you know, on some level, there, like I said, it's not that you guys don't have a point. There's obviously a point. My point is that it just doesn't fucking matter. Like Republicans say, conservatives talk a big game, but shit don't happen. Just like
because of people like you.
That's fine.
I won't vote for these people, so therefore they don't have the votes to do this. Says millions of people.
Yeah, well.
We think that mistreatment of illegals is worse than abortion. So we'll vote for mistreatment of illegals and then say, see, they don't have enough votes to ban abortion.
I don't think most people are coming.
Since we're talking about this topic, go ahead to the merch shop, all right? And you can check out our BLM line. And our BLM line is the Babies Lives Matter line, all right? That's our Babies Lives Matter. All right, you see that? That's our BLM line. We're jacking BLM and we're putting out a good message at the same time.
Nice.
See that?
Very good. It's very good.
Go get yourself one. Go get yourself one. All right. But as you hear, everyone is yawning and tired. So that is going to be the wrap up for the Knower Prep debate. A big, huge thank you to both of our debaters for coming on, giving us a great show for tonight. All right. Rob walking in completely blind and our mystery debater, came prepared, but, taking that last minute call too this morning was awesome of you to do. So I appreciate that big time. If you've enjoyed what you've watched tonight, make sure you guys go subscribe to both Rob and our guest debater, Cross Current Politics. All right. Make sure you go show them some love. If you're able to, make sure you consider supporting them as well. All right. If you've enjoyed tonight's production, make sure you subscribe to the channel over here as well. If you like support what I do here, it's what brings us the shows every week, so it's helped me keep this going for you. All right. Thank you to everyone who watched live as well with the questions. I really appreciate that. If you think you can step into a Knower Prep debate and take on Rob yourself, okay, make sure you join the Discord at discord.gg/bearcave. Make sure you reach out to me directly. We're always looking for new challengers, new debates to set up. So we air it twice a month on Thursdays, all right, 9 p.m. Eastern time. So again, big shout out to the debaters. Make sure you guys go subscribe to them. Everyone in my chat, I'll be reading all the super chats after the outro here. But until next time, everyone, thank you all for watching and have a great night.
Thanks, Cross Current. It was fun. Take it easy.
As contentious as it gets, it was fun.
It was fun. Thanks, Pete. We'll see you guys. All right, let's get out of here. All right. Abortion. I don't know. I always find, like, for me, it's not like necessarily topics I like talking about with the religion shit, but I always love it when some lefty's like, well, I'm a Christian, and that means that, immigration and end ICE and because of compassion. And I'm just like, I don't know, man. How you square that circle, What's up,
He took my argument.
He tried the Heaven Maxing thing.
He tried to Heaven Max.
And he quickly backed from that, said he was just joking, didn't he? Oh, goodness gracious. So that was fun. I don't know. There are points in that debate that I think I'm just like, the abortion thing. Look, here's the deal. I don't think you're an evil person if you vote Democrat. But if for me in the concept of a debate, if I say why do you do X, and you say I do X because of Y, and I say but X is actually making Y worse, I think that's a reasonable argument to hammer down on. You should be able to defend that. And so when I hear someone say, "Well, I'm for treating the most needy of us with compassion," well, what's needier than a baby? And if his argument was like, "Look, I don't believe it's a baby," fair enough. Okay, we could have that debate. But when he acknowledged it, he seemed to implicitly acknowledge, yeah, it's a baby. Yeah, it's a human. And when you're like, yeah, life begins at conception. Jesus, God puts a soul in it at conception. It's like, so how could you support people that prove that? If you're like, well, I'm a Christian, but I don't necessarily believe life begins at conception, or I don't believe it's a human life, or I don't believe the soul enters, that's different. I'm not saying those are good arguments that I agree with, but it's like, that's coherent. I guess he gets around to it at the end of the day by basically, it took a long time to get there. Maybe that's partially my fault, from being like, well, it's consequentialist. Because I think even if I vote for or Republicans, we won't limit abortion, which isn't true, by the way, because certainly voting for Democrats will expand abortion. But nonetheless, he thinks there's a consequentialist impact on treating immigrants better. But it's always this, it's always this nebulous bullshit, right? You can see it too. You can see it throughout the actual portion of the debate, not the audience Q&A, which just became like 3 questions on us debating anyways. Like when he brings up the race thing, what about Trump taking these plaques off black graves? It's like, you can see what's happening. It's like, I get it. It's this, you guys are bigoted. You guys are mean. You guys are, it's all about how you talk, how you act. It's all this stuff, right? And like, for me, it's like, yeah, I'm sorry, man. I'm not buying that. I'm not the best Christian. Maybe that dude's even more well-read on me in Christianity. That's fine. But I'm not accepting this bullshit narrative. I'm not accepting this narrative that like, oh, to be a Christian means that you have to just leave people come in your country and you're not allowed to deport them and you just have to ask nice. And there was a lot of that throughout that debate, right? If you go through it and like the actual portion, it was a lot of it was like, well, it's not that, it's the tone. That's the problem. It's the tone. Trump was allowed to say, yeah, maybe we'll pull out of NATO. I mean, but he should have said it politely and in secret. That's the issue. We're allowed to do tariffs, but it has to be polite and in secret. And like at some point, it's like, it's performant. It's this performative bullshit. And it's all these it's just that. It's just like everything that's happening. It's just be a little nice. You can enforce the law. You just can't do it in a rude way. And guess what? ICE is rude. So we can't do it. We can't. And that'll always be the case. That's what these people always say. No. We're not saying you can't enforce the law. It's just you have to force it in a humane way. Okay, they don't want to go. They're running from police. Now what? Well, you can ask nicer next time. Would you like to be deported? Okay, but they're not going to. They're going to fight tooth and nail. And the Democrats are encouraging them to fight. And they're encouraging people to go out and obstruct ICE. And they're having riots against ICE. Now what? Now what do we do? Well, then the people have lost faith in ICE. So we just have to disband ICE. And it's always that. It's always this like, oh, shucks, we really wanted to do this. We really wanted to secure the border, but we just can't. We really wanted to deport illegals. We just can't. It's just the way that they were going about it was mean. So we can't do it. Shuck, but trust us. We really did want to deport them. Nah. And I'm just like, I don't have the time of day for this shit anymore. Fuck you. Fuck off. I'm not saying that the guy seemed, forget about his convoluted beliefs. The guy seemed like a decent guy. But you can see how quickly he gets into knots. And let's be honest, I think a lot of the abortion thing, if I'm honest, and I've seen this, I know someone who had an abortion, so I can't think that it's monstrous. I get it. I really do. It's tough. You don't want to admit that yourself or a loved one did something that's really bad. You want to make excuses. It's like the trans thing. All these parents that went out and trans their kids, there's going to be a reckoning. And those parents are never going to want to admit, I fucked up. I fucked this up. They're not going to want to admit it. It's real hard for people that have had abortions or loved ones with abortions to say, that was wrong. That was horrible. I don't think that person should go to prison. I don't think they're unsalvageable. I'm not saying any of that. And I think that's what was largely going on with the abortion topic with him, where he was just like, well, you know, I know my wife had an abortion, and so therefore, you know, where are we at here? All right. Well, we did good. Let's read Super Chats. I hope you enjoyed it. I enjoyed like a spider in a web, just toying. Let's go back to Super Chats from 7 hours ago. Zach Gilpy at 9 o'clock. $10 says the sky the other day was yellow crazy. Yeah? Darian Munshaw, $5 says slice and dice this opponent up. Also, Rob, no holding back, rookie or not, leave nothing behind in fire and ruin. I hope I did you all proud. Darian Munshaw, $50 says, yeah, Rob, ruin this child. Nothing this child says is worth of your attention. Wreck him. Again, I hope I did you guys proud. I really do. And then another 5 from Darian says, also get those likes up and press the fudge and like button. It's not hard. And then another 10. This dude's crushing it. Says, Rob's destroying this wacky mofo. The guy's got nothing on Rob. The child better learn from this debate or do him well. I think he'll admit that he knows he made some strategic errors. But thank you. I appreciate it. Let me do Rumble real quick. I think there was only 2. Lenian, $1 says, who the fuck buys gas every day? Buying a gallon at a time. That's kind of funny. And then thanks for the raid, Hard News Network. Thanks for the raid, Cool Vic. Thanks for the raid, Crucible. Really appreciate you all. Beekster, sorry I'm reading fast. It's late. Beekster, $10 says, trying to make it fun for the audience 11 hours later. I was, man. I really was. I really was. Joey B, $5 says, thanks for keeping me entertained, Rob. Good shit. Hey, you're welcome. I hope the other guy's not too. I think he was at least in good spirits about it at the end. Look, I do things a little differently. If I thought the guy was going to be more of a baby about it, I wouldn't have been like, yeah, you're a huge vagina. I wouldn't have said shit like that. Bakester, $10 on Rumble says, I know an older lady that had an abortion when she was single that regretted it for the rest of her life. She said her husband acknowledged the baby and came in out. Brutal. So hard. Terrible. You know, I do think that there is a difference for a woman whose life's in jeopardy. I honestly do. It's a terrible decision. I don't wish that upon anyone. I really don't. But that's not what the vast majority of abortions are. You know. Darian, again, $5 says, I'm glad Rob's on top of this pile of shit. Big props to Rob on most of this stuff. Man's on fire. Thank you. Mark Pierce, thank you, my friend, for being a member. And then Kyle Swim the Now, $2 says, like the stream. Thank you. Pix Paradox, a member. Thank you. Says, and we're back. Then Kyle Swim the Now gives 5 memberships. Thank you. Clayton Gordon, $1. Appreciate it, man. Jason Mulgren, $5 as a Michigan in the broader Midwest. It's actually a highly calculated repeating phenomenon known as price cycling. Okay. I mean, I'll admit, maybe I have to eat a little crow. Maybe it did go up 50 cents in a day. That seems fucking crazy. But it certainly has nothing to do with like national policy that an individual gas station's, you know. Pix Paradox, $10 says, who uses gas? My whip runs on tears. On leftist tears, yeah. Beekster, $10 on Rumble says, also, isn't there a verse that says not to offend one of those little ones? I think so. Again, I'm not the best equipped to have the religious debate. I think I did it well, but Kyle Swim the Now, $2 says, like the stream. Thank you. Even these posts are from 4 hours ago. Bo Dizzle, $5 is not true. I work in logistics automation. There are massive new pharma factories going up all over the country since Trump started his term. Yeah, it seems that that's the claim. We'll see how it pans out, though. Phil James, $2 says, what's that mean? Is that like it's just not showing up right in StreamYard for it? Well, anyways, I appreciate it. And then Phil James 10 says, if we pull out of NATO tomorrow and started another alliance, how many NATO countries would join in a week? Pretty much all. Yeah. Jason Mulgren, $10 says, now he's 100% implying you're racist. What a snake. Mm-hmm. Bud Keegan, $10 says, good for you, Rob. This is a very instructive way to handle these shit never happened charges. Fuck this disingenuous asshole. Thank you. Pix Paradox, $5 says, Bug. We're going to owe so many whips for this. Ugh. Jason Mulgren, $5 says, is he going to correct the record with his family now? I don't know, man. I don't know that specific dude's plaque's been put up, but Picks Paradox, $5 says he's requesting whipperations. Nope. The great Jim Hayes, $20. Thanks, man. Says awesome work, Rob. That was brutal. Brilliant content as always. Not one step back. Thank you. Joseph Romano, $10 says blessings, Robin. Blessings to you, my friend. Birdie the dog, $20 says great job with the debate and thank you for the entertainment while I work. My pleasure. I love those debates. And Picks Paradox, $5 says hop over to Speakeasy Chat and give a like and subscribe. Totally agree. Speaks the man. Chop Chop, $20. Thank you. Picks Paradox, $10 says closing time song. Whip speed coming. Yeah, we're getting there. Caleb, $5 says thanks, Rob. That was a demolition, but also a free class and debate. Hey, chat, let's go vote for Rob. Smash the like. Give Rob all your money. Thank you. I appreciate it. Picks Paradox, $50. And then another 50. It says, Are We Not Men said whip. Oh, my goodness. Thank you. Trench Deacon, $10 says, Baby's Life Matters too. Thank you. And then he says for $5, says, leftist logic be like poor is a terminal condition, so better eat that baby. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I know you were playing a devil's advocate petition there, Trench, but I'm saying in that mindset, that's the mindset. It's like them kill homeless, you know. Caleb, $2, thank you. Always appreciate it. Chop Chop, 10. Says, bet his wife's part of the Learning Center tribe. Maybe. I'm not going to insult the man's wife. I hope she's a tremendous lady. Trench Deacon, $2 says, immigrants come from places where grape is legal. Yeah. Absolute legend, Dino Battle champion, Gully 46, $100. Thank you so much. And Chop Chomp, also a legend, 100 says, are we not win? Whip granted. And then finally, Mickey Blue Eyes. Caught the tail end here. This guy sounds moronic. Yeah. I'm trying to think if I said anything that I should take this down from YouTube. I don't think so. I don't. Anyways, it is 4:30, so I have a whip song, so let's get them done. $100 donation plays a whip song from the wheel. $150 you pick a specific one. $200 you can create your own. I owe 2. Here's a couple of things to wrap up before I play the whip songs. Sometimes when it gets late at night, I just love fucking twisting people in pretzels like I was with that abortion thing. Mickey Blue Eyes, thanks for the membership. 1 year anniversary. Thank you, man. Or lady. And there were certain parts that you could tell I was annoyed in the debate, particularly with the race thing. But let me say, from the bottom of my heart, I do appreciate that guy came on and debated. And he didn't seem like the worst dude in the world. We were getting heated, but not in a way that I take personally. So I have nothing negative to say about him, his family, or any of that shit. How do I owe 3? I have 2 $100 donations. 1, 2. Where's the third? I'm looking. You keep yelling, I owe 3. Where? I don't see it. Am I missing something? Because I'm not. Picks Paradox. I saw 2 50s. I didn't see 100. Or is oh, I see. We're breaking the rules. Now 2 50s are 100. But Picks Paradox, fair enough. $100 is Rob my 2 times 50s plus this one. All right. Oh, okay. Well, if he didn't know, that's fair enough. All right. So 3 plus let's do more. Oh, 5. All right, let's do it. Maybe. I figure out how to do. Yeah. It's a problem with debating till 4:30. Still got shit to do afterwards. Oh. All right. Commented yesterday. We don't hear this one much. We heard it yesterday. Here it is again. So here we go.
You gonna play the song, Rob?
Ah! Fucking hell. I hit the wrong button. I just assumed it was on. It's tired. There you go. Now I get to hear it again. I just heard it for a minute, man. Fuck. I was listening.
Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today. The Lord of the land says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a will, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. There's a way. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. There's a way, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. Left, right, left. Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a will. Where there's a will, there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left. There's a will, left, right, left.
Hooray! All right. 4 more. Now that I played that song twice. There we go. Yippee! Whee! Oh my goodness. He's late. Here we go. Next. Oh. Granny Hospice Score. I don't think this one's a minute, so that's going to be a repeat. Great, I get to hear another one twice. All right.
We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Light said, nay, 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 we're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. There's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. There's a way. Left, right, there's a way. A clap on the back, say we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's war.
Ugh. Mm. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm trying to just fly through these EDM. Well, here we go.
We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Land says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a says we gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a
Hey, I'm grumpy and all. Hey, Rainbow Commando says pass. Yeah, I hear you, man. I'm ready to pass too. I'm fucking. What time is it? It's crazy. It's crazy. Cowbell. When the hell did we do cowbell? That must be recently. Oh, here we go.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, left, right. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Hey, two more, I think. Here we go. Did that play? I hope so. How was Trump's speech? Anybody see that? What was the deal? Some of you guys came from the Crucible. Andrew was watching the speech. What did he say?
It was about China. It was all China's fault.
Who called
All
that
of
shit?
it.
Who Monday called it? I told you that's what it was going to be. I know. I was calling that shit out. I was like, oh, remember Catherine Herridge reporting back in April? Who said it? Me, baby. That's who. I knew. I'll have to see what evidence they have or whatever. China.
There's a way.
Called it?
Where there's a way. There's a We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's
Last one. Ugh. Yeah, make it stop. I hear you. No one hates it more than me. Late night.
there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Land says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. There's a way. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left. There's a way. There's a way. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night.
Gentlemen, am I mistaken or we are done? Listen, I appreciate you all. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. No more tonight. Let's end this shit. It's damn near 5 a.m. I'll tell you what I got going on. Tomorrow, regular show, 10 p.m. We're going to do the chat of the month. We're going to do it. I promise. So that'll be tomorrow. We'll declare that. And we'll have some fun doing the final stream here before I hop on a fudging airplane. Oh, fucking Caleb. This guy, Caleb. Juice. Now I'm good. Now I'm speaking the truth. All right. Thank you to Avarice. Thank you to my editor, Black Elk, all of my moderators, everyone who donated money. Thank you so much to Speakeasy. Thank you to my opponent, Cross Current Politics, I believe is what he went by. I hope to see him more on there. I know I was fucking hard on him, but I thought, listen, again, maybe it's too much. Maybe some people think it's, you motherfucker. Maybe some people think it's too much, right? But I got to tip my cap. The guy came in there for his second debate ever. I think I'm a tough opponent. I intentionally was fucking really hard on him once he started to get animated. And I thought, all things considered, he was pretty game. So I do appreciate him. Captain Planet, you rotten bastard. I do appreciate you, though. Thank you so much. $37. That's another song. Heavy people. You're maniacs. Sadist. Okay. 50s rock. Here we go. This one, every single time I play it, it demonetizes me because it says it sounds like another song.
So the whole debate won't demonetize you this as well.
Says we're gonna fight, we're gonna march all day and night and more, for we are the slaves of the dark Lord's war. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Beakster, $10 says, due to your yeoman service, I'll let you get away without playing the True Whip song. Also, I'm so tapped to defend. Beakster, thanks, man. You guys are the best. All of you guys that donate, you really are. Even if you keep me up late into the night, crushing my fucking brain with these whip songs. I appreciate you also. Thank you so much. Look, I'm not even going to bother to rate anyone. It's that time of night. So I will say this. Thank you to everyone again. Before we go, can I just say, please take a moment and say a prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family. Never forget how they assassinated him, cheered it on, mocked his wife, mocked his kids. And never forget that the reason they came for him wasn't because he's more extreme than you, but just because he was more effective. Never forget. So say a prayer for them and never forget what these stakes are. I will see you all tomorrow around 10 p.m. Eastern. As always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things, for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.